Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani. We are beginning the proceedings now. Request you to take your designated seats and to switch your phones to the silent mode. Thank you.
A storm is rising. Not just any storm. The storm of change. The storm of progress. The storm of India. From the heart of this storm, a surge of unstoppable power emerges. The power to ignite, to accelerate, to transform. The world stage is set. As India accelerates, it's racing towards a new world order. Faster. Higher. Bolder. As we accelerate, we do so with responsibility. We're not just racing to the top. We're racing towards a sustainable, green, and resilient future. With strength comes security. India's defense capabilities are now stronger than ever. With cutting-edge technology and unmatched self-reliance. India's rise isn't just a national ambition.
When India grows, the whole world grows. India will be the third largest economy soon.
It's a global transformation. This is India now. Relentless. Unstoppable. Racing to the top. Our vision is clear. Fast track to top 3. The race begins today.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome your hosts for the morning, National Editor at ET Now, Aisha Faridi, and Editor Output Desk at Times Now, Meghna Dekha.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and what a great sunny day it is here at the Bharat Mandapam, outside that is, for an August gathering that we have here, and we extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you to the day 2 of IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani.
Well, absolutely, Aisha. In fact, the day is indeed great, and the sessions that we have for you lined up are even more brilliant, because this year's theme for the 10th edition, Fast Track to the Top 3, focuses on India's bold aspiration to emerge as one of the world's top 3 economies.
In fact, over the past 9 years, this platform has become the country's premier economic symposium, bringing together policymakers, industry stalwarts, thought leaders, and innovators to deliberate on India's growth trajectory.
So before we start today's session, let's take a quick look back at day 1 of the IEC 2024, which had a truly impactful and an action-packed start. We kicked off with an inspirational context-setting address by the MD of the Times Group, Vineet Jain. This was followed by an insightful talk by the MD and CEO of IDFC FIRST Bank, V. Vaidyanathan, followed by the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In fact, as we move through the day, we had the Minister of Information and Broadcasting as well, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, who graced the event, followed by a very exciting panel that we had on pickleball with sports stalwarts like John T. Rhodes as well. And to wrap it up, we had some Bollywood action as well with Bollywood heartthrob Kartik Aaryan adding a dose of energy and enthusiasm as we get up into day 2. And truly, it's been an incredible day 1, Meghna.
Well, absolutely. So without much ado, let's move on to the first session of the day. From shifting geopolitical power dynamics to groundbreaking technological advancements and a green revolution, the global economic landscape is on the verge of a profound transformation, and our next speaker is perfectly positioned to delve into these changes.
Well, today he's here to share his vision to where the world economy is headed by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming the renowned economic journalist and author of the thought-provoking book, The World in 2050, Hamish Mekre, for a special presentation. To join Hamish on stage, may we invite the Executive Director at the IMF, Krishnamurti Subramanian, and we also invite on stage the Managing Editor, Times Network, and Chief Business Officer, Times Influence, Mihir Bhatt, to moderate the chat.
Let's have a big round of applause. Mihir, we'll hand it over to you now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Aisha and Meghna. I'm actually feeling like a student sitting between both these giants in economic theory. Thank you, Krishnamurti, for joining us, and thank you, Hamish, for being here. Krishnamurti ji, I'll start with you. In fact, I must say, your latest book, India at 100, which actually reflects how Indian economy and India as a nation will perform when we hit 100 years of independence. Congratulations. It happens to be national bestseller. Please give him a huge round of applause for that. And, we always take pride in doing events like, let's say, India Economic Conclave and many more, where we talk about how India can fast track to maybe 5 trillion, 10 trillion, so on and so forth. Krishnamurti sir's book actually claims that by 2047, India will be a $50 trillion plus economy. I think that deserves a huge round of applause. That kind of confidence, and it's backed by a very solid theory. So I want to start with that. Sir, please, over to you, how this is going to happen.
Thank you very much, Mihir, and thanks to Times Network for having me here. It's a privilege to be speaking on this occasion. So let me start by giving a couple of anchoring examples. Oftentimes, we do not believe that over a 20-25-year period, we don't understand the power of compounding as well. And that's why it's important to start with inspiring examples. Take Japan from 1970 to 1995, 25-year period. The Japanese economy multiplied its nominal GDP in dollar terms by 25.6 times. China, similarly, 1996 to 2021, multiplied its GDP by 22 times. And what I'm projecting is a multiplication of the GDP much less than that at about 15, 16 times. For those of you who are interested, I've actually bottoms up. These are not assumptions. I've actually postulated what is India's growth potential, what is the likely inflation, and what's the currency depreciation likely to be. 8% growth, which is what India can indeed actually muster. 5% inflation, which is what has prevailed after the inflation targeting regime was put in place in 2016. And, in contrast to about 3.5% rate of depreciation, which is what has prevailed, in the past, I anticipate the rupee depreciation vis-a-vis the dollar to be less than 1%. Primarily because, this depreciation of 3.5% prevailed when the inflation in India was 7.5% prior to 2016, when the inflation targeting regime was implemented.
But post-2016, inflation has been only 5%. Now, I'm sure people will, say not only, they'll, feel sometimes it's high, but indeed it has decreased from 7.5% to 5%. And this is an important conceptual aspect that when inflation reduces, the erosion in the value of the currency, actually domestic currency, reduces. As a result, the nominal value of the currency has to adjust less to be able to keep the purchasing power the same. Therefore, lower inflation translates into lower depreciation. So I'm anticipating and I'm projecting the rate of depreciation to be less than 1%. So if you put it together, 8 plus 5, that is nominal growth in rupee terms at 13%. Subtract 1% because depreciation reduces the value in dollar terms. 13 minus 1 is 12%. Use the rule of 72, which tells you how many years it takes to double your money. 72 divided by 12 is 6 years. So GDP doubles in nominal dollars every 6 years. From 2023 to 2047 is a 24-year period. So 4 doublings in that 24-year period, because GDP is doubling every 6 years. That's 2 to the power 4, which is 16 times. In 2023, India's GDP was 3.28 trillion. Let's round it off to 3.25. So 3.25 to 6.5, that's your first doubling. 6.5 to 13, that's your second doubling. 13 to 26, that's your third doubling, and 26 to 52 is your fourth doubling. That is close to the $55 trillion economy. And that is why I actually think that when you start understanding the power of compounding, and you actually really get to the brass tacks and project what is the real growth, inflation, and the rate of depreciation, actually I do believe that this is possible. I want to end this, my opening remarks by reminding our viewers about a quote that I love about Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos says that, we humans have this tendency to overestimate risk or negative aspects and underestimate opportunity or positives. And I think that is something which is important, because oftentimes, especially on economic aspects, one sees a lot of cynicism around. The difference between a cynic and a visionary is that a cynic looks for a challenge in every opportunity. A visionary looks for an opportunity in every challenge. And, there are too many cynics around. I think let's be visionaries, therefore.
That's very well put. But Mr. Subramaniam, even if we, go by that logic, I have a feeling that somewhere you are trying to be slightly conservative, because what you're predicting is that the Indian economy will be growing by 16 times by 2047, which clearly means that actually there is a possibility of an upside.
There is a possibility of an upside, and I think it is important to understand here that, for instance, the Japanese economy, the Japanese yen during this period, 1970 to 1995, appreciated its currency. Currency appreciated about 4 times. And if you would recall, about a month back, Mr. K.V. Kamath, my first boss, had written a piece in the Times of India where he highlighted this aspect and said that this $55 trillion, which is 15 times multiplication, is eminently doable. Now, I actually have been conservative on some dimensions, because when people do not take into account the impact of compounding from about $4 trillion, 55 seems too far, precisely because, as I said, humans underestimate opportunity. And that's why I actually have chosen to be conservative. But even if, let's say, we go by that conservative, 50 trillion, India will be rubbing shoulders with the, with the largest economy in the world. And I think that is a prospect that is absolutely mouth-watering.
Absolutely. Now let me go to the other side of the stage, where I have the other best-selling author, Hamish. Hamish, your book actually, reflects very well about the future of global economy. As Mr. Subramaniam mentioned, that India is going to be a force to reckon with, and obviously it's going to be one of the top 3 largest economies. And when you sort of coincide that with China, which is slowing down and looks like it will continue to slow down, so maybe the best is behind them, what will happen to what will be the shape of world economy in, let's say, 2047?
Well, it's a huge subject, isn't it? Am I live?
Yeah.
I'm live
Yes,
on that.
yes.
Good. It's a huge subject, and we always get the future wrong. But I think that we can be very certain that the number 3 issue is no question. We can be very certain, I think, that the United States will remain dominant through the next generation. Every time people doubt how the US is performing, it surprises us. And it surprised us now in the creation of technology. You know, AI, just in the last 2 years, changes everything. I think the next question, the really interesting one, is how fast does China fade? In shorthand, China is the great manufacturing economy of the emerging world. India is the great services economy of the emerging world. And I think that there are two reasons why China will probably fade relative to India in the next few years. One is this point that there is pushback globally against trade in goods, but trade in services, there is much less pushback. Indeed, it is growing, and that's a potential strength. The second is demography. Very simply, if you don't need to be a whiz at maths, that if you have the birth rates that are now pertaining in Shanghai, that's 0.6 babies per mum on average, something like that, and indeed in the rest of China, this population will fall very fast. And if you look at this combination of pushback against China and falling population, I think you can create the possibility that at some stage in the second half of this century, actually, it won't be a question of India number 3, it'll be a question of India number 2.
Which side is your conviction higher? India at number 2 or India at number 3 in the second half of this century?
Exactly. I mean, I think the US remains number 1. By the end of this century, India will certainly be as large as an economy as China. Now, whether it's just ahead, just behind, I don't think that matters. I think the big point is that we should all be bulls of India.
All right. Sir, next question is for you. So if we go by this theory, and clearly he is almost sort of supplementing your theory. My question is, you mentioned, that we tend to look at risks much more closely and sort of underestimate opportunities. If Indian economy has to grow by 16 times between now and let's say 2047, which are the key drivers or key engines which will actually drive this growth?
I think that's a very good question. And I'm glad you asked this because, some of those who actually focus far more on the challenges, will think that, okay, India has grown on average at 7% from 1991 onwards. But we're talking about, growing from a few $100 billion to about, $4 trillion. And growing at 7% from a few $100 billion to, let's say, 4 trillion is fine. But from here on, from 4 trillion to 5, 10, and beyond, being able to grow at that 7, 8%, is it possible? That's a question that people will have. And I think here it is important, therefore, to understand the difference in the pattern of growth that India will have vis-a-vis what the advanced economies have had, or even, for instance, what the growth that China has had. And I think ours will be similar in that sense that, when you look at advanced economies, because the advanced economies set the frontier of the economy, their growth has been from pushing that frontier. For instance, AI. If you look at in the 90s, it was the arrival of the internet that basically generated the productivity shock. In the 2000s, it was the outsourcing that, Hamish was rightly mentioning. But when you look at India's growth, it will be catch-up growth. And I think that is where, it is different because, what we economists think about the law of diminishing returns, which is that, you can grow at 7% from, let's say, a few $100 billion to 4 or 5 trillion. Beyond that, growth rates, slack down. That is because if you have to have frontier growth, you need new ideas, new business models, and which will basically be much harder to come by once you are, let's say, 10 trillion, vis-a-vis, catch-up growth. And I think this is really important to understand because those who are skeptical about 7, 8% growth will actually have, in some sense, behind their, in the mindset of basically, frontier growth that the advanced economies have had. There are many sources of catch-up growth that India can have, and actually across 27 chapters in the book, I've covered most of these, but for the purpose of today's conversation, I'll just focus on 3. There is the formalization of the economy. Second is productivity growth of our formal sector firms itself. And third is credit creation. And let me just add a little bit more flesh to this and sort of give some data on this. Let me start with formalization. The advanced economies are entirely formalized. In contrast, estimates vary, but anywhere between half to 2/3 of today's economy, India's economy today, is still informal. And by 2047, quite likely will be very formal, but unlikely to be 100% formal even then. There will be some potential to formalize even beyond 2047. Therefore, the diminishing returns ain't setting in up until 2047. And that will lead to investment rate going up and also productivity, because one of the things that almost every economist actually agrees, we economists typically disagree on a lot of things, is that formalization enhances productivity growth, because formal sector firms are much more productive than informal sector firms. Second is productivity growth of the formal sector firms itself. If you take the typical Indian firm that is maybe half as productive or 1/3 as productive as an American counterpart or a German or a Japanese counterpart. But here's where actually the momentum that we've had on innovation and entrepreneurship over the last 10 years is quite salient to take note of. Using the Global Innovation Index, in 2015, India was ranked 85th in the world. Latest rankings, 2024, we are ranked 39th in the world. From 85th to 39 is a very good, that's great momentum. If you ask me, I'm not happy with 39 either. The fifth largest economy should aspire to be in the top 20, 15, and maybe top 10, but the momentum cannot be ignored, and that is something which will actually lead to productivity growth. Similarly, if you look at entrepreneurship, and I'm using World Bank's data, our counterpart actually on Pennsylvania Street, they estimate that use the new firm creation. From 2004 to 2014, it was only 3.2% per annum. Since 2014, it's orders of magnitude higher. As a result, we have the third largest entrepreneurial ecosystem, more than 120 unicorns. So that momentum is there as well on productivity growth. Finally, on credit creation, I think, again, data tells us there's enormous scope to improve here. If you look at the ratio of private credit to GDP, in an economy, which tells you how much credit creation there is in the economy, because private credit is basically credit given to individuals and to businesses, as a proportion of GDP, in 2020, the world average was 150%. Guess what India was? India was 58%. From 58% to 150%, there is enormous scope to grow. And here as well, I'm not dreaming. I'm actually saying this based on actual action on the ground. The public digital infrastructure that's been created, that can lead to actually somebody, if you walk across, go to Sarojini Nagar here, the person who actually sells, wallets or belts on the street, he can now get credit because he can walk to a branch and say, look, I have actually data on my Google Pay, on my Paytm, which tells me I earn 50,000 rupees a month. Based on 3 years of data that I have actually now, give me a loan, which was not possible earlier. So the combination of these, of course, I've not talked about bureaucratic efficiency, judicial efficiency, human capital, both through healthcare, education, the entire digitization of the economy. These are all aspects also that will basically, enable the catch-up growth. So overall, these are basically the critical ones. Finally, manufacturing. I think that is really critical for India to create jobs and thereby, have growth that is both socially and economically inclusive. And that's why manufacturing is really critical for that. These are the areas that I think will really drive our growth going forward.
You mentioned jobs. So you don't really see jobs or skilling or the current education system as a major challenge?
No, I wouldn't say that. That's not, I think that is an aspect. As I said before at the outset, I'm someone who likes looking at the opportunity in a challenge. And there is enormous opportunity there. I think right now these three drivers, as I mentioned, formalization, productivity growth, and credit creation will basically deliver that momentum for the next few years, for a decade. After that, I think it'll be important to make sure that human capital is upskilled, definitely. And so, the investments that we start putting into human capital, both on healthcare and education now, will help us for the next round of growth, in a few years from now. That is something which we have to emphasize on, and that is why, there's a full chapter on healthcare, another chapter on education that I've focused on. On healthcare, and I want to actually highlight this, right? The first chart in that chapter, it basically shows that if you increase public spending, on healthcare from about, 1.5% to 2% of GDP, which is what it cumulatively is now, to about 3%, the out-of-pocket spending that, households have to do decreases 2/3. And I think that is something that will be phenomenal because it will lead to much better health. If you look at Ayushman Bharat, there is clear evidence now that that has reduced, for the first time in India's 75-year history, the out-of-pocket spending has reduced below 50% because of Ayushman Bharat. I think the evidence is therefore there. If states, especially some of our, rich states, actually, they should step up on healthcare spending. And I think, in some sense, what I want to do is to put the spotlight on states for reforms. The center has been reforming, but states now really need to be focusing on manufacturing, on healthcare, on agriculture. It's the states for them to do reforms. And, just a couple of more minutes to explain why states are important. If you take manufacturing, right? Of the 6 inputs that a manufacturing sector firm needs, what are those? That's land, labor, capital, power, logistics or transportation, and scale, economics of scale, which comes from ease of doing business. Of that, except capital, 5 of those inputs are all state-level subjects. And it is important now that the media and us citizens start asking the question, when a Maharashtra government state budget or a Gujarat or a Tamil Nadu or a Andhra Pradesh government state budget is presented, we have to ask them, much like, when I was part of government, I've actually had the privilege of doing 4 budgets. We used to go to CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, etc., explain the reforms that have been done. But are we asking questions of our state chief ministers and state finance ministers? What are the reforms you have done on land? What are the reforms you have done on labor? Now it is time that Times Now, and other media houses basically start analyzing the state budgets, because right now the focus has to be on states to do reforms. That is what is really required for India to be able to grow its manufacturing, healthcare, agriculture, and thereby deliver that 8% growth.
That's a brilliant point, and we definitely will take note of it. Hamish, my next question is for you. If we reflect on last 2,000 years, if we reflect on last 2,000 years economic history, global economic history, actually, almost for 1700 years, India and China have dominated the global economy, right? Are we saying that in 21st century as well, it's basically US, India, and China which are going to decide the destiny, shape, and direction of global economy, with a real possibility of India actually taking China out and claiming number 2 spot in the second half of the century? Because what I'm hearing from your theory is that China on the economic front has topped out.
Well, I think we have to be careful about China. I don't think anything should take away from its achievements, lifting whatever it is, 1 billion people, 800 million people out of poverty. That's a huge achievement. And that's a beacon in some ways for India and indeed for Africa, for much of sub-Saharan Africa. But I think I'm allowed to say this book of mine, the Chinese wanted to publish it, but actually they would want changes in what was said, and that's a path down which authors cannot go, and so it was published in Taiwan instead. There are difficulties in China, and I think that there is a strong probability that there will be some kind of discontinuity in China, probably in the next decade of this century. And we can't see any of the detail, but I think that if you wanted a template, maybe Japan, going from being the outward-looking, in its own terms, quite aggressive, forceful country in the 1990s, until 1990, and then becoming a more inward-looking country, trying to look after its own people better. And I think that transformation in China will make life easier for everyone, including India. And I think we will then come at that stage to be looking alongside America. And do not play down Europe. Europe just becomes less important, but is still, I think, fundamentally a force for good in the world. I think at that stage we start to look to India for more political leadership, and that political leadership will be respected and needed by the world, because we need three societies trying to nudge the world into a better future, not just one or two.
Right. But let me ask you about China. You know, the second point which you made about discontinuation of some sort. Are you also hinting at a societal restructuring or democratic reforms, if I may use that term, as far as China is concerned? Because then that's a huge possibility which you are hinting at.
I don't know. I don't know. One of the lessons you learn if you write about the future is you will be wrong.
Right.
And I think it's more important to think of ourselves as tour guides, bringing us all on this journey that we have to march along, arm in arm, together into the future. I think the balance of probability is that China will make a successful transition towards an inward-looking society that looks after its own people better. And that will actually be a model for the world as well. But I cannot exclude the possibility that there will be some kind of serious breakdown. I mean, these things do happen. And I hope that whatever this change is, it'll be conducted in a way which is calm and right for the Chinese people.
Right. Mr. Subramaniam, do you feel concerned about, a couple of things I want to put on the table, because without that, in an ideal scenario, then there is no risk. But if we look at global scenario right now, and yesterday also we had a very interesting conversation on this, geopolitical situation, Trump 2.0, what is happening to globalization, China +1 theory, and Europe sort of stagnant, struggling to even revive growth. And within Europe also, if you look at the components, each country has a unique problem. So, so Germany has a different issue, France has a different problem, including demographics. Do you feel concerned that with so many moving parts, it may actually end up affecting India's growth trajectory?
Good question, Mihir, but let me just quickly compliment what Hamish mentioned about, those who predict the future being wrong, more often than not. I'm reminded of, this example from cricket. I think everybody here would understand. In 1993, when Sachin had just come onto the scene, Sunil Gavaskar had predicted that by the time Sachin hangs up his boots, if he doesn't score at 40 international hundreds, I'd personally go and strangle him, right? Now he was wrong, but he was wrong. Actually, Sachin scored 100 international hundreds. We would love to be proved wrong in that manner as well. I think when you talk about risks, right? Look, every country's growth, I think, always has opportunities and challenges. I gave the example of Japan, and I want to remind our viewers. If you take Japan from 1970 to 1995, looking back today, people will think that, that was something that was like a honeymoon affair. No, it was not. That was a period when the oil shock happened. As a result of the oil shock, there was basically double-digit inflation in the United States, which basically, the US did not see even now, following the Ukraine war, COVID and Ukraine war. And there was a Volcker phenomenon, interest rates that were incredibly high. Obviously, that had impact on growth. But Japan actually focused on its strengths and actually worked hard to make sure that it actually took care of those challenges and grew. And I think this is where I want to point out, when we think rigorously, if we sort of think a little bit superficially, I think we tend to overblow some of the effects of global factors. And I want to actually sort of lay this down very rigorously for the benefit of our viewers. If you take GDP, and what is GDP comprised of? It's comprised of consumption, investment, government spending, and net exports, right? Let's break this down for the Indian economy. 60% of our GDP comes from consumption, which is primarily domestic, entirely domestic. Investment, 30% of our GDP comes from investment. And FDI as of today is 1.5%. That's a small fraction. So investment is also domestic, right? Government spending is 10% of GDP. Now, each of these actually do vary plus minus 2%, but you put it together, 60 plus 30 plus 10, that's 100%. Almost entire of our GDP actually comes from domestic factors. Yes, net exports does get impacted, but net exports has exports and imports as well. And global factors will have an impact on exports, but will have an impact on imports as well. So I think when we do not do this quantitative exercise, in sort of, pardon me for using this expression, in Hindi we say, hawa mein baat karte hain. When we sort of speak superficially, we end up overblowing some of these, risks, in my opinion. I think the key point from this is that the way, our cricket captains say that I would not worry about the opposition, I will focus on my own team's strengths. That is what India has to do as well. There are enough strengths. As a large economy with a very large labor base, I think we have absolutely enough to do just by ourselves. And as I said, I will put the focus on states. States now need to start doing reforms. If states can start doing reforms actually, and we are, as citizens and the media and the industry association start asking them pointed questions about what are the reforms you've done, on ease of living, on ease of doing business, then I think we don't need to worry as much about the global factors, because the work to do for us is all on the domestic front.
Right, but purely as an economist, are you slightly concerned? I'm taking a cue from your the point on states. More and more states are actually showing tendency of increasing freebies in some or the other form now, and thanks to the direct benefit transfer, it's much more efficient and easier. Yep. Is it a cause of concern?
I think this is a good question. See, it is important to make sure that when we talk about these things, we don't talk about in a black and white way. In any democracy, even in the US, for instance, or the United Kingdom, you will have some variation of the mix of, absolutely good economic policies and some policies that are for the here and now. That is basically a reality of a democracy. Now, that is not to say that actually, from an economic perspective, we should not be pushing for better economic policy, better spending of the taxpayers' money. Here, I've said this multiple times. If you take revenue expenditure, which is what freebies are, vis-a-vis capital expenditure, revenue expenditure, if the fisc spends, let's say, a rupee, the economy accumulates about 92 to 93 paise. In other words, 7 to 8 paise basically gets lost, right? In contrast, when it's spent on expenditure, on basically capital expenditure, that could be on healthcare, it could be on education, it could be on infrastructure creation, it could be on digital economy creation. All those actually add to the economy anywhere between 3 to 4 rupees. So clearly, if you were investing your money, and I'm sure you all do this, right? You will never invest your 1 rupee to get 92 paise. You will certainly invest that 1 rupee to get 3 rupees or 4 rupees. So clearly, the importance of better expenditures, better spending of the taxpayers' money is critical. With the caveat that in a democracy you will get some bit of that. What is important is to not go too excessive on that. And here, one more nuance I want to add, right? When you think about freebies versus, let's say, good spending, the difference I want to make is, is distributing loaves of fish versus teaching someone to fish. I think that's the key difference. And here, the nuance I want to add is, and I think as men, this point will not be something that will be flattering to us. But the reality is, when money reaches the purse of a woman, a grihani, right? They spend it far, far better than when it reaches the pocket of a man, right? And I think this is something that economic research shows very well, that if, for instance, money reaches mothers and grandmothers, they spend it on education, they spend it on food, they spend it on the health of the family. In contrast, very often when it goes to the man, it's spent either on gambling or maybe on alcohol, and that is why, this distinction between, even on direct benefit transfers, if it goes to the women, it's actually relatively better, because it actually does have the capability to create, abilities to teach them to fish. I think if you take examples of for instance, the PM Awas Yojana, right, which is basically created, enabled people to buy houses. That's a very good example. Take Ayushman Bharat, very good example again of taxpayer spending. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, we had shown this in the economic survey that, 2018-19, that malaria deaths, cholera deaths and all these waterborne diseases had declined significantly as a result of the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Now there's an article in Nature showing the same thing as well. So these clearly show that when when politics is about, creating capabilities in the common people, that is much better politics there. That's an area where economics and politics are sort of aligned well. But when it is only about actually distributing freebies, that is where the politics and the economics come into tension with each other. And as an economist, I actually highly recommend, the capability building politics. And I think if you look at some of the states where state governments have come back to power repeatedly, it is by using this kind of spending, capabilities. Because, nothing better than a voter who basically feels that my life has been path-breakingly uplifted. Then he feels grateful and therefore brings the government back into power. I think there are enough and more examples in our states of states coming back to power, and that is when economics and politics come together. This freebie, which is actually economics and politics at tension, is something that can keep a government, maybe get them into power once, but does not get them back again and again.
That's a very valid point, interesting point. Hamish, I have a follow-up for him. If you allow, I'll quickly take that follow-up question and then I'll come back to you.
May I just say one quick thing?
Yeah, please.
I so agree. The world is the world not of blacks and whites, but of greys, and we should not let the optimal, the best, become the enemy of the good enough.
Absolutely. Quick question to you. Are you concerned? I won't use the word concern, but the capex, if you look at, the government has actually contributed in a really big way in last couple of years by spending on infrastructure, creating digital ecosystem and everything. Yeah. Now, I think the onus lies on private sector to step up.
Indeed.
What will kickstart that engine?
So, here I actually want to use this platform to highlight something that our corporates should be thinking about. Oftentimes when I talk to corporates, they basically say, oh, I'm worried about demand not coming in, and, because maybe demand is not as good, that's why I'm not spending on. There are two fundamental points that I want to make here. If you look at even Q2, growth, right? On a base of about 5.2%, right? Consumption grew at over 6%. So I think the fact that consumption is not growing as much is something that maybe doesn't match up with the data, as nature of consumption is changing. And I think, for instance, some of the not so healthy consumption that was being indulged in pre-COVID is actually a thing of the past. People are doing a lot more, healthy consumption. I think that's... But more importantly, I want to remind especially our corporates, and if there are office bearers of the CII, of FICCI and others that are listening, I think I would like to highlight what we economists are taught, which is called Say's law. Say's law essentially says that supply creates its own demand. And I think there are a zillion examples of that if you just observe it. Take the iPhone as an example. I don't think 10 years back we demanded the iPhone. It's only the supply of the iPhone that has basically created the demand for the iPhone. It is a supply of infrastructure, airports, ports, etc., that creates a demand for it. It's a supply of roads, good roads, that again creates a demand for it. It's a supply of so many things. I think this is an aspect that actually, because it's chicken and egg in some sense. And what I'm really trying to point out by highlighting Say's law, that it is indeed actually supply very often that is the chicken, and demand through job creation, through disposable income, coming in the hands of people, and thereby consumption, that is the egg. And this is an aspect actually that industry associations must take into account, because when an individual firm basically only looks at the demand, that basically it can cater to on its own. But I think industry associations need to come together, not just to network. Network is great, but they also need to set the agenda on what the industry needs. And I think it's aspects of coordination. When basically there can be what is called the free rider problem. The free rider problem, whenever I explain to students, I actually explained it using 3 characters. Everybody, somebody, nobody. free rider problem is everybody thinks that somebody else should do it and therefore nobody does it. That is the case, I think, with investment as well. And that's where coordination becomes really critical. The CIIs, the FICCIs of the world, asset champs, need to actually bring their leaders together along with other thinkers to make sure that this is understood well, that it's investment that actually leads to oftentimes a virtuous cycle. In that 9 pins actually at the macro level, whether it's consumption growth, etc., it's private investment that actually is the first pin that makes the other pins fall. And this is something that industry needs to understand.
Very interesting point. Hamish, like Mr. Subramaniam was saying, that we tend to sometimes, overweight the risk or look at risks through magnifying glass. Do you think Trump 2.0 and its impact on globalization is slightly overrated?
Again, I don't know. It's a very, very interesting issue. Globalization, if you look at the numbers, measured international trade as a proportion of global GDP.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Global economy, actually. Globalization may not be the right term. I'm talking about global economy. The risk.
The threats to the global economy.
Yeah.
We will have slower growth through the second half of this century than we've had in the past. Things will slow down. And there are all sorts of reasons for this, including the environment, I think, including the aging of the global population. Indeed, one of the really interesting things that's happening is that projections for growth of humankind are being revised down the whole time. Whereas 3 or 4 years ago, pre-pandemic, the UN central estimate was for population to top out in around the end of this century. Now it's coming forward. And I even saw some work by HSBC just this year suggesting it's just possible global population growth may top out in 15 years' time. Now, I don't think that will happen, but I think in this march to the future, we have to keep on looking at data, and when it changes, we change our minds. And so I think that the big path of the global economy will be for slower growth, not here, but certainly if you look globally through. And I think growth that is more trying to improve living standards in healthcare, we talked about, giving better lives to people, creating a middle-class world where the values of the middle class dominate the world. And we're already, it's fascinating here being in India, seeing India becoming a dominant middle-class country. And I think that's one of the aims for 2045, that this will be 3/4 of the population will be middle class. And so I think that when looking at the world economy in the total, we have to look not just at the numbers, but at the quality of life, and that how we nudge the world into making a better place for humankind through the second half of this century. It's an oblique response to what you say, but I do believe passionately that we're economists. We look at numbers, we understand numbers, we look at GDP, but there are things beyond that which I think are just profoundly important, and I think that's one of the areas to which the world will look for leadership from India.
That's in fact, I appreciate the philosophical side of the answer that you gave. But coming back to my question, my question was actually more of a short-term future, that how the new US administration under Mr. Donald Trump in his second term will behave and what impact it will have on global economy, because China seems to be sort of preparing for a trade war. Europe has its own reservations, and then there is India and the BRICS bloc.
I was worried you'd pin me down. Look, there have been long periods in the past where America has gone into inward-looking protectionist mode. It's happened before, happens all the time. We, I think, in Britain sometimes misunderstand America. We think our relationship is more positive, better, stronger than it is. The US is transactional. Trump will be supremely transactional. And it is very much in the self-interest of the United States. It remains open to things in the rest of the world. There are ways in which Trump will act, and we can know pretty well, he's unpredictable, but I think we can sketch out American policy reasonably clearly for the next 4 years. And there will be some collateral damage in the trade measures that he takes. There will be, but the pushback will not, I think, be so serious as to destroy the world economy. I don't think we're into the 1930s. I don't think we're into Smoot-Hawley. I don't think we're into imperial preference. So I think that we will be able to manage this next period, a difficult period for the world, in a way which does not do long-term damage to global prosperity.
Right. Mr. Subramaniam, I want your view on this because, look, I'm not trying to sort of overhype Trump 2.0. My simple question is, there have been so many, views on how the world will prepare. He mentioned about collateral damage. What is your view, especially when you talk to your peers in Washington?
Yeah.
What is the view?
So, Mihir, first I want to, speak to the question that you were asking earlier about how India would be as a leader of the world. And
right.
I think this is an aspect that I think does not get highlighted as much. From the trenches view that I've had being on the board of the IMF now, I think there are two aspects that distinguishes India from the rest of the world civilizationally. First, India has never ever gone and been an aggressor, ever, in its number one. Number two, and we've defended when we have had to defend, and very, very resolutely, and I think the world knows it, but we've never been an aggressor. Second, India has never ever defaulted on any of its obligations. For us, and actually I've had the opportunity to observe this from close quarters, it is not an economic question. Even in 1991, when India faced its worst balance of payments crisis, the government of the day then actually shipped gold to the Bank of England and to the Bank of Japan to actually borrow dollars. We did not default like some of the other countries do. And I think these are aspects actually which are very important for the world to actually notice, that India as a leader will be very different from the way in which, leadership has been, global leadership in the past. And I think this is an aspect that definitely must be recognized. Now, when it comes to actually some of the immediate aspects on trade, and I think what I want to highlight is that when conversations on trade happens, and I think Hamish was mentioning some of this, which is the focus is on trade and trade of goods, and even within that it is often on basically the tariffs, right? But when you look at trade barriers, there are both tariff-based trade barriers and non-tariff barriers. And when you look at trade itself, there is trade of goods and trade of services as well. So if you were to draw this 2x2 matrix where you have goods and services and you have, tariffs and non-tariff barriers, the entire sort of debate oftentimes is focused on only one cell, which is the tariffs relating to goods, trade of goods. But I think it is important for India to actually expand this conversation into the entire four cells, not just that one cell. In other words, the conversation needs to be on non-tariff barriers, visas for instance, as well as on, it needs to be definitely on services as well. And that will actually lead to a much more holistic conversation on, on trade. And that is something that will actually be win-win for everybody, because, India's competitive advantage clearly lies in services, and we actually do not use as much non-tariff barriers, because non-tariff barriers are far more opaque and less objective compared to tariff barriers. And these are aspects that must be highlighted, the government should highlight, and therefore lead to a much more holistic conversations across these four cells that I just described.
Right. I think it was a very interesting session. Hamish, thank you so much for sharing your views. And Mr. Subramaniam, as always, it was a pleasure. We also have Shri Nitin Gadkari in the hall with us. Please give him a huge round of applause. And Gadkari ji, you will be glad to know that Mr. Subramaniam, just before you walked in, made a very interesting prediction about India's economy, that it will grow 16 times from now till 2047, when India will be at 100. On that note, thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Mr. McRae, Mr. Subramaniam, and thank you, Mihir. Well, like Mihir said, for the next session, it is an honor, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the visionary leader whose pragmatic approach and innovative ideas has turned challenges into opportunities, accelerating India's infrastructure development like never before. And if you ever wondered how to keep things moving fast, well, Meghna, he's the man who's built highways, bridges at a pace that's left many in the dust.
Well, absolutely. So, of course, we are going to be bringing up on stage very shortly and welcome the Minister for Road, Transport and Highways, the Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, for a special address, who will be in conversation with Group Editor-in-Chief of Times Now Navbharat, Navika Kumar. A big round of applause, please. Well, Navika, we'll hand it over to you now.
Thank you very much, Meghna and Aisha. Ladies and gentlemen, the man of the moment, Nitin Gadkari, and he's always been called a man who's delivered the best ministry, the best work. Nitin Gadkari ji, स्वागत है आपका इंडिया इकोनॉमिक कॉन्क्लेव के 10th एडिशन में, और हर साल हम आपसे यही कहते हैं कि आपकी मिनिस्ट्री ने बदल दी है सूरत रोड्स और हाईवेज की, जिस तरह से काम हुआ है। ये उसका कुछ खास फॉर्मूला आपने अपनाया?
कोई खास फॉर्मूला तो नहीं है, और इवन आप केवल मुझे क्रेडिट देते हो ये भी सच नहीं है। इसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन हमारे इंजीनियर्स का है, सब लोग रात दिन काम करते हैं, और कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स का है। और एक बात जरूर है कि मैं दो चीज़ें बहुत अच्छी तरीके से कहता हूं जो महत्वपूर्ण है, कि फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट इज इम्पोर्टेंट, बट परफॉर्मेंस ऑडिट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट देन फाइनेंशियल ऑडिट। तो मैं हर व्यक्ति का इवैल्यूएशन काम का करता हूं, और अगर वो ठीक नहीं है तो फिर नाराज भी होता हूं। दूसरी बात जो मैं अक्सर याद रखता हूं वो मैनेजमेंट की है, कि ए नाम के व्यक्ति ने ए स्क्वायर काम किया और बी नाम के व्यक्ति ने बी स्क्वायर काम किया, तो टोटल वर्क इज ए स्क्वायर प्लस बी स्क्वायर। पर जब दोनों मिलकर काम करते, ए प्लस बी ब्रैकेट में स्क्वायर, इसका जवाब आता है ए स्क्वायर प्लस बी स्क्वायर प्लस ट्वाइस ए बी, एंड दैट इज अ रिजल्ट ऑफ कलेक्टिव टीम स्पिरिट। तो मेरे खुद के संबंध में प्रोटोकॉल वगैरह कभी पालन ही नहीं करता, तो मैं आखिरी व्यक्ति तक मेरा कांटेक्ट होता है। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि ह्यूमन रिलेशनशिप इज द बिगेस्ट स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स, सोशल वर्क एंड बिजनेस, एवरीथिंग। सो माय रिलेशनशिप विथ माय सबऑर्डिनेट्स, और फिर मैं उनसे बात करते रहता हूं, तो वो भी एक्टिवली काम करते रहते हैं। तो ओवरऑल ये सबके मिलीजुली मेहनत का परिणाम है।
फैंटास्टिक। बहुत कम लोग ऐसा कहते हैं कि रिलेशनशिप्स आर इम्पोर्टेंट, बिकॉज मिनिस्टर्स और उनकी मिनिस्ट्रीज के चलाने का तरीका एक तरह से प्रोटोकॉल और हायरार्किकल होता है। लेकिन बड़ी उपलब्धि ये है कि पिछले 10 सालों में जहां हाईवेज का काम बिल्कुल ठप पड़ा था, अब आप पिछले साल में 34 किलोमीटर्स पर डे तक ले गए हैं। और ये इस तरह के लार्ज प्रोजेक्ट्स आपने किए हैं। आपका एक प्रॉमिस भी था कि ये दिल्ली से देहरादून आप 2.5 घंटे में पहुंचाने वाले हैं। ये आपके हिसाब से मॉडल हाईवेज कनेक्टिविटी के कौन से ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जो आपको पर्सनल सेटिस्फैक्शन देते हैं?
देखिए, प्रोजेक्ट तो बहुत है। जिसका आपने उल्लेख किया दिल्ली देहरादून, उसके 2 पैकेज पूरे हुए हैं। अक्षरधाम से पूरा एलिवेटेड रोड है और उसका इनॉग्रेशन एक 15-20 दिन में पीएम साहब को निमंत्रित किया, उनके द्वारा किया जाएगा। एक कालिंदी कुंज वाला 10,000 करोड़ का बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है जो फरीदाबाद के पीछे से है। मुझे दिल्ली का थोड़ा नाम कम मालूम है। वो बड़ा सुंदर है, नाले में एलिवेटेड रोड बनाकर एक पिलर पर 2-2 रोड करके उसको लाया है, वो भी सुंदर है। वो भी पीएम साहब 15 दिन 20 दिन में पूरा करेंगे। और ये जो देहरादून है वो 3 महीने में होना चाहिए, ऐसी कोशिश है। तो दिल्ली से देहरादून 2 घंटे में होगा। फिर एक मुंबई दिल्ली एक्सप्रेस हाईवे को एक हमने एक बीच में रोड बना है, वो पूरा होगा 1.5-2 महीने में। तो दिल्ली जयपुर 2 घंटे में होगा। और दिल्ली से अमृतसर 4 घंटे में, कटरा 6 घंटे में, श्रीनगर 8 घंटे में, दिल्ली से मनाली 7 से 8 घंटे में, और दिल्ली से मुंबई 12 घंटे में, बेंगलोर से चेन्नई 2 घंटे में, और अभी मेरठ तो दिल्ली हो गया 4 घंटे का 45-50 मिनट में। फिर मैसूर से बेंगलोर हो गया। ऐसे हम 36 ग्रीन एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना रहे हैं। इसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा ये है, जो आपका जो थीम है इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट का, कि हमारे देश की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट ये 14 से 16% है और चाइना की 8% है, अमेरिका और यूरोपियन कंट्रीज की 12% है। मैं विश्वास के साथ ये टारगेट मैंने रखा है और जो टारगेट मैं रखता हूँ लगभग वो पूरा होता है। तो 2 साल के अंदर इंडिया की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट सिंगल डिजिट में यानी 9% पे आएंगी। अगर ये 9% पे आएगी तो 7% हम कम होंगे, तो एक्सपोर्ट में हमारा एक्सपोर्ट 1.5 गुना होगा और हम और कॉम्पिटिटिव बनेंगे। और इसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट रोड जैसे ऐसे बन रहे हैं, वैसे फ्यूल पे भी हमने काम किया है। और इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, बायो LNG, CNG और हाइड्रोजन, इस पर तेजी से हम काम कर रहे हैं। अब यहाँ कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट मशीनरी का कल मैंने इनॉग्रेशन किया। आप जरूर जाके देखिए कि बड़ी बड़ी मशीनरी इलेक्ट्रिक पर आई, हाइड्रोजन पर आई, हिंदुस्तान की कंपनियां बना रही है, एक्सपोर्ट कर रही है, ट्रक इलेक्ट्रिक के आ गए। और इतना फर्क है कि अभी मैंने बजाज की 2 व्हीलर लॉन्च की मोटरसाइकिल, तो पेट्रोल पे उन्हीं की मोटरसाइकिल 2 रुपये 25 पैसे पर किलोमीटर है और CNG पर जो है 1 रुपया है। तो ये जो 1000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट में 100 करोड़ रुपए का डीजल लगता है। तो केवल पोल्यूशन कम करना या इंपोर्ट कम करना ये तो होगा ही, पर उसके साथ साथ जो कॉस्ट है वो भी कम हो जाएगी। और अभी मैं आपके यहाँ आया तो जो गाड़ी में आया हूँ, वर्ल्ड की पहली गाड़ी है टोयोटा इनोवा, जो 100% किसानों ने तैयार की हुई बायो इथेनॉल पे चलती है, 60% बिजली तैयार करती है, नो पोल्यूशन, नो स्मेल, नो गैस। और उसकी पेट्रोल की इसमें तुलना करेंगे तो पेट्रोल का रेट 25 रुपये लीटर होता है। और ये पूरा एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर का अगर इथेनॉल पूरा अच्छा चलेगा तो जो 14% GDP ग्रोथ में उनका कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन है वो 21% होगा। इस बार मक्के का भाव, मक्के से इथेनॉल बनना शुरू हुआ, जो 1200 रुपये था इस बार 2400 रुपये है। तो एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी में बूस्ट होने से परचेसिंग पावर बढ़ेगी और इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ मल्टीप्लाई होगी।
बहुत पाथ ब्रेकिंग ये सारी चीजें जो आपने कही, कभी आप हाइड्रोजन गाड़ी में हैं, कभी इथेनॉल गाड़ी में हैं, ये आपके लिए पैशन की बात है? ये आपके लिए देयर समथिंग दैट ड्राइव्स एवरीबॉडी? व्हाट ड्राइव्स यू?
पहली बात तो मैं 75 में जयप्रकाश नारायण जी के आह्वान पर मैं 11th में था, तो मैं वो स्कूल से उस आंदोलन में इन्वॉल्व हो गया था। उस कारण मेरा नुकसान भी हुआ, मैं इंजीनियर नहीं बना क्योंकि मुझे परसेंटेज में मार्क कम मिले। ठीक था, फर्स्ट क्लास मेंटेन करते, पर वो 75 के साल ने मेरी करियर को मेरे घर वाले कहते खराब कर दिया। तो मैं 52% मार्क में 49.26% साइंस ग्रुप में मिले और मैं इंजीनियरिंग के लिए डिस्क्वालीफाई हुआ। अभी मुझे 9 डिलीट्स मिली है, डॉक्टरेट्स, पर मैं वो अभी भी लगाता नहीं, क्योंकि वो इंजीनियरिंग की एडमिशन मुझे नहीं मिलना, ये मुझे बड़ा ये हुआ। पर मुझे लगता है कि सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ ये है कि पॉलिटिक्स मेरा पेशा नहीं है, इट्स नॉट माई प्रोफेशन। आई ऑलवेज बिलीव दैट पॉलिटिक्स इज द इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ सोशो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म, और इसलिए मैं अपने कन्विक्शन के साथ चुनाव में भी अपने कन्विक्शन की बात करता हूँ। मैं लोगों को क्या लुभाता वगैरह की चिंता नहीं करता, मैं मुंह पे बोलता हूँ। और मेरा अनुभव ऐसा है कि विथ माय स्ट्रॉन्ग कन्विक्शन, जब ये देश के लिए, समाज के लिए और गरीब व्यक्ति के लिए मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ। मैं कोई साधु और सन्यासी नहीं हूँ, मेरा परिवार है, घर है, अभी बच्चे बिजनेस देखते हैं, मैं भी आपके जैसे कॉमन मैन हूँ। पर मैंने तय किया है कि राजनीति में मैं देश के लिए, समाज के लिए और गरीब व्यक्ति के लिए कुछ करके जाऊंगा, एंड दैट इज द इंस्पायरेशन मैं करते रहता हूँ।
फैंटास्टिक। ये आपने कहा कि मेरे को जो कहना होता है मुंह पे कहती हूँ, कभी कुछ डिफिकल्ट पोजीशन में पड़े?
नहीं, मुझे कभी कोई डिफिकल्टी नहीं है। अभी चुनाव में मैंने पब्लिकली कहा था कि मैं जातीयवाद नहीं करूंगा, और मैंने लोगों को कहा जो करेगा जात की बात उसको ठोकूंगा लात, ऐसा पब्लिकली बोले, सच छपके आया था। मैंने बोला नहीं देना है तो 2 वोट, नहीं देना है तो मत, नहीं करूंगा। मैं चुनाव में इस बार कोई गलत खर्चा नहीं किया, मैंने बोला नहीं करूंगा ये, मैं कब के लिए काम करूंगा, और पूरा नागपुर मेरा है, मेरा परिवार है, मैं नागपुर का हूँ। नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा, सेक्स, रिलीजन, नथिंग। तो मैं सब लोगों ने साथ दिया। अब मैं इस मत में हूँ कि मुझे चिंता नहीं, तुम क्या क्या दिखाते हो, कौन क्या लिखता है, कौन क्या सोचता है। मेरी भाषा में मैं बोलता हूँ, तेल लगाने गई दुनिया, अपने को तो अपने हिसाब से चलना है।
फैंटास्टिक।
मैं अपने कन्विक्शन और अपने साथ तय किए हुए प्रोग्राम में चलता हूँ। और एक बात जरूर है कि मैं सही हूँ ऐसा मेरा दावा नहीं। कोई अगर मुझे कहता है कि ये तुम्हारी बात गलत है तो मैं मान्य करता हूँ, उसको सुधार भी देता हूँ।
आपने जिंदगी, पॉलिटिक्स, सोशल वर्क सब इतना आसान बना दिया इन कुछ पंक्तियों में कि खुद के मन में जो है मन साफ रखो और जो कहना है कह दो, और दावा ना करो कि मैं ही सही हूँ। आपने बिल्कुल सब कुछ आसान कर दिया।
मैं आपको एक कल रात की घटना बताता हूँ। तुम और मैं बैठी हुई, इतना छोटा एक रेस्टोरेंट है जिसमें 22 लोग बैठ सकते हैं। तो तुम्हारा यहाँ बैठा हुआ है जर्नलिस्ट, मुंबई से आया है, वो अपने पत्नी के साथ आया। तो मुंबई से आया है, तो पत्नी ने बोले मुझे उसने रिक्वेस्ट की कि पत्नी की इच्छा आपके साथ फोटो निकालनी। तो मैंने कहा तुम निकाल लो। जैसे उसने निकाला, पूरे होटल में बैठे हुए सब लोग दौड़ते हुए आए, फिर मैंने उसके सबके साथ फोटो निकाला। तो मुझे वो बोल रहा था कि मैं बिलीव नहीं कर सकता कि पत्नी उसने मुझे कही कि मैं तो आपका भाषण सुनती है, कभी मुझे जिंदगी में ऐसा लगा नहीं कि आप ऐसे होटल में मुझे मिलोगे। मैंने बोला मैं रोज रात को अपने चॉइस के होटल में चुपचाप सिक्योरिटी वगैरह छोड़कर 2-4 लोग लेके रोज जाता हूँ। अब मैं, दिस इज माई पैशन, माई इंटरेस्ट, मैं अपने हिसाब से अपना काम करते रहता हूँ।
खाने का भी शौक है और खाना बनाने का भी। आपके वीडियोस बहुत वायरल होते हैं, आप रेसिपीज बताते हैं।
अभी यूट्यूब ने मुझे वो गोल्डन डिश दी, मैं अभी 25 करोड़ फॉलोअर हुए, मैं वो रेसिपी भी बनाता हूँ। कोविड ने मुझे काफी कुछ चीजें सिखाई।
फैंटास्टिक। तो यूट्यूब से जो आपकी अर्निंग होती है वो ऑफिस ऑफ प्रॉफिट तो नहीं हो जाती?
नहीं, मैं डोनेट कर देता हूँ सब। आप कभी आएंगे नागपुर में तो मैं 95% सोशल वर्क करता हूँ। मेरा सोशल प्रोजेक्ट का टर्नओवर 2,500 करोड़ है। 15,000 लोगों को जॉब दिया। मैं एग्रीकल्चर में काम करता हूँ, ट्राइबल्स में काम करता हूँ, मैं महिलाओं को ट्रेनिंग देता हूँ कारण पर लगातार। अभी आज मैं नागपुर में जाऊँगा तो हमारा सांस्कृतिक महोत्सव है, 13 दिन है, रोज 50,000 लोग आते हैं। आज बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम है इनॉग्रेशन। फिर स्पोर्ट्स का महोत्सव करता हूँ, हमारे मराठी में खासदार कहते हैं उसको। तो उसमें 75,000 खिलाड़ी खेलते हैं। फिर एडवांटेज विदर्भ इंडस्ट्री का भी बड़ा कार्यक्रम करूँगा। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि द ट्रू डेफिनेशन ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स जो है वो केवल पावर पॉलिटिक्स नहीं, समाज कारण, राष्ट्र कारण और विकास कारण। तो जो सोशल सर्विस करता है उसको किसी के पास जात पात की बात करने की जरूरत नहीं। अच्छा काम करो, गॉड इज ग्रेट, पब्लिक भी ग्रेट है, आपको बराबर सपोर्ट मिलता है और मुझे नहीं लगता कोई प्रॉब्लम है।
तो राहुल गांधी का जो ये फॉर्मूला है कास्ट सेंसस का और जितनी नंबर उतनी भागीदारी, जिस तरह के वो स्लोगन्स कहते हैं, उस पर आपके क्या विचार हैं?
देखिए, पहले इस समाज की छुआछूत, अस्पृश्यता, जातीयता समूल नष्ट होनी चाहिए और कोई भी व्यक्ति उसकी जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा और सेक्स से बड़ा नहीं होता। प्रॉब्लम यह है, हम सबका समान विकास होना चाहिए, सबको न्याय मिलना चाहिए, इस मत के है। पर नाउ प्रॉब्लम पॉलिटिक्स का ये है कि बैकवर्डनेस बिकमिंग ए पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट, सो एवरीवन वांट टू प्रूव दैट ही इज बैकवर्ड। और इसमें राजनीतिक पार्टियों ने ऊपर उठकर समाज में जो सबसे गरीब है, यानी जात चारी है, एक गरीब है जिसमें आदिवासी है, महिला है, युवा है, किसान है। गरीब गरीब होता है, गरीब को जात, पंथ, धर्म और भाषा नहीं होती। हम गरीब के लिए काम करें, हम युवाओं के लिए काम करें, हम महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण के काम करें, हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत में इकोनॉमी को स्ट्रांग बनाने के लिए काम करें, सबको रोजगार मिलना चाहिए उसके लिए काम करें, पूरा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगा। पर जो लोग अपने काम से और अपने कार्य से लोगों के मन जीत नहीं सकते, वो जाति के आधार पर अपनी बात करके लोगों को चुनाव जीतने की कोशिश करते हैं। और मैंने एक सिद्धांत के रूप में मैं पब्लिकली भी कहता हूं कि तुम एक उदाहरण बताओ कि जो जाति के नाम पर चुनकर आया उसने कभी अपने जाति का कल्याण किया है क्या? वो जब चुन के आता है और मंत्री बनता है तो बोलता है मेरे पत्नी को टिकट दो, मेरे लड़के को टिकट दो और ड्राइवर को टिकट दो, यही बात होती है। तो इसलिए लोगों के पास अब जब यंग जनरेशन आई है, जो मैं बिकॉज ऑफ सोशल मीडिया मैं लकी हूँ, 25 करोड़ मेरा फॉलोइंग हुआ, तो ये लोग है, ये अलग टाइप के हैं। तो ऐसे से जनरेशन बदल रही है, वो डेवलपमेंट ओरिएंटेड है, वो कुछ करना चाहते हैं, उनमें एबिलिटी है और उनमें कुछ करने की एक महत्वाकांक्षा भी है। तो परिस्थिति बदल रही है।
बहुत सही कहा आपने, परिस्थितियां बदल रही हैं और आपके काम से ये डेवलपमेंट पर कितना जोर है और जितने आप पॉपुलर हैं, काम करके कितना पब्लिक उसको सराहती है, वो देखने को मिलता है। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि एक्सीडेंट का रेट, इस पर हमारे देश में शायद बात करनी और इस पर कुछ सॉल्यूशन ढूंढने की एक जरूरत है, क्योंकि 1,72,000 लोग एक साल में एक्सीडेंट्स में मरते हैं।
डेथ हो गई है, एक्सीडेंट 5 लाख और डेथ 1,78,000 और मरने वालों में 18 से 34 एज ग्रुप के 60,000। बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण।
तो इस पे क्या मुहिम छेड़ी जा सकती है? व्हाट कैन वी डू एज अ कंट्री?
देखिए, 4 बातें हैं। रोड इंजीनियरिंग, इसमें खूब गलतियां हुई है। ये जो लोवेस्ट जो होता है डीपीआर बनाने वाला, इसके कारण तो इतने घटिया डीपीआर बनाते हैं और वो लोग तो अभी मेरे सामने खड़े नहीं होते। अब मैं आपके लिए नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, वैसे मैं कभी ऐसी गलत चीज़ों को सहन नहीं करता, फिर मैं जानता हूँ कैसे ठीक करना। इतने लोग मर रहे, एक एक जगह पर 150-150 लोग मरे हैं। तो हमने 40,000 करोड़ रुपए देकर ब्लैक स्पॉट को आइडेंटिफाई करके उसको हम पूरा कर रहे हैं। नए प्रोजेक्ट में चिंता कर रहे हैं कि ये नहीं हो। दूसरा, रोड ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग, अभी इकोनॉमिक मॉडल को भी हमने 6 बैग लगा दी। अभी हमने ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में सब सुधार कर दिया। ये भारत एनकैप स्टार रेटिंग लाया। अब कंपटीशन शुरू हुई। ये कंपनी एडवर्टाइज करती कि हमारा स्टार रेटिंग है, फिर दूसरी कंपनी लेती है। तो अब ऑटोमोबाइल की क्वालिटी बेस्ट है, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। तीसरा, इन्फोर्समेंट ऑफ लॉ, वो भी हमने फाइन भी कड़क कर दिए। और चौथा, एजुकेशन एंड इमरजेंसी, हम उनको मदद करते हैं। इंपॉर्टेंट चीज जो है कि ह्यूमन बिहेवियर जो है कि रेड सिग्नल लगना तो रुकना चाहिए, गाड़ी चलाते हुए मोबाइल पे बात नहीं करनी चाहिए। देखो, मुझे इस बात का दुख भी है, दर्द भी है। मैं अभी ऑस्ट्रिया में गया था, तो हम रोड क्रॉस कर रहे थे, मेरी पत्नी और परिवार था, तो गाड़ी ने उधर से देखा, उधर रुक गए वो। यानी उनका जो सेंस है, उनका जो व्यवहार है कितना, यहाँ तो हम जाते तो भी वो गाड़ी वाला घुसा देता है। हेलमेट, 30,000 लोग हेलमेट नहीं पहनते, इसके लिए मर रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि कानून के प्रति डर भी नहीं और सम्मान भी नहीं, ये हमारी समस्या है। और मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि मीडिया है, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, एनजीओज है, सोशल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, बड़े प्रमाण पर आपको पब्लिक कैंपेन चलाकर ह्यूमन बिहेवियर को बदलना होगा। और विशेष रूप से मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि ये जो 10वीं के नीचे के विद्यार्थी है, 5वीं से 10वीं तक, इनको रोड सेफ्टी का महत्व समझाने के लिए आप भी कुछ कार्यक्रम करिए। देखो, जो दंगे में जितने लोग नहीं मरते हैं, लड़ाई में नहीं मरते हैं, किसी इसमें कोविड में नहीं मरे, ये 1,78,000 लोग मरना क्या हमारे देश के लिए अच्छा है? वी आर नंबर 1 इन द वर्ल्ड। और अभी आसाम ने कुछ कम किया, अभी बहुत प्रदेशों ने कम किया, पर अभी यूपी में सबसे ज्यादा हो गया, महाराष्ट्र में है, तमिलनाडु में है। तो अब कोशिश करें। कल मैंने पार्लियामेंट में काफी डिटेल 5-6 क्वेश्चन मेरे लग गए थे, तो मैंने बताया। मुझे लगता है कि इसमें आप भी सहयोग करिए, और ये सब लोग अगर हम लोगों को ट्रेन करेंगे तो इससे फायदा होगा, हम लोगों की जान बचा पाएंगे। और एक बात आपको मुझे बताने में कोई संकोच नहीं कि मैं 10 साल में मैंने सिंसियरली कोशिश की, पर मुझे कम करने के बजाय 1.5 लाख से 1,78,000 डेथ हो गई। इस विषय ऐसा है कि जिसमें हमें सफलता नहीं मिल पाई, यानी ये स्वीकार करने में भी मुझे कोई संकोच नहीं होता, पर और कोशिश करेंगे और लोगों के पास जाएंगे, यही उपाय है उसके ऊपर।
Very well said. Very rarely do you see a minister candidly admitting a problem area and the need to address it. नितिन गडकरी जी, पोल्यूशन की प्रॉब्लम बहुत बड़ी है। एमिशन नॉर्म्स, पोल्यूशन सर्टिफिकेट्स, और हम दिल्ली में रहते हैं तो हर विंटर्स में जो हमारा हाल होता है, अब तो दुनिया भर में मशहूर हो गया है कि कितनी पोल्यूशन से यहाँ हालत खराब होती है। इसका हाउ लॉन्ग विल इट टेक टू रिजॉल्व दिस इशू? इज पोल्यूशन ओनली एन एमिशन प्रॉब्लम? आर देयर अदर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटर्स? हाउ कैन वी मिटिगेट?
देखो, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि 40% एयर पोल्यूशन हमारे डिपार्टमेंट के कारण है। द ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल। अभी मैं दिल्ली में 65,000 करोड़ रुपए के काम कर रहा हूं, और जिससे काफी प्रमाण में दिल्ली का ट्रैफिक जाम और पोल्यूशन कम होगा। दूसरी बात जो है कि दिल्ली में जो प्रदूषण होता है वो टोटल पंजाब, हरियाणा और ये जो इस साइड में जो चावल की, जिसको आप राइस स्ट्रॉ, परली कहते हैं, वो 200 लाख टन होती है। अभी हमने ऐसा तय किया है कि परली से पानीपत में एक प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो गया है, 1 लाख लीटर इथेनॉल, 150 टन बायोबिटुमिन और 88,000 टन बायो एविएशन फ्यूल, हवाई ईंधन। अब 400 प्रोजेक्ट प्रोसेस में है, 40 पूरे हो गए हैं। वो परली से सीएनजी बना रहे, बायो सीएनजी। तो अब ये परली का टोटल 60 लाख टन ये परली का यूज हुआ, यानी उसका उतना पोल्यूशन कम हुआ। अब 140 लाख टन है। और अभी मैं पंजाब के एग्रीकल्चर साइंस सेक्रेटरी और अभी एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी आज ही मुझे मिले दोनों, अभी यहाँ आने के पहले। तो मैंने उनको कहा कि आप ऐसी स्कीम तैयार करो कि परली जलेगी नहीं, वेस्ट में वैल्यू क्रिएट होगी। अब 2,500 रुपये टन उसको देने के लिए लोग तैयार है, तो लोग जलाएंगे नहीं। तो मुझे लगता है परली का प्रॉब्लम 2 साल में सॉल्व हो जाएगा। दूसरा प्रॉब्लम जो है, जो हम लोग रोड पर जो लगातार ये जो सीमेंट, रेती, स्टैंड और सब लाते हैं, तो हमने प्रीकास्ट की तरफ जाना चाहिए। हमने फैक्ट्री में हर चीज बनाई, रोड भी फैक्ट्री में बने। अब प्रॉब्लम ये हुआ कि फैक्ट्री में अगर आप प्रीकास्ट करते हैं तो जीएसटी लगता है उसके ऊपर एडिशनल, जिसको एक्चुअली उसको कंसेशन देना चाहिए। तो मैंने वो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर के पास रिप्रेजेंट किया है कि जो प्रीकास्ट करेंगे जिससे पोल्यूशन कम होगा, कॉस्ट कम होगी, उसको हमने सस्ता करना चाहिए। उसके ऊपर अच्छा करने से टैक्स लगाएंगे तो लोग करेंगे नहीं, तो प्रीकास्ट होगा तो उससे कम होगा। और तीसरी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है जो अल्टरनेटिव और बायोफ्यूल की है, जो मैं 2004 से इसके लिए लगातार, अब हाइड्रोजन, इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, आप अलग कार्यक्रम रखिए। इसके लिए इतना चेंजेस जोरों से, और एक समय लोग मुझे हंसते थे और ना ऑटोमोबाइल वाले भी मुझे कहते थे कि ये होगा ना कोई। अब सब तैयार है, अब ग्लोबल अलायंस हो गई, अब स्पीड ही बहुत स्पीड मिल गई है। और ये 22 लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट है फॉसिल फ्यूल का। अगर ये हम 10 लाख करोड़ तक भी ला सकेंगे तो हमारे देश का पोल्यूशन कम होगा। तो अब इलेक्ट्रिक की बसेस, अब मैं आपको लिख देता हूं, अगले 5 साल के अंदर दिल्ली में आपको डीजल बस नहीं दिखेगी। अगले 5 साल के अंदर आपको दिल्ली में केवल 20-25% डीजल व्हीकल दिखेंगे। और अब आपको सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट नई बात बता रहा हूँ जो मैंने अभी तय की है कि मैं अब हवा में चलने वाली बस अभी 360 रोपवे, केबल कार, फेनिकुलर रेलवे कर रहा हूँ। अभी धौलाकोट टू मानेसर हवाई में चलने वाली बस कर रहा हूँ। अभी मैंने नागपुर में हमने टेंडर निकाला है पायलट प्रोजेक्ट का। जो यूरोप में बस होती है, मैं स्कोडा में गया था ज़ेकोस्लोवाकिया, 135 सीटर 18 मीटर की बस है और फ्लैश चार्जिंग है। वो बस आएगी और 20 सेकंड में चार्ज होगी और वो 40 किलोमीटर चलेगी। और वो बस में मस्त लग्जरी बस है, एयर कंडीशनिंग, उसमें बस होस्टेज जैसी, एयर होस्टेज जैसी बस होस्टेज होगी, उसमें चाय पानी नाश्ता मिलेगा और नागपुर के रिंग रोड घूमेगी और उसका टिकट रेट डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% कम होगा। तो पूरे जगह पर हम लोग इलेक्ट्रिक कार, दिल्ली से जयपुर, मैं इसी बस के लिए अध्ययन कर रहा हूँ और इससे रेट भी कम होगा, पोल्यूशन भी कम होगा और पूरी तरह इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक भी ऐसे जाएंगे। तो आज स्वीडन ने रोड के बीच में एक रेल डालकर उस पर चार्ज होती है ट्रक और बसेस इलेक्ट्रिक पर चल रही है। फिर रेलवे जैसी केबल डालने की बात हुई, जैसे मैंने फ्लैश चार्जिंग की बात की। अब मैं रोड के ऊपर बड़े प्रमाण पर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को कन्वर्ट करने के पीछे लगा हूँ। अब इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक भी लॉन्च हो गए, इलेक्ट्रिक कार बसेस तो वेटिंग लिस्ट हो गई, अब सबकी इलेक्ट्रिक कारें आ रही है। और अब इलेक्ट्रिक कार में देखिए, अभी मेरे घर पे ट्रैक्टर है इलेक्ट्रिक का ट्रायल में, और वो ट्रैक्टर जो है 3 लाख रुपए का डीजल जहाँ लगता है वहाँ अब मुझे 25,000 रुपये की बिजली लगती है। और मैं आपको बताता हूँ, अभी ड्रोन भी आ रहे हैं, तो ड्रोन भी हम लोग फ्लेक्स इंजन पे करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, बैटरी जो लिथियम आयन बैटरी थी जो $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर थी, वो अब $110 पे आई है। और जिस दिन वो $100 पर किलोवाट पर आवर आएगी तो डीजल और पेट्रोल की और इलेक्ट्रिक की कॉस्ट सेम होगी। तो बड़े तेजी से ये रिवोल्यूशन हो रहा है और ये सबसे बड़ी इंडस्ट्री आपकी इकोनॉमी को डेवलपमेंट करने वाली। मैं जब मंत्री बना तो इंडस्ट्री 7 लाख करोड़ की थी, आज ये 22 लाख करोड़ की है। ये इंडस्ट्री जो है इकोनॉमी में सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है, जो भारत सरकार को और राज्य सरकार को सबसे ज़्यादा जीएसटी देती है। ये इंडस्ट्री 4.5 करोड़ जॉब इन्होंने क्रिएट किया है। अब हमारी इंडस्ट्री जो है, पहले हमारा 7वां नंबर था, अब हमने जापान को पीछे डालकर 3रा नंबर हासिल किया है। अमेरिका पहले नंबर पर है 78 लाख करोड़, चाइना है 47 लाख करोड़ और इंडिया 22 लाख करोड़ है। और हमारा मिशन है डिपार्टमेंट का कि 5 साल के अंदर हम वर्ल्ड में नंबर 1 बनेंगे और हमारी इकोनॉमी उसके कारण बहुत बढ़ जाएगी।
फैंटास्टिक। गडकरी जी, एक कॉमन मैन की प्रॉब्लम बताती हूँ। लोग गाड़ियां पे गाड़ियां खरीदते चले जा रहे हैं, बाइंग पावर बढ़ रही है, दैट इज अ गुड साइन। लेकिन हमारी सड़कों का नेटवर्क उतना बड़ा नहीं हो रहा है। ट्रैफिक सिग्नल्स और जगह जगह पर जहाँ पर लेन्स हैं, टोल प्लाजाज हैं, वहाँ भीड़, ये एक समस्या है। इसका आपका विजन क्या है कि किस तरह?
देखिए, पहले तो आप दिल्ली की शुरुआत करिए। ये दिल्ली में बड़े से बड़े धनवान लोग होंगे, किसी के घर जाओ, इनके घर में पार्किंग नहीं के बराबर है, सब रोड पे गाड़ा खड़ी करते हैं। हमारे यहाँ ऐसा नहीं है, हर बिल्डिंग में उतना पार्किंग होता है। तो पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि रोड का उपयोग, फुटपाथ का उपयोग दुकान लगाने के लिए फुटपाथ का उपयोग नहीं है और रोड का उपयोग पार्किंग के लिए नहीं है। दूसरी बात एक जरूर है कि हिंदुस्तान के पास इनहेरेंट एक्सपर्टाइज है पॉपुलेशन और ऑटोमोबाइल नंबर बढ़ाने का। अब घर में 4 लोग हैं और 6 गाड़ियां हैं और पार्किंग भी नहीं उनके बिल्डिंग में। अब ऐसे होगा तो कहाँ से प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होगा? तो ये समस्या, इसके लिए पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को हमको, अब जैसे दिल्ली से जयपुर 1.25 घंटे में एग्जीक्यूटिव क्लास जैसी चेयर लेकर, सबने लैपटॉप लगाई या टीवी है, म्यूजिक सुन रहा है, चाय पानी पी रहा, और 1.25 घंटे में जयपुर जाएगा। तो कोई अपनी गाड़ी नहीं ले जाएगा। हमारे देश में कंफर्टेबल पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट हमने जो खड़ा करना चाहिए उसमें किया है, अभी मेट्रो वगैरह आई है, पर इससे ज़्यादा करने की आवश्यकता है। उससे ये गाड़ियों की संख्या कम होगी तो मुझे लगता है कुछ सोल्यूशन इसमें आएगा। दूसरी बात, पॉपुलेशन। अभी मैं मुंबई में मंत्री था और मैंने 55 फ्लाईओवर बनाए तब 95-2000 में, वर्ली बांद्रा बनाया, मुंबई पुणे हाईवे बनाया। तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि अपन फ्लाईओवर बना दो तो मुंबई का ट्रैफिक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गया। मेरे फ्लाईओवर बनाने के बाद ट्रैफिक का प्रॉब्लम और बढ़ा, क्योंकि आने वाले लोगों की संख्या ही नहीं बढ़ रही। तो कहीं
अभी तो आरएसएस कह रही है कि 3-3 बच्चे करो तो और बढ़ेगी पॉपुलेशन।
देखो चाइना ने क्या किया, आज चाइना ने आज पॉपुलेशन को कंट्रोल किया। हमारे देश की इकोनॉमी को मजबूत करने के लिए ये कोई रिलीजियस सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, ये इकोनॉमिक सब्जेक्ट है। हमारे देश को अगर आर्थिक दृष्टि से सक्षम रखना है तो चाइना से ये बात हमने सीखनी चाहिए कि उन्होंने अपनी पॉपुलेशन कम की, तो एक उसकी मर्यादा जो भागवत जी ने कहा वो सही है। और जात पंथ धर्म भाषा से ऊपर उठकर हमको ये करना पड़ेगा। भाई ये हॉल आपका है, आपने यहाँ 200-300-400 लोग बैठे हैं, बहुत आया तो 1000 लोग बैठ जाएंगे, पर आप अगर 10,000 लोग घुसा दोगे यहाँ तो कैसे होगा, कहाँ जाएंगे वो, कहाँ बैठेंगे, प्रॉब्लम आएगा ही। तो आपके देश में लैंड कितनी है, पानी कितना है, बिजली कितनी है, रेसिडेंशियल कितना है, इस प्रपोर्शनेट में तो विचार करोगे ना। और इसलिए दिस इज द अप्रोप्रिएट टाइम फॉर द कंट्री कि हमको ये रिलीजियस और लिंग्विस्टिक और कास्ट लाइन पर ना सोचते हुए इकोनॉमिक के आधार पर हमको पॉपुलेशन के बारे में गंभीरता से सोचना होगा।
तो बता दीजिए सरसंघचालक जी के जो 3 बच्चों वाला फॉर्मूला है उससे आप अग्री करते हैं कि नहीं?
मैं एग्री करता हूँ
कि 3 बच्चे होने चाहिए। तो फिर पॉपुलेशन कैसे कम होगी?
नहीं, अगर ये 3 तक ठीक है,
3 से ज्यादा।
हाँ, पर ये लाइन लग रही हर साल ऐसा नहीं ये ठीक नहीं है, 3 तक ठीक है।
गडकरी जी, महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव हुए अभी और कल देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी यहाँ थे, आपको मिलने के बाद यहाँ आए। उन्होंने कहा छप्पर फाड़ के मिला इस बार। कारण क्या थे कि ये छप्पर फाड़ के इस बार सीटें मिली, 90% परफॉर्मेंस रहा और ये 4 महीने के अंदर टर्न अराउंड, क्योंकि लोकसभा इलेक्शंस में इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस नहीं रही आपकी पार्टी की, आपकी अलायंस की, लेकिन 4 ही महीने में उसको इस तरह से बदल देना, ये कैसे हो?
देखिए, लोकसभा के चुनाव के पहले महाराष्ट्र में है, क्योंकि फुले, अंबेडकर, शाहू महाराज, ये जो देश में सामाजिक सुधार का जो विचार है वो महाराष्ट्र से आया। तो हमारे विरोधकों ने ये प्रचार किया कि ये 400 जगह इसलिए इनको चाहिए कि इनको बाबा साहेब अंबेडकर जी का संविधान बदलना है। ट्राइबल लोगों को ये कहा गया कि आपके आरक्षण रद्द करने वाले हैं, इसलिए 400 सीटें चाहिए। वो दुर्भाग्य से वो एजेंडा लोगों तक पहुंच गया, पर चुनाव के बाद सब लोगों को ध्यान में आया कि हमको मूर्ख बनाया। और उसके साथ साथ हमने जो काम किए, हमारी सरकार ने, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार ने किए, शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी और अजित पवार की सरकार ने काम किया, वो लाडली बहन योजना आई, ओवरऑल सबका इम्पैक्ट होकर लोगों ने हमको चुन कर दिया। और मैं इस बार रोज 8 सभाएं लेता था और करीब सबसे ज़्यादा 74 सभाएं मैंने ली। वो रत्नागिरी यानी कहाँ, इस कोने से उस कोने तक घूमता था और रात को फिर नागपुर में आके नागपुर में सभा लेता था। तो लोगों ने बहुत रिस्पांस दिया और महाराष्ट्र के डेवलपमेंट के लिए दिया है, और अब देवेंद्र जी के नेतृत्व में अच्छा काम होगा महाराष्ट्र में, ऐसा मुझे विश्वास है।
आखिर में यही पूछूंगी आपसे गडकरी जी कि आप हमेशा एक गोल रखकर आगे बढ़ने वाले इंसान हैं। ऐसा कौन सा सपना है जो अभी पूरा करना है और आप उसी की तरफ काम कर रहे हैं?
मैं इतना विद्वान नहीं हूँ, मैं गोल वगैरह रखता नहीं। मैं क्रिकेट खेलता था तो मैं बहुत बार पहले बॉल से रन मारने की कोशिश करता था, तो मेरे टीचर मुझे डांटते थे, तो मैं क्रॉस भी घुमाता था बैट, बोलते ऐसा नहीं करना। मेरा मतलब है ठोकते रहो, काम करते रहो, चलते रहो, जो हो गया वो अच्छा है, और नहीं हुआ उसके लिए आगे काम करते रहो, खुश रहो और काम करो, बस यही चलते रहता है।
तो ठोकते ठोकते आगे बढ़ते रहें, छक्के चौके मारते रहें। नितिन गडकरी जी, आई हैव वेरी रेयरली सीन अ पर्सन हु लव्स हिज वर्क, डिलीवर्स, और उसके बाद काम करने में इतनी खुशी जो आपको आपके चेहरे पर दिखती है, बहुत कम लोगों में दिखती है। हमेशा जिंदा दिल रहिएगा। काम भी करते हैं आप और सोशल मीडिया पे यंग जनरेशन से कनेक्ट भी करते हैं आप। You are a role model for many. Thank you very much for joining us
बहुत
at the India Economic Conclave.
Well, in fact, we'll request Navika Kumar to stay on stage. Nitin Gadkari ji, please do stay on the stage so that we can give a small token of our appreciation. Perhaps we can... A big round of applause for the man who's put India on the fast track. Of course, this is very apt for IEC this year, isn't it? Fast track to the top 3. The man who's building the highways, which is going to ensure that India is put on this very fast track. Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, in exclusive conversation with Navika Kumar. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about where India is headed next. And Meghna, clearly India is in a new era when it comes to space exploration. With milestones like Chandrayaan and Gaganyaan, we've shown the world what's possible. But the question is, can India rise to the challenge and become a global leader in space innovation, competing with the likes of SpaceX?
Well, absolutely. In fact, for our next session, our next speaker has been at the heart of this very mission. As chairperson of the IIN Space, Pawan Goenka is leading the charge to propel India into the forefront of space technology. Today, he'll be sharing his thoughts on how India can make its mark on the global space stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Pawan Goenka, who will be in conversation with Senior Executive Editor, Input Times Now and Mirror Now, Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan. Madhav, can we have you? Okay, there you are.
We'll hand it over to you, Madhav, now.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much, Mr. Pawan Goenka, for joining us today. As we all know, India is on the cusp of going from space as something that was entirely an area managed by the government to now an area where more private players are going to be engaged. In space is going to be a key factor in driving that. And the big question on everyone's minds, as we've seen the stupendous success of SpaceX that has, fired off everyone's imagination globally, what really do we need to do for us to be able to enable an environment where we perhaps create an Indian SpaceX in the future? We have the talent, we have the ecosystem, we have a very passionate Indian audience or citizens who are very, very interested in this area. But what do we need to do to actually deliver another Indian SpaceX?
Thank you, Madhav, and thank you for having me here today. I normally talk about space to the audience that is connected to space. Today, perhaps I have an audience that may not be very familiar with what's happening in the space sector. So I won't directly address the question that when India may have its own SpaceX, because that gets asked often. I'll let the audience judge towards the end of this program on where we are headed and whether we will have a SpaceX. So I think just to give you a little bit of a background, India opened up the space sector only in 2020, in the middle of COVID, to allow the private sector to come in and play a major role in space. As you said, that till that time it was primarily ISRO that was involved in the space sector, and ISRO has made us proud. If you look at that video right there, this is what we all feel good about and clap when we land on the moon. But the second thing that's happening now is how the private sector is coming in. In the last 3.5 years, a lot has happened in terms of how private sector is playing in the space. For example, we had only one startup in the space sector about 3-4 years ago. Now we have 250. We have a lot of investment coming in the sector. We have a lot of technical work happening in the sector. But I'll sort of come back and talk about what we have achieved and let you come in and ask me the next question. But by the end of the half an hour, we should probably get an answer to when India might have its own space, whether India should even worry about having a SpaceX.
Okay, but that's very interesting because, there are many lessons to be learned from, the big companies, whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Blue Origin, etc. What are the lessons that India can learn to accelerate growth in this area?
So I think that's a very, very good question. See, space is not a business of instant gratification. It requires a lot of perseverance, requires a lot of technology work, requires a lot of investment. So if you look at SpaceX, for example, We all know about the success of SpaceX, but we don't know what it took for SpaceX to get here. They started in about 2002. They were almost bankrupt before they had the successful launch of Falcon in about 2008 or 9. $100 million was brought in by Elon Musk as his personal money. And up till now, about $8 billion has been invested in SpaceX by various investors. I think it's turning profitable just about now, after 20 years, though the valuation of SpaceX is $210 billion. So one thing that is required is heavy investment coming from personal, private, or the government. In fact, government of USA, through NASA, has given at least $5 to $6 billion worth of business to SpaceX. So that's one of the things that we will have to do, that how does the government provide the financial support to the private sector, and how does government provide business or demand to the private sector. The second thing that SpaceX has done extremely well, that very few companies have managed to do, is advanced technology way beyond what was the state of the art in 2002. The Raptor engine that they have launched with the Starship is absolutely world-class. No one has it. The Falcon that they did the first time reusable rocket, nobody had done that in the world up until now. Nobody. They're the first company to do that, private or government. So it also success is coming from very cutting-edge technology development that SpaceX has done, right? And third one is, of course, to have kind of an appetite that Mr. Elon Musk has for taking risk, setting very big, bold goals that many of us will think the man is crazy, right? But he sets the goal and achieves the goal by his belief in himself and his team, and his ability to muster support for himself in all
right.
box.
One interesting aspect, though, that that in space and the entire environment has, is that earlier space was directly under the central government. Even the structure of it is that it comes directly under the Prime Minister's office, and that's been the case for many decades. But now, do you see that the state governments too can have a role in actually fostering this ecosystem and ensuring that there is more private investment? What are the steps that have been taken for state governments to get more involved?
So see, state government has a role in two ways. One, government today is the biggest user of the outcome of space, whether it happens in terms of satellites and communication devices or navigation devices, which is done mostly by the security agencies, including defense. And second, in terms of using the data from space to translate into information that gets used in our daily life, whether it's agriculture, communication, navigation, disaster monitoring, marine, all of these, right? States are very big user of these things. So what the states need to do is perhaps understand a little more of how space can help running of the various programs that they have and make them more efficient and more effective, right? The second thing that the states can do is to attract space companies to come in and set up manufacturing in their state, just like they do for many other investments. So right now, at least two states, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, have come forward setting up a manufacturing cluster, investing significant amount of money, providing land for it, coming out with policies to support manufacturing in their state. And many other states are now looking at it with the private sector growing. So to attract that private sector, to set up the manufacturing. And third is to create an ecosystem for startups through incubation centers that, again, many states are doing. Karnataka, of course, is the heart of space industry, with the headquarters of ISRO being in Karnataka, and also many of the startups are set up in and around Karnataka. So that, again, Karnataka is quite active in supporting space.
Right. No, space has so many applications, cutting across sectors, whether we're talking about weather, we're talking about agriculture, remote sensing can be applied in virtually every sector, apart from, of course, communication, so on and so forth. As we move towards privatization, and of course, there's no denying that, making things commercially viable is also very, very important. But how do we ensure that there is a balance between the need to privatize, the need for commercial applications on the one hand, when we come to our technology, that it is also used for the larger developmental goals, which may not be as, say, commercially attractive for the private players to invest in and to be engaged in?
So let me put it in perspective, Madhav. The global space economy today is about $440 billion. Many people don't know that. India is only about $8 billion. That is just about 2% of global economy. But India, in terms of technology, is shoulder to shoulder with most advanced countries in terms of what we can do. Again, you can see all these videos in front of you. We are not behind anyone. Where we need to do more is the commercial application of space. The type of application where the government comes in and does things for the social requirement or for defense requirement, security requirements, is being done reasonably well. We can do more, but we are doing reasonably well. Where we're not doing enough is the commercial application of space. How do the people sitting here in this room see space as something that can help them do what they're doing better, right? And not just look at the Chandrayaan landing on the moon. That's exciting, that's a lot of value, it brings us a lot of pride, brings a lot of technology. But what can happen to the data that comes down to the satellites? What can happen to the communication that we can do through the satellite, and how can you use it in your business? So you have to think beyond what you have been thinking. And I can tell you that many businesses will find that space can play a very important role in them. And then only the commercial cycle will start. That will not start simply by government providing some services using space data or space applications. The private sector has to come in both in terms of developing applications, which is beginning to happen, and also in terms of using these applications to gainfully use the outcome of space data to make your business better in terms of providing better service, providing better efficiency, understanding where to mine, understanding your leakages in the pipes, and so on and so forth.
So what are these gaps? So what I'm gathering from what you're saying is that even though we're doing fairly well when it comes to space technology, Chandrayaan 3 success, so on and so forth, there are still some technological gaps or gaps of access or providing this technology. Where are these gaps that you think?
Gaps in what?
In terms of actually providing space technology, when it comes to space technology itself, where are these gaps where you feel that it would be more successful?
See, again, as I said earlier, that space is an expensive business. Okay, when you launch one satellite in the geo model or GSO orbit, where we have several for communication, each satellite costs 2,000 crores upwards. Okay, each satellite, right? Technology that we have is reasonably good. We can launch satellites, we have all our launch vehicles, we have very excellent launch center. What we don't have enough of is number of satellites that we have. Okay, so today for navigation, for example, we have something called NAVIC. I don't know how many people know about NAVIC here, which is similar to GPS that everybody knows about. Now in NAVIC, we have today only 4 or 5 active satellites. We need to launch 5 more for NAVIC to become as effective as GPS is, at least in the Indian Ocean region, right? Which is in the plan, but till that happens, NAVIC cannot be as effective as GPS is for civilian application. For strategic application, defense, it's doing its job, but for civilian, it cannot be. So that plan is there, so putting in more. If you look at the data, Earth observation as we call it, that is getting data around India. That means, again, many people won't know that every point on Earth is being watched. We are all being watched right now by some satellite somewhere, but it's a Chinese satellite is watching us, what we're doing. We have satellites for Earth observation of various kinds, ocean, Earth, mountains, but the accuracy that we have is not as much as is required today for the applications, right? And that's because, again, we have perhaps not put in as much investment as we need to, and that is perhaps because all of this is happening only by the government. If private sector comes in and starts putting in investment, and not investment for the sake of doing something good, but investment for the sake of making money, because I won't expect private sector to do things only for social cause. It has to have a business justification. If they start coming in and put in more investment into launching satellites that will give you a better resolution of the data that you create, then you can get much better outcome. So, for example, InSpace has just floated a tender for private sector to come in and launch 12 satellites that will give data better resolution than what we have today available to us. And about 9 companies have applied for it. That just happened last week. And pretty soon we'll finalize who will get the contract. And after that, they will launch the satellites. It will take 2 to 3 years for it to happen, but then we'll be much better off than what we are today. So that's the second part on how do we get better data. Third thing that we are lacking is access to what we call spectrum, frequency spectrum. Okay? This is something that is given by a central international body, and satellites are at various points on the sky, and not 2 satellites can come at the same point. So this body assigns satellites to come to a country. India does not have enough of these frequencies, and we need to apply for more, get more frequencies so that we can launch more satellites to take care of all our requirements.
Right. One of the things that I was also coming across is that there's been a phenomenal increase in the number of startups in this area. Over 200 startups that are now there, which is a 5-time increase in about 2 years. But one of the things that startups talk about is that the lack of adequate testing facilities. How are you planning to approach this problem?
Yeah, I think we are taking care of it slowly. Again, there's no overnight solution, but it's happening. I'll tell you what we are doing. But let me tell you in terms of startups, we have come quite far, as I said, in terms of numbers. The highest valuation for a space startup right now is about $500 million. And I'm waiting for the first unicorn, and hopefully it will happen in the next year or so.
Hopefully.
But what the startups need, as you said rightly, one is demand. I talked about it at length. And second is the infrastructure, the ecosystem. Now today, ISRO has world-class infrastructure. No matter what you talk about, they have everything that you can do. But of course, ISRO has it for their own internal use. Now, as per the new Indian space policy that got announced in April of last year, ISRO is mandated through InSpace to make this ecosystem available to the private sector. And InSpace is playing that role of facilitating how private sector can use this ecosystem, right? So there's a process established, and quite a bit of it has already happened, where almost every facility of ISRO is accessible to private sector at a, let's say, subsidized price. Okay? Second thing that we are doing is that InSpace itself is sort of creating infrastructure for use only of the private sector, not ISRO. We have already done phase 1 in Ahmedabad. Phase 2 is in the process of being approved. Once that is done, then we'll have 75–80% of what they need available through InSpace directly. And for the remaining 25–30%, we will go to ISRO. And third is that as the space sector grows, private sector will come forward and put infrastructure for use by others. That is not started in a big way yet. We will still need some more demand to happen. Of course, we are putting the infrastructure before demand is there. Because if we waited for demand, then it will be a catch-22 situation. But private sector will not put the infrastructure till demand is there. But I'm sure it will happen, as it is seen in European countries, as it is seen in USA.
Right, and as the sector grows, and as the plans, of course, ambitious as they are, and rightly so perhaps, but what about the need for specialized, skilled manpower in this area? Do we have that kind of infrastructure to produce the persons who are perhaps trained adequately?
Okay, it looks like somebody had briefed you on all the speeches that I give in space conferences and talk about what we need to do. So these are very good cues for me to talk about. A little bit of reading, yes. So see, I normally talk about 5 or 6 things that need to happen for space sector to become big. Demand we talked about, that was number 1. Investment we talked about, that was number 2. Ecosystem we talked about, number 3. Technology we talked about. The last is skill. Not the last, but there's one more. I don't know if you have it in your notes. The skill. So skill is, again, first of all, many people will not realize that ISRO has a treasure of space skill. Okay? There are 13,000 science and technology people who are working in ISRO. And I come from outside, not a space person, come from automotive industry. And I am absolutely thoroughly impressed with the quality of these people and the commitment that they have to science, technology, and to the space sector. But what is more important is that since the retirement age in India, especially in government, is only 60 years, their whole bunch of retired people who have many years of sort of energy left to provide that skill to private sector. And now private sector is beginning to tap into this skill in a very big way. If you go to any startup, they will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 retired ISRO experts with them, either advisor or as employees, and they become their mentors and handholders. Third thing, so this is coming from the top. Third thing coming from the ground is InSpace is working with universities to set up degree in space, either courses or bunch of courses or a degree in space. And at least 8 to 10 universities now have signed up to start doing that. AICTE has approved a curriculum through InSpace for the space program, so that is also beginning. And then we also are providing short skill development courses to startups using experts from ISRO. And they come in and provide very good sort of focused thing, let's say something on satellite design. Someday it will be about Earth observation or something like that. So we are attacking it from many different fronts, and we'll solve the problem.
Right. NASA's Commercial Orbiter Transport System, or COTS, is a great example. Are there plans as we approach, the more private investment in space to look at something like that model here in India? The NASA's Commercial Orbiter Transport System, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but that has been a fairly successful
Commercial operator?
Orbiter Transport System, NASA, that NASA has.
You mean space station?
Yes, commercial orbital transportation services that they have.
Transportation service, I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to, but no, transportation system at least we are not working on right now. But let me talk about what is being talked about. We just now talked mostly about private sector, but what ISRO is doing is what will happen in the next 10 years or next 15 years is perhaps more than what has happened in the last 60 years. In terms of what ISRO is doing, because now ISRO is in some sense freed from the day-to-day activity of space and let private sector do it. They are focusing more on the big stuff. Okay? You have probably heard about Chandrayaan 4. That will happen, I think, in 2027 or 28, where we have our plans to go beyond what we did Chandrayaan 3. You know about the human space flight. That will probably happen in about 2 years. We have announced the Indian Space Station that is committed for 2035. We have announced that there will be manned Indian on the moon. That is announced for 2040. So we have some very specific, very aspirational goals that we have, even for the purpose of what we do in the technical side of it. And one thing that I just want to add is that since we talked about the economy, InSpace has released a 10-year decadal vision for space economy, okay, where we plan to take the space sector from $8 billion today to $44 billion by 2033. This was announced last year. And there we have very detailed planning that we have done on how we will achieve from 8 billion to 44 billion. So technology plays a role in it, and the commercial activity that we talked about plays a role on it.
Right. Also, when it comes to these ambitious goals that you were mentioning, whether it's Gaganyaan, whether it's a man or Indian on the moon, so on and so forth, how much of a role will the private sector have to play in this, or will they all be ISRO programs purely?
So say in private sector has been playing one role all along, okay, which is the role of being a vendor or a supplier to ISRO. Right? So if you say a rocket that takes Chandrayaan, the satellite with it, the rocket is 70% built by private sector. All the components come from private sector. ISRO does the assembly, just like automotive sector. Automotive sector, everything is done by suppliers. The OEM only does the assembly. Similarly, here also, everything is done by suppliers. So to that extent, the private sector will play a very big role. Because all these various programs, for example, right now, a large number of satellites are being ordered by the Defense Department for their purposes. I cannot give you the number. Out of which 60% will be built by the private sector, 40% will be built by ISRO, but even in that 40%, a big chunk of inputs will come from private sector, right? So again, a big role that they will play. But in terms of technology, I think at least in the foreseeable future, the technology that goes into these programs will come from ISRO. That is not to say that private sector is not developing technology. In fact, almost all the startups that are there in space are what you would call deep tech startups. None of them is doing e-commerce or aggregation or fintech. They're all deep tech startups, and none of them are just picking up technology off the shelf and using it. All of them are developing new technology. But what is required for these programs perhaps goes beyond what is being developed.
It's a very interesting point to make, because when it comes to defense and strategic aspects, we see that there's so much of competition in terms of sharing of technology. Yet when it comes to space, which is perhaps the pioneer when it comes to technologies, we are seeing cooperation between countries. For Gaganyaan, for instance, we have cooperated with Russia. There have been cooperations with the European Space Union. There's been cooperations with USA. How do you see this going along? Because many say, the next aspect of strategic affairs could be space. There's a space command, for instance, in the United States. And what role and to what extent do you see private players playing a role? Because in the United States, the private sector has a huge role to play when it comes to defense and strategic matters.
So, see, United States started involving private sector strategically in space decades ago. Goes back to 1990 or maybe even before. India has started just now. I have no doubt that if you were to sit here and talk 20 years from now, India would be in a similar situation as USA is today, where the technical work will also be done by the private sector, advanced technology work. But what will has to change is that government will have to directly sponsor the R&D work in private sector, because private sector will not do this kind of R&D work, and that same thing is true in USA. The SpaceX R&D work is supported by NASA in a very big way. I mentioned $5 to $6 billion worth of funding that NASA has given directly to SpaceX. Similar amount has been given to Boeing. The development of the space station is done by private sector, paid for by NASA through the government of USA. So private sector will come forward, do the R&D, but government will have to support it. How long will it take for us to reach the same level of cutting edge? I think we'll have to wait and see. The programs that ISRO is doing are cutting edge. Will private sector reach the cutting edge in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? Bit hard to say today. As I said, they're doing technology work. They're doing new technology development, but not something that requires billions of dollars of investment. And many of these programs that you see here requires that kind of investment, billions of dollars of investment.
Right. The government has also announced some programs in this slide. Recently, I think 1,000 crores was announced in the last budget. It was Finance Minister who announced a 1,000 crore fund to boost the space economy fivefold. Do you think that this in itself is a good start? More needs to be done?
Yeah, so since So Government of India is doing a lot. Okay, so first, the space policy that I talked about, which opened up the space sector for the first time for the private sector to play in. Then opening up the FDI, which was very restricted in the space sector. Now it's opened, pretty much automatic route for everything. Third is creating InSpace, through which facilitating private sector. And fourth is coming out with many, many schemes. The 1,000 crore VC fund is the one that got the most sort of visibility. But there are many other schemes like this that we are working on right now, that we have announced some of them we are announcing. The constellation that I talked about, the 12 satellites launched by private sector, is also part of a PPP model, where government is putting in about 300 crore plus to support the private sector. And the 1,000 crore VC fund is done primarily with one objective only, that is space sector being a deep tech sector, which is very high gestation period. Right now, the private money doesn't come in very easily in the space sector. So government said that we are going to put aside 1,000 crores to fund startups. This is not a grant. This is an equity funding, just like any other VC fund. So it's a VC fund being created from government money, specifically to fund the startups in the space sector. And that hopefully will operationalize it within the next 3 to 4 months. And then many of the startups are looking forward to it and have that money come in.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pawan Goenka, for explaining all of that to us. And we certainly hope that with the private sector coming in, the space sector has a lot more successes at its hand. Thank you so much, sir.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Dr. Goenka and Madhav, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, as promised, and you all have been waiting with a bated breath for, is just as captivating as the role he's been playing. From breaking stereotypes to becoming a symbol of Bollywood's new wave, he's truly carved his own path, Meghna.
Indeed, Aisha. In fact, with his exceptional talent and unique choices, he's redefined what it really means to be a leading man in today's cinema. In fact, he's here with us at the India Economic Conclave. So get your popcorn ready, if you can call it that. And please join us in welcoming Vikrant Masse. He is going to be in conversation with Navika Kumar, Group Editor-in-Chief, Times Now, Navbharat. The big round of applause. We'll hand it to you, Navika.
What can I say? Thank you, Aisha and Meghna, but the man, Vikrant Masse. I'm normally not short for words, but seeing you sitting here with me, a little bit of goosebumps coming up, and the body of work that you've done, truly impressive. But, you know, everybody's got one question on their mind. You've given a clarification that you're not retiring anytime soon. But what made you make that statement that you're taking a break? It sounded like a retirement plan, and then you came back with a clarification. क्या हो रहा था दिमाग में, विक्रांत मैसी? क्या है जो आज आप खुलकर हमारे यहाँ ऑडियंस को और हमारे लाखों करोड़ों दर्शक जो देख रहे हैं उनको बताइए?
सबसे पहले तो thank you so much. You're too generous. I would really want to thank the Times Network for inviting me here. It truly is an honor. And रहा जवाब आपके सवाल का. And as promised, हम खुल के बात करेंगे, हम दिल खोल के बात करेंगे.
बिल्कुल. Frankly speaking.
Frankly speaking, yes. The last few years have, as I mentioned in that post, have been truly phenomenal. I probably reflect upon the year gone by with utmost humility and gratitude कि जो चीजें मैंने शायद मांगी थी उससे कहीं ज्यादा मिला. I am an artist who's been working for the last 21 years professionally, but especially post 12th fail, it's really been remarkable. And I mean it when I say कि जो मांगा था ऊपर वाले से उससे कहीं ज्यादा मिला. So just to put things into context, I put out that post midnight because I was not able to sleep. क्योंकि अगले दिन the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi ji, was going to watch my film. And the entire cabinet was going to watch my film, The Sabarmati Report. And I was on a call with my wife and we were chatting. And just to sort of briefly put it, मैंने सोचा ही नहीं था कि ये सब होगा जीवन में. 12th फेल कर ली, पूरे देश में लोगों ने उस फिल्म को इतना सराहा, मेरे काम को इतना सराहा. मेरा सपना था कि मुझे कभी फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड मिले, वो भी मिल गया. And pardon me, I might be sounding borderline pompous, but I'm trying to be as honest as I can. फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड मिल गया. पिछले महीने श्री अमिताभ बच्चन जी के साथ बैठ के चर्चा करने का मौका मिल गया, वो भी एक सपना पूरा हो गया. एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के लिए देश के प्रधानमंत्री के साथ मिलना ही बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है. 11 साल में उन्होंने एक फिल्म देखी है, वो है मेरी फिल्म. पूरा कैबिनेट वहां था. He gave his time, the entire cabinet gave its time. And the kind of love and reception the film got, I was truly overwhelmed by it, to be honest. So I was talking to my family, I was talking to my wife, and I said, ki yaar, and again I'm giving this disclaimer, please pardon me. We said कि यार इस देश में इससे ज्यादा और क्या ही कर सकता है कोई एज एन एक्टर. 12th फेल हो गई, सारी चीजें हो गई, अब साबरमती रिपोर्ट को भी लोग इतना प्यार दे रहे हैं. फिजिकली ऑल्सो आई एम काइंड ऑफ exhausted because I've been doing non-stop work. I nearly shot 284 days last year out of 365. तो क्रिएटिव सैचुरेशन भी कहीं ना कहीं एक आ गया था. And I personally felt that that was the right moment when the Honorable Prime Minister of my country is going to watch a film which is so close to my heart. अब यहाँ से तो बेहतर होना पड़ेगा. I have to better myself as an actor to be worth people's time, to be worth people's money. How will I do that? Is when I reflect at what the year gone by has been like and better myself as an actor. जब आप ये recognize करते हैं कि there is not much within you as a creative artist to offer, whether you're on a high or a low, the most basic thing one does is take a break, recalibrate and better themselves. तो मैंने भी वही करने की कोशिश की, पर दिक्कत ये हो गई कि मैंने कुछ ज्यादा ही अंग्रेजी लिख दी उस पोस्ट में. बहुत लोगों को समझ नहीं आया. But yeah, I had to come out with a clarification the next day, and I still stand by it that for me to be in that chamber with him, with all the honorable dignitaries, and simultaneously the kind of love and adulation that the Sabarmati report has got has really sort of made me want to better myself as an actor. That was the primary reason.
दिल पे कुछ तो बोझ होगा कि ये शब्द निकले, ये लफ्ज निकले, वो वर्ड्स निकले. नॉर्मली ऐसा नहीं होता. कुछ ना कुछ आपके जहन में होगा क्योंकि yes, you got a lot of accolades for the film before that 12th fail. लेकिन साबरमती रिपोर्ट आपको जितनी recognition मिली और आपने खुद बताया कि प्रधानमंत्री जी देख रहे हैं पूरे कैबिनेट के साथ, तो इससे ऊपर क्या जाएगा. लेकिन बहुत से लोगों ने बहुत कुछ कहा भी, और आजकल विशियस हैं. ट्रोल्स या स्टेटमेंट्स बहुत विशियस होते हैं. उन्होंने इसे प्रोपेगेंडा फिल्म कहा. उन्होंने कहा कि आजकल तो दो ही शब्द हैं, या आप लिबरल इकोसिस्टम से हैं या आप भक्त हैं. तो आप एक भक्त इकोसिस्टम से हैं और आपने यू टर्न मारा है अपना इंटेलेक्चुअल आइडियोलॉजी से. इस तरह की बहुत सी चीजें भी कही गई. इनका इम्पैक्ट था जहन में.
जाहिर सी बात है, especially when as you said it so rightly, when most of the things especially on social media are so toxic, it does affect you. And I also sort of said the same thing, that my emotional health and my mental health did get impacted by it. They did take a hit. I am a sensitive person, and most people who know of me know this thing. They also know that I am actually not someone who's very comfortable in the media eye or in any form of social circle. इसलिए आप मुझे आमतौर पे उन सारी gatherings में नहीं देखेंगे जहाँ पे an actor is supposed to be. फर्क पड़ता है उन चीजों का, but I very firmly stand by not a U-turn, but I would want to say I've evolved as a person. और ये बहुत basic चीज है. I'm sure you're not the same person you were 10 years ago. Everyone changes. And I'm also hopeful that you will not be the same person 10 years henceforth, because we are all evolving with time. I had my share of it. और लोग कहते हैं, और कहने भी चाहिए, ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. एक तरफा की बात हमेशा होनी नहीं चाहिए. But the kind of vitriolic comments, the kind of you spoke about this thing on your channel, which I saw, and most people here know of certain things that were out there in the media. When my family got dragged in, when there were intimidating threats on social media, on my private mobile number, if you're not affected by it, there's something wrong with you. I concede to the fact that I was affected by it, but the post that I put out had nothing to do with the threats or with the vitriolic comments that were made on me. मैंने ये चीज भी समझी over a period of time कि my reality could be your propaganda, but I will stand by my reality. अगर आप मेरी सच्चाई पे विश्वास नहीं करते हैं और अगर आप उस पे सवाल उठाते हैं, मैं अपनी तरफ से अपनी कला के माध्यम से, या अगर मैं आपको व्यक्तिगत रूप से जानता हूं तो आपके साथ बैठ के बात करने की कोशिश करूंगा, लेकिन अगर तब भी आपके दिमाग में बात नहीं जा रही है तो गॉड ब्लेस यू. और रहा सवाल लेफ्ट और राइट का, यू सेड इट वेरी वेरी राइटली कि अनफॉर्चुनेटली सिर्फ यही दो एक्सट्रीम्स आज एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, स्पेशली पब्लिक फोरम्स पे. और सिर्फ पब्लिक फोरम्स पे ही नहीं, कहीं ना कहीं हम ये भी जानते हैं कि ड्राइंग रूम कॉन्वर्सेशंस हैव चेंज्ड, they've gotten borderline toxic. I have lost friends of 30 years because of our different political ideologies. हम बात करते हैं योग करके लाइफ में बैलेंस लाने की, हम बात करते हैं पिछले 10-12 सालों से ओपनली हम मेंटल हेल्थ की बात कर रहे हैं, इमोशनल हेल्थ की बात कर रहे हैं, बैलेंस की बात कर रहे हैं, बट व्हाट अबाउट बैलेंस ऑफ पर्सपेक्टिव्स? There is absolutely zero balance of perspectives today. You're either here or you're there. I definitely do not subscribe to that. मेरे जैसे हजारों लाखों लोग हैं जो एक balanced perspective लेके चलते हैं. And I recognize the privilege that I have through the work that I do, through the stories that I say. I want to share my worldview with the world. बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो पसंद करते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो नहीं भी करते हैं. Lastly, summing it up, it does affect you, but I'm not going to stop. I am going to go out there and stand by the stories and stand by the things that I believe to be true, with all sincerity and honesty. और रहा सवाल साबरमती रिपोर्ट का, तो I am extremely proud to be associated with this film. और कहीं ना कहीं मैंने ये जिद ठानी थी कि मुझे ये फिल्म इसीलिए करनी है क्योंकि 22 सालों में सिनेमा की दुनिया में किसी ने भी 27 फरवरी को जो हुआ या कोच S6 और 7 के साथ जो हुआ उस पर किसी ने बात नहीं की. 27 के बाद जो विभत्स हुआ वो भी नहीं होना चाहिए था. Nobody is sort of justifying what happened post that. और ये हमने कहा है, हमने 50 बार कहा है, मैं दोबारा कह रहा हूं ये. But nobody in the world of cinema, आप ऑनलाइन चले जाइए, आपको 15 फिल्में मिल जाएंगी वो अनफॉर्चुनेट राइट्स के ऊपर, आपको 50 डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज मिल जाएंगी, खास तौर पे विदेशी डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज कि हमारे देश में क्या हुआ था. लेकिन सिनेमा की दुनिया में कोच S6 और 7 के बारे में और 59 लोगों के बारे में किसी ने बात नहीं की थी. और जो मैंने फिल्म में कहा है वो मुझे वाकई लगा, ये 2 डायलॉग्स इनफैक्ट कहीं ना कहीं मैंने ही लिखे थे कि उस आग में बहुतों ने अपनी रोटियां सेकी, लेकिन उन 59 लोगों के बारे में किसी ने बात नहीं की. और वो 59 लोग मुझे, जब मैंने उनका रिसर्च मटेरियल पढ़ा या जब मेरे पास स्क्रिप्ट आई, और स्क्रिप्ट से ज्यादा मोटा तो रिसर्च मटेरियल था मेरे पास, वो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे मेरे परिवार के ही लोग लगे. एंड लास्टली, आई एम अ यंग फादर टुडे, यू नो अबाउट इट. The youngest person to be burned alive was a 2.5-year-old kid. And if you are going to sit with any lens, whether left or right or anything, whether you call it propaganda, and if you're going to talk about a 2.5-year-old kid burned alive with any specific lens, I mean, it's a horrible situation.
Sometimes it's just truth that is important. It's just sensitivity to a child. and telling the story of that child, that mother, that family, that is important. और हाँ, कई बार ये जब आपका अपना एक छोटा बच्चा हो तो यहाँ हिट करती है. मैं एक आर्टिस्ट के तौर पर आपकी बात समझती हूँ, एक माँ की तौर पर ये फीलिंग्स हमें रोज आती हैं. एक माँ के तौर पर हम जर्नलिस्ट हैं, हार्डन्ड हैं, हमने बहुत कुछ देखा है, सिनिकल हैं, लेकिन कभी कभी कुछ चीज़ें छू जाती हैं. लेकिन कल के दिन पोस्टर लगे, स्क्रीनिंग हुई साबरमती रिपोर्ट की यहाँ दिल्ली के JNU में. पत्थरबाजी हो गई. हमारे टाइम्स नाउ के रिपोर्टर को इधर से उधर जाते हुए पत्थर में से एक पत्थर लगा. उस पर डायरेक्टेड नहीं था, लेकिन लगा क्योंकि पत्थर चल रहे थे. क्या ये क्या दिखाता है, क्या सवाल खड़े करता है?
ये कल मैंने खुद देखा, कवरेज देखी मैंने सारी चीज़ों की, और मैंने कुछ लोगों से संपर्क करके जानकारी हासिल करने की कोशिश की. इट्स रियली हार्ट ब्रेकिंग. जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि एक कहानी आप लेके आते हैं, और मेरा मानना है कि एक हेल्थी समाज में हेल्थी तरह से कॉन्वर्सेशन होनी बहुत जरूरी है. हम कहते तो हैं कि हम विश्व की सबसे बड़ी डेमोक्रेसी हैं, सबसे डाइवर्स हैं. अगर हैं तो हमें एक दूसरे को वो बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट देना जरूरी है. हमें एक दूसरे की बात भले ही हम माने नहीं, लेकिन एक दूसरे को अपना पक्ष रखने का, अपनी बात रखने का पूरा अधिकार होना चाहिए. यू माइट नॉट सब्सक्राइब टू व्हाट आई बिलीव, बट इफ यू आर गोइंग टू स्टाइफल माई वॉइस, दैट इज रॉन्ग. कुछ बच्चों ने वहां फिल्म दिखाने की कोशिश की, आपको तो मुझसे ज्यादा पता है. पथराव हुआ, काफी तकलीफ हुई. जैसे मैंने कहा कि जानकारी हासिल करने की कोशिश की. ये नहीं होना चाहिए. अगर आपको फिल्म नहीं देखनी है तो मत देखिए. लेकिन बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं जो देखना चाहते हैं. बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं जो जानना चाहते हैं कि वाकई 22 साल पहले क्या हुआ था. उनको देखने दीजिए. लेकिन अगर आप किसी भी तरह की हिंसा करते हैं, वायलेंस करते हैं, तो दैट इज रियली अनफॉर्चुनेट. एंड दे आर स्टूडेंट्स. वो सारे बच्चे, वो चाहे किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से हो, वो चाहे किसी भी आइडियोलॉजी से हो, वो फ्यूचर है हमारे देश का. जब वो ये सारी चीजें करते हैं तो तकलीफ होती है. मैं और क्या ही कह सकता हूं. इट्स रियली हार्ट ब्रेकिंग. आई मीन, I really have nothing more to say because it is disturbing. But in very plain Jane language, all I want to say is that if you do not want to watch the film, don't watch it. Nobody's forcing you to watch it. But there are a lot of other people who want to watch it. Let them do what they feel is right. और अगर चर्चा करनी है तो चर्चा करिए, हेल्थीली करिए. हिंसा करने का क्या मतलब है?
लेकिन कुछ लोग ये भी कहते हैं कि प्रोपेगेंडा फिल्म है, प्रधानमंत्री पार्लियामेंट में नहीं है, फिल्म देखने गए हैं, फिल्म की कलेक्शंस भी कोई बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है कि इट विल बी अ हिट, लोगों ने नहीं पसंद की. क्या फिल्म की सक्सेस इन द कलेक्शंस जो उसको मिलते हैं, वो किसी आर्टिस्ट का, किसी एक्टर का कन्विक्शन चेंज करता है कि अरे सक्सेस नहीं मिली, शायद मैंने गलत फिल्म पकड़ी?
See, to each their own, and I know there are very different kinds of actors and actresses and people who make films. मैं एक छोटा करेक्शन ये करना चाहूंगा कि साबरमती इज अ हिट. अगर आप इन्वेस्टमेंट, COP जो कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन की बात करें और ROI की बात करें, सो इट इज अ सर्टिफाइड हिट. अगर पर्सनली आप मुझसे पूछें कि 200 करोड़ की फिल्म बना के 250 करोड़ रुपए कमाना फॉर मी इज बैड बिजनेस. पर अगर मैंने 15 करोड़ की फिल्म बनाई और उसने 40 करोड़ बनाए तो वो मेरे लिए इज गुड बिजनेस. एंड आई एम वर्किंग विद लाइक माइंडेड पीपल. कमिंग बैक टू अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन विच यू रेज्ड इज कि इज बॉक्स ऑफिस सक्सेस द ओनली बैरोमीटर टू गेज वेदर यू बीन सक्सेसफुल और नॉट? नॉट इन माई केस. And I can only speak for myself. क्योंकि मैं उस दुनिया से आता हूं जहां पे मैं टेलीविजन में एक शो करता था, बालिका वधू. वो शो भारत के इतिहास में, आई वेरी प्राउडली से, इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट वंडरफुल शोज एवर मेड. वो सिर्फ टीआरपी भी मिली उसे, पर उसका जो सोशल इम्पैक्ट था, जो कला है, जो आर्ट है, कहीं ना कहीं हम उसका बेसिक एसेंस भूलते जा रहे हैं. आज आपकी ओपनिंग कितनी रही, और होना भी चाहिए क्योंकि बिजनेस है और बहुत पैसा लगता है लोगों का. मैं उस पेडिग्री का नहीं हूं कि मेरी ओपनिंग कितनी लगी या मेरी फिल्म किसी पर्टिकुलर क्लब में गई या नहीं गई. मेरे लिए मेरी कहानियों का आर्काइवल वैल्यू होना ज्यादा जरूरी है. क्योंकि आप कोई भी आर्ट फॉर्म अगर उठाएं, चाहे वो पेंटिंग हो, गाने हो, या कोई किताब हो, या पोइट्री हो, इट हैज टू आउटलिव यू, एंड आई एस्पायर टू डू दैट थ्रू द वर्क आई डू. एक छोटा उदाहरण मैं शेयर करना चाहूंगा. जब मेरे घर पे केबल पे, टीवी पे फिल्म आती है तो मेरे फादर आज भी बैठ के गाइड देखते हैं, वक्त देखते हैं, 2 बिघा जमीन देखते हैं, मदर इंडिया देखते हैं. वो क्यों देखते हैं? क्योंकि आज भी वो फिल्में रेलेवेंट हैं. आज भी वो कहानियां जो हैं उनके दिल को छूती है. वो तो थिएटर में नहीं लगी हैं. उसी तरह से मेरा ये सपना है कि अगर हम 12th फेल की बात करें, 12th फेल 8 महीने थिएटरों में चली. वो किसी 100 करोड़ क्लब का हिस्सा नहीं थी, पर आज की तारीख में आई कैन वेरी प्राउडली से कि 8 महीने कोई फिल्म 2000 के बाद नहीं चली है सिनेमा में. ये मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ी जीत है. भारत के सिर्फ सरकारी स्कूलों में ही नहीं, मैं मुंबई शहर का रहने वाला हूं, वहां पे बहुत सारे प्राइवेट स्कूल्स ऐसे हैं जिनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है सिनेमा से, पर क्योंकि ये कहानी ऐसी थी कि वो प्राइवेट स्कूल्स के प्रिंसिपल्स ने एक दिन निकाला उन बच्चों को सिनेमा घर ले जाके 12th फेल दिखाने का. ये मेरे लिए जीत है. So these are things that matter to me. For me, what's more imperative is for my stories and for my films to have a certain sense of an archival value. पैसा अगर आता है तो अच्छी बात है, आना भी चाहिए. पर अगर नहीं आता और अगर मेरी कहानियां लोगों तक पहुंचती है या अगर उनको इंस्पायर भी करती है, अगर 100 में से 2 लोग भी इंस्पायर होते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि मेरी जीत है. एंड दैट इज व्हाट आई एस्पायर टू अचीव.
Very well said. At a time when commercial success, money is so important, कोई ये बात कर रहा है कि आर्ट फॉर्म, impact, social impact, और 12th fail clearly, pressure on kids to perform, to deliver, उस थीम का वाकई बहुत रेलेवेंस है आज सोसाइटी में, क्योंकि लोग ज़्यादा हैं, जगहें कम हैं इन द बेस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशंस, और ये जद्दोजहद हर मिडिल क्लास, लोअर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली की है कि कैसे वहां तक पहुंचा जाए. लेकिन
सॉरी टू कट यू, बट यू नो इट वाज नॉट जस्ट अबाउट यूपीएससी 12th फेल की अगर हम बात करें. इट वाज अबाउट हाउ यू वांट टू कंट्रीब्यूट टू योर सोसाइटी और योर कंट्री. वो देश प्रेम का, जो राष्ट्र प्रेम का जो भाव है, वो रियल लाइफ मनोज कुमार शर्मा जो आज की तारीख में सीआईएसएफ के आईजी साहब हैं, उनमें बहुत भयंकर है. वो अपनी लिमिटेड कैपेसिटी में देश की सेवा करना चाहते हैं. तो सिर्फ यूपीएससी क्लियर करके एक अच्छी पोजीशन पे बैठने वाली बात नहीं थी. कहीं ना कहीं इट इज एन इंडिया स्टोरी. शायद इसीलिए लोगों को वो फिल्म इतनी पसंद आई. और मैम, लास्टली मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, जब इस फिल्म की तैयारी के लिए मैं दिल्ली के मुखर्जी नगर में था, जितने भी वहां पे एस्पायरिंग सिविल सर्वेंट्स हैं, उन बच्चों से मैंने बात की है. मैं आपको दावे के साथ ये कह सकता हूं, मैंने उनके साथ 20-21 दिन बिताए हैं. अगर आंकड़ों में ही अगर मुझे उसको रखना है तो लगभग 80 से 85% बच्चों को सिविल सर्विस इसीलिए करनी है क्योंकि वो देश से अपने प्यार करते हैं और वो वाकई देश में, समाज में बदलाव लाना चाहते हैं. 80 to 85% of aspiring civil servants, and these are kids who come from really challenged socio-economic backgrounds. और हिंदी के लिए तो मैं हमेशा बात करता ही आया हूं, चाहे वो साबरमती रिपोर्ट हो या बालिका वधू हो या 12th फेल हो, कि हमारे यहाँ पे आज भी जो हमारे भाषाई लोग हैं, अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारा कॉलोनियल हैंगओवर अभी भी है.
आप इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग है कि नहीं है,
आप कितने योग्य हैं, वो आपकी अंग्रेजी से, आपके पहनावे से, आपके जूते के पॉलिश से तय किया जाता है. वो नहीं होना चाहिए। जो 12th फेल में कहा था लास्टली मैं वही कहूंगा कि जब वो इंटरव्यू में बैठता है तो कहता है कि नहीं मैम, कांच के ग्लास में पीने की आदत नहीं है, मुझे स्टील का ग्लास मिलेगा। तो वो कहता है कि पानी साफ है ना, तो वो कहता है मैं भी तो वही कह रहा हूं सर, पानी साफ होना चाहिए, फिर ग्लास चाहे कोई भी हो। तो हमें लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करना चाहिए, उनको मौका देना चाहिए। और आज जो प्रिविलेज मेरे पास है, एंड आई गो बैक टू द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट दैट आई मेड, आई एम सो ग्रेटफुल टू दोज ऑडियंसेस एंड द राइटर्स, प्रोड्यूसर्स एंड एवरीवन हु हैज बीन अ पार्ट ऑफ माय जर्नी कि आज इस मंच पे बैठना मैंने कभी सपना भी नहीं देखा था, पर मैं आज यहां हूं।
और अब लोग सपने देखते हैं कि आपके साथ मंच पे बैठे।
आई डोंट नो, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, बहुत कुछ करना बाकी है। या
जीरो से रीस्टार्ट, फिलॉसफी ऑफ लाइफ डॉक्यूमेंट्री, मतलब यू नो स्मॉल टाउन पीपल वो अपने सपने लेकर निकलते हैं। कभी सोचा था कि यहां तक पहुंचेंगे, कैसे किया, मुश्किलें आई, क्या है?
अब जब पीछे मुड़ के देखता हूं मैम, तो सच बताऊं मुश्किलें एक्चुअली याद नहीं है अब, क्योंकि आई स्टैंड ट्रू टू व्हाट आई सेड, लाइफ इज गिवन मी मच मोर देन व्हाट आई आस्क्ड फॉर। I come from a very regular nuclear middle class family from Mumbai, जहां पे हमारे आसपास के जितने भी बच्चे थे 10+2 करके मर्चेंट नेवी में जा रहे थे या फ्लाइट स्टूवर्ड्स बन रहे थे। तो ऐसा लगता था कि यार महीने का लाख रुपया कमाएंगे तो पेरेंट्स की नजरों में सक्सेसफुल होंगे और मेरे ख्याल से एक गाड़ी ले लेंगे, एक EMI पे घर ले लेंगे। वो मेरा एक बैरोमीटर था सक्सेस का। आज मैं जहां बैठा हूं, मैं सच में गदगद हूं कि मुझे वो करने का मौका मिल रहा है जो मेरा बचपन से सपना था, अभिनय करने का। उन लोगों के साथ बैठने का मौका मिल रहा है जिनका मैं फैन हूं। उन कलाकारों के साथ काम करने का मौका मिल रहा है, राइटरों के साथ काम करने का मौका मिल रहा है जिनके साथ सोचा था कि यार जिंदगी में एक बार करेंगे कभी काम। तो जब ये सारी चीजें आपके साथ होती है तो वो स्ट्रगल नहीं लगता, तब ऐसा लगता है कि यार वो जरूरी था शायद। और मुझे मैम जेन्युइनली अपने स्ट्रगल्स को ग्लोरीफाई करना थोड़ा अजीब सा लगता है, क्योंकि सच कहूं तो मैं मुंबई का रहने वाला हूं। अभिनय की दुनिया में ऐसे बहुत से लोग हैं जो अपने घरों को छोड़ के, अपने परिवारों को छोड़ के, अपने खेतों को, अपनी कोठियों को छोड़ के आते हैं। मेरे पास कम से कम बाय द एंड ऑफ द डे मेरे माँ के हाथ की गर्म रोटी थी। वो जो लोग हैं अपना घर बार छोड़ के आते हैं, 6 लोग एक कमरे में सोते हैं, 300 रुपये महीने का टिफिन का डब्बा ऑर्डर करते थे। वो मेरे दोस्तों की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, 2003-4 की बात कर रहा हूं। एक 1 बेडरूम फ्लैट होता था 450-550 स्क्वायर फीट का, उसमें अपनी कोठियां छोड़ के आए, 6 एकड़ की जमीन छोड़ के आए हुए हैं, क्योंकि भूत सवार है एक्टर बनने का या डायरेक्टर बनने का, राइटर बनने का। और उस 400-500 स्क्वायर फीट के घर में वो 6 लोग गद्दा बिछा के सो रहे हैं, वो 300 रुपए का डब्बा मंगा के खा रहे हैं, जिसमें उनको हफ्ते में 2 दिन चिकन मिलता था, लेकिन चिकन कम तेल ज्यादा होता था। तो उनके सामने मेरा स्ट्रगल कुछ नहीं है। तो स्ट्रगल अगर रहा भी तो वो दूसरों के मुकाबले एक्चुअली कुछ नहीं है। तो इसीलिए मैं ज्यादा बात ही नहीं करता अपने स्ट्रगल्स के बारे में।
एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी सक्सेस के बाद आती है फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में, या इट इज टू इम्पर्सनल? कैसी है ये फिल्म इंडस्ट्री?
एक चीज तो मैं कहूंगा आपके मंच से कि यार जितनी बदनाम हमारी इंडस्ट्री है उतनी बुरी है नहीं, सच में।
ये सक्सेस मिलने के बाद कह रहे हैं? पहले भी ऐसा कहते हैं?
मैं पहले भी यही कहता था। हाल ही में आपने सुना होगा आउटसाइडर इनसाइडर, हाल ही में नहीं, ये बहुत पुरानी बात हो गई अब तो। नेपोटिज्म, आउटसाइडर वर्सेस इनसाइडर, ये सब बकवास है। मेरा ये बहुत फर्म बिलीफ है। और सबसे पहले तो बिफोर आई say this thing, it is one of the most multicultural, it is one of the most democratic communities or institutions or an industry, whatever you want to call it, in this country. आप कहां से आते हैं कुछ मैटर नहीं करता, आप आपके पास जेब में कितना पैसा है नहीं मैटर करता, आप अंग्रेजी बोल लेते हैं या कितनी भाषाएं बोल लेते हैं वो भी मैटर नहीं करता। सिर्फ एक चीज मैटर करती है कि आपको जिस चीज के लिए हायर किया गया है आप उसमें कितने सक्षम और कितने अच्छे हैं, और उसका लिविंग एग्जाम्पल मैं हूं। मैंने 10 साल टीवी किया है मैडम, और जब मैंने फिल्मों में शुरुआत की थी तो बहुत लोगों ने कहा था कि टीवी एक्टरों का यहाँ पे कुछ नहीं होने वाला, तुम ज्यादा से ज्यादा हीरो के दोस्त बन के रह जाओगे। मुझे वो चीज इतनी चुभी, मैंने कहा कि ठीक है मैं 10 साल बाद तुमसे दोबारा बात करूंगा, और आज चीजें अलग हैं। मुझे
दोबारा बताया किसी को ये कि देख भाई?
नहीं, वो लोग अब बुलाते हैं काम करने के लिए, वही लोग बुलाते हैं। तो आई मीन सच
थोड़ा सीना चौड़ा करके जाते हैं वहां पे।
नहीं मैम, इनफैक्ट रादर देन दैट ना मेरे साथ उल्टा होता है। अभी जैसे पहले ही अगर हम सवाल पे जाएं, व्हाई डू आई वांट टू टेक अ ब्रेक एंड रिकैलिब्रेट व्हेन पीपल आर सेइंग कि यू हिट योर पीक राइट नाउ व्हेन यू वांट टू रिकैलिब्रेट, मैं थोड़ा शायद उल्टा चलता हूं। अगर ये सारी चीजें होती हैं तो मेरी नजरें और नीची हो जाती हैं, बिकॉज वन थिंग आई नो फॉर अ फैक्ट दैट एवरीथिंग इन लाइफ इज वेरी ट्रांजिएंट, नथिंग इज परमानेंट।
द अल्टीमेट ट्रूथ,
ये अल्टीमेट ट्रूथ है। तो अहंकार को जितना दूर रखूं उतना मेरे लिए बेहतर है, क्योंकि मेरे से पहले भी बहुत आए, मेरे बाद भी बहुत आएंगे। अगर वो ये गलती करेंगे तो उनका भी वही हश्र होगा जो पहले हुआ है लोगों का। तो अहंकार नहीं होना चाहिए। अकेले अपने कमरे में बैठ के ऐसे घर वालों से बात करते हैं कभी कभी कि आपको पता है जिसने 4 घंटा मुझे वेट करवाया था 5 साल पहले, आज उसका फोन आया, तो हम लोग को बड़ा मजा आता है। लेकिन बस वो उस कमरे तक ही सीमित रहती है बात। लेकिन फिर वो बुलाते हैं तो मिलने भी जाते हैं, इतना मान जरूर देते हैं। तो ये सारी लाइफ है मैम, लाइफ का जो बेसिक नेचर है ना वो हमसे पहले भी वैसे ही रहा है, आगे भी वैसे ही रहेगा। उसको जितनी जल्दी हम समझने की कोशिश करेंगे उतना हम सबके लिए बेहतर रहेगा। बस और क्या ही कहूँ मैम, ये मतलब ऐसे कोई सेल्फ हेल्प बुक वाली बातें चल रही हैं ऐसा लग रहा है।
नहीं, सेल्फ हेल्प आजकल कोई ऐसी किताबें निकालता नहीं है, क्योंकि एवरीबडी हैज टू फाइंड देयर ओन पाथ to success.
But acceptability was the word, and I think it is something that all of us need to ponder on. हम अपने फोन्स के सॉफ्टवेयर अपडेट करते रहते हैं, जैसे ही वो नोटिफिकेशन आता है बोलते हैं अरे यार अपडेट करना है। हम अपने आप को ही अपडेट नहीं करना चाहते हैं। गाड़ियां अपडेट कर लेते हैं, गाड़ियों की सर्विसिंग साल में 1-2 बार होती है, खुद की भी सर्विसिंग करना जरूरी है। One has to adapt with time, and some of the greatest thinkers in this world again before us have said it, one has to adapt with time. और अगर वाकई अडेप्ट करना है तो एक्सेप्टेंस होनी बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत ज्यादा।
मिली कि नहीं एक्सेप्टेंस?
मिली है, और जैसे मैंने कहा कि शायद जितना मांगा था उससे कहीं ज्यादा मिली है, इसलिए गदगद हूं। बट आई ऑल्सो वॉन्ट टू गो आउट देयर एंड रिप्रेजेंट द कॉमन मैन। आई एम जस्ट 37. आई हैव,
विच इज व्हाई एवरीबडी इज आस्किंग ऐसा कौन सा रिकैलिब्रेशन अपडेशन की जरूरत पड़ गई एट 37?
नहीं मैम, जरूरी इसीलिए है, जैसे मैंने कहा कि सारी चीजें ट्रांजिएंट हैं। आई एम अ यंग फादर नाउ, आई हैवंट बीन एबल
सो समवेयर इट्स इम्पैक्टेड यू, द थ्रेट्स टू योर चाइल्ड, यू फील लाइक स्पेंडिंग मोर टाइम विद फैमिली। और थ्रेट्स के लिए थोड़ा इनसिक्योर करते हैं जब ये थ्रेट्स वगैरह आते हैं कि ये मेरी दुनिया असल में यही है, यहाँ मैं ग्राउंडेड हूँ, बाकी आई गई बात है, आज है कल नहीं है।
Ma'am, I have always believed in one thing, that my professional identity is not my identity. मैं सिर्फ एक एक्टर नहीं हूँ, मैं अभिनय करना पसंद करता हूँ, मैं लोगों की कहानियाँ सिनेमा के माध्यम से उन तक पहुँचाना चाहता हूँ, पर सिर्फ वही मेरी आइडेंटिटी नहीं है। और उस पोस्ट में भी मैंने बहुत ही साफ साफ कहा था कि इट्स टाइम टू रिकैलिब्रेट, गो बैक होम एज अ हस्बैंड, सन and a father. All of us are playing multiple roles in life. At this point in time, as I said, sitting in that screening room with the Honorable Prime Minister of my country is probably the highest point in my career. How do I better myself? I better myself by recalibrating, by probably traveling, by meeting new people, by reading a little more, by probably tweaking or updating my own worldview with time, and come back with a story which really wants or warrants my time and attention. एंड साल 2 साल में आएंगे, वापस करेंगे कुछ अच्छा।
साल 2 साल लंबा टाइम होता है, लोग भूल जाते हैं, इनसिक्योरिटीज होती हैं, आपको नहीं है?
आई डोंट नो, आई मीन आई हैव नॉट थॉट ऑन दीज लाइन्स। नेचुरली मेरा दिमाग वहां नहीं जाता है। देयर इज वन फिल्म दैट आई एम डूइंग नेक्स्ट ईयर एंड माई एंटायर फोकस इज ऑन दैट फिल्म।
विच यू आर डायरेक्टिंग ऑल्सो?
नो, वो मैम सारी बातें आप सबके सामने कर लेते हो, मैं जो अकेले बताता हूँ आपको।
सो ये है कुछ
हाँ,
मन में चल रहा है।
I want to direct, I want to produce, but I think it's too early to be talking about that publicly. There is one film as an actor that I am doing next year, which is by the end of next year. My entire focus is on that film. My entire focus is on watching my wonderful son grow, to take that necessary break, to write more, to look after my health a little more.
कुछ प्रॉब्लम है जब एक्टर्स ऐसे कहते हैं तो काम वैसे ही आना बंद हो जाता है कि मैं हेल्थ को तवज्जो देना चाहता हूँ? कुछ प्रॉब्लम है क्या?
नहीं, प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है, बट हेल्थ कुड बी बेटर. You know, I haven't slept for more than 4-5 hours in I don't know how many years. So I want to do that. बस बहुत ही जेनेरिक सिंपल सा रिकैलिब्रेट करना है, ऐसी कोई कंडीशन नहीं है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. द लार्जर आइडिया रिमेन्स टू बेटर माई सेल्फ एज एन आर्टिस्ट. आई एम नॉट अ ट्रेन्ड एक्टर फर्स्टली, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई मेथड है.
उसके बाद आप इतना कहर ढा रहे हो. ट्रेन्ड एक्टर होते तो क्या करते पता नहीं, शायद स्पॉन्टेनिटी ज्यादा होती है अनट्रेन्ड में.
नहीं, मैं खुश हूं मैं ट्रेन्ड एक्टर नहीं हूं, टू बी ऑनेस्ट.
मेथड एक्टिंग नहीं है.
हाँ, मतलब मेथड कह भी सकते हैं, बट आई थिंक माई ऑब्जर्वेशंस एंड माई जर्नलिंग स्किल्स, जो मैं जर्नल करता हूँ आमतौर पे रोजमर्रा के जीवन में, वो मुझे बहुत हेल्प करता है टू गो आउट देयर एंड रिप्रेजेंट दोज कॉमन पीपल आई वांट.
जो आता है दिल से आता है.
Yeah, probably. It could be an amalgamation of my observation skills. It could be something that I journaled or probably blanked out or forgot years ago. Reading a new book, striking an incredible conversation with a complete stranger. ये सारी चीजें मेरे लिए ज्यादा मायने रखती हैं. तो coming back to the thing that I was saying कि I'm not a trained actor. I don't have a specific method to go back to. इसीलिए वो थोड़ा ट्रैवल करना, थोड़ा नए लोगों से मिलना, थोड़ा सा खुद के विचारों को पन्नों पे उतारना एज एन एक्टर बहुत जरूरी है.
तो अब राइटर, डायरेक्टर, एक्टर, बहुत से रोल्स एक्सप्लोर करने की स्टेज में चाह है.
बिल्कुल है, बिल्कुल है.
एक और चीज आपके बारे में मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगी. नॉट जस्ट, एंड आई एम नॉट अ फेमिनिस्ट जो झंडा उठा के चलते हैं, पर एक तस्वीर आपकी अपनी वाइफ के साथ देखी, आप उनके पैर छू रहे हैं. A lot of people would say actor है, stunt होगा, but what makes you do that, and what is it that goes on in your mind when you look at your relationship with your spouse?
I think I'm incredibly lucky to have Sheetal as my wife. We've been together for almost a decade, married for 3 years now. पर तकलीफ होती है मैम, जब हर चीज पे आप पे सवाल उठाया जाए, आपकी फिल्म के चॉइसेस पे, आपके एक पर्टिकुलर जेस्चर पे, या आपके वर्ल्ड व्यू पे, हर चीज पे अगर सवाल उठाते हैं लोग, और सवाल उठाना ही नहीं जबकि आपको मतलब इट्स टॉक्सिक, तो तकलीफ होती है. कमिंग बैक टू योर क्वेश्चन, सोचिए कि मैंने वो पहली बार पब्लिक में डाला, पर ये तो मैं सालों से कर रहा हूं. करवा चौथ पे कोशिश ये रहती है, और बहुत से लोग अर्बन सेंटर्स में खासतौर पे इस चीज को फॉलो भी करते हैं, मेरे घर में करते हैं लोग, कि जब करवा चौथ पे वाइफ व्रत रखती है तो हस्बैंड भी रखते हैं. बहुत से अर्बन सेंटर्स में लोग रखते हैं. जब पत्नी पैर छूती है तो पति भी पैर छूता है. और मैं कर रहा हूं 3 साल से, जब से मेरी शादी हुई है. मैंने तो मंडप पे छुए थे, क्योंकि मेरा ये मानना है कि वो वाकई मेरे जीवन में लक्ष्मी है. जब से वो मेरे जीवन में आई है तब से मेरा बहुत अच्छा हुआ है, और वो मान सम्मान जो वो मुझे दे रही है, मैं उनको वापस क्यों नहीं दे सकता. लेकिन उस पे भी थैंक यू.
आई विश मोर मेन थॉट लाइक यू, मोर हस्बैंड्स.
नहीं, बहुत हैं, करते हैं. मेरा ये कि बस मैंने पोस्ट डाल दिया तो तारीफ भी हुई, पर गाली भी बहुत खाई.
आजकल वो that comes as a package deal.
पैकेज डील है, वो होता है, पर बहुत लोग हैं जो करते हैं, मेरे दोस्त यार करते हैं.
आप घर में अब are you a normal kind of guy? कभी खाना भी बना लिया, कभी घर के काम कर दिए, डायपर्स बदल दिए.
हाँ, yeah. And I'm very good at that. And that is what I'm craving for right now. Because my son started saying Papa in my absence. उसके दांत आ गए in my absence. And as they all said before I had one, मेरे को लगता था क्या बोलते हैं यार, ये सभी एक ही चीज बोलते हैं, they grow up so fast. It is true. They actually grow up too fast. And now he is attempting to walk. And I'm like, यार मेरी उंगली पकड़ के नहीं चलेगा तो फिर तो मतलब क्या ही करेंगे इस पैसे का या नाम का, इन सारी चीजों का. I want to spend that time with him.
I completely identify with what you are saying. In the end, just want to ask you one thing. प्रधानमंत्री ने आपसे क्या शब्द कहे?
काफी चर्चा हुई. उस चेंबर में जो अधिकतर बातें हुई हैं उनको वहीं रखें तो बेहतर है. पर उनको फिल्म अच्छी लगी, उनको हमारा प्रयास अच्छा लगा. लास्टली इतना कहना चाहूंगा कि जितना मैं उस एक रात स्क्रीनिंग के एक रात पहले भावुक था, शायद वो भी उस स्क्रीनिंग पे उतने ही भावुक थे. उनकी आंखें नम देखी तो शायद इस बात से तसल्ली हुई कि एक सही प्रयास था हमारा, जो 22 साल पहले घटना घटी थी, उसको लोगों तक लाने में हमारा प्रयास ठीक था. एंड
समथिंग दैट यू विल कीप इन योर हार्ट फॉरएवर, जो उन्होंने कहा.
उनको मेरा काम अच्छा लगा. ही सेड कि उनको मेरा काम अच्छा लगा है. और I mean it's a compliment that is going to stay with me for the rest of my life. Things that I probably will tell my grandchildren, that the then Honorable Prime Minister of our country knows me by my name, has seen my movie. The only film that he's seen in his tenure is the Honorable Prime Minister. And he thinks I'm a good actor. I mean, it's a compliment that is going to stay with me till my last breath.
And what did your parents say?
मेरे घर में दावत चल रही थी जब यहाँ पे स्क्रीनिंग चल रही थी. मेरे पेरेंट्स ने अपने आस पड़ोस के जितने भी लोग उनके जान पहचान के लोग हैं उन सबको घर बुलाया, क्योंकि साथ ही साथ में न्यूज़ पे आजकल आप लोग भी लाइव ही करते हैं सब कुछ, तो न्यूज़ में वो देख रहे थे जब स्क्रीनिंग चल रही थी, तो दावत रखी थी उन्होंने घर पे. सो ऑल द नेबर्स वर देयर, एवरीवन वाज देयर, दे वर हैविंग अ गाला टाइम. हम
सराउंड साउंड वाला सिस्टम है ना, क्योंकि अंदर आप थे, अंदर जो चल रहा है वो आप बता नहीं रहे, तो हम फिर बाकी बाहर वालों को इन्वॉल्व कर लेते हैं.
एंड थैंक यू फॉर दैट.
वेल, विक्रांत मैसी, व्हाट कैन आई से? ह्यूमन बीइंग par excellence, sensitivity par excellence, body of work par excellence, and we just hope and wish कि ज़मीन हमेशा, पाँव हमेशा आपके ज़मीन पर रहें जिस तरह आज आप हैं, सबके साथ आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं. बस सक्सेस मिलता रहे, लेकिन दिल के तार आम आदमी से जुड़े रहें. यही आपके लिए दुआ है.
थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू
वेरी मच, एंड रियली ऑनर्ड टू हैव यू ऑन दिस प्लेटफॉर्म. थैंक यू.
We certainly hope you're back after that break soon. Thank you. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, what a teary moment and what a dialogue it was between Vikrant and Navika. Quite noteworthy.
Well, absolutely. Everyone's seen his movies, his roles, but the man behind this persona that we see on the silver screen, that is something today really came out. It is one of the most emotive interviews that we've seen in a very long time. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for Vikrant Massey. Thank you so much, Navika.
Well, our next session, ladies and gentlemen, focuses on one of India's most vital sectors, and that's defense. Now, as global challenges evolve, India's drive for innovation, dominance, and self-reliance in defense has never been more important. In fact, strengthening this ecosystem is key to positioning India as a global superpower.
Absolutely, Aisha. In fact, our next speaker today has been a leader in driving this transformation. He has been instrumental in advancing homegrown technologies and positioning India as a global force in defense innovation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming the MD and CEO of Samtel Avionics, Puneet Kaura, who's going to be in conversation with principal correspondent at Mirror Now, Shreya Upadhyay. Give a huge round of applause, please.
We'll hand it to you now, Shreya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Aisha and Meghna. Mr. Puneet Kaura, thank you very much for joining us at the India Economic Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, Vikrant just talked about love for the country, and one of the ways in which our love for the country, is reflected is in how we contribute to its growth. One of the sectors that contributes, Mr. Kaura, hugely towards India's economic growth and towards the development of this country is the defense sector, and you're one of the pioneers in developing defense equipments, high-tech equipments. Samtel Avionics, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the leading companies that is working closely with our armed forces in strengthening the Atmanirbharta of the defense sector. And therefore, let me begin by asking you, Mr. Kaura, how do you see private players like yourselves, private companies, contributing to the defense sector? You've been in this business for some time now. By the way, congratulations, 50 years of Samtel Avionics this year. But how do you see the private players really contributing in the growth of the defense sector and in strengthening the defense sector of the country?
First of all, I would like to compliment Times Network for choosing this venue. I was here when this was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister, and it's heartening to see the way it has bloomed over the last few years. Coming back to your question, I think what I can say is that we got into defense, as you rightly mentioned, we are 50 years old. We got into defense about 12 to 14 years ago, and we are a company which was always developing products in the country. R&D was always a focus for us. But we got into defense, and we thought that this is a sector which can really contribute to actually making our country Atmanirbhar. And this slogan came 10 years ago with our Honorable Prime Minister, which was so appropriate. But actually, we've been doing this since the inception of the group. And defense was something that was actually contributing to making technology in the country, but more than that, making our armed forces Atmanirbhar so that our country is more secured. So it actually resonated very well with us, and especially resonated with me when I kind of joined the group. It created, for me, it was a very passionate kind of thing, more than the technology, the engineering that goes behind it. Just the real reason of your kind of existence was very important to me. I think coming to your question more, kind of accurately talking about what Samtel is doing. Samtel is right now manufacturing, avionic, electronic products for armed forces, for India, for global customers. We obviously, contribute significantly in that space. We have a joint venture with Hindustan Aeronautics, HAL, and we are kind of developing all their products in the country, and also exporting to global global armed forces, and as well as civilian aircrafts. So that is the domain we are kind of acting and working in.
Mr. Kaura, one of the key focuses for India has been the import substitution in the defense sector, and therefore contributing to the Atmanirbharta in this. For companies like you, for people who are contributing to this sector, who are involved deeply in this, how do you see the challenges playing out for you? You know, what challenges are you facing currently, and how do you see that really panning out in the near future?
So, I think as far as challenges are concerned, I think, as they say, Sangharsh is part of life. So we wake up every day to a new challenge. I am not kind of going to talk about the ecosystem and the issues, because we do that quite a bit. I'm also involved in advocacy with the government on a regular basis. I am the co-chair of CII, National Committee for Defense. So we kind of address those issues over there, and I would not like to bring them out over here because we do enough of that over in those forums. But just to elaborate in a different way, I think I feel that we have a lot of issues that we need to kind of solve within ourselves. And we can't keep on blaming the government, can't keep on blaming the people. There is, government is doing a lot. It's already doing enough. Are we doing, as a citizen of the country, as a corporate citizen of the country, enough? That's the question I kind of resonate with every day. Like they talk about startups, I feel every day when you wake up, you are starting. For me, of course, this business, although we are a 50-year-old group, is a kind of a startup. But we are starting every day, and every day is a new day. Every day is full of challenges. But coming to the challenges that we have, I think we have regular issues. There is nothing that we kind of get so discouraged with. We are probably more excited every month, every year, as we look at the global picture. I will go to a slightly, give you a slightly more different perspective on the global perspective. If you look at the global A&D market, aerospace and defense, it's about $750 billion. India is, right now spending about $20 billion, $26 billion a year. We obviously have a large kind of way to go, a huge potential. And if you look at the Indian GDP, we are about 3.5, 3.4 trillion, going to about 5 to 6 trillion in the next 5 to 6 years. We spend about slightly less than 2% of the GDP on defense. Imagine the potential that lies ahead of us, not only in India, but globally. And as our Prime Minister keeps on saying, we need to, look at the global market. Our target is to go to $26 billion in exports. So there's a lot of potential. And I think we should stop worrying about the challenges and think about the opportunities that lie in front of us.
Yeah, that's what the Prime Minister also says. Aapada mein Afsar is what we all should be looking at. But, since you're talking about the global arena, and you are also collaborating with international companies, with companies from across the world and the militaries of across the world, where you're providing equipment for the military, how do you see India really moving forward in the international arena? What can India do? If I had to ask you the top 3 things that India can do to make a mark in terms of high-tech defense equipment in the international arena, what would those 3 things be?
So the theme of this conclave is fast track to top 3. And I think defense and technology, we've talked about some of those sectors in the last couple of days, is going to play a very pivotal role if you're going to get there. So I would really talk about 2 or 3 things, as you said. One is innovation. The second one is skilling. And third one is looking at basically developing capabilities which are, core to the country, so that there is a, support to the ecosystem, more like, labs. And I'll elaborate on all the 3. So when I talk about innovation, that's about creating capabilities within the country, which is basically making our country totally self-dependent. So basically making products which are built to spec, developed in the country. We don't rely on foreign OEMs for technologies. And that is a core if we want to kind of develop a real strong defense ecosystem in the country. I think skilling is a very important part to it. Skilling is a big challenge as the country is growing, and if we want to achieve the GDP targets that we want to achieve. Skilling is going to play a very pivotal role. We at SAMCL play a very important role as much as we can to kind of keep on pushing this kind of initiative inside the company. And third one is the ecosystem. I think over here, government also plays a role, and they would probably play a bigger role as we move. Talking about R&D labs, supporting with an ecosystem of having more players in the country. For example, you know, an electronic space, whether you talk about defense, you talk about any other space, we are a bigger importer than oil. That's what we are saying. And yesterday we heard the minister, he talked about basically talking about how we want to, with the semiconductor labs that are coming up, become self-dependent. So that is something that is going to play a very important role as well. So these are the three things I think that will be very important.
Okay, so two important things that you mentioned, Mr. Kaura. One is skilling. The other is, semiconductors. First, skilling. I want to understand from you, this is a fascinating area, you know, this military high-tech equipment that you're into. What sort of skills are companies like yourselves looking for when they go and hire young talent? What sort of people are you looking for in terms of skills?
I think I must say this, that our country has no dearth of talent, first of all. You are a very, very ambitious young country, and so is our company. We are a very young company. I think average age group is still somewhere around 28, 30. And we are kind of looking at passionate young people. Of course, technically, areas are obvious. We are looking at electronics, embedded hardware, software, you know, those kind of capabilities, which are obvious for a avionics, electronics manufacturer like us. But for me, most important is the passion that the youngsters have today when they come to our company and they say they are doing something for the country, because ultimately they know the products that they make would be going to their armed forces, and they feel proud about it. And that pride that comes, I think, is a very important thing for me. So that is something that I look for when I hire youngsters. How passionate are they for what they want to do, and the purpose of the company, how they kind of matches the youngster's vision for himself or herself.
Yeah, you know, which is the sentiment we started this conversation with, Mr. Kaura, the fact that how are you contributing to nation building? And great if you want to join the armed forces, but if you cannot, then there are several other ways to contributing to nation building and strengthening this country. But the other important thing that you mentioned, Mr. Kaura, is semiconductors, and that is something that has come to relevance, especially in the post-COVID era. And how the semiconductor chip industry is growing. It is also shifting from its dominant country of China. India has been making great strides in this industry as well, and the government of India is pitching the semiconductor chip industry further. How do you see that really moving forward?
So, you know, as the minister also mentioned yesterday, we've been trying to get to a situation where we are self-dependent in this space. But we've struggled, but finally we are there. Next year we will start seeing the first Indian chip from middle of next year. This is a very important area. Please understand that when you talk about electronics, semiconductor is at the heart of it. Every product that is based on, electronic boxes that we make are based on these cards that go inside these boxes. And these cards basically are totally, they are dependent on foreign companies right now. So when these chips would be made in the country, we would start buying it from our local ecosystem, which is what I mentioned earlier. And this is a very major step towards making our country totally self-independent, you know, Atmanirbhar as we call it. And I feel that this is a very important step taken finally at the right time. Took a long time to come here, but we are finally there. Over the next few years, I think we will see this will play out very beautifully in multiple spaces. We are also besides defense, we also into railway space. And we make a lot of LRUs for Vande Bharat and those kind of, platforms. All of those platforms, again, are totally dependent for chips from overseas, OEMs. And that will dramatically change. So that's a game changer in my view. And my compliment is government to come out with this initiative and pushing it and making it happen finally.
How much time do you think, Mr. Kaura, it's going to take India to reach where it aims to reach in terms of the semiconductor chip industry?
So, every step is an important step. We are going to start seeing the Indian chips next year. There is also, don't forget, there is a beginning, then there is different phases, as you rightly said. So I would say another 3 to 4 years, you'll see a dramatic change. It's like any new thing, which starts, takes its own time. Similarly, we will have chips which are slightly easier to make and then slightly more complex and more complex. But I don't know the exact plans those companies have, but my personal view is about 3 to 4 years, we should see a lot of kind of self-dependence taking place within the country.
And how much of the China plus one factor do you think would help India in this?
China plus one factor is a very important factor. I mean, if I look at ourselves, we are in the civilian aerospace space as well. And I clearly see already China plus one factor playing in over there. I think we are in a situation where the world is changing very dramatically. And I feel India is in a very beautiful geopolitical situation. If you look at Europe, it's got its own challenges. The world is looking at partnering with India for multiple reasons, not only just the kind of capabilities our country has, but also the geopolitical situation. So when I look at it from that perspective, and I look at the situation with China plus one, obviously it's going to play out very beautifully. We ourselves are beneficiaries of that. And I personally feel that this is going to be a very important kind of play, especially in the next 3 to 4 years as President Trump takes over, and how that kind of affects our relationships. And I think that's for the good of the country, for India.
Which is what was my next question also, Mr. Kaura. The fact that how are companies like yourselves impacted with the evolving geopolitical situation in the world? There are 2 wars happening. There is a US election that has Donald Trump coming back. How do you see, private players like yourselves in the defense industry who closely work with India's armed forces getting impacted by such major geopolitical changes that happen?
So, both the spaces we are in, defense and transportation or railways and metros, all the electronics we do, I feel that there is a general shift towards looking at India as a potential partner for the long term. I personally have experienced multiple, discussions or already started supplies to multiple countries which are looking at India as a potential long-term source for these equipments. This was not the case even 5-7 years ago, They are now more confident about our country. The products that go from here, we were only known as an IT product supplier. That's changing. Our image is changing. Our brand is changing. Our time has come. I personally feel that we are at the right place at the right time. And for the next 10 to 20 years, this country will grow, blossom. And I personally feel that from that perspective, we will see a lot of those opportunities coming from different parts of the world to India, not only to develop products for them, to supply products for high technology, but also looking at partnership to develop next generation of technology.
Okay.
Like we heard about satellites and things like that. I think all that will play in very beautifully, and we will see India playing a very important role in the world map for this.
Okay, quickly, my last question for you, Mr. Kaura. Defense stocks are hot property now. Any plans of cashing in on that boom?
I'm a big follower of Lord Balaji, so may his blessings be with us, as they say, inshallah. May God bless us. Yes, of course, you're absolutely right. The technology space is really doing very well, and especially in the defense stocks. I have been approached, and as we go along, depending on what kind of, numbers I get and what kind of interest I get, it has to match my kind of expectation as well. But yes, we are looking at that space as well.
All right. Yeah. Best of luck to you. Our best wishes with you, with Samtel Avionics. Thank you very much, Mr. Puneet Kaura. I'll end this session here. Thank you very much for speaking with us here. And cheers to India's defense sector. Hopefully, we'll have a stronger defense sector and as we move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Puneet Kaura.
Shreya, we request you to please stay on the stage with us for just a few moments, as we'd like to present a token of appreciation to you. Shreya, if you could do the honors, please.
Well, this token of appreciation, of course, is graciously offered to us by our luxury partner, Dow Milano. Thank you so much. So before we move on to our next session, let me ask, by a show of hands, how many of you have visited any city in Andhra Pradesh? Can we have a show of hands? Well, for those of you who haven't had the chance to explore this beautiful state yet, our next session will give you a glimpse into what makes it so very remarkable.
And to discuss the state's transformative journey, as most of you have already been to that state and many cities in there would have seen with your own eyes, we're very honored, ladies and gentlemen, to have with us Sri Lavu Sri Krishna Devarayallu. He's going to be in session, and that session will be moderated by Executive Director, Editor Admiral now, Shreya Dhondiyal. A huge round of applause, please.
Over to you, Shreyana.
Thank you, ladies. You look lovely. You've been doing a great job for the last 48 hours, and I'd love to be director someday. Thank you. Mr. Lavu Krishna, thank you so much for your time here on the India Economic Summit. Great to have you here. You're joining us at a time when we are hoping for some degree of sanity in Parliament. And there is something phenomenal happening in your state. We'll talk about the insanity and sanity in Parliament in just a bit. There's a constitution debate that is currently underway, but as expected, the Rajya Sabha has been adjourned. There's something called Swarna Andhra Pradesh at 2047 that is being inaugurated in Andhra Pradesh today. Could you talk to us about that? Because what it envisions is a roadmap that will lead you, that is the state of Andhra Pradesh, to a 2.4 trillion economy by the end of 2047. That's pretty phenomenal.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. When we come to Swarna Andhra 2047, this is being released none other than Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, our Chief Minister. He is instrumental in inaugurating Vision 2020 document right in 1990s. When he released that, when he put it forward to the country saying, this is my Vision 2020 for the state and for the nation, everyone said, is it possible? Is it this is how India is going to be. Exactly what is there in the document is being seen right now across India, across Andhra Pradesh. Again, he has come forward, and again he is saying, this is my vision 2047 for Andhra Pradesh. This is how I want Andhra Pradesh to be in the next 20-25 years. And the main components of that is, the first thing and most important thing is, Andhra Pradesh being very much a agrarian state, we want water resources to be utilized properly, make sure that irrigation projects are completed, every acreage in Andhra Pradesh be irrigated. The second main component is get the agri-tech. Right now, we're talking about everything else, but not adding technology to the agriculture. This is the second thing that he's talking about. And energy, there's so much energy diversity that's happening, hydrogen, renewables that's happening, and Andhra Pradesh is attracting the maximum amount of renewable investments that's happening in the country, and we want it to be nudged even further so that more number of investments will come to Andhra Pradesh. So there are multiple angles to it, and also with regards to education. Education right now we are only measuring at the GER ratio and gross domestic ratio, but we are talking about how we can pivot it so that we measure it at what skills certain skills that people of Andhra, youth of Andhra are learning. So there are multiple angles to this Vision 2047 document, and also with regards to poverty-free Andhra Pradesh, how we can empower various sections of the society so that they can become entrepreneurial. Every house he wants an entrepreneur to come out. So these are all the things that, because if you see India right now, maybe 20-25 years back, if you have an idea, if you go forth with the idea, it's very difficult for you to raise money. Even if you raise money, for you to get the permissions and everything, it is very difficult. But right now, the way the entrepreneurs in this country, the startups in this country are growing and running, this is the way, this is what we want to take it forward, and Andhra Pradesh is going to be the first.
Speaking of startups, Andhra Pradesh this year in October, torrential rains, there's massive flooding, 30% of Vijayawada drowns. your government sends out an SOS to startups of all places, and the response you get is phenomenal, both in terms of scale and in terms of innovation. Tell us what happens after that. You send that SOS, they respond. How does it help you? How do you get, technology and AI to solve the problem at hand? And this is a current live problem.
Again, this is something that's phenomenal that has happened. If you see any city in this country, actually yesterday in the parliament also, there's a disaster bill that has been passed, keeping this in view. If you see any city in this country right now, if there is torrential rain, the cities are flooded. So you're not able to move. In Delhi is like that, in Chennai, Bangalore, everything is like that. So it's the same thing that has happened in Vijayawada also, where almost 35-40% of the city got submerged because of various other reasons. I don't want to go into that because of last 5 years there's no irrigation canals that have been renovated or refurbished. I don't want to go into that, but that's the reason that has happened. But once it has happened, once he realized, our Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has realized that something is amiss, so that people of Vijayawada are struggling, he just sent a SOS saying, entrepreneurs, startups, come over here, how you can involve in this, how you can solve this. The first people that have come on board are the ones that are working on the drones. They come on board and said, sir, for all the supplies that can be delivered, yes, all the streets are flooded. There's no way that your vehicles that can transport any of these supplies. Let's use drones and let's see how we can supply that. Second is using the AI and other data that we can capture. We are able to capture which are the areas that are submerged and which are the areas that our relief activities are being delivered and which are the areas that is not being delivered, how it can be delivered. So it gave us a much more, coordinated way of acting on it. And I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. Going forward with the amount of images that our satellites are generating, with the amount of data that we are collecting from each household, it's going to be phenomenal looking forward in the next 20-25 years, how easily that we can mitigate these kind of disasters in the future, not just in Vijayawada, but across the country.
Can we now shift our focus to Parliament, because you're also the floor leader of the TDP in the Lok Sabha. I believe, and the latest reports we are getting is that the constitution debate is underway in the Lok Sabha. So the Lok Sabha has not been adjourned, but the Rajya Sabha has been adjourned again. I want to ask you, why is it that the TDP as an ally is so kind to the BJP? I ask you this question in the context of the fact that the Congress is being beaten black and blue by its allies, the TMC, etc., for disrupting Parliament. They are saying it is not just the BJP, it is the Congress that is disrupting Parliament as well. And this has now happened for a third straight week. And a lot of taxpayers' money is going to waste, which is what bothers us. I want to ask you, why are you so kind to the BJP, not coming out publicly and saying who you think is to blame for these disruptions?
It's not being too kind to the BJP or not being kind. It's like we are in the government with a BJP, and the reason is very clear. Our Chief Minister has very clearly mentioned. We've gone with the election with them. And after the election, a lot of even in your news channel also, a lot of stories that have been run, who is going to form the government and everything. But our Chief Minister has come on board and said, NDA is going to form the government and TDP is in the NDA and we form the government. That's when, if you see the stocks and everything that has gone up, until then everything was in lull. So the reason being why we are in support, or why we are very much vehemently behind BJP to be stronger and NDA to be stronger is the main reason is we want the country to be stronger, have that with the Prime Minister having that vision. We want him to execute the things that he's having the ideas to execute, and it needs a stronger government at the center. Unless we have a stronger government at the center, if we waver, it's going to reflect upon the states as well. So, and a lot of people have come up and asked, how are you bargaining with the BJP? And the Chief Minister has clearly told us, we are going to be here with respect. We have mutual respect. We're going to respect them, and we're going to support them. And we expect them to be, respect us and support us in the development of Andhra Pradesh. So, that's how our relations has been, and that's how our relations is going to be in the next 4.5 years. But at the same time, with regards to the disruptions in the Parliament, the states that are really suffering are states like Andhra Pradesh, wherein we are here to discuss the issues that are related to our states, the funds that are supposed to be released to our states, the projects that are to be pushed forward in our states. These are the states that are really suffering if the parliament is disrupted. So we want the parliament to function. We want the debates to happen. We want the issues to be discussed.
Who do you think is to blame for these disruptions? Because when, as a common citizen, I look at what is happening on television in both houses of parliament, I feel that both are to blame. If one brings one subject, the other brings the other subject, and then there is, as a parliamentarian and as a young parliamentarian who's in parliament every day, what do you feel? What's your analysis?
The analysis being, this whole session, if you analyze it, there is a coordinated, disruption that has been happening. The report that has been released just 2 days before the start of the session. It's the same thing that has happened in the previous session also, in a few other sessions also. So it's clearly saying that the disruption is not being done by the opposition, but someone behind the opposition. Not by the Congress, not just by the Congress, but someone is running Congress from outside. So it is, how can some report come out one or 2 days before the start of the session? So they just want the session not to be conducted in a way that is conducive for all the members in the parliament. And I think citizens of this country should actually sit and analyze why this is happening and what is the reasons behind it and who is at loss.
Are you suggesting that there is a foreign hand that is disrupting India's parliament session for a reason? And that foreign hand, of course, being Soros.
If it happens once, I can understand. But if it's happening repeatedly, then obviously I have to say that we all have to conclude that something else is behind this disruption, not just the opposition. There's someone else is running the opposition.
Okay, so thankfully, as I said, the constitution debate currently peacefully being held in the Lok Sabha. The Congress party has, of course, argued that the constitution is in danger. What do you make of the debate? I mean, it's the only debate that Parliament is happening, that is happening in Parliament in 3 weeks. So we should pay some attention to it.
When it comes to Constitution, and when Congress starts saying Constitution's in danger, I don't know about other states, representatives, parliamentarians of the other states, what they think and how can they portray it. But coming from Andhra Pradesh, which has been partitioned, when in 2014. Our state has been divided into two, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. People from Andhra Pradesh and majority in the assembly in Andhra Pradesh, United Andhra Pradesh, clearly gave a mandate that we don't want division of Andhra Pradesh. Still, Congress went ahead when they were in power in 2013. They went ahead and divided state of Andhra Pradesh. And when you divide state of Andhra Pradesh, any state, you give resources equally. But we were done severe injustice. All the resources were given to Telangana, all the industry was given to Telangana, all the institutions were given to Telangana. We are left with nothing. And the bill was, you all must have seen how the bill was passed in Parliament also, the division of Andhra Pradesh. When it came to Parliament, obviously you go for a vote, you count the number of people that are in favor of it or against it. But it was done in such an undemocratic way, unconstitutional way, where number of parliamentarians from Andhra Pradesh and various parties were excluded, were debarred from entering into parliament, were sent out of the parliament, and the vote was conducted not by physical way, but more with the word of mouth. That was done. Even now, if you ask how many votes were against and how many votes were in favor of division of Andhra Pradesh in parliament, no one knows. That is how unconstitutional it was done. And if you go back even further, in 1983-84, when the great NTR was the chief minister, when he went abroad for his heart operation, again the Congress, unconstitutionally, when he went for the heart operation, unconstitutionally, brought him down and reinstated some other government. When he had overwhelming majority of almost 75 to 80% of the seats are won by TDP. Still, they divided TDP when he was outside the country and formed the Congress government. I know it stayed for a very short a time, but again went for the election. So if Congress talk about constitution, it's a laughable matter.
Okay, you're saying it's hypocrisy.
It's hypocrisy.
Them saying that the constitution is in danger. Mr. Lavu Sri Krishna, began by saying that we are firmly behind the BJP government, firmly behind Prime Minister Modi, because this country needs a stable government for growth, and I agree with you there. Do you then also agree with them on the entire Waqf board debate that is happening right now? Your main opposition in the state has already put you on a spot by saying that they are going to oppose the Waqf board bill. Now, Mr. Naidu is often heard saying that, if one eye is Hindu, then the other eye is Muslim. My point is, do you have a clear idea on how you are going to navigate this tricky minefield?
If you have observed what happened in the parliament, TDP is the party, and our member got up when given the opportunity, clearly, boldly said, let's send Waqf amendment bill to joint parliamentary committee.
Arey baapre, in joint parliament committee only fury and fire, nothing else is happening there.
There's enough discussion that is happening there. There are enough witnesses that are coming, not just from a few states, but across the country, the witnesses are coming. And number of boards are also coming, Muslim boards are also coming, presenting their issues there. Our request is, our word to the Muslim communities, we want their point of view to be taken, and we want them to be respected, the whole community to be respected. The work amendment, obviously it has been done. This is not the first time it is being done. It's almost done 5-6 times after the independence. This is not something new that is happening. But when we're doing it, let's respect the community's viewpoints and take them on board and make sure that their viewpoints are also incorporated in the Waqf Amendment Bill.
At no point do I believe that the Jamaat-e-Ulema is the spokesperson of the Indian Muslim. But this is what they are saying. They are saying, look, this has to do with Muslims. And therefore, anyone who is consulted in the process needs to be a Muslim, either an individual or a board or an institution. I want to ask you whether you agree with that. Secondly, the Jamaat is also saying that if this bill is passed, then the crutches of the government, which is Mr. Naidu and which is Mr. Nitish Kumar, will have to bear the responsibility as well. Do you see that as a threat?
I don't see it as a threat, per se. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, Muslim communities' views have to be taken into consideration. But work amendment bill and work per se not just affects one community. When the land is being taken for work, there are so many contentious issues where other communities have also come forward. Even in our JPC, which I was a member, there are a lot of witnesses who have come forward, not just Muslim community, but other communities also expressed in favor and at the same time expressed their grievances also in the JPC, saying certain properties which are taken on board by work has not been done in that state in a completely transparent manner. So we cannot just restrict when we're talking about work to only one community. We have to take into consideration of Muslim communities' viewpoints. At the same time, whoever is getting affected, which is a lot of other communities as well, let them come on board, let them give their viewpoints. We're in a country, India, we take opinions from every quarter, so every source possible.
But the opposition says, humse opinion nahi lete. I want to ask you, within the JPC, since you're a member, now the impression all of us have is, if it's the Waqf JPC, there'll be blood and gore in it. Is that how things work? Because we've seen things get pretty ugly in there. Is that how every meeting is held, or is there some peace, quiet, and mindful discussion as well?
Obviously, there's a very deep discussion that's happening, and there are eminent people that have come on board and put their viewpoints in the JPC. And obviously, there is a lot of noise that happens. When there is noise only, you have to take into account that there is something actually happening.
No, when there is noise, there is no debate. It's a bit like a TV show, right? Lots of noise, but maybe there is no actual substantial debate.
Luckily, any standing committee, any JPC meetings, they are not being televised. So we don't talk or we don't make our points only for the TRPs, but we ought to share on our WhatsApp groups. But actually, we make our points when we are sitting in the JPC or any standing committees to make sure that their viewpoints, the community's viewpoints, or affected people's viewpoints are put on board. So don't take it, just because there's a lot of voice that is happening, don't take it that there's no work happening. There's enough work happening. There's, if you see the attendance and the participation from various parties in the JPC, it's tremendous. The amount of time that they're spending there. Almost every week we sat for two days. Imagine when the parliament session is not on, every week there are members coming across the country, coming here, spending the 2 days time here and listening to various witnesses. This is never heard of, never seen of. So don't just go by the one or two breaking news that you see, but actual work is actually happening on the ground.
Okay, so which means that you want reforms in the Waqf board and you'll back the government. You said Muslims need to be respected in the process, but you'll back the government as far as the Waqf bill is concerned.
I can paraphrase again, we want Waqf amendment bill when it's being taken into consideration, the Muslims' viewpoint, minorities' viewpoint to be taken into consideration, and they are respected equally, and their viewpoint is respected equally, and taken it on board. That's the first thing. Second thing is, Waqf amendment bill is not getting amended or not getting passed for the first time. This has been done for the last, after the independence, almost 5-6 times. This is not something new. There is a law that is amended. There are a lot of laws that is getting amended continuously because we want to better that.
One nation, one poll. Is the TDP completely on board with the government's idea of one nation, one poll?
If you ask anyone from Andhra Pradesh, we are going through one nation, one election for the last 5-10 elections. Because our assembly election or a parliament election happens at the same time. So you're asking the wrong person. Because every election we face, assembly and parliament elections happens at the same time. Only the local body elections doesn't happen. So we don't mind.
Okay, finally, we'll wrap. It's lunchtime. I'm sure you're hungry as well, and so are our viewers. Quickly, then, how are Tirupati laddus doing? All great on that front? All sugar and honey?
Tirupati laddu, the taste of it got really better. And the ingredients that are being used are being monitored much better. And there's much more transparency in the way the whole functioning of TTD is happening for the last 5-6 months. And obviously, it needs more improvement. And our Chief Minister, Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, has clearly stated that this is not the place where TTD is not the place, Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam is not the place for politics. This is a place for religion worship, and we are going to respect that. We're going to take it forward.
Shri Krishna, thank you so much for your time here on the India Economic Conclave. Great to have this conversation.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Shreya Dhondial, and of course the Honorable and esteemed Member of Parliament, Shri Lavu Shri Krishna. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. So, of course, we're going to ask you to fill your stomachs, empty your minds, because after lunch, we are going to resume with an exciting lineup of distinguished speakers who are shaping India's growth story. You're going to be hearing from visionaries such as Jyotiraditya Scindia, Shri Vishnu Dev Sai is going to be there, Navneet Munot is going to be there, amongst many others. So remember to share your thoughts and experiences on social media using the hashtag IEC 2024. After lunch, we are going to see you right back here. It's being served at the pre-lunch, pre-function area to your right.
IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani. Presenting partner IDFC FIRST Bank. Co-presenting partner Adani. Associate partner Dream Sports. Knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Gold investment partner World Gold Council. Associate partner True Alt Bioenergy. Digital transformation partner Zangam. Jewelry partner PNG Jewelers. Special partner Tech Cloud ERP Solutions Unlimited. Defense partner Samtel Avionics. Associate partner ProZeal Green Energy. Luxury partner Da Milano. Infrastructure partner NBCC. Auto partner Volvo. Industry partner Government of Madhya Pradesh. State partner Government of Punjab. State partner Government of Andhra Pradesh. State partner Government of Chhattisgarh. State partner Government of Uttarakhand. State partner Government of Uttar Pradesh. Education partner Bennett University and outdoor partner Times Delhi Advertising.
How do you know that you've arrived? How? Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Thank you. Is it when the only approval you need is your own? Or when you feel like giving back is another way of moving forward, you know? Or is it when you stand tall amidst giants? Just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, really. Because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, the best is yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। बोला कोने कोने तक बिजली पहुंचाना किसी के बस की बात नहीं, हमने पहुंचा दी। सवाल उठे एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली गैस सब तक कैसे पहुंचेगी? हमने वो भी पहुंचा दी। कहा तो ये भी गया पैकेज फूड बिजनेस हमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन हमने कर दिखाया। बातें उठी सीमेंट सेक्टर में हम कभी स्ट्रांग नहीं बन सकते, तो हमने सुना नहीं, बन के दिखाया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। और जब कहा गया देश के एयरपोर्ट्स इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के नहीं हो सकते, तब भी हमने सुना नहीं, कर दिए। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, हम करके दिखाते हैं। अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं।
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromising. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Discourse that informs and inspires. Watch me, Pranesh Kumar Roy, on your show, India Upfront.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, a multidisciplinary, research-intensive university that is home to over 30,000 students and 1,700 plus dedicated faculty. Accredited with an A++ grade by NAAC, Amrita offers more than 250 undergraduate, postgraduate, and PhD programs. Our diverse disciplines span engineering, management, medical sciences, including Ayurveda, life sciences, physical sciences, agriculture, architecture, arts, humanities, media, commerce, and social sciences. Amrita's 9 campuses at Amaravati, Amritapuri, Bengaluru, Chennai, Coimbatore, Faridabad, Kochi, Mysuru, and Nagarcoil is spread across 1,200 acres encompassing over 100 lakh square feet of built-up space, making it one of India's premier private educational institutions. With a reputation for excellence, Amrita ranks among the top private universities in India and is recognized globally for its commitment to quality education and impactful research. Ranked 7th in the National Institutional Ranking Framework, NIRF, 2024, and within the top 100 worldwide in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2024. Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Come, become.
The gold market has been evolving for decades, and the World Gold Council has actually been at the forefront of that development.
We provide data, research, and tools to investors that help them understand gold.
There is no comparable resource out there.
We have developed mandatory hallmarking in India.
Hallmarking is a stamp of trust and transparency in the gold that people buy.
The role of the World Gold Council is to make sure that gold continues to be relevant. We are going to see a universe where every gold bar is logged in a digital database.
The benefit is to have one source and one form of gold tracked worldwide.
We are focused on only one thing. We are focused on gold. And so as a consequence, we are experts at it.
In a world where natural resources are depleting and climate change is crippling Mother Earth, it is our responsibility to protect our planet and secure the energy requirements for our future generations. True Alt Bioenergy was established to significantly reduce India's carbon footprint, elevate the lives of our farmers, and usher in an era where clean and green energy is the norm. Founded by the MRN Group,
India's leading business conglomerate, True Alt Bioenergy is set to become Asia's largest producers of ethanol, manufacturing over 450 million litres of ethanol per annum. Ethanol is the fuel of the future. The applications of ethanol range from powering vehicles as a sustainable aviation fuel, producing electricity and manufacturing alcohol, and many more. Today, there are various countries that are utilizing ethanol as the sole fuel to power their vehicles and also in the form of flex fuel vehicles. Ethanol has also been tested as a sustainable aviation fuel, thus making air transport an accessible means to all. The Government of India, through the ethanol blending program, blends ethanol with fuel at a 20% rate, which is only bound to increase. This results in the drastic reduction in the utilization of crude oil and has the potential to save Mother Earth's precious resources. We at True Alt Bioenergy want to ensure that the air we breathe is cleaner. Our surroundings are greener. Mother Earth's resources are safer, and our future brighter.
ये आपका मूड है जो बनता है, बदलता है, बिगड़ता है, सोचता है, बहुत कुछ कहता है जब टीवी पर न्यूज़ देखता है, पर सुनाई किसी को नहीं देता। अपने टीवी की सिर्फ सुनिए मत, उसे अपनी भी सुनाइए। फोन उठाइए, स्कैन कीजिए, देश के मुद्दों पर देश को बताइए अपना मुद्दा।
देखिए रंजीत कुमार के साथ देश का मूड मीटर, सोमवार से शुक्रवार शाम 5:55 पर।
खबरों का ये मेला यहीं लगेगा, जहां होगी हर बिग स्टोरी बोल्ड अंदाज, टू द पॉइंट, नो वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम, बिग एंड बोल्ड। टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
उठाओ वो सवाल जो दबा दिए गए, पूछो वो बात जो छुपा दी गई, सिस्कियों का हिसाब मांगो। जो जिम्मेदार हैं उनसे अपना आज, अपना कल मांगो, इससे पहले कि चुप्पियां सब राख कर दें। पूछ लीजिए सवाल पब्लिक का नाविका कुमार के साथ टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
काफी समय से अमेरिका से लंबी दूरी वाली मिसाइल दागने की अनुमति।
ओ बिट्टू, खेलता ही रहेगा या सब्जी लेने जाएगा?
क्या है, पैसे तो दिए नहीं आपने।
तो यूपीआई पेमेंट करके ले आ।
यूपीआई?
लोकल मार्केट में कैश चाहिए तुझे, जबकि आज की डेट में सिंगापुर, फ्रांस, श्रीलंका से लेकर यूएई तक अपने इंडिया का यूपीआई चलता है। और ये बात तो पाठशाला के बच्चे बच्चे को पता है।
क्या बात है मम्मी, आप तो बड़े स्मार्ट हो गए।
तो तू भी हो जाना, लियो कर क्लास, आया कर पाठशाला में।
परिवार का हर सदस्य कुछ ना कुछ तो सीख के जाता है जब वो पाठशाला में आता है बॉस। तो आप भी आइए।
न्यूज का इकलौता फैमिली शो, न्यूज की पाठशाला, टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
Our mission to empower Indian businesses with tailored, efficient, and cost-effective ERP solutions, driving the Indian economy to greater heights. Our Vision Tech Cloud ERP envisions enhancing India's GDP by delivering customized solutions designed specifically for Indian industries. With 25 years of experience, Tech Cloud ERP offers 22 integrated modules that help businesses operate seamlessly and efficiently. Our integrated modules include CRM sales purchase, inventory, production, quality control, quality assurance, job work, human resource management finance, and more. Tech Cloud ERP caters to a wide range of industries, including agriculture, education, healthcare, manufacturing, trading, hospitality, hotels and restaurants, service-oriented sectors. With 90% of our product pre-configured, the remaining 10% is swiftly customized to align perfectly with your unique business needs. Beyond ERP solutions, we specialize in creating custom software tailored to meet the specific requirements of government agencies. Tech Cloud ERP prioritizes innovation and customer success, delivering transformative solutions to optimize operations, increase productivity, and ensure growth. Visit our website www.techclouderp.com. Your growth is our mission.
Five decades ago, a vision, strong and determined, began its journey. That journey has led us here to a remarkable milestone, the celebration of 50 golden years. Each year in the last 5 decades has been a testament to our resilience, our dedication, and our relentless pursuit of excellence. We rose, we stumbled, but most importantly, we grew. We turned challenges into opportunities, dreams into reality. With our vision as our compass, we forge ahead into the future, knowing there are still miles to go on this journey.
Greatness can come from humble beginnings. For PNG, it started in the year 1832 in the heart of Sangli. Daji Kaka Gadgil established PNG's first store in Pune on 9th February 1958.
Daji Kaka believed jewelry is not just an ornament, it's a promise to be kept and a legacy to be carried forward. He was a maestro in the art of building relationships. For him, it always went beyond transaction. It was about fostering connections that transcended time.
The year 2012 saw the brand evolve from Pune Gadgil Company to PNG Jewelers, marking the start of a new phase for the brand. PNG's artistry has shined in Bollywood with its hit jewelry collections. PNG Jewelers has earned numerous national and international awards. PNG Jewelers has been an integral part of Dagadu Shet Ganpati festivities, crafting iconic jewelry. Collections like Pratha, Nakshi, Swarajya, Hina, Saptam, each a masterpiece, reflects the artistry and passion. PNG is known for its Mangal Sutra Mahotsav. PNG Jewelers offers a seamless online shopping experience. PNG Jewelers is embarking on a journey with a robust leadership, which is set to broaden its horizons. This expansion heralds a significant leap forward in its ongoing pursuit of growth and prosperity, reflecting the brand's enduring commitment to excellence and innovation.
Prozeal Green Energy is developing solar power solutions to drive the shift to clean energy. We help large-scale industries transition to greener operations, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Prozeal Green Energy, powering a net zero future.
How do you know that you've arrived? Oh. Is it when your name means many things to many people? Or when your signature becomes a currency? Thank you. Is it when the only approval you need is your own? Or when you feel like giving back is another way of moving forward, you know? Or is it when you stand tall amidst giants? just when and how do you know you've arrived? Tough question, Rick. Because when you start to feel like you're almost there, a little voice inside says, the best is yet to come.
Let's make your next chapter the best one yet. IDFC FIRST Private Banking. The best is yet to come.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Discourse that informs and inspires. Watch me, Pranesh Kumar Roy, on your show, India Upfront.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Maludas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
मध्य प्रदेश ने रचे नए कीर्तिमान। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में मोहन सरकार ने रखी विकसित मध्य प्रदेश की नींव। हुआ आध्यात्मिक अभ्युदय, अधोसंरचना विकास, नई ऊर्जा नवाचार के साथ बढ़ा सुशासन और विश्वास। नारी शक्ति को मिला पूरा सम्मान, युवाओं का भी हुआ उत्थान। बेहतर स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा के गढ़े नए आयाम। समृद्ध बना किसान, गरीब के चेहरे पर आई मुस्कान।
मैं डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मध्य प्रदेश की कमान संभालने के 1 साल के अंदर ही प्रदेश के विकास, सामाजिक सशक्तिकरण और धार्मिक सौहार्द को बढ़ावा देने के लिए विजनरी मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव ने यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रोत्साहन से विकास कार्यों को रफ्तार दी, तो नई पहल के जरिए विस्तार भी। 1 साल के अंदर ऐसे जनहितैषी फैसले लिए जिसने प्रदेश में जन जन के चेहरे पर मुस्कान बिखेरी। सांस्कृतिक विरासतों को सहेजते हुए मध्य प्रदेश को विकसित प्रदेश की श्रेणी में सबसे आगे लाने के लिए ऊर्जावान मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव नित नए आयाम गढ़ रहे हैं। प्रदेश को और ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाने के प्रण के साथ ये क्रम निरंतर जारी है, ताकि मध्य प्रदेश देश में समृद्ध और प्रगतिशील प्रदेश की श्रेणी में अग्रणी रहे और विकसित भारत की संकल्पना को साकार करने में अपना योगदान दे। मोदी जी का विजन, यादव जी का मिशन। Let's go meet those who bring colors to life, magic in their hands, turning soil into gold. They talk with timber, listen to the heartbeat of threads, adorning centuries with their artistry, creating new eras. Blooming in every alley, artistry of Punjab in abundance, adorning the body, adorning the whole, traditions of Punjab. In dance, as it sets, a flame of joy burns. Bhangra, Giddha, Luddi, Sami, dancing to the rhythm of Jhumar. Here, the river of melody flows. Vibrant is the color of Punjab. Come, experience it once.
2024 marks the return of a leader who, during his 2 terms as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, implemented groundbreaking reforms that laid the groundwork for a new era of governance, transforming the state's industrial landscape. Now, Chandrababu Naidu returns as Chief Minister, determined to accelerate the pace of development and propel the state to new heights.
I'm telling you, India is having an advantage. Technology will bring employment. With the deep technology also, we can create wealth. We'll create more and more avenues for employment. That is where our government is giving more incentives for employment generation as a condition.
The Andhra Pradesh government is committed to creating a thriving ecosystem that offers competitive incentives to draw industries back to the state.
Andhra Pradesh, every part of Andhra Pradesh, I want to make it a innovation hub. Every family, I want to promote one entrepreneur. That is my dream.
The Andhra Pradesh government is actively working to integrate institutions, processes, systems and infrastructure to ensure faster turnaround times. The new industrial policy clearly identifies 4 key focus sectors for the government's objectives: food processing, electronics, micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs and other manufacturing sectors. This policy has been welcomed by industries and entrepreneurs in Andhra Pradesh. Visionary, industry-focused, people-friendly. The Chhattisgarh government's Industrial Development Policy 2024-30 aims for an inclusive, innovative and inspiring approach for industrial growth. Words are backed up by action as the government is ready with easy and transparent processes. Investors will have a team of officials at every step who will ensure business plans become a reality. With forward-thinking initiatives, the policy stimulates investment and job creation, offering customized incentive packages for projects exceeding investments of 1,000 crores or those creating over 1,000 jobs. Service sector projects such as those in IT, ITES and data centers are eligible for attractive incentives with investments of rupees 500 crores or more. Special incentives are also offered for thrust sectors like pharma, textiles, electronics, defense, aerospace, robotics and key agricultural and manufacturing industries. The new industrial policy is dedicated to empowering women, SC/ST communities, Divyang individuals, retired Agniveers and LWE affected people. The stage is set. The state is ready. Invest in Chhattisgarh and take your business to greater heights. The people and the government welcome you to be a part of the vision of a developed state of Chhattisgarh.
उत्तराखंड में बागवानी से सशक्त हो रहे हैं किसान, बन रही है उन्नत प्रदेश की विशिष्ट पहचान। मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी के संकल्प से किसानों की आय में जबरदस्त मुनाफा, फल और सब्जियों में पौष्टिकता, विकास के अंत्योदय सफर की कहानी लिख रही है। मुख्यमंत्री एकीकृत बागवानी विकास योजना के तहत किसानों को समृद्ध बनाने के लिए कोल्ड स्टोरेज पर 50% सब्सिडी अथवा 7,50,000 रुपए तक और रेफ्रिजरेटर वैन पर 50% सब्सिडी अथवा 13 लाख रुपए तक दिए जा रहे हैं। साथ ही फल, सब्जियां, पुष्प और मसालों के पौधे और बीज 50% सब्सिडी पर किसानों को प्रदान किए जा रहे हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री एकीकृत बागवानी योजना के तहत हमें सब्जी और बीज उपलब्ध कराए जाते हैं, जिसमें कि हमें समय समय पर उद्यान विभाग के द्वारा विभिन्न प्रकार के कीटनाशक दवाइयां भी उपलब्ध कराई जाती हैं और महिलाओं का एक आजीविका को लेकर एक नया ही उत्साह उत्पन्न हुआ है।
मुख्यमंत्री संरक्षित उद्यान।
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani. We will be beginning the proceedings very shortly. May I request you to please take your assigned seats and put your phones on the silent mode. Thank you.
फसल बीमा योजना के तहत फलों और मौसमी सब्जियों का बीमा कराया जाता है और सरकार किसानों को प्रीमियम की कई गुना धनराशि प्रदान कर रही है।
हमने आम की फसल का बीमा करवाया था, जिसका 8 गुना प्रीमियम हमें सीधा डीबीटी के माध्यम से हमारे अकाउंट में प्राप्त हुआ। मैं धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहूंगा उत्तराखंड सरकार, मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी का।
बागवानी योजनाओं से खुल रहे हैं समृद्धि के द्वार, किसानों को मजबूत बना रही है उत्तराखंड सरकार।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन एवं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में महाकुंभ 2025 में सनातन पताका लहराने के लिए तैयार है उत्तर प्रदेश। उच्च कोटि के प्रबंधन वाले मानवता के इस अमूर्त धरोहर से साधु संतों के साथ ही कल्पवासी भी पुण्य के भागी बनेंगे। कल्पवास अर्थात 1 माह तक संगम तट पर डेरा डालकर वेदों का अध्ययन और ध्यान पूजा, जो पौष मास के 11वें दिन से प्रारंभ होकर माघ माह के 12वें दिन तक चलती है। श्वेत व पीताम्बरधारी कल्पवासियों के दर्शन, संगम में डुबकी और पूज्य साधु संतों के आशीर्वाद का पुण्य प्रसाद प्रयागराज में बंट रहा हो तो एक जयकार गुंजायमान है। आओ चले महाकुंभ, पुण्य फले महाकुंभ चलें।
From bustling cityscapes to the beating heart of tech hubs, innovation thrives.
Welcome to Zangam, architects of digital transformation, where innovation meets excellence. We're a team of deep tech innovators working across various industries.
With almost 30 years of experience in tech engineering, I have seen firsthand how innovation transforms businesses.
Hi, I'm Bala Subramaniam.
an MBA from the Asian Institute of Management with professional experience of more than 25 years in finance, consulting, risk management, and fraud investigations. We understand that business is about multiple moving parts. So at Zangam, the strategy is very simple. Cut the clutter.
As a medical professional and an insurance expert for last 20 years, I know the insurance business deep and wide. At Zangam Group, innovation to transform the business is the core of the offerings. Innovation in technology and innovation in operations too.
Hi, I am Vinay Iyer, Chartered Accountant with more than 20 years of experience in the technology industry. We are Microsoft Gold Certified Partners and LS Central Diamond Certified Partners.
We differentiate ourselves by heavily investing in R&D in two key areas: adapting latest cutting and bleeding edge technologies like AI, blockchain, IoT. And the second area is investing in understanding the domain problems of the industry. Then we create a Zangam to culminate in industry-ready, co-created solutions.
At Zangam Group, our technological philosophy is built on three pillars: integration, innovation, and impact. At Zangam Labs, we bring in the learning from multiple clients and technologies to create new enterprises. Labs is about actually developing new entrepreneurs so that innovation keeps continuing inside the business and also for our clients. Our strategy to handle disruption is simple: be the disruptor. Through Zangam Labs, we've created a technological symphony of AI, analytics, and automation, thereby delivering scalable business transformation.
We work with Zangam Labs to augment Microsoft D365 solution to provide a cutting-edge advantage to our customers.
Our AI-driven solutions have been reshaping every aspect of the insurance value chain, including redefining distribution, intelligent underwriting, and automated claims processing. The value we offer to our clients goes way beyond traditional insurance boundaries. We proudly tell our clients, your vision is our mission, your success is our destination.
We mainly cater to customers in the retail, hospitality, and duty-free segment. Our customers are present in more than 20 countries.
Welcome to Zangam, and this is my team.
And now, please welcome your hosts for the afternoon, Mirror Now's Shreya Upadhyay and Times Now's news editor, Hina Gambhir.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani, a 9-year legacy of transformative discourse that has reshaped our nation's economic narrative. I hope you all enjoyed a satisfying lunch and are now energized to applaud our esteemed speakers.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, do share your thoughts and suggestions with us on social media platforms using the hashtag IEC 2024. The sessions ahead, remember, promise thought-provoking insights as we continue to explore India's incredible journey on the fast track to top 3.
So, Shreya, let's get started then. For an emerging economy like India, sustaining growth amidst uncertainties demands not only strategic vision, ladies and gentlemen, but also resilience and adaptability. The next discussion that we will have will explore how India can chart a path to prosperity even in the face of existing global volatility.
Absolutely. And to provide their expert insights, we have with us two stalwarts of the financial world. We would like to invite our speakers, the CEO of HDFC Asset Management Company, Navneet Munot, and the founder of GQuant Investec, Shankar Sharma. And to moderate this session, may I please call upon stage Editor-in-Chief, ET Now and ET Now Swadesh, Nikunj Dalmia.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm in the center. So Mr. Manot is on my right side and I'm the right side of Shankar Sharma. So it's a very important session where we will be talking about where markets are headed, what are the themes which essentially are crucial for India, what you should do with your portfolio allocation, and for next 5 to 7 years, which are the asset classes which in a sense are likely to make money. But I just want to set the context here. We're celebrating the 10th anniversary of IEC, and if one sector which has seen really magic happen in last 10 years is the entire capital market space. Stock markets are booming. SIP flows have really multiplied. What was always a backbencher conversation in terms of where to invest, how to invest, now kya lene ka has become a center stage in just about every major conversation. So in this market, where do we stand and where are we headed? That really would be the focus of this chat with Shankar and with Navneet. So, Mr. Manot, 10 years ago, the entire mutual fund industry was about 10 lakh crore. Now the assets under management for SBI are nearing 10 lakh crore. It's just been a magical journey for the entire mutual fund industry.
Thank you so much, Nikunj, and the role that you have played. Many compliments on the 10th edition of IEC. I remember our AUM, as he mentioned, of the industry was 10 lakh crores, and we have added more AUM as an industry in last 12 months. So the AUM that industry has added in last 12 months is more than the total size of the industry 10 years back. Another heartening number is the equity AUM has now touched 39 lakh crores. That number was 3 lakh crores 10 years back. So what a journey it has been. And more heartening is the way money is coming in. You just said that कहीं भी देखते हैं तो लोग पूछते हैं क्या बोला आपने?
क्या लेने का?
ऐसा नहीं है. लोग बोलते हैं म्यूचुअल फंड सही है, SIP किया क्या? And I think that has been the biggest revolution in India, the financialization of savings. In fact, I call this even the equitization of savings, because the equity allocation in household balance sheet in India 10 years back was 2.5%. It has reached now 5%, but we have a long way to go. We feel very happy as an industry on the efforts that we have made with people like you, all our distributors, advisors, and the entire ecosystem, but we have a long, long way to go. And I think Indians need to own a lot more of the entrepreneurial energy of this country and need to participate in the growth prospects of this country, and that's what our industry has been driven by.
Shankar, again, the 10-year comparison, 10 years ago it was small, now it's growing. If hypothetically we are engaging in a similar conversation on the 20th anniversary of IEC, what do you think we are likely to be discussing in terms of a market level, SIP number, and equity as an asset class?
No, I think SIP number, Navneet is far better placed because he has the pulse of the retail investor. All I can say is that, 10 years is your anniversary, and congratulations for that. It's a fabulous show, as we were discussing over lunch. But the Indian capital markets have had a journey even prior to that. We started in, let's say, the late 80s or the early 90s, which is when I entered the markets. And since then, and the reason why I left a pretty good job and entered the rough and tumble world of the stock market back then, it was not a legitimate profession, I can tell you. In Gujaratis, they used to say that the kid who could not finish school used to join the stock market. I'm sure you're well aware of that. It was no place for an MBA and all those kinds of things. The reason why I did that was that I had exactly the same view as I have today, that India is going to be a fabulous, significant stock market, and I want to get in as early as possible at the basement or basement minus 10 level. And I was 26 and a half when I left my job. Since then, I have not had a moment to regret it ever. And I don't think anybody entering it at 26 and a half today will have anywhere close to something called regret, because many people ask me that, sir, you are lucky that you guys entered, when the boom was just starting. We are now late in the game. And I tell them, in some senses, yes, but in some senses, we were probably too early. Because this whole market infrastructure, the size and scale of companies, therefore the size and scale of opportunities is so much bigger. And opportunity breeds the chance to make big money. If your market cap of India itself was whatever when I started, maybe $20 billion. Can you make $5 billion? You cannot own 25% of the market. But today, $5 billion is peanuts. We're on a 4 trillion market cap. So the size of the pie has expanded so much that even if you're a minorly successful investor, you're looking at making a significant part of that pie chart, as opposed to back when we started, you had to be extraordinarily smart to get even somewhere in life. So in fact, the opportunities are ahead and significantly more than what we enjoyed in the last 30 years.
So then why every major brokerage firm or analyst is of the view that Indian markets are good, but they are expensive? They are trading above historical averages. I will steal a line from Navneet that it is important to have Josh in the market, but it is also important to have Hosh in the market. So everybody is losing their Josh, but Hosh also.
But that is how markets are, na, Nikunj? I mean, we have seen journeys. Josh and Hosh both are lethal combinations. One alone is okay, but both together is a Molotov cocktail. Again, remember one thing, and I do believe this, and I'm writing a blog on this, which hopefully next week will get published, is that we must have bubbles in markets, because when they burst, they will leave behind some growth. Nothing deflates 100%. Like if you have a bubble in infrastructure companies collapse. But the roads they built, they will be there. The assets that get built out of a bubble remain there. Out of the bubble of .com, still emerged a fantastic thing called the internet. Something good will come out of it. So let's
The categories, soap, shampoos, वो भी नहीं बिक रहे. This is all data.
So Shankar talked about that he entered market like late 80s, early 90s, and what a fabulous journey India had. And as a small kid, I started watching market in early 80s, very small kid. And Sensex was 400, Nifty wasn't there. Sensex was 400, and we have seen the journey from 400 to 4,000, 4,000 to 40,000, and 40 to 80. And during this period, there would have been many quarters where we discuss something like this: why soaps are not selling, or why the IIP is lower, or the rates have gone up, or inflation. Many things in the world, many things in India. But in the same period, we have seen the journey of 400 to 80,000. We have SDFC FlexiCap Fund, which is celebrating 30 years of existence next month. In this 30 months, if somebody did an SIP of 10,000 rupees per month, is almost worth 20 crore rupees today. Now, I'm from mutual fund industry. As a responsible fund manager, I have to say mutual funds are subject to market risk. Please read the offer document carefully, because I'm giving you the past data and they may not guide where the future would be. But what it shows is the compounding story India has. And there are very few, and Shankar can add more because he invests globally. Other than United States, there are not many countries on the planet Earth which have done something like this, where an economy is growing consistently at a very decent pace, nominal GDP growth of 10-11% over 30 years. You have a corporate sector which can convert that growth into their revenues and profits. And you have a capital market where those profits get converted to the return to the minority shareholder. And then you have a mutual fund industry which delivers those returns to an investor who invests only 500 rupees per month. This hasn't happened in many places. There's no reason to believe that next 30 years won't be as exciting. There would surely be several quarters like this. It's not a linear. That's the nature of the beast, as Shankar rightly mentioned. You will have those bubbles, you will have those busts, but that's the nature of the beast. But between that, the real trick is just staying invested and reaping the benefit of the growth prospects that India has.
So specifically, Navneet, about this cycle, assuming that this cycle was born in the throes of COVID. It started in 2020 or 2021. Every bull market has an age. It follows, it mounts the wall of disbelief. Then there is participation. Then there is excitement. Then there is bubble. And then there is a bust. Where are we in this bull market cycle?
No, I think we are seeing a cyclical slowdown. I don't think it is structural, maybe for a variety of reasons. I'm sure several other speakers would have talked about it. Maybe the urban consumption has moderated from the growth that it had for a variety of reasons, including maybe, I think, intended, tightening of lending to households, particularly the unsecured lending that may have some consequences. Some people are saying, I really don't know whether there's a correlation, but the money that has been lost by retail traders in the F&O market, maybe that could have got into consumption because that got probably concentrated in few hands, and they are not spending much. Wherever they are spending, a house in South Bombay or a luxury car, I think those markets have been doing well. Because of the elections, I think the finance minister has mentioned that I think the capex got a little slowed down. I think once you see those orders and the other things fall in place, and now with maybe the inflation easing, and if we get lucky on that and the monetary easing cycle starts, I feel very positive about the next year. I mean, there are challenges in the world. The kind of transformations, the pace of change is accelerating, whether the geopolitical, whether it's technological, what's happening in the world of AI, all of those will have massive repercussion. But I think India has always come out well, and I don't see any reason.
Shankar, you've been a big votary of market cycles. Over the years I've interacted with you. You've said that, look, the nature of equity market is that they follow a cycle. This cycle also will have a time, or this cycle will have a level. So if this bull market, which was born in the throes of pandemic, 2020, 2021, how long before this bull market reaches its climax?
That's a good question. And I've written on this theme in the last few months that typically a bull market has a life of between 4 and 6 years, if you look at long-term history. Bear markets run between a few months to maybe 2 or 3 years. COVID lasted 1 month. Okay, which was, I think, my view, bigger than a nuclear war itself, because nuclear war will not flatten the whole world. This one flattened the whole world, and it lasted one month precisely. I think the complexion of bull markets and bear markets itself has changed. It no longer will be a grinding bear market that we have been used to. Because of the reason, and there's a longer discussion which maybe we should have at some other point, but because we have weaponized something called interest rates. Earlier, interest rates used to be a blunt instrument as we grew up learning in economics. Now they become a scalpel, they become a razor, they become like a machete. When they take it to a problem aggressively and they hack the problem down, it's become a sharp instrument. Because of that, the bear markets are scared that if we become too bearish, we'll be caught napping, which is exactly what happened at the bottom of the COVID cycle. So with that being said, we think, I mean, at least my view is, we are in the 5th year of the bull market that started in 2020. I think we are getting the wobble precisely because of that reason. This is not a young bull market. It's somewhat of a middle-aged to a slightly late-age bull market. It's not got the legs of the 2020, 21, bull. And there is a reason why the animal in the stock market is a bull. Bull cannot run too fast for too long. Otherwise, we would have had a horse as the let's say, the animal to represent the bull market or an upward market. So bull and a bear both are short-sighted. They are heavy animals. They are not very fast for long periods of time. They are ferocious, but again short-lived. So we are probably a middle-aged bull market. We might have a stumble. I think the GDP or this over enthusiasm, bubble, josh, hosh, whatever you're saying is all symptoms of that problem. I wouldn't be surprised if we, not on an index, but maybe individual stock basis, fall 20, 30, 40%. I think it's good if such things happen. Let retail investors also learn that when you're out playing cricket, you will get hit on the body and the head. There is no escaping that. You will become a better batsman when that happens. Instead of playing on feather beds with Ranji Trophy level, go to Australia and Perth and make 100. What's wrong with that? So I would welcome that. I will get hurt too. I will also lose money. But I welcome such opportunities to sharpen my skill. So if you look at a loss as a tuition fee instead of as a loss, you go to school, do you think your loss is a tuition fee? No. You want to give tuition fee. It's the same as a tuition fee, expensive one, but pay it. So I think we are towards the later end of this bull market. We might have a breather. We might have a time-wise correction. I don't think it's a crash. I really would be very surprised because there's no condition that justifies that thesis. But we might take a breather for 6-8 months or for a year. I would not be surprised if that were to happen. Return expectations are off the charts. Navneet and I were just there, and somebody, was talking to us, and he said, made only 50%. And Navneet was saying only. So I think return expectations should moderate. That's the other thing.
So if you have to, let's say, and we're speaking to you after a while, so I haven't really, quizzed you on this one. If you have to, let's say, advise, and again, you are a big believer of macro and then connecting with the trends, what is looking good in the short term? When I say short term, less than 1 year, medium term, which is 3 to 5 year, and what is looking good for long term, which is 5 year plus, and not asset classes, maybe themes or ideas.
For me, if you take big top down, gold appears to be a fantastic structural trade due to a variety of reasons. Too long to go here, but I think it's a secular trade. Other than that, within India itself, I am a votary, table-thumping believer in small caps. I've been so for many years, and that's worked out fantastically well. Again, that said, caveat is you will, in small caps, find 30, 40%, even 50% loss makers in your portfolio. People worry about losses in small caps. I say on the 50 you will get right, maybe even 30 you will get right. You're making out like a bandit here. So what's the problem? So my view is the small cap, if you look at the current fall, even today, Nifty is down 5% from the peaks. The small cap is, I think, up 1%. These kinds of aberrations have rarely happened. When markets fall, small caps fall like 2x the broad market. This is telling you something. The theme on small caps is structural, and I meet small cap companies all the time. They are no longer the crap that we used to see in the 90s. Gujarat ki company, Baroda ki company, and all that. These are fairly good businesses, good companies. There will be, rubbish there also. Let's accept it. But the good ones have got some good stories. They're doing a good job. I think the opportunity today, 5 years, 10 years from now, are the small cap markets. The large caps, to my mind, are too large right now. They will take a breather like the Asian Paints and the banks of India. They're great companies, but not great stocks.
Where have you invested in last 1 year?
I have been investing in tech within India itself because I do believe that companies that are leveraging AI, leveraging stuff like that will be huge winners. Again, there will be huge failure rate with that big caveat. I might lose 50% of my investment on 50% of those stocks. That's fine with me. But the ones on which I am winning as we speak right now, something about 3 months, 4 months back is up 3x or 4x. I will make out again like a bandit.
क्या लिया जो 3 गुना हो गया 3 महीने में?
Offline.
When you say offline, you will be mobbed, ना? तो नाम यही बता दो आप. Navneet, now I'll take the clock forward, which is that assuming that we become a $10 trillion economy by 2031 or 32 or 33, that's the debate. 8, 9, 10, कब होंगे? जाना तो है. The financial market also will double. You will see big multi-baggers, you will see large caps becoming mega caps, and a lot of small caps will become mid caps. Where do you think that size of opportunity is large? Where you think that the magic will happen? Because as the economy will progress, new winners, new industries, new sectors, like Shankar said, small cap can surprise us. As a fund manager, if you're betting on the long term, where are you picking your spots?
So look at our own industry. So you quoted the number 68 lakh crores of mutual fund industry. Converted into dollars, this is exactly $800. $800 for the size of US asset management industry in 1988. In next 10 years to 99, they became $5 trillion. If India has a similar journey, if you look at per capita, they were slightly higher, but if you look at the size of the economy, very, very similar. And the fund managers who are managing 50, 60, 70 billion dollars, they are managing a couple of $1 trillion. Why their journey won't happen in India? This our SIP movement is like the 401k movement of United States, very, very similar. And we've seen many businesses. One of the interesting things, Shankar talked about the small cap. I forgot the exact number. The number of companies which have turnover of more than $100 million, and 80%, unlike the people's perception that most of these companies who are not listed, they are all losing money because of the PE and VC money. But the fact is that 80% of them actually make money. Hundreds of them, because of the domestic flows, will get listed. The universe will expand so much over the next several years. On this whole debate of large versus mid versus small, several times we have discussed this before that. As a country, we are a small cap. I mean, our entire market cap is lower than the top 2 companies in the United States. This is 18% of humanity. This is like, I mean, what an opportunity which is here. So several of the large companies will also become much larger. Who would have thought maybe a few years back that a $50-100 billion company will become $3.5 trillion, because even that time it was quite big and it has become bigger. You will see the same in India. But we have discussed this several times that size and stability is an advantage. But the winners have to be those who have nimbleness and agility. We are in a world with so many transformation, with changes which are kind of like absolutely transformative. It's a nimbleness and agility which will trade at a premium than size and stability. And this is what has happened in last couple of years, and that will continue.
Give me one structural theme for India apart from financials, and one cyclical theme in this market for next 3-5 years.
I think the cyclical is, if I look, and which is both short as well as medium and long term, that in next 20 years, China will lose 20 crore people in its workforce because of the aging. And now the population has started declining. India will add exactly the same number, few million here and there, 20 crore people to its workforce. So 20 crore addition and 20 crore deletion. So if somebody has to produce now, despite all the efforts that Trump will make, and I'm sure they will have some success on reshoring or friendshoring and whatever. But India really has once in a generation, once in a lifetime opportunity to get manufacturing back, which we completely missed. I mean, if you see the history of the world, countries go from agri-society to a manufacturing to services. We leapfrog from agriculture to services, but we miss the middle of that. There's a possibility in next few years, and now that the relationship between the two countries are improving, there's a possibility that I think over the next several years, we have a lot of opportunity in that space, what India can manufacture, not only for India, but also for the rest of the world.
Shankar, before we wrap the discussion, I'll just narrow it down to next year, which is 2025. Now, 2024, the current year, was dominated by election talk. Then it was dominated by central bank communication. Then it was dominated by this earnings slowdown, which happened 2 quarters ago. What do you think for 2025, which is the coming year, could be that element of volatility? I mean, what could be that event which could inject volatility?
If you're talking India, I think all the eyes are on that one number which is GDP growth, and of course, second number is corporate earnings growth. On both, my thinking is more, let's say, less than hyper bullish. I think we are in for a period of moderation. We have been driven by government capex on the growth numbers of GDP. That is a good thing to do out of a problem like the pandemic. I get that. That cannot remain a steady state situation given the deficits that we have been running. Once that moderates, and it's been already moderating, you will see a lowering of headline numbers of GDP. I think that is reflecting already. Corporate numbers are also going to reflect that. Therefore, I'm saying next year will be a quieter year for the Indian markets, at least for the large cap areas. Small caps, they don't really care much about GDP number. They are in their own neck of woods. They have specialities, some of our exports. So they have a different trajectory, good or bad. But for large caps, I am less than hyper bullish. I think we are in for a period of maybe stagnant markets next year.
What about the change in United States? A new president takes over. He's already communicated that what he wants to do and what his view of the world is. Are financial markets factoring in what Donald Trump could do or his will attempt to do?
So I was reading an interesting article in The Economist, and they had given out some points which is relevant, that he talks big, but it's not, this time the world, unlike 2016, is a lot more cartelized in the BRICS faction, and other than that, it won't be easy for him to bulldoze everything. And this over-thumping the table of US consumer, US market, if the BRIC nations get together in some form, which they are, they will have a very good answer to his bombast or his threats. So, and of course, remember one thing, raising tariffs is not just a one-way street. You will raise inflation. I mean, it is basic common sense. If you raise tariffs they are planning to raise tariffs even from Mexico. Mexico was supposedly their nearshoring, ally. They are going to kill Mexico on the forget China or India. You're going to raise inflation. Can US afford inflation? No way. I think a lot of it is bombast. A lot of it is just arm twisting. I don't think he has the wherewithal to follow through on all his threats.
So I think what will happen is that because of that, as Iraqi mentioned, that the world is moving from a hyper-optimized supply chain to a more reliable supply chain. People call this, because of what Trump is talking and many other leaders like him are talking about, that we are into a period of deglobalization. I call this a different kind of globalization. This is globalization of localization, where every country is trying to produce more locally because you try to be like more, have a more reliable supply chain. What it potentially should do actually is more investments everywhere. And you will end up having a glut maybe a few years later, because everybody will say that I want to produce my chips, I want my whatever, intermediates and everything, which will create a glut. But till that time, you will actually have a good investment cycle in the world for next couple of years. And also you add the defense. The world has never been a scary place as it is today. So many nuclear powers are actually in war. And then you have all the post-Trump world and the rhetoric on that. And if he says that I'm not going to support if there is an attack on any European country or let's say Japan or a Saudi Arabia, every country will have to significantly step up their defense spending. Climate change is another one, because the whole infrastructure, the way it has got built over the last 200 years, in next 20 years will have to undergo a change. And on top of that, the technological changes, what AI will do to the world. Actually, we are staring at next several years, interestingly, rather than all the gloomy forecasts, there's a possibility that we see an investment cycle which the world hasn't seen.
Okay, so final question, and this in a sense is going to impact everybody in the room, including me, is that where are capital markets headed and what will happen to our wealth? 10 years ago, in the first edition of IEC, the Nifty was at 7,000. About 7,000. Today we are at 25,000. So at 25,000 is the Nifty right now. 20th edition of IEC, what could be the Nifty level?
I think
No,
simple math hai. Agar 12% hai, then 6 saal mein double hota hai, and you can calculate 10 years. My brain doesn't work as fast. But I think somewhere there, if the return expectations are reasonable, and remember that when you look at past and the future, in 2016, one of the biggest reform that has happened in India actually is Monetary Policy Committee, right? If the central bank is saying that we will anchor inflation, actual CPI inflation at 4%, then you have to change your risk premium also. And then in that, if you make 10-12%, it's a pretty good return over the next 10 years.
Shankar, 30 seconds of jawab dene ke liye. I'll be kicked out of the stage. Officially, they've come, right? In next 10 years, where do you think the Nifty will be there?
I'm an old school guy, Sensex.
Chaliye Sensex, 80,000 hai.
So if you take 10 years at 10% or 12%, okay, and compound it, you are getting at about 170,000 or so. Give or take 20,000 points on the Sensex.
So, अगले 10 साल में Sensex 80,000 से 1.5 lakh से 2 lakh हो सकता है. The choice is ours, whether we want to stay invested in the market or we don't want to stay invested in the market. And I would say we should stay invested in the market. Why? Because if you're heading towards 1,50,000 and 2 lakh.
Invested in mutual funds.
Invested in mutual funds. But stay invested your time in ET now. That is what I tell everybody. We'll wrap it up there, but I think that's really been the most important takeaway for all of us here, that if you want to create wealth, stay invested, be with the market, don't time the market. Let's put our hands together for Navneet and Shankar Bhai. They've been fabulous and very generous with your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure listening to the tips and the targets as far as markets are concerned. Thank you, Nikunj, for moderating this discussion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as technological advancements and evolving industry demands continue to reshape the workforce, the collaboration between academia and industry becomes increasingly vital in preparing for the future. Our next guest will explain exactly why this collaboration is essential.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, it is crucial, and technological advancements, Hina, in the kind of world that we live in are so very important when we talk about India's developments and the Industry 4.0 revolution that the world is experiencing every day in their lives.
Well, absolutely. Our focus now is going to be how education sector is going to be very, very important for India to fast track to the top 3, in fact.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming the Director of Academia Industry Partnership at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Suresh Kudur, for his keynote address on future-proofing the workforce, the role of academia and industry collaboration.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon. It feels great to be here, be part of this forum, India Economic Conclave, where the leaders from different status deliberate and strategize on how to fast forward, how to fast track India's growth, how to make her a world-leading economy to be among the top 3. So I stand here representing a sector that is chartered to play a very crucial role in actually unfolding this incredible growth story, creating leaders, innovators, and the real force who will fuel this exciting drive. So I also want to then share how we in Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, a research-focused premier institution of higher learning, we are innovating and delivering the challenge. Of course, closely working with the industry. So as we deliberate on how to build a workforce for the future, let me begin by sharing a prediction that actually eloquently captures the enormity and complexity of the task. The prediction comes from a World Economic Forum study. The WEF predicts 60% of the children entering primary school today will end up working in completely new job types that don't exist today. Now, the task is cut out both for academia and the industry. The task is to prepare a workforce for tomorrow for the jobs that is not even heard of or have foreseen. And that asks for creativity, imagination, and innovation to anticipate what are going to be those future skill requirements. And accordingly, and the job contents, and then prepare a labor force with the skills and traits that will enable them to adapt quickly and successfully to any unforeseen, and then become, the fuel for the growth story in the coming decades. So you cannot really predict what skills will be required in the future, but you can prepare them with those traits which will make them quickly adapt to those unforeseen. Say, to probably borrow words from Roosevelt, we cannot always build a future for the youth, but we can always build our youth for the future. That is exactly the challenge, and that's exactly the action plan. So, in an era, if you look at, that is marked by huge technological disruptions, and the AI, generative AI, and also the intelligent robots, they're all making very big changes, drastic changes in the business process and production processes. So now, pretty much we know that everyone, the industry is changing, the businesses are changing. Actually, they are in a flux trying to respond to these changes. And this happened this is evolving unevenly. See, when some sectors are still working with transitioning from, say, 3.0 to 4.0 or 4.0 to 5.0, industry 4.0 or 5.0, some others are already talking about industry 6.0, which will be enabled by a completely integrated intelligent systems that will fully operate completely autonomous. That would be a combination of human intelligence and artificial intelligence, human and robotic collaboration, cloud computing, the quantum computing, so on and so forth. So this requires a very multidisciplinary, multi-skilled, and at the same time, flexible, adaptive, and creative workforce. Now, we all know, the world has by now agreed that AI is going to be a game changer, and it is here to stay. Unlike its previous hype cycles, we know that there have been many hype cycles in the past of AI. It promised a lot but never delivered. This time, that's not going to be the case. AIs are being deployed not only in the industry, in many other sectors, in many other roles. Be in manufacturing floor, be in the agricultural farms, be in the healthcare, emergency room, creative arts, whatnot. So all of these will ask for very different skills because your business processes are changing and the production processes are changing. Now, if you really look at the Future Jobs Report, that is the 2023 released by World Economic Forum, it observes that the job skills landscape is drastically changing because of the technological disruptions and demographical changes, etc. It predicts you will lose around 83 million jobs in the next 5 years, and it will create new 69 million jobs. So what that means is, in next 5 years, you have some jobs which are being lost. 83 lost and 69 newly created. Now, the fear is not as much whether AI will replace your job. The fear is actually, will your job be lost to a person who is more superior in AI skills. And that makes the workers forced to upskill and reskill in AI-related jobs. And in fact, the report says 6 people in every 10 will have to be retrained, will have to be reskilled by year 2027. Now, if you really look at what are the fastest growing jobs, that's for the 5 years. Actually, if you take a horizon of a longer horizon, say 30 years, 50 years, then many experts feel that there will be plenty of jobs of more rewarding options. Especially the more jobs would be, or more prominent sectors would be care-based economy, regenerative industry and infrastructure, regenerative agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and so on and so forth. So we are talking about another next 5 to 10 years. What are the main jobs going to be? Obviously, as we all know, the top of the list is AI and ML specialists. And then comes sustainability specialist, as we know a lot of talk on sustainability going around. And business intelligence analyst, information security, fintech engineers, data analysts and scientists, robot engineers, and the list goes. What are the future skills then that would be required to cater to these jobs? The top of the list of the job was AI and ML engineers, but the top of the list of the skill is not really Python programming. The top of the list, they are cognitive abilities, social skills, and technology skills. That is like the top of the list is analytical thinking. Analytical thinking, critical thinking, resilience and flexibility and agility, motivation and self-awareness, curiosity and lifelong learning, technology literacy. Let's say like those are the cognitive skills and bionic skills, which is basically your skills to operate to, the AI and robotic like technologies. Now, these are the new skills that we need, which means that the Indian universities will have to catch up or like to, deliver on two specific agendas. One is that it build and future-proof the workforce to drive the growth. The second is drive innovation and entrepreneurship to create knowledge and IP to create the wealth which will fuel the growth. So one is the workforce to fuel or to drive the growth. The other is you build innovation and knowledge and IP to create wealth which will fund the growth. So the task is cut out for the universities, and these cannot happen unless you work closely with the industry. So that is exactly the task ahead for the universities. So the requirement of these new skills mean you need to innovate, you need to invent and implement pedagogical innovations. Your old methods of teaching, learning will not work anymore. Cannot prepare a workforce for tomorrow. So there need to be a pedagogical innovations which will address, one, the fostering of soft skills, competencies. Second, the innovation and the entrepreneurial mindset. We all know innovation is not a natural ally to education. It doesn't come naturally. The education basically teaches, train us to be compliant with the existing, and innovation asks for disruption. So unless you purposely break that, what the inherently in there in the education, you cannot, foster an innovation culture. Hence, the pedagogy has to address that. The third, you need to have opportunity to explore and work with the developing technologies. The students and faculty should get an opportunity there. And the last, experiential learning. So these are the challenges, and these are the pedagogical challenges. So since I'm running out of time, let me wrap up. And Amrita is essentially doing this with a lot of changes in the way the training happens and how the innovations are encouraged. Say, for example, the School of AI is completely following a project-based learning and continuous evaluation method. Similarly, the life skills are integrated completely into the curriculum with a credited course that runs across semesters, 3rd to, say, 7th semester, and the regular industry collaboration to get the curriculum updated and their interactions, etc. Apart from that, we also deal into a lot of collaborative research where industry and academia come together to create knowledge and create value. One of the classic example I want to put here, before I conclude, in fact, Amrita, the professor, built a bulletproof, blast-proof, fire-proof composite material, which is now used in army to create the army, their armament as well as the infrastructure, which is actually saving an import of 20,000 crore a year. That's a classic example of how industry, government, and academia can work together in the indigenization of India's armament. Now, with that, I want to close up with a remark that we need to have a real purposeful, deliberate collaboration between academia and industry. If I quote the Chinese example before I wrap up, say China, in 2015, if you look at, there was 1.5 lakhs projects of industry academia collaboration, which went to 3 lakhs projects by 2020. In funding, 100 billion yuan to 300 billion yuan in 2020. India needs to identify these key areas, AI, e-mobility, semiconductor space, and come up with a strategy, a deliberate, a purposeful, and imaginative policy and actions plans by government, by the academia, and by the industry, which will define our trajectory of growth to 50 trillion by 2050. With that, let me close. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kudur. Thank you so much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that education plays a crucial role in driving economic growth, and in India, where a large portion of the population is young, the link between education and economic empowerment has never been more significant. Building on this vital connection, our next speaker is a thought leader in academia and research. Please join us in welcoming on stage the Dean of Life Sciences at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Dr. Bipin Nair, on Empowering Minds, Empowering Economy, Education's Role in India's Global Rise. This session would be moderated by my co-host, Hina Gambhir. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, Shreya. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we all have now been given the reasons why this session becomes very important, why education sector is going to play a vital role as far as India's economic growth is concerned. Dr. Bipin Nair, I think 2 points that were raised earlier were that, one, we need a future-ready workforce, and in doing that, the role of universities becomes very, very important. So I want to ask you first, where are we right now in terms of reforms in the education sector? Because it is very important. The students, the children in the universities today are going to be decision makers, policy makers, nation builders of the future. So are we on the right track as far as reforms in the education space are concerned?
Thank you, Ina, and it's a real pleasure to be here, and I wanted to thank the Times Network for inviting me. As far as education and our youth are concerned, I guess I should first begin with the main criteria that we should imbibe, which is inculcating true values, which makes the difference between our education system and anywhere else in the world. So when I say true values, a sense of integrity, a sense of honesty, a sense of applicability, a sense of wanting to do the right things at the right time, and a sense of belonging to the country. The nation belongs to us, we belong to the nation. And that, all of that is very much part of what our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has said, Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that is the kind of approach that we have to take, where we train, we educate, we bring in that culture that will hold our youth in the best as going forward.
Interesting. And we have also seen how Prime Minister Modi always talks about how we need to turn crisis into an opportunity. World over, the research by Indians is being appreciated. Then why is it, sir, that I'm just looking at some government data. About 13.35 lakh Indian students are currently pursuing higher studies abroad. You talk to anybody after 12th, they want to go abroad, learn something from there, because the perception is maybe it's better there. Are we doing anything to also tell these students that here in India too, a lot is being changed, and that's the reason why the innovation that is happening here is because these people are the products of the universities within the country?
Exactly. Because when we talk about empowering minds, the first thing that needs to happen is changing that mindset that our country tends to have, where the idea is that if it is something excellent, it must have come from America or Europe or somewhere else. That's not the case. That may have been the case some time ago. But now India is totally poised, is capable of doing the things that we need to do to take India into that future. And the simple examples that one can look at is look at what we did with Chandrayaan-3. Totally indigenous research. Putting India, scripting history by putting India on the moon, and being able to do that, what we should take pride in is frugal innovation. Very few people paid attention to the fact that that project that ISRO put together cost only 615 crores, about 75 million US dollars. That was less than half of what Hollywood took to create a science fiction movie, Interstellar, in 2014. That cost $165 million. So that, as well as what we experienced with the COVID pandemic, where the biotechnology sector in India came forward and developed vaccines that were world-class, and we were able to be the first nation to be able to combat that problem and vaccinate our 1.4 billion population, and then donate 70 countries that vaccine. All of that was capable with research and development done right here in India. So that mindset needs to change. Our young students, as you said, immediately after the 12th, they want to go to America or Europe or Australia or New Zealand or Ireland, pay 30 lakhs or the equivalent of that, $30,000 for example, and get an education that may not be even comparable with what most of our universities are able to offer today. So why have that kind of an approach? Most institutions in India, and today we are talking about 1,400 plus universities that offer world-class education, right from the initial stages at the bachelor's level all the way to the PhD level. And we have that experience that our graduates are able to compete with and outclass people from other parts of the world and walk into positions elsewhere where they get that experience, they get that exposure, and are able to return to India and offer the best of that training to bring India to a level where we are capable, we are competent, we are able to do all of that. And that's not just with major projects, even at the university level. For example, in Amrita University, where we are looking at major problems. For example, India has the dubious distinction of being the diabetes capital of the world. 800 million diabetics across the world. Of that, 220 million are here in India. At Amrita, collaborating with the Indian Institute of Science, we are looking at what can be called a formal sort of development where we will be able to provide that kind of healthcare with what is known as an artificial pancreas. Wireless sensor networks that have been able to save lives in landslide-prone areas. And that has been developed and have been implemented so that we are able to provide that kind of a warning system at least 24 hours in advance and save lives because almost $400 million are lost due to landslides and all across the world.
So you're saying, of course, mindset needs to be changed. Is something being done in this direction? Because listening to you makes me feel that perhaps we have the capability. The universities are making efforts as well. But is something else being done too to ensure the reason students go abroad, perhaps those reasons are brought here? Are there any kind of collaborations or bhagidari that is also happening in the education system?
Absolutely. So right from the beginning, and that is true for a lot of institutions in the country, along with Amrita, we have been able to collaborate and interact with the best universities in the world. The top three, for example, the Oxford University or Cambridge or the University of California and so on, where we are able to have not only academic programs where we are able to have an exchange of students and faculty, but also research programs where we have exchange of personnel, exchange of research material, and we are able to have these universities that are world-class, are supposedly world-class, bring in that expertise, have that kind of exposure, and we are able to collaborate with them, work with them, and have those kinds of interactions where we are now looking at joint degree programs at the bachelor's level, master's level, PhD level. And that kind of an exposure, that kind of training enables us to have that kind of an exchange with world-class universities, and that will always be beneficial for all of us.
I want to also talk to you a little bit about skilled workforce, because that's the need of the hour. Industry will also only hire people who are, ready to adapt to the changing, technology that we are seeing now almost on a daily basis. I want to quote some data here. The economic survey, the last economic survey that we got of 23-24, it pointed out that there is a skill gap among many of our graduates. As per the survey, only 51.25% of India's graduates today are deemed employable, which simply means, if I just turn around this data, around 49% of the graduates today are not employable. Are we doing something to change this trend? And what are we going to do with these graduates? Because unemployment is a big issue. And if our education system does not produce employable graduates, it's going to be a big problem for the entire country.
Sure. When we talk about employability, it also brings into focus the kind of training that these students are able to get at the schools, at the universities, and all across, where a training that would be providing that kind of employability. And to that extent, the government has put in a lot of different programs, different plans, where there is support offered not only at the educational level. For example, the Department of Biotechnology, which I'm very familiar with, of the Government of India, has now implemented what they call a DBT Skill Vigyan program, where there is, there have been at least about 21 states which have been identified to bring in institutions from those states. And the Department of Biotechnology of the Government of India provides funding so that there can be upskilling of the faculty who are involved in higher education, of upskilling or training of technicians who can be industry ready, and also of students who have probably not got that kind of exposure in the colleges and institutions where they are. So that and several other such programs, with the idea that we need to be focused on this kind of an approach. And then we talk about artificial intelligence and the implementation of those skills. That is also happening. And right here at Amrita, where in our hospital, we have now in our pediatric cardiology department, for example, holograms that are created using artificial intelligence, where a doctor is able to walk through a patient's heart before doing the surgery the next day.
So innovation clearly is something that's happening, and skill development is what you're also focusing on. Thank you very much for speaking with us. Of course, education sector is very, very important for India's economic growth, and thank you for giving us those insights.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Nair, for sharing your insights. Thank you, Hina, so much for that insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability and green innovation are vital for long-term growth. India's shift to sustainable practices presents an opportunity to create millions of green jobs and attract investments in renewable energy and eco-friendly innovations. Now, to discuss how India can lead a global green revolution, we have two experts with us today. Please join us in welcoming the founder and CEO of Kinetic Green Energy and Power Solutions, Sulajja Firodia Motwani, and the MD and CEO, ProZeal Green Energy, Shobhit Rai. And may we request the national editor of ET Now, Aisha Afridi, to moderate this session. Can we have a round of applause to welcome them, ladies and gentlemen? Over to you, Aisha.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have two experts in the field to talk about how India can actually revolutionize green energy and how is it that green energy can actually play a big role in taking us to the top 3 economies in the world. So, Sulaja, let me start with you. What's the broad vision? When you talk about green energy, there's so much innovation happening right now. Everything from green energy to green hydrogen to biofuels. There's so much research which is getting backed as to how to create fossil fuels into greener forms and how to make that energy transition, if you will. Where do you think, what kind of direction are we headed in? And are we headed in the right direction to begin with for, say, the next 5 years?
Well, first of all, very happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me. And a good afternoon to all of you. It's always difficult to do a post-lunch session. But let me say that this is a topic close to my heart. So hopefully, we'll have a wonderful chat. First, let's talk about why green energy is important for India. I think, as we all know, we're looking at the fast track to top 3. And I'm one of the believers that India is entering into a wonderful era where we can really aim to be one of the top 3 economies in the world. Be a global superpower, whether it's in terms of economic superpower, in terms of being a large market, being in terms of thought leaders, and really, lead the world both in terms of economically as well as spiritually. So I'm a believer in the journey of Vikasit Bharat, and I think we are on the cusp of something wonderful. Now, if we really want to lead this, I think future is green. And the world is going green. Everyone's adopting very aggressive SDG goals. It is required for our planet. We have seen what kind of havoc climate change is causing, whether it's the tsunamis or the flash floods or health issues people are facing. And I think it's very important that we lead the world also in this green transition. Then we will be a true leader. And I think India is making the right moves. Our policies are very much focused on this green transition. We have a net zero by 2070 as a mission for the nation. We're leading this also in the area of transportation. So I believe that, yes, we're making the right moves. We are headed in the right direction. And I also believe that it's very important to adopt this if we truly want to be a global leader.
Shobit, want you to come in here and, when you talk about strategic leadership and the kind of role that India can play into the green energy revolution, if I can call it that, what strategies should India actually adopt to try and make the transition quicker, which is then going to sort of help India capitalize and climb up the ladder to the top 3 economies of the world, sooner than later?
So I think from the perspective that what are the major steps, I would just bullet it out in terms of major important steps that we need to take. Number one is that if you have to fast track this entire transition to green, manufacturing of components which are needed, which we were dependent on imports, and with this Make in India initiative, we are on the right move. So from the perspective that whatever we need from renewable supply side, end to end, it's not only just, we talk about assembly, but, a fully backward integrated kind of manufacturing setup would be a very, very important role, which already we have initiated. And I think in next 3 to 4 years, we will see that it will take up the right shape. And not only we will consume internally, but also the kind of setup that we will have, we will be able to export, which is again going to be a boost to the economy. As we all know that globally, a lot of countries are resistant for Chinese imports these days. So I think India becomes another big market. So this is going to be very, very important. The other important factor is that if we have to accelerate this growth, we see that we have a massive target of 500 gigawatt. We have still 300 gigawatt to go. We would require skilled workforce, which is kind of missing right now, especially for this energy transition, which I believe that we will have to work upon, which many institute governments and private institutes are working on training the manpower for, especially on the renewable side. which will also, of course, solve the employment problem as well in a big way. And also, I am also looking at from the perspective that not only just solve the problem for renewable energy in India, but also from, we should become, an exporter, service exporter to many other countries. Especially you talk about in Europe after the Russia crisis, if you see that the demand for renewable energy has picked up significantly. And their targets, which they have not even achieved in last more than a decade, they want to achieve that in 1 year, for which obviously you need manpower. So that is another way that this can be taken up in the right direction, and we would see that we can definitely accelerate this growth.
Sulocha, you are at the helm of kinetic green energy, right? You guys are into EVs. Tell me all about the technology and the kind of innovations that you at Kinetic Green are working on to help make this transition quicker and faster.
Well, very excited about what we are doing. For all of you who don't know, Kinetic Green is the electric vehicle arm of Kinetic Group. You all know Kinetic for Kinetic Luna, Kinetic Honda, and many other products that we made over the years. Who doesn't know
Kinetic Honda? Yeah.
So Kinetic Green is one of the pioneering players in the India's electric vehicles space. Today, of course, it's very fashionable to be an EV company, but we were very, in 2012 is when I started this company. We launched our vehicles in 2015. It was that time not so fashionable. There was no market, there was no policy, there was no supply chain, there was no demand. There was just a passion and belief in a green future. And of course, the rest is history now. Clearly, we are on the right path. And we are embracing a wonderful trend, which is green. So I think first let me answer you by saying that why is electric vehicle technology important in this green transition? And then what we are doing towards it. As we all know, vehicular emissions contribute almost 25 to 30% of the pollution in the cities. That means when we are moving on our streets, we are inhaling the bad air, the emission, the carbon dioxide, and the other greenhouse gases, and that's affecting health of our citizens. So along with producing green energy, it is equally important that we clean the air in our cities. And we owe this to our future generations, that we leave a planet which is healthy and which is clean. If we move to electric vehicles, they produce zero emission. There are zero greenhouse emissions, and there is also zero noise. So we can reduce the noise and air or pollution greatly by adopting electric vehicles. It's like if you buy an electric car, it's like you're planting 100 trees, So that's the kind of impact it can have on the environment in our cities. So I think it's one of the very important elements of a green future is to have green transport. And of course, the world is now embracing this technology. A while ago, there was a question whether it will be if electric vehicles and why electric vehicles. Now it's only about when electric vehicles and how electric vehicles. So it's a massive disruption, transformation we are going through, which auto industry has not seen for decades. And along with that, we are creating this wonderful future now. So I think it's very important to embrace this. I want to say one more thing, which is that electric technology is becoming so consumer friendly in terms of cost, manufacturing cost, running cost. Also the way you use electric vehicles, it's like a tablet on wheels. Younger consumers find it much easier, much more intuitive. So there is no doubt that electric vehicles are going to be more and more popular. India today is the world's third largest automobile market. After US and China, we are the third largest automobile market. That means, it's a very important and large industry. So we are surely going to be consumers of EVs because people are going to want EVs. It's early days, but the trend is coming in a big way. But it's also important that India not only is leading in consumption of EVs, but that India also leads in manufacturing of EVs. So we don't just become a consumer, but we also become a leader in EV technology, in EV manufacturing, in EV export. And that's what's important. So I think that's what we are trying to do, is to truly work on two areas. One is Make in India. That means we are not only trying to sell EVs, but we are trying to design, manufacture, engineer EVs and use a fully localized supply chain. Work to create this technological base for our country, to create good quality EVs, which can sell here, but also can be exported to Asia, South America, Africa, and other parts of the world. And the second thing which is very exciting for me is, to whom are we promoting this technology? India is a pyramid. The bottom of the pyramid is much larger. We're a developing nation. So in India, it's not about electric cars that is going to make a big difference. It is not about somebody selling 10, 15,000, buying 10, 15,000 cars. It is about what they call the common man, the middle class, the lower middle class, who are using two-wheelers and three-wheelers and buses for their transport. 85% of Indian transport sector is made up of these products, two-wheelers, three-wheelers and buses. So if we can make them electric faster, then we can truly reduce pollution in our cities, and we can also reduce transport costs for our people. So that's what we are focusing on, which is the two-wheelers and three-wheeler space. And we want to democratize e-mobility. We want to bring it to mainstream and make it affordable and accessible, not just for the classes, but for the masses. So in not just metros, but B, C towns, rural areas, and really promote the technology and its benefits to public at large. So these are the two things that I'm very passionate about. One is Make in India, and India to be a leader in EV technology. And second is to democratize it and take it to the masses across rural and urban areas, and not just the classes.
When you talk about urban areas and people like us from Mumbai and Delhi cities, we've already seen that transition happen, and so many more EVs in the last 2 years on the roads. But like you said, the bottom of the pyramid, which is where you are targeting and which is where you want to condition their minds to make that transition from ICE engines to EVs now, how critical is government support over here? And what kind of policies do you think that the government can bring about to try and bridge that gap where EVs can actually reach the grassroots?
So let me say that the government of India has been visionary and supportive in the green transition. And I think that has helped us to adopt the new technology already in a very powerful way. From just about less than 1% EVs about 5 years ago, we are now at almost 10% EVs. In segments like three-wheelers, electric vehicles are selling more. I mean, we have exceeded the ICE deployment. Electric scooters are becoming very, very popular, and I think that in the next 3 to 5 years, we should be at almost 80 to 100% electric in scooter space. I don't see why anybody should buy a non-electric scooter. In a couple of years from now, you will have excellent models, good price, good range, good features, good comfort, good convenience. So why would you want to spend on fuel when you don't have to spend on fuel? So I think in these areas like three-wheelers, two-wheelers, buses also, we are leading, we are doing a good job, because the government has supported. In a disruptive technology like this, you do need government support in the initial years, because you don't have scale, so cost is higher. You need to kind of create taxation which is in favor of this technology, so it becomes more affordable. You need to enable R&D. You need to ensure that you're protecting the Make in India. I think government has done that. We have 5% GST on EVs vis-a-vis 28% on ICE. We have incentive policies where customers get benefits if they buy EVs. And government has been very, very proactive. To me, the next 5 years are now going to be about scale and charging infrastructure. We've done the basic work. EVs have come in. People are buying. People are making. I think now we have to create a wonderful infrastructure for charging an ecosystem of EVs. And we have to attain scale so that EV becomes mainstream. And then I think there's no looking back.
Wow. Shobhit, coming here, when it comes to EVs, like Sulajja's vision is that it should be affordable, it should reach the grassroots and the bottom of the pyramid. And once that conversion happens, there will be a faster transition. And of course, it's going to be more broad-based. But what are the challenges when it comes to investment, to funding? Because like she said, that, there is a lot of support because it's new technology, there's constant innovation, and there's constant improvisation, which happens pretty much almost on a daily basis.
So on the EV front, we ourselves are into, we have a small vertical which, does the infrastructure for EV charging where, it's on a pay-per-use model. The only challenge, what we have been seeing in this particular sector is that it's kind of like, a real estate business that if you have the right spots, you will be able to get the chargings that is required basically to survive, or maybe, at least make a business sense on this. On the other side, like for the public transport on the electricity side, on the electric charging side, if you see that, you'll not find that OEMs trying to spend on the charging station, or, trying to spend. I think it's the government initiative which is to be taken up, wherein it should become a mandate to have one charger at every maybe 50 to 100 meters on the road, so that wherever there are doubts in the minds of people that why not to turn electric, is just the range anxiety, which I think most of the people, which is almost like kind of solved in two-wheelers, and also from the commercial vehicles. Now you will see that the charging technology also, going up to the extent that in a city like Surat, we have, tied up with corporation, where we have installed like more than 100 chargers at the locations which have been given by the corporation. And we are able to see that, at certain good locations, where because of which the penetration of EVs in those concentrated pockets have picked up significantly. And each stations are able to generate, significant revenues, where we are able to see that even at a fast charging, which can charge at a, interval of, a single charge at 45 minutes from 0 to, full charge. We are able to, generate massive revenues, where the paybacks are coming even less than, 3 years for a charging station. So the only thing which I feel that could accelerate this particular program is, I think government can play only. We don't need subsidies at this point of time, because the technology has evolved, and it is like, so scalable and affordable. But the only thing is we need to have the right, if government can, tie up with, people who want to invest into charging infrastructure, provide them the right space. Because the biggest challenge is to get the right space where, you can park the cars, where you can charge the car, where it is safe. So that is the only support I feel, if they can, work with corporates and, the companies who are willing to invest. I think that can solve a much, much bigger problem, and this could, accelerate in a much faster way, which is already, we don't need to, explain now with the numbers, but it can still, ramp up in a big way.
So, Lasha, what is the
Can
hurdle?
I add something here to what he's saying? So I'm very happy to share. In fact, I'm in Delhi. I came this morning, and we had a meeting at the Ministry of Heavy Industries. And I'm very happy to share with all of you that I chair FICCI's Electric Vehicle National Task Force, and we have partnered with McKinsey, who have now created a complete blueprint of the top 40 cities where EVs are most likely to be, let's say, most popular, and 20 big highways around those cities. And we are doing, along with MHI and each state, there is a nodal cell being created, creating a very deep blueprint of these 40 cities and the highways around it, where a complete grid of charging infrastructure is being visualized, home charging, public charging, and highway charging. And the kind of work that's happening, I'm very bullish that in the next 3 to 4 years, we will have a wonderful charging infrastructure that will come up in our country. And I think, that's something which really will take us to the next stage of EVs.
Okay, here's to a more greener and cleaner India, and climbing up the ladders and fast tracking to top 3, and it can't be done without the auto industry. Thank you, both of you, so much for sharing this vision with us. Thank you, Silaja.
Time flew by so quickly, but
yes.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To the Government of India, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, who is going to be in conversation with Navika Kumar.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Welcome, sir. Namaskar. Navika ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Shreya. Thank you, Hina. We are very pleased to have with us Union Communications Minister, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, who also has turned model, promoting his new ministry, the Ministry of Northeast, and you're actually now promoting their textiles, fashion garments, and that's a new role for you. First time model, or have you done it before, but you did it with aplomb the other day?
Well, first of all, thank you, Navika, for having me and here at this India Conclave. It's always a pleasure to be a part of your show. I must also congratulate you in terms of putting up a wonderful venue here at Bharat Mandapam. And funnily enough, this was exactly the venue where we hosted initially our International Telecommunications Union Conference 5 months ago, where we had delegates from across 150 countries, almost 5,000 delegates, the largest ITU conference in the history of the ITU. And also the same site where we had the Ashtalakshmi conference, the Mahotsav. And the whole idea of the Ashtalakshmi Mahotsav was to really exposition the capability of the Northeast, not only on a national scale, but on an international scale. Our 7 sisters and Sikkim, our 8 states, have a tremendous repertoire of capability, from arts, crafts, horticulture, floriculture, agriculture, industry, hydropower, across the board. And I think with the Prime Minister's sankalp of really making the Northeast the growth engine of India and the transformation that's taken place, to be really be able to expose the rest of the world to that opportunity, if you will. And handloom forms a very important integral part of it, both with eri silk, which is the ahimsa silk, as well as muga silk, which is called the golden silk. And I was quite amazed. We had 8 state designers from every single state that came up with an amazing collection of products. And then we had 20 national designers and international designers who again used eri and muga and came up with some amazing, amazing clothes. So I think the ability to be able to grandstand that across our country and give that platform to our local designers, really taking them onto the national stage, was part of that initiative. We also had a musical evening the day before. The Prime Minister graced the event by inaugurating it. We had 320 Kisan and traders from the Northeast who came up and set up their hut right outside Bharat Mandapam. And they sold out everything that they'd got from the Northeast. And it's just exquisite in terms of the capability and what they bring. Our Queen Pineapple from Tripura goes to Germany. When I was Civil Aviation Minister, my King Chilies from Nagaland were going to Dubai and everywhere else through Krishi Udan. It's actually an unbelievable story, and we're trying to bring the whole value chain and add value to it in terms of going forward.
Mr. Scindia, you talked about the telecom ITU that you held here. The scale at which your government is able to do these things, is that scale something that you work on specifically as a strategy? Because I've covered the telecom sector since the mid-90s, and ITU, expos were held mostly in countries abroad, Hanover, Spain, Switzerland, Japan. Having that in India, is that a specific part of your strategy to be able to showcase and make India the destination as well as the platform?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's extremely important to take, Prime Minister is very clear in his vision. As we move from our Amrit Kal to our Shatabdi Kal, and the goal is to have a Viksit Bharat, the goal is to have an Atmanirbhar Bharat, and the goal is to have Bharat as a Vishwa Guru. And towards that end, there's a true two-pronged strategy. One is to take India to the world. And the second, more importantly, is to really bring the world to India. And I think the G20 was one of the most wonderful expositions of that. For the first time in the history of the G20, were you not confined to the nation's capital and the nation's business capital, but you spread events over 52 cities in a country. And now Brazil has tried to copy exactly that model. And same is the case with the ITU. As I mentioned to you, it's the largest in their 70-year-old history that was held in India, the first one to be held in Asia. And it also speaks to the size of the Indian market. The fact that you have 116 crore subscribers today in India. The internet capacity has gone from 250 million 10 years ago to 954 million today. Broadband, which is greater than 2 GB, has grown from 60 million subscribers to 920 million subscribers. That's the scale that India has gone through. The amount of data that each individual one of us in this room and outside consumes has gone from less than 1 GB to 20 GB per month. And at the flip side of the story, the costs, it used to cost 51 paise per minute for a voice call. Today it's 3 paise per minute. 1 GB of data used to cost 280 bucks. Today it's 9 rupees and 18 paise. So costs have come down 97%. The size of markets have grown 20x. And India today has become a huge highway of communication. And communication today, and I was talking to Navika prior to coming into the session, is no longer an instrument and a box that we use for communication. It's become a part of life. Everything we do in our life today is centered around this dabba, this box. The way we bank, the way we purchase, the way we buy insurance, the way we buy goods, the way we talk to each other, the way we converse. And so it's become an integral part of how a human being lives their lives. And therefore providing that opportunity to 140 crore people so that they can blossom is the target that we've set for ourselves in government.
Absolutely. And with the digital payments platforms, it's changed completely the way.
Let me give you a little bit of a vignette of what that means. So in India today, you have per month close to 16,000 crore transactions that happen on the digital system. $280 billion worth. So the number of transactions are 16,000 crores. The dollar value is 280 billion, which means that on an annual basis, you're talking about upwards of $3.5 trillion. 46% of the world's digital transactions today happen in India. So when we talk about the fact that India is becoming a Vishwa Bandhu, this is one of the contributions that today we can make to the world. I was in Germany 2 weeks ago, and we talked about the digital capability of India. And countries like Germany, countries like Japan, we are way ahead of them in terms of transacting on a digital superhighway. And the UPI stack, our digital public infrastructure, during COVID days, our COVID application, even in countries like, in cities like New York City and in London, doctors were writing down on a piece of paper who's received a vaccine on which day to keep as your record. In India, on your phone, you were getting a digital certificate. That's where India has reached today. And that's our forte. And that's something we can take to the world. And that's where our soft power comes in as well. Because India does not grow at any other country's expense. India grows and makes the world grow with it.
Absolutely. But let me ask you, the telecom sector has seen a few hiccups and roadblocks in the past. Let's begin with, spectrum auctions. We remember the UPA days of the 2G spectrum scam, which was at one level a zero-sum theory. At another level, it led to cancellation of licenses. We're back to a situation where you've come out of the auction regime, which was supposed to ensure transparency and maximization of government revenue. Is there a thought behind this? Are you not worried that the same charges of giving this on a discretionary basis will rise again? Because this time, the man demanding it was Elon Musk. It's kosher to give auction without, spectrum without an auction?
So I'm glad you asked that question, and I think it's important that we understand the science behind spectrum, frequency, airwaves. So there's a very distinct difference between terrestrial networks and non-terrestrial networks. As far as terrestrial networks are concerned, when you're auctioning spectrum at a much lower frequency, that spectrum can be used by a single person, entity, corporation, or whatever. And therefore, that it is possible for you from an engineering standpoint and a physics standpoint to auction it. Because I can allot it to a Navika, or I can allot it to X or Y or Z, and no one else can use that frequency of that spectrum apart from you. When you get into satellite spectrum, so MEO, LEO, satellite spectrum, that spectrum is a shared spectrum. That spectrum at that height, at that level, cannot be allocated to a single person. So the question is, there is a scientific argument and then an economic argument. How can you auction something that is shared? You can only auction something that is committed to a certain individual. So satellite phones, for example, you have to point your antenna, and that's when you get the signal, and it keeps shifting. And so therefore that spectrum is shared, number one. Number two, if you look at across the world, every single country across the world, because of its physics principle, satellite spectrum is always administratively assigned. There is no country in the world which auctions satellite spectrum, because it's physically impossible to auction it. Third, this is something that has been debated ad nauseum and has been passed by Parliament. The Telecom Act that was passed in November of last year very clearly in its first schedule says, because of these very reasons, that satellite spectrum will be administratively allocated. Now, that's the regulatory process. Now you bring in the economic argument. How will you administratively allocate it? That pricing is not going to be on a FIFO basis. First in, first out, first in, first come, first served, none of this stuff. It's going to be decided by the Telecom Regulatory Authority. We have a TRAI, we have a regulatory authority that assigns a price for that spectrum. That authority will assign that price. And based on that, the spectrum will be assigned to everyone that procures a license. We have today two parties that have a license in India. We have OneWeb or Bharti, and we have Reliance that have a satellite license. So whoever comes in, and India's doors are open for everyone, and complies with the requirements of the license, will certainly be given a license, and then separately be given the spectrum at the TRAI decided price, which TRAI will, in its best judgment, come to a conclusion on.
But Indian companies were opposed to this policy. Clearly, they probably felt that this was not the best way. and put the Indian companies at a disadvantage?
So couple of things. One, technology like the screen that you have in front of you is ever moving, and it moves at a very fast clip. What is prevalent and what you deem is the needed technology may change tomorrow, number one. Number two, my job as communications minister is to make sure that my consumer, which is 116 crore people in this country, are able to access data and voice in every manner possible. And therefore, for me, complementarity is key. There are still parts of the country and 20,000 villages that require network to be set up, which is what I'm working on. By June next year, every inch of our geographical mass in our country will be covered by coverage. But I have to provide that complementarity to my customers. And satellite, mobile, OFC, broadband, VSAT, all of these are complementary technologies for me to be able to provide communications to my consumers. My consumers will decide what is the route they want to take. That choice is theirs, not mine or yours or any one company's.
Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, in your ministry, there have been two areas where a lot of debate has taken place on whether to run public sector. BSNL, is it the most efficient company? It's gone through its highs, maybe 2 decades back, and then seen the lows, a lot of capital infusion. Where does it stand today? Is it worth your while to keep pumping money into it, number one? And number two, what happens to the quintessential old times postal department? Pehle zamane mein dakiya aata tha. That era is over. But there are a lot of assets that the government may hold on that behalf. What are you doing to modernize both?
So two very, very, if you will, very large canvas questions. Difficult for me to answer in a succinct amount of time, but I'm going to take a stab at it. So first, BSNL. I think BSNL is on its path to rejuvenation. I think it's extremely important in a country like India to have a minimum of 3 to 4 providers of telecom service. And whether it was in my earlier avatar as civil aviation minister, that was my key push, that I must have 3 to 4 players in the civil aviation space. And similar here in the telecom space. The government certainly has done a lot for BSNL, but I think BSNL is now standing back on its own 2 feet. Just to give a little bit of an idea of where we are today, in the last 3 to 4 years, our revenues have increased by roughly about 12% to about 21,000 crores. Our expenditure has reduced by about 2% in the last 4 years. We are now EBITDA positive, which means we're making operating profits since 2021, which is when the revival packages were brought in place. We made an operating profit of roughly about 1,100 crores in 2021. Today we're making an operating profit of close to 2,300 crores. So we've doubled our operating profit. In terms of number of subscribers, we've been a little late in the game in terms of 4G, and purposely so, because the choice in front of us when 4G technology came in was either we, like everyone else, adopt foreign technology and bring in their core and bring in their radio access networks and put up their BTSs, or we go down the hard route, which is the Atmanirbhar route. And Prime Minister was very clear that if we want an Atmanirbhar Bharat, we must have our own 4G technology hardware and our own 4G technology stack. And I'm very glad to report to you today that we've not only built out our own 4G core through CDOT, which is a government PSU, but we've also built out our own 4G RANs through Tejas, which is a private sector Indian company. And the SI, the system integrator we have in place, is also TCS. So it's a fully holistic Bharat-India solution. And we've rolled out on this date close to 62,000 towers of Indian technology. So India is only the 5th country in the world to have its own 4G hardware and its own 4G stack. Now, by the time I roll out 100,000 towers, which will be by May or June of 2025, in the next 4 to 5 months, I'll also start switching some of my towers and my BTSs from 4G technology to 5G technology for BSNL. So we are well on the way of doing that. BSNL is also a part of the 4G saturation scheme, where we have close to about 17,000 towers to put up across the country, across 24,000 villages. We've already completed 30% of that, and I hope to complete that task as well by June of next year. So all of India will be covered. 100,000 towers of 4G of BSNL will be up. Conversion of 4G towers to 5G will have begun. The task will have begun by June of next year, and BSNL will also be back completely on its feet. We've put out almost 10 products within BSNL in the last 3 to 4 months, from span-free networks to direct TV, intranet TV, live into your homes. We are testing it out in Madhya Pradesh as we speak, to 5G as a service, to putting in place 5G value propositions for mining. So there's a tremendous amount of work that's going on within BSNL as we speak. And it's my fervent hope and confidence that BSNL will be back on its feet.
Well said, but there's a...
Correct. Then on Post. So you are right and you are not completely correct, Navika. Post has a very, very special place in my heart, because that was the first charge that I had as a minister way back in 2006 as Minister of State in this department. And I had conceived a Project Arrow, which was really a BPR exercise, a business process restructuring exercise of the postal department, and changing the look and feel of how you see post offices today. So the new Swish sign and the new branding was all that I had thought of in 2006, 2007, and now it's all over the country. Having said that, the role of the Dakia has to transform. The role of the Dakia is not now something that's not necessary. I think it's extremely necessary. I do not think that any country in the world has the value chain pipeline that the India Post Department has. We have 1,64,000 POSs, points of sale, across the length and breadth of this country. This network, no one in this country has and no one in the world has. I was just in Germany and I visited DHL and saw their transformation. And India Post is going to undergo somewhat of that transformation. We have to move into really becoming a logistics corporation. We have to move into the e-commerce space. We've got to go digital. We've just hired a consultant for parcel and mail. We are looking at doing a BPR exercise within India Post. I have been working at it for the last 4 to 5 months. And it is my hope that in the next 3 to 4 years, we will become citizen-centric services in terms of setting up POP SKs where passports are made. We've signed an agreement with the MEA today where we'll set up 600 more networks for passport seva kendras, hopefully servicing 1 crore citizens per year through our network. We'll also expand our postal life insurance and our RPLI. And of course, the mainstay has to be parcel and move into much more of a logistic company, look at consolidating our mail sorting hubs, becoming a process-driven corporation. And I'm very excited working on that today with all my postal family as we look to transform India Post.
Mr. Scindia, एक सवाल है जो मैं इसलिए हिंदी में पूछ रही हूँ क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़े एक आम आदमियों की ये प्रॉब्लम बन चुकी है. ये जो फेक कॉल्स आते हैं, साइबर फ्रॉड हो जाता है. अगर आप कोई व्हाट्सएप कॉल उठा लो वीडियो से तो आपके बैंक से किसी के लाखों रुपए निकल जाते हैं. हाँ, ये प्रॉब्लम हम कैसे टैकल करें?
देखिए नविका जी, एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न है क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ कई सारे डिविडेंड्स आते हैं. पर जितने डिविडेंड्स आते हैं उसी के साथ काफ़ी कुछ कभी कभी फ्रॉड करने वाले लोग भी पहुंच जाते हैं और उनको रोकना, एक फायरवॉल बनाना हमारा दायित्व भी है। गृह मंत्रालय के साथ हमने 1930 टोल फ्री नंबर भी इस्टेब्लिश किया है, जहां अगर किसी के साथ फ्रॉड हुआ या किसी के साथ चोरी हुई वहां रजिस्टर किया जाए। और करीब 10 लाख लोगों के 3,500 करोड़ रुपए की राशि हम लोग उस नेटवर्क से हम लोग बचा पाए हैं। संचार साथी और संचार पोर्टल के आधार पर जो चक्षु हमारा सॉफ्टवेयर है, जितनी भी कंप्लेंट्स आई हैं उसके आधार पर 2.25 लाख मोबाइल फोन्स को हमने डिस्कनेक्ट किए हैं। ऐसे 10,000 हेडर्स को हमने ब्लैकलिस्ट किए हैं जो गलत तरीके से अपना मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं। और जो आपके फ़ोन पर +91 का कॉल आता है, जो एक्चुअली देश का कॉल नहीं है लेकिन विदेश से कॉल आ रहा है, पर वो +91 के रूप में अपने आप को मैस्करेड करके आपके फ़ोन पर पहुंच रहा है, तो उसके लिए हम लोग ने एक फ्रॉड डिटेक्शन सिस्टम सॉफ्टवेयर डीओटी ने अपने आप नवाचार करके उसकी शुरुआत की है, जहां एक दिन में हमने 1,35,00,000 कॉल्स को हमने ब्लॉक किए हैं देश में आने के अंदर से। और वहीं हमने टीएसपीज को भी मैंडेट किया है कि अगर स्पैम कॉल्स या फ्रॉड कॉल्स आएं तो उनका भी दायित्व होगा इनको रोकने के लिए। तो कई पैमाने पर हम लोग ने बहुत सारे कदम उठाए हैं और इसके आधार पर हमारे जितने भी कस्टमर्स हैं उनको भी बहुत सारी राहत मिली है।
अब पॉलिटिक्स पे चलते हैं। आजकल आपकी बहुत नोकझोंक हो रही है लोकसभा में तृणमूल कांग्रेस के एमपी कल्याण बैनर्जी के साथ। शब्द ऐसे हैं कि मैं दोहरा नहीं सकती, एक्सपंज कर दिए गए हैं, पर ये कुछ पर्सनल आपके बीच में है, कुछ ऐसा हुआ जिसकी वजह से ये है, या इज इट पार्ट ऑफ द जनरल पॉलिटिक्स दैट वी आर सेइंग ओवर द लास्ट सेवरल months and years maybe, where confrontation has become the mode of communication?
देखिए, कॉन्फ्रंटेशन होना चाहिए। अंत में प्रजातांत्रिक प्रणाली के अंदर हमारे संसद के अंदर पक्ष और विपक्ष के बीच में मतभेद होने चाहिए और ये प्रजातंत्र में जरूरी भी है। मतभेद होना चाहिए लेकिन मनभेद नहीं होना चाहिए। और आज मैं मानता हूं कि प्रजातांत्रिक प्रणाली के आधार पर एक दूसरे के ऊपर नीतियों, विचारधारा, कार्यप्रणाली के ऊपर आप जरूर जो भी आप कहना चाहो, आप जरूर, स्वतंत्रता है और होना भी चाहिए कहने के लिए। लेकिन मैं मानता हूं, और शायद ये मेरा व्यक्तिगत असूल है, पर मैं 22 साल मेरा एक सौभाग्य मुझे प्राप्त हुआ है इस संसद में मेरी क्षेत्र की जनता के आशीर्वाद के साथ उनका नेतृत्व करने का। लेकिन 22 साल में मैंने कभी भी व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणी किसी के ऊपर नहीं की, क्योंकि मैं मानता हूं कि राजनीति की भी एक स्तर होनी चाहिए और मैं उसी को मानकर अपना व्यवहार संसद के अंदर पेश करता हूं। पर ये सभी की मान्यता शायद न हो, और अगर न है तो है, जिंदगी का खेल है। और जैसे अटल जी कहते थे कि ये भी सही और वो भी सही।
You've taken it in your stride. No rancor. Has he apologized? Do you need an apology?
मैं इस पे ज्यादा समय व्यर्थ नहीं करना चाहता, क्योंकि मैं मानता हूं कि थोड़ी मेरी एक आध्यात्मिक सोच भी है कि भगवान ने जितना मौका हमको दिया है सकारात्मक काम के लिए दिया है। अब रात गई बात गई, आगे का रास्ता और आगे का विकास और प्रगति के बारे में सोचो।
रात गई बात गई राहुल गांधी के साथ तो नहीं होती, उसके पीछे तो आप रोज पड़ जाते हैं, कभी सोरोस, कभी कुछ कभी कुछ। हाउ कम ही इज योर पेट टारगेट?
नहीं, मैं मानता हूं कि जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि प्रजातंत्र में नीति, नियत, कार्यप्रणाली, इस पर जरूर मतभेद भी होंगे और मतभेद प्रकट करना भी हमारा दायित्व है, क्योंकि अंत में हमारी एक विचारधारा है, दूसरे लोगों की अलग विचारधारा है। जनता के समक्ष अपनी विचारधारा पेश करना हमारा भी दायित्व है।
कभी तो आपकी विचारधारा उनके साथ मिलती थी, अब कभी फोन भी मिलता है या नहीं?
देखिए, मैं मानता हूं कि विचारधारा मिलना न मिलना ये अलग बात है, पर अगर देश की जनता के साथ आपकी कड़ी और आपकी सोच और विचारधारा न मिलती हो, आज की कांग्रेस पार्टी वो कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं है जो पहली होती थी। और दूसरे तरफ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत को एक विश्व गुरु के रूप में स्थापित करना चाहते हैं, और अगर आपकी सकारात्मक सोच हो तो देश का एक एक सकारात्मक इंसान प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ ही मिलकर काम करना चाहेगा।
जवाब नहीं दिया। कभी फोन किया कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ने के बाद, कभी मुलाकात हुई?
देखिए, मैं फोन किया न किया ये मेरा दायित्व, मेरी कार्यप्रणाली, जो मेरी भूमिका है, जो मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, उस पर मैं चर्चा करूंगा।
Well, on that note, when Jyotiraditya Scindia says no, he's not getting into that space, it is a no. But for sharing your views, Jyotiraditya Scindia, and speaking freely, frankly, and talking about the growth story of India and the miles that we still have to cover. Thank you very much for joining us here at this big platform of the 10th edition of the India Economic Conclave.
It's been a decade. Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And many thanks for your presence here.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your valuable insights. Navika and Sir, can I please request you to be on this stage for a moment? We would like Navika to present a token of our appreciation to Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia.
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Scindia. Thank you, Navika.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next session we have is Tamil Nadu leading South's aspiration. And to lead this conversation, we have with us Member of Parliament, Srimati Kanimori Karunanidhi, and she will be in conversation with Senior Executive Editor, Input Times Now and Mirror Now, Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome, ma'am. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. Madhav, over to you.
Thank you so much. Kanwarji, thank you so much for joining us. To begin with, as somebody who's a parliamentary floor leader of your party, your Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has described you, and I quote, as the thunderous voice of Delhi. So how do you plan to represent, the voices, the aspirations of the people of Tamil Nadu in that sense in your stint? You're no stranger to Parliament, of course, but as the floor leader, you have additional responsibilities.
Actually, I'm the party leader, not the floor leader of
Yes.
Lok Sabha. Every day when either it's in the question hour or in the 0 hour, whenever the Parliament functions, of course, and in any debates, we do raise the concerns of Tamil Nadu and its people, and we fight for the rights of the states. So I think these are the most important things.
And it's been a very stormy session this time around. There's been a lot of disruption. There's been...
it's been mostly disruptions and then a few sessions.
Rightly put. But, you know, at the end of the day, there are different points of view. And of course, there are serious national issues that come up. There are multiple points of view. There are, of course, issues, and putting the central government in the dock is important. But there are also some regional parties that have voiced their opinion, and it's all out there in the public domain. They say that, look here, we are not able to talk about the issues that affect us as states. How do you look at this?
See, to be fair, both are important concerns. When you want to raise something, which is of importance nationally and which affects everybody, and the government does not allow debate or discussion on it, then we have no choice but to protest. And sometimes, to be very honest, I think the government also sometimes is not prepared to discuss it, so it's easier to adjourn the parliament.
But isn't that such a waste of people's taxpayers' money? Because such valuable time, so many resources that go into parliament.
Yes, definitely. I think when the opposition parties want to raise an issue, I think any government should allow that, and there should be a discussion and a debate about it. I mean, whatever questions are raised, I think it is the duty of the government to answer it.
Right.
So when you don't give space for that, there are so many issues which have been, given to the parliament to, have a discussion on it. And when the government refuses, after a point, the opposition doesn't have a choice. And we have to, disrupt parliament.
Right.
But of course, others, whatever is considered as smaller issues or issues of the states, that, it affects us also. As a state, it affects us, and we want to talk about things which our people are interested in. That gets lost in the process. So it's very sad on one side when so many things are there of which concerns people, and we're not able to raise it.
Absolutely. Now, we've been seeing protests on a number of issues, in Parliament. But some of the opposition parties, the TMC, the SP, for instance, have not been participating in those protests. We've also recently seen senior leaders like Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, Mr. Sharad Pawar, all talk about the need for a change as far as the India Alliance's leadership is concerned. Where do you stand on this?
No, our party is, we are quite happy with the way it is. But of course, when there is a consensus, when there is going to be a discussion, and if there needs to be a change, or if everybody wants to, there's a consensus with that, I don't think my leader has any issues with it. But I think we are very clear, we are with the India Alliance, and I think it is more on ideology and what is important, on secularism and issues like that.
Right.
It's not a matter of leadership.
Okay, great. Let me come to a couple of issues on Tamil Nadu's performance itself. Your state's per capita income is reported to be 56% higher than the national average, a significant contribution coming in from industries and services sectors. Sustaining this growth trajectory while balancing social equity is always the challenge. There are states which have, a high developmental index, but they don't have as much of success as far as industry is concerned. And the converse is also true. There are states which have stupendous success in industry, but they do not have the same social indicators. How do you balance this challenge?
I think right from the days of the Justice Party and this Dravidian movement, the concentration has been on, social indicators improving, education for all, inclusive growth. And when you talk about education for all, we ensure that school education, reaches everybody. And we started the midday meal scheme. It was actually started, as a sample pilot project in Chennai by the Justice Party when they were in government. And later, Kamraj, when he was the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, he brought in the midday meal scheme. And of course, governments have changed, but I can say this for Tamil Nadu, that nobody has tried to stop the scheme. They've only expanded let it be Dr. Kalaignar when he was a chief minister, or Dr. MGR or Madam Jayalalitha. Everybody has actually expanded on the midday meal scheme so that children come to schools. And Tamil Nadu has consistently worked with, on making sure that children come to school, finish their education, and also about ensuring that most of them go to colleges for higher education. If you look at the indicators and numbers, we are far ahead compared to, which I think Tamil Nadu's higher education enrollment is 47%, whereas the national average is only 28%. So we are far ahead because I think in the DMK government, when Dr. Kalaignar was the chief minister, he ensured that there are colleges in 2-tier, 3-tier cities and smaller places in districts. We ensured that there are medical colleges, government medical colleges, and also arts and science colleges in every nook and corner of the state, so that people don't have to come to larger cities like Chennai or Madurai to get a higher education. They could, because especially girls, women, children will not be allowed to, travel that far because we are still a traditional country. So that way women got, education, and it was easier for them. They didn't have to go and spend on stay or food or anything. So children from underprivileged backgrounds also could get higher education very easily. And today the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, he has brought the two schemes. One is Pudumai Pen scheme. That is 1,000 rupees to every girl who studied in a government school. When she goes to college, she's given 1,000 rupees. So that it will take care of her expenses in, academic expenses and travel expenses, whatever. So that has actually helped in improving our enrollment in colleges, nearly 34% increase. So, and now they've started the same scheme for young boys who go into colleges also from government schools. So I think we've always concentrated on making sure that education and opportunities are there. It's an inclusive thing.
Right.
It's just not leaving anybody out. The same way when you talk about health, all the human index indicators, we've ensured that, farmers get their, whatever the benefits they need to get, or women and underprivileged children. So that is, it's been a holistic growth in Tamil Nadu. And even when you bring industries, it's not centered in one particular city or something like that. We ensure that, industries go to different parts of Tamil Nadu. So nothing, is really left behind.
Right. And of course, the midday meal scheme has been then since replicated across the country, across states, across geographies. And certainly, of course, that indicates its success. But one of the aspects, in terms of the long-term planning has to be about of industrialization. But Tamil Nadu happens to be one of the big borrowers. It borrows more than even bigger states like Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. So how do you plan for long-term growth without too much of, exposure when it comes to borrowing and reducing this reliance on borrowing?
Of course, we are badly affected by GST, and now GST compensation also is becoming a big question mark. We're losing around 20,000 crores every year because the compensation might be stopped. So in a situation like that, and when you are, keen about welfare politics and schemes, then, and you don't get enough support, because Tamil Nadu has controlled population over the years, so we lose out a lot. So to, ensure that there is infrastructure, without infrastructure there's no industry, and, there's no actual growth, and it also has to be sustainable. I think today Tamil Nadu, is one of the top performers when it comes to sustainable development also. So when you want to ensure all this and when you want development to be inclusive, I think we have no choice but to borrow.
Right. No, but devolution, that brings me to the next question I was about to ask you. It's something that the Chief Minister has spoken about, many of your party leaders have spoken about, that in terms of devolution to Tamil Nadu and several of your neighboring states in the south have also raised this issue that somehow they believe that the kind of devolution happening is a little against them. 16th Finance Commission is also seized of this matter, has sought details from various states. How do you plan to take this issue forward?
We have been raising it in Parliament when Chief Minister meets the Prime Minister, and we've written to the Finance Minister, and we've also, reached out to the Finance Commission because, to be very honest, if we give 1 rupee as taxes from our state, we get back only 28 or 29 paisa. So I think it's, not even half of what we give, we get back. So I think we are losing out just because we've performed well. Just because we've controlled population, our health indicators are better. Today we are suffering because of that. And right. I think, and just because we've ensured that there is growth. No state can be punished because they did well. So that is what our Chief Minister keeps talking about, because that this is completely unfair. That what we get back in return from compared to what we give does not cover what we want to do.
Recently, we've seen the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and even the Andhra Chief Minister raise concerns in relation to delimitation. We've seen, how they have spoken about this issue. We have seen the Home Minister Amit Shah come out and say that the southern states and their issues will be taken care of. What are the exact apprehensions that you have after the centre coming out to say that the apprehensions will be taken care of?
We are worried that our population, of course, is much less compared to, and we will be losing out on the number of representatives. When we have 39 from Tamil Nadu. And again, if population is going to become the factor which is going to decide the number of seats in Tamil Nadu, we will be losing out on it. Whereas states which did not really bother and do much about population control will be gaining. They'll have more representatives in parliament. And then over a period of time, the southern states will not matter at all in parliament. So this is a very valid concern we have. States like Kerala, Tamil Nadu and others who've control population, and when our population is not on the rise. And whereas states which have not controlled population and who are densely populated will be gaining, and that is not the way.
But can larger families be the solution? Because that's what's being spoken about now.
That has also been the cause of a lot of problems in the country, So we have to, you can make it a joke, but I don't think that is the solution.
Imbalance, certainly, of course, there are concerns that have been expressed. Recently, we had seen a YSRCP MP come out and demand for a parliament session to be held in the southern part of the country. He says that any state capital's assembly can be used for that. And he cites pollution in Delhi, extreme weather, so on and so forth. But he also says that it would also bring the southern states closer, as in they also have a stake as far as the governance of the country is concerned. Some are citing the cost factor, some are citing other factors, saying it's unfeasible. What is your view on this?
I don't think personally, I don't think it's a bad idea. We don't have to suffer the cold. South Indians are not used to it. But, leaving that apart, I think it would be a good idea to, it could create a sense of belonging and being included also. So you could have a few sessions, in another part of the country, and you can have some here.
Right. Ma'am, let me bring you back to the performance of the India bloc when it comes to the recent elections. We have the Delhi elections coming up where the Aam Aadmi Party is fighting separately. We've seen in Haryana, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress were supposed to have an alliance. That didn't work out. In Maharashtra, of course, we know what the result was. In Jammu and Kashmir, where India Alliance did win the election, also Congress did not do very well. You've spoken about leadership as an issue, but do you think that within the alliance itself, post what we saw in the Lok Sabha elections, there's been some kind of a downslide? And how do you look at it in the coming elections as well?
No. See, actually, I wouldn't like to comment about the equations between parties within the India Alliance. But when in one particular state, the primary two parties are within the India Alliance, when you talk about the national elections, it is a completely different narrative which we fight on. But when it comes to the state elections, then when there are two primary parties against each other, then their concerns are very different. So sometimes they cannot go together. It's like even in Kerala. In Kerala, you can't expect the Congress and the Communist Party to work together. But on a national level, they do. In Tamil Nadu, they are in alliance. Both of them are in alliance with the DMK. So I think it differs from state to state also, and according to the issues in the state and which are the primary parties in the state. Nationally, in the elections, we did much better than what the BJP expected us to do, and yes, we could have done a little better, but still, at least they can't change the constitution according to their will and fancy now.
Right.
At least that we've been able to save, which is very important. And if you talk about the coming elections, I think I have a clear picture about the Tamil Nadu elections. And I can surely tell you that the India Alliance is winning.
All right. One last question before I let you go. We've seen a lot of controversies on the comments of Udaynidhi Stalin, where he compared Sanatan to diseases. While the DMK has come out to say that this is our ideological perspective on social justice, you have the BJP which opposes the comments, saying that it is an insult to a particular religion. How would you respond to this charge coming in from the BJP?
No, I think he's explained it, saying that, it is against the caste system. And, things which affect people, dividing people on the lines of caste. And that is what his statement was against. And it is not against any religion.
All right. Ms. Kanimuri, thank you so much for joining us and answering all those questions and giving us an insight into what we can expect as far as Tamil Nadu politics is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and it was a pleasure being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madhav. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move on to our next session. As Uttarakhand approaches its 25th anniversary in 2025, the state government has undertaken the ambitious project of Sashakt Uttarakhand at 25 to steer the region towards inclusive socio-economic growth. To realize the ambitions of Sashakt and Vikasit Uttarakhand and to double its GDP, the state government is focusing on strengthening and reimagining its institutions.
And the ingenious leader behind this initiative is the only chief minister to serve twice in the state's history. And to speak to us about his vision for the people of the state who have bestowed their trust in him, we would like to invite on stage the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Shri Pushkar Singh Dhami. And to lead the conversation on leading sustainable development in Uttarakhand, please welcome Navika Kumar. And they will be joining us on the stage in just a few moments from now. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's also tell you a little bit about what else you can expect during the day today.
That's right. We have some very interesting sessions lined up later in the evening. We've got actor Shraddha Kapoor joining us. And of course, that is one conversation that we all will look forward to, the soft power of Bollywood in taking India forward, Hina.
And don't forget, we are also going to be joined by Jim O'Neill, former chief economist at Goldman Sachs and creator of the BRICS acronym later in the day. So those two very interesting conversations also lined up for you. And I can see the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Shri Pushkar Singh Dhami, arriving towards the stage now. And it's going to be a very interesting conversation on what can people of Uttarakhand really expect. And remember, Shreya, in the morning today, Dr. Subramaniam was also talking about how the onus is now going to be on the states to also deliver on the big reform. Center has done its job.
That is right. And Uttarakhand is one such hill state, ladies and gentlemen, which has been contributing in terms of the economic growth of the country. Under the leadership, of course, of Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, we have the Chief Minister among us. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Dhami?
And to lead the conversation on leading sustainable development in Uttarakhand, I would like to invite Navika Kumar on the stage with Honorable Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Shri Pushkar Singh Dhami.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. Namaskar, sir. Welcome to the 10th India Economic Conclave 2024. Navika, over to you.
Thank you, Shreya. Thank you, Hina. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद धामी जी, आप यहाँ आए हैं इंडिया इकोनॉमिक कॉन्क्लेव के 10वें एडिशन पर और हम यहाँ बात कर रहे हैं कि भारत टॉप 3 इकोनॉमीज में कैसे पहुंचेगी और योगदान हर राज्य का है। और बहुत से लोग कहते हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की पैनी नजर रहती है कि कम से कम बीजेपी रूल्ड स्टेट्स डेवलपमेंट के माध्यम से कितना कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं कि भारत टॉप 3 में पहुंचे। आपका अपना क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा है इस मुद्दे में उनसे बातचीत का और विजन का?
बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद। सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। और जैसा आपने कहा कि भारत टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में पहुंचेगा और उसके लिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सभी राज्य उसमें अपना योगदान कर रहे हैं। और मैं देवभूमि उत्तराखंड की बात करूं तो देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के बारे में हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बाबा केदार के धाम से 5 नवंबर 2021 को उनके मुंह से शब्द निकले थे और वो कोई सामान्य शब्द नहीं थे कि 21वीं सदी का तीसरा दशक उत्तराखंड का दशक होगा। और उन शब्दों को हमने आत्मसात किया है, उत्तराखंड के लोगों ने आत्मसात किया है और उसको प्रेरणा मानकर लगातार राज्य काम कर रहा है। और हमने अपनी जीएसडीपी को 5 सालों में दोगुना करने का लक्ष्य लिया है और हम अभी इस वर्ष की जो हमारी रिपोर्ट आई है उसमें 1.3 गुना माने कि लगभग 33% अभी तक हमारी ग्रोथ चल रही है। और जो हमको 5 वर्षों में 15% की ग्रोथ से आगे बढ़ना है, हम उसके आसपास चल रहे हैं। और अभी भारत सरकार का जो नीति आयोग है, नीति आयोग के इस वर्ष की रैंकिंग में भी हमको सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स को प्राप्त करने में पूरे देश में इंडेक्स में पहला स्थान, पहले पायदान पर उत्तराखंड आया है। इसी प्रकार से आज बेरोजगारी दर भी हमारे यहाँ 4.4% का रिडक्शन उसमें हुआ है। ऐसे अनेक काम आज उत्तराखंड के अंदर हो रहे हैं। जैसे कि अभी हमने पिछले वर्ष इन्वेस्टर समिट आयोजित किया था। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी उन्होंने आकर हम सबको वहाँ पर अपना मार्गदर्शन भी दिया था और उसके कारण से 3 करोड़ 354 करोड़ की लगभग जो है हमारा उनके साथ एमओयू हुआ है इन्वेस्टर के साथ। और हम तो ये सोचते थे कि 200-250 तक हम पहुंचेंगे, लेकिन हम 3.5 करोड़ 100 से भी ज़्यादा पर पहुँचे, जो अपने आप में 3,54,000 करोड़ के MOU हमारे साथ हुए और उसमें से हमारी एक बड़ी संख्या में आज हमारी ग्राउंडिंग भी चल रही है। अभी मैं यहाँ आने से पहले कुछ लोगों से बात कर रहा था कि आने वाले समय में जो NCR रीजन के लोग हैं, दिल्ली के लोग हैं, वो देहरादून हवाई सेवा से आते हैं और आने वाले टाइम में वो हवाई सेवा का उपयोग बहुत कम करेंगे, क्योंकि अगर हम हवाई सेवा का लाभ लेते हैं या उसका उपयोग करते हैं तो हमको फिर भी दिल्ली से देहरादून जाना है तो 5 घंटे का समय कम से कम लग जाएगा, क्योंकि 2 घंटे पहले लगभग घर से यहाँ से जाना होता है। 1 घंटे का सफ़र हो जाएगा, आधा घंटा दोनों जगह का एयरपोर्ट का लगा लीजिए, 1 घंटा 4 घंटे हो गए और 1 से 1.5 घंटा आप अपने गंतव्य तक पहुँचेंगे तो 4 से 5 घंटे लग जाएंगे। और आप रोड से जाएंगे देहरादून तो 2 से 2.5
घंटे में तो पूरी दिल्ली देहरादून में बस जाएगी।
हाँ, ये हमारे लिए बड़ी चुनौती भी है, क्योंकि जितनी संख्या आज देहरादून में है, जितनी संख्या हरिद्वार में आज है, ऋषिकेश में है, मसूरी में है या धनोल्टी में है, वो संख्या में एकदम से दुगने की वृद्धि होने वाली है। तो उसके अनुरूप भी हमको अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाना है, पार्किंग बनानी है, आवास की व्यवस्था करनी है, जो हमारा यातायात है, ट्रांसपोर्ट है, उसकी व्यवस्था करनी है। तो उस सब काम को कर रहे हैं और जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है कि 25 सालों में देश जो है आने वाले शताब्दी, जब हमारे स्वतंत्रता की शताब्दी होगी 2047 में, हम विकसित भारत के रूप में जो है अपने हमारी पहचान होगी। तो ये 25 साल उत्तराखंड के लिए भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होने वाले हैं। तो उत्तराखंड लगातार देश की प्रगति में जो योगदान है अपना देता रहेगा। हम वो सब काम कर रहे हैं, हमारा पर्यटन बढ़ रहा है, 4 धाम ऑल वेदर रोडें हमारे यहाँ जब से बनी है।
रिकॉर्ड टूरिज्म हुआ पिछले साल आपके यहाँ।
देखिए 2003, 4, 5 की बात करें या 14, 15 तक की 14 तक की भी बात करें तो कुछ लाखों में लोग आते थे। और इस वर्ष 35 दिन की यात्रा कम हुई आपदा आने के कारण से, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी हमारे यहाँ 46 लाख लोग 4 धामों के दर्शन करने आए हैं। और अगर पूरे साल भर की बात करूं तो मैं 8 करोड़ 10 करोड़ ये आंकड़ा जाता है जो टूरिस्ट पूरे देश भर के आते हैं, चाहे वो कांवड़ यात्रा हो, चाहे हमारी 4 धाम यात्रा हो, चाहे पूर्णागिरी की यात्रा हो, हमारे अन्य देवी स्थल, धार्मिक स्थल, अनेक प्रकार के लगने वाले मेले, महोत्सव, टूरिस्ट अलग अलग राज्यों से जो आते हैं, तो एक बड़ी संख्या है।
अभी हाल ही में बाईपोल्स हुए थे केदारनाथ में, वहां आपको विजय प्राप्त हुई। अयोध्या हारने के बाद केदारनाथ जीतने का प्रेशर था आप पे?
देखिए प्रेशर तो इतना नहीं था, क्योंकि हम लोगों को पहले से ही पता था कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद जो सबसे पहले उत्तराखंड के अंदर जो सबसे बड़ा काम किया था वो काम था बाबा केदार के धाम का नवनिर्माण और पुनर्निर्माण का काम, और एक भव्य केदार और दिव्य केदार बनाने का काम। क्योंकि 2013 की जो आपदा आई थी वो बहुत बड़ी आपदा थी, हजारों लोग काल के गाल में समा गए थे और लोगों को लगता नहीं था कि फिर से ये इस प्रकार की केदारपुरी का विकास हो जाएगा, इस प्रकार से बाबा के यहाँ दर्शन करने लोग आ जाएंगे, जो कुछ हजारों में वहाँ पर श्रद्धालुओं की संख्या हो गई थी। तो हमें पूरा विश्वास था, लेकिन चूंकि विपक्ष के लोग, जैसे सरकार बन रही है एनडीए की, 240 सीटें आ रही हैं बीजेपी की, अकेले बहुमत एनडीए को मिल रहा है और 100 सीटें लाकर जो है वो खुशियां मना रहे थे। तो वैसे ही वो अयोध्या में, चूंकि अयोध्या कोई वहाँ पर सीट का नाम वो अयोध्या नहीं था, अयोध्या एक विधानसभा है वहाँ पर, और उस पूरे पर्टिकुलर क्षेत्र में देखें तो वहाँ भाजपा जीती है। लेकिन उन्होंने पूरे देश में प्रचारित किया कि हम अयोध्या भी जीत गए। और अयोध्या के बाद एक चुनाव हमारे यहाँ उत्तराखंड में और हुआ था, बद्रीनाथ का चुनाव। वहाँ वो विधानसभा में भी वहाँ पहले कांग्रेस पार्टी के ही एमएलए जीते थे, वो एमएलए बीच में हमारी तरफ आ गए। लेकिन वो अचानक ऐसा चुनाव हुआ तो उन्होंने कहा कि हम बद्रीनाथ भी, हम अयोध्या भी जीत गए हैं, हम बद्रीनाथ भी जीत गए हैं, अयोध्या और बद्रीनाथ झांकी है, अब केदारनाथ बाकी है। तो हमने पहले ही कहा था कि आपका ये जो भ्रम है, ये जो आपके अंदर जो अहंकार है, ये बाबा केदार के धाम में आकर टूटेगा, और टूटेगा ही नहीं, बुरी तरह से टूट जाएगा। वहां टूट गया वो।
एक बड़ा मुद्दा आपके राज्य में चल रहा है वो है लैंड लॉज का। उस पर विपक्ष बहुत कुछ कह रहा है कि बाहर से लोग आ जाएंगे, उत्तराखंडियों की जमीन चली जाएगी, बहुत ऑपोजिशन हो रही है। इस पूरे मुद्दे पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, मैं ये जरूर देश भर के जो हमारे इन्वेस्टर हैं, वहाँ पर जो होटल बनाना चाहते हैं, अपनी इंडस्ट्री लगाना चाहते हैं, अस्पताल बनाना चाहते हैं, स्कूल बनाना चाहते हैं, कोई यूनिवर्सिटी बनाना चाहते हैं, कोई भी अपना इंस्टीट्यूशन बनाना चाहते हैं, उनको किसी भी प्रकार की कोई दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली है। दिक्कत उनको होने वाली है जिन्होंने अभी तक का भी जो हमारा लैंड लॉ है, उस लैंड लॉ का उन्होंने पालन नहीं किया है। जैसे किसी ने स्कूल बनाने के लिए जमीन खरीदी है और जमीन खरीदने के बाद उसको जो है टुकड़ों टुकड़ों में बांट के प्लॉटिंग कर दी, उसके गलत तरीके से 143 कर दी, गलत तरीके से कुछ और, जिस प्रयोजन के लिए भूमि ली गई है उस प्रयोजन को नहीं अपनाया है। ऐसे लोगों को दिक्कत होने वाली है जो इन्वेस्टमेंट करने वाले हैं या कोई अन्य काम करने वाले हैं, जो नियमों का पालन करने वाले हैं। उनके लिए तो हमने 30 से ज्यादा पॉलिसी बनाई है। हमने फिल्म की अलग पॉलिसी बनाई है, खेल की अलग बनाई है, हमने लॉजिस्टिक की बनाई है, इंडस्ट्री की बनाई है, ऑटोमोबाइल्स की पॉलिसी बनाई है, अनेक पॉलिसियां हमने बनाई हैं। और ऐसी ऐसी पॉलिसियां बनाई हैं कि लोग आए वहां पर और उनसे पूछ के भी बनाया। हमने जब इन्वेस्टर समिट किया था तो हम लोगों के बीच में गए थे, उससे पहले हमने उन सब के सुझाव लिए आपस में कि आप बताइए कि आपके लिए उत्तराखंड में काम करने के लिए क्या अच्छा, हम क्या रूल बना सकते हैं, क्या हम नीति, क्या पॉलिसी ला सकते हैं। तो उन्होंने जो जो हमको बताया हमने वो सब किया है। और बहुत सारी पॉलिसी को हमने जो पहले से चली आ रही थी उनको थोड़ा शिथिल भी किया है, यानी सरल बनाया है। तो उनको कोई दिक्कत नहीं होने वाली है। और मैं आपके इस मंच से भी कहता हूं कि आइए उत्तराखंड में, उत्तराखंड देवभूमि है। उत्तराखंड में अभी हम नया काम कर रहे हैं। आजकल एक हमने काम शुरू किया है। पहले केवल जब हमारे धामों के कपाट खुलते हैं उस समय हमारी 4 धाम की यात्रा चलती है, और शीतकाल जब आता है तो कपाट बंद हो जाते हैं, तो लोगों को लगता है कि पूरा उत्तराखंड बंद हो गया। देखिए, उत्तराखंड बंद नहीं होता है। शीतकाल में भगवान की पूजा चलती रहती है। जैसे मैं बताऊं कि बद्री विशाल आकर जो है हमारे जोशीमठ में उनका शीतकालीन प्रवास हो जाता है, वहां उनकी पूजा चलती है। भगवान केदार की पूजा जो है ओंकारेश्वर में उखीमठ में चलती है। गंगोत्री धाम की पूजा जो है हरसिल में होती है। यमुनोत्री की हमारी खरसाली में होती है। तो इन स्थानों पर आज जो पूजा में आएंगे, दर्शन करेंगे। और सबसे अच्छा है, इस बार तो थोड़ा भगवान की कृपा है कि अभी तक यहाँ पर बहुत धुंध नहीं लगी, बादल नहीं लगे, कोहरा नहीं लगा। लेकिन जब यहाँ कोहरा लग जाएगा, आसमान नहीं दिखाई देगा, दिन में भी गाड़ी में चलने में टॉर्च जैसी गाड़ी की लाइट चलानी पड़ेगी, उस समय आपको बिल्कुल भगवान सूर्यदेव प्रत्यक्ष रूप से वहां दर्शन दे रहे होंगे हमारे यहाँ। और हमारे पर्वत जो बर्फ से ढके हुए हैं, बिल्कुल आपको शानदार एक अलग प्रकार का जो है अनुभव देंगे। और वहां आएंगे, अध्यात्म भी आपको मिलेगा, शांति मिलेगी। और आप पूरी ऊर्जा लेकर यहाँ से अगर 4 दिन का 5 दिन का टूर बना के आएंगे 1 हफ्ते का, तो 1 हफ्ते में आप पूरे साल भर की एनर्जी लेकर वापस लौट के आएंगे।
बहुत सही कहा आपने धामी जी। आपके जैसा मार्केटिंग अपने राज्य का कोई नहीं कर सकता। और वाकई उत्तराखंड देवभूमि भी है और बहुत सुंदर जगह भी है, ये तो हम सब जानते ही हैं। लेकिन जिस तरह से आपने अपने राज्य को पेश किया, शायद कहीं ना कहीं आज के दौर में इसकी जरूरत है कि हर राज्य अपने आप को एक डेस्टिनेशन, ना सिर्फ टूरिज्म के लिए पर इन्वेस्टमेंट, एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज के लिए भी अपने आप को मार्केट करे। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं विपक्ष का इसमें रवैया रहता है ऑपोजिशन का, जो अपोज करते हैं। आप कहते हैं डबल इंजन की सरकार, तो वो उसमें मीन मेक निकालते हैं। आप इनविटेशन देते हैं। ये विपक्ष के साथ समन्वय कब बनेगा?
देखिए, मैं बताऊं कि जैसे मैं एक उदाहरण देता हूं। देखिए, विपक्ष के लोगों को हमेशा सम्मान हम लोग देते हैं, लेकिन विपक्ष क्या है कि हमेशा तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करता रहा है, हमेशा वोट बैंक की राजनीति करता रहा है। जैसे मैं आपको बताऊं कि इतने सालों से पूरे देश के लोग सोचते थे, दुनिया के राम भक्त सोचते थे कि भगवान राम का मंदिर अयोध्या में बनना चाहिए, जहां भगवान राम पैदा हुए, और भगवान राम का मंदिर बने इसके लिए सब प्रयास कर रहे थे। और हमारी प्रमुख विपक्षी पार्टी कांग्रेस के लोग कोर्ट में हलफनामा दे रहे थे कि भगवान राम काल्पनिक है, राम सेतु काल्पनिक है, नहीं बनना चाहिए। अंततः राम मंदिर बनने का मार्ग प्रशस्त हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री जी उसके भूमि पूजन के उसके पूजन पर जब प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हुई, उस प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के कार्यक्रम में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सबको आमंत्रित किया, सरकार ने सबको आमंत्रित किया, लोग जगह जगह गए, साधु संत आए, सारे देश के लोग आए, लेकिन ये विपक्ष के लोग उस कार्यक्रम में भी सम्मिलित नहीं हुए। आखिर वो क्यों नहीं हुए? वो इसलिए नहीं कि भगवान राम पर आस्था वो भी रखते हैं, घर में वो भी पूजा करते हैं, लेकिन डर के मारे नहीं आए कि अगर हम भगवान राम के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा के कार्यक्रम में जाएंगे तो एक विशेष प्रकार का वोट बैंक हमसे दूर चला जाएगा। ये इनका तुष्टीकरण का काम है। इसी प्रकार से वो जहां भी आएंगे उनको लगेगा कि किसी काम में, सरकार के काम में हम सहयोगी हो रहे हैं तो हमारा वोट बैंक हमसे छिटक जाएगा। वो केवल विरोध के लिए विरोध की राजनीति कर रहे हैं।
लेकिन उनका आरोप आप पर है कि अगर आप उन्हें तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कहते हैं तो वो कहते हैं आप ध्रुवीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं। आप यूसीसी ले आते हैं, उत्तराखंड जैसा राज्य यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड लेकर आ गया। आप भी तो एक धर्म विशेष को टारगेट कर रहे हैं।
देखिए नाविका जी, एक तो मैं यूसीसी की बात आपने करी है, यूसीसी किसी धर्म विशेष के खिलाफ नहीं है, न तो वो हमारे देश के अंदर रहने वाले मुस्लिमों के खिलाफ है, ना वो हमारे ईसाइयों के खिलाफ है, न किसी और धर्म के खिलाफ है। यूसीसी का प्रावधान भारत के संविधान के अनुच्छेद 44 में स्पष्ट रूप से किया गया है कि देश के अंदर इसको लागू होना चाहिए। उस समय जब संविधान भारत का बन रहा था, उस समय सब में एक मत न हो पाने के कारण से वो उस समय उसकी व्यवस्था नहीं हो पाई, वो प्रावधान नहीं हो पाया, लेकिन उसमें प्रावधान किया गया था। और हमने जो उत्तराखंड में यूसीसी का विधेयक बनाया है, उसके पीछे उत्तराखंड की देवतुल्य जनता, हम 2022 में उत्तराखंड के आम चुनाव में गए, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में और उनके मार्गदर्शन में, और हमने वहां संकल्प रखा कि अगर हमारी सरकार बनती है तो हम सबसे पहले कोई काम करेंगे तो हम यूसीसी के लिए कानून लाएंगे। और उत्तराखंड की जनता ने हमको जो है अपना मैंडेट दिया। मैंडेट देने के बाद हमने जो अपना वायदा किया था, हमने जो संकल्प जनता के सामने रखा था, वो संकल्प हमने पूरा किया। और वो इतना सामान्य नहीं है। हमने कहा था कि उत्तराखंड देवभूमि है, उत्तराखंड देवभूमि है, उत्तराखंड एक सैनिक बाहुल्य प्रदेश है, और उत्तराखंड के हर परिवार से, कोई सेना में है, कोई अर्धसैनिक बलों में है, कोई किसी अन्य सीमा पर काम कर रहा है, हर परिवार से कोई न कोई जरूर देश की सेवा कर रहा है। इसके साथ साथ देखिए, चारों धाम है वहां पर, दो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमाओं से लगा हुआ प्रदेश है। इसलिए इस प्रदेश के अंदर रहने वाले, देवभूमि में रहने वाले हर एक व्यक्ति के लिए, कोई किसी जाति का हो, पंथ का हो, समुदाय का हो, किसी वर्ग का हो, सबके लिए एक समान कानून लाएंगे। और लोग कहते हैं कि इनके खिलाफ लिया है, इनके खिलाफ। ये तो देखिए, आधी आबादी का, जिसमें आप भी सम्मिलित हैं, आधी आबादी का पूरा कानून है। महिला सशक्तिकरण का भी है, सुरक्षा का भी है। ये न मुस्लिमों के खिलाफ है, न ईसाइयों के खिलाफ है, न किसी अन्य धर्म के
लेकिन फिर भी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में देर तो हो रही है।
नहीं, देर इसलिए हुई है कि उसको हमको जो है ठीक प्रकार से हम लागू करना चाहते हैं। कोई भी उसमें जो हम तमाम उसमें प्रावधान कर रहे हैं, जिससे बहुत चीजें लोगों के घर में बैठ के ही जो है अब जो है उनको सुविधा मिलने वाली है। और उसके लिए हजारों लोग ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं।
टाइम फ्रेम
बहुत जल्दी करने वाले हैं,
2025 के पहले।
हाँ, निश्चित 2025 में कर देंगे।
सवाल एक और भी है, और इस पर कभी आप लैंड जिहाद की बात करते हैं, कभी लव जिहाद की बात करते हैं, कभी थूक जिहाद की बात करते हैं। ये भी तो ध्रुवीकरण का एक तरीका है, आप पर आरोप है।
देखिए, आरोप लगाने वाले तो उनका काम है कि आरोप लगाएंगे, लेकिन मैं आपके माध्यम से सभी को बताना चाहता हूं कि उत्तराखंड देवभूमि है। आपके पास भी कभी कोई आता होगा कि मैं उत्तराखंड से आया हूँ, आप पूछती होंगी कहाँ के हो, कि मैं देवभूमि उत्तराखंड का हूँ, या मैं उत्तराखंड के इस जिले का हूँ, मैं उत्तरकाशी का रहने वाला हूँ, मैं यहाँ चमोली का रहने वाला हूँ, या मैं बागेश्वर का, पिथौरागढ़ का, आपको कोई बताएगा तो आपके मन में एक उसको देखने की एक दृष्टि बदल जाएगी आपकी। आपको लगेगा कि ये तो देवभूमि का आदमी है, शुद्ध होगा, अच्छा होगा, ईमानदार होगा, सच्चा होगा। और इसी प्रकार से देवभूमि का भी एक मूल स्वरूप है कि मतलब अगर हम दुनिया के किसी देश में जाते हैं, जैसे मैं अरब वहां गया था, दुबई में, अबू धाबी में, वहां के उन शेख से मिला, तो उनको जब मैंने बताया कि मैं देवभूमि उत्तराखंड से हूं, तो वो भी अच्छे से देखने लगे ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक मुझे। तो एक इस प्रकार की सोच दुनिया के लोगों की है, तो वो सोच बनी रहनी चाहिए, देवभूमि का मूल स्वरूप बना रहना चाहिए। अब हमारे उत्तराखंड में 5000 एकड़ से ज्यादा जमीन केवल और केवल कहीं पर ऐसे चादर डाल रखी है, कहीं हरी डाल दी, कहीं नीली डाल दी, नीचे खोदा गया, उसको हटाया गया, कुछ नहीं मिला। और जमीन किसकी है? फॉरेस्ट की जमीन है, रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट की है, इरिगेशन की डिपार्टमेंट की जमीन है, सरकारी जमीनें हैं। वो सरकारी जमीनों पर ऐसे कब्जे थे, हमने उसको सब हटा दिया। तो आप बताइए, ये कोई योजना नहीं है, कोई एक सुनियोजित प्रकार का जमीनों को कब्जाने का काम नहीं है, तो क्या है ये? और ये जो कब्जा है, इस कब्जे को मैं समेत अगर आप किसी से भी पूछेंगे, किसी से भी कहेंगे कि भाई ये कब्जा कर रखा है, ये अतिक्रमण कर रखा है, क्या ये हटाना गलत है, क्या इसको हटाया नहीं जाना चाहिए, क्या ये ठीक काम किया है, तो हर एक आदमी कहेगा कि भाई इसको हटाना चाहिए। हमने उसको कानूनी रूप से हटाया है, तो लोग उसको कहते हैं कि जो है कि ये किसी को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। अब बीच में आपने देखा होगा, लोग इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आते हैं। मैं अभी आपको आंकड़े बता रहा था कि 8 करोड़ लोग, 10 करोड़ लोग उत्तराखंड में आते हैं, श्रद्धा से आते हैं। कोई माँ गंगा का पूजन करता है, कोई भगवान बद्री विशाल का करता है, कोई केदारनाथ जी जाता है, कोई गंगोत्री जाता है, यमुनोत्री जाता है, कोई जागेश्वर धाम जाता है, कोई बाबा नीम करोली जाता है, कोई जो है आदि कैलाश जाता है। दूर सीमांत क्षेत्र, बिल्कुल तिब्बत बॉर्डर के पास, जहां जाने के लिए दुर्गम रास्ते हैं, उसके बावजूद भी हजारों हजार की संख्या में लोग वहां पहुंचते हैं। एक श्रद्धा से, आस्था से लोग वहां पहुंचते हैं। अब उनके खाने में कोई थूक कर दे, थूक मिला दे, खाने का सामान गंदा कर दे, उसमें कुछ और डाल दे, मिलावट कर दे, और उसका वीडियो वायरल हो जाए, तो आप उसको क्या कहेंगी? किसी योजना के तहत किया जा रहा है? हमने कहा भाई देवभूमि में इस प्रकार का कोई भी काम नहीं चलेगा, और इसके लिए भी हमने सख्ती करी। हमने कहा कि जो जमीनें कब्जाने वाला अतिक्रमण है, इसको भी हम हटाएंगे। वैसे तो देवभूमि उत्तराखंड में आपस में झगड़ा करना,
और आपके पास प्रूफ है कि ऐसा लोगों ने किया कि एक वीडियो वायरल हो गया तो आपने उसे थूक जिहाद कह दिया?
जी, जैसे ही वीडियो आया वैसे ही हमारे मसूरी का वीडियो था, वो बताया गया मसूरी का वीडियो था। मसूरी का वीडियो आने के बाद हमने उस पर कार्रवाई करी। और जो जमीनों का मैं बता रहा हूँ, जमीनें तो आप देखिए, तो वहाँ जगह जगह पर जब हमने जमीनें हटाई, हो अतिक्रमण मुक्त किया, तो नीचे देखा तो कोई अवशेष नहीं था किसी प्रकार का। उसके बाद किसी ने कुछ नहीं बोला, कोई बात नहीं हुई।
तो ये एक प्रायोजिक ढंग से, क्योंकि इस वक्त इस देश में एक बड़ी डिबेट छिड़ी हुई है, प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट वर्सेस वक्फ बोर्ड एक्ट। आप समझते हैं कि प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट कहीं ना कहीं इसे दोबारा देखने की जरूरत है? मामला लंबित है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, लेकिन बहुत से ऐसे पिटिशंस जा रहे हैं कोर्ट में कि लोग कह रहे हैं कि हर मस्जिद के नीचे मंदिर ढूंढा जा रहा है।
देखिए, उसमें तो संसद में कमेटी बनी हुई है और उस पर काम चल रहा है। कल ही मुझे माननीय जगदम्बिका पाल जी उस कमेटी के वो हैं, सबके सुझाव ले रहे हैं। तो सभी जगह हो रहा है, और कहीं कहीं पर तो एक जगह पर तो पूरा गांव ही जो है वक्फ की उसमें आ गया था। कहाँ, यहाँ पर कर्नाटका में या किस जगह पर पूरा गांव आ गया, सारे सरकारी अस्पताल आ गए, स्कूल आ गए। तो ये व्यवस्था भी ठीक नहीं है। ये व्यवस्था में जहाँ गलत है उसको सुधार होना चाहिए। देश के अंदर जो एक ढर्रे पर जो गलत काम हो रहे हैं उसको सुधार की ओर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में लाया जा रहा है। तो ये सब भी लाया जाना चाहिए, इनकी संपत्तियां भी कहीं ना कहीं उसमें होनी चाहिए।
पर एक कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ नहीं लगता ये एक्शन?
नहीं, अगर किसी ने गलत किया है तो सही होना चाहिए। ये ऐसा, इसको इस तरह से मत पेश करिए कि एक कम्युनिटी के खिलाफ किया जा रहा है। आप इसको देखिए कि कुछ गलत किया गया है, उसको ठीक किया जा रहा है। जहां भी ऐसा हुआ है उसको ठीक होना चाहिए।
धामी जी, आप सरल स्वभाव के व्यक्ति हैं। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, आपने काफी चेंजेस किए हैं उत्तराखंड में। अब आप आयुर्वेद का कांग्रेस कर रहे हैं, योग का कांग्रेस कर रहे हैं। ये तमाम चीजों को करके क्या उत्तराखंड को देवभूमि और जो ट्रेडिशनल इंडियन कल्चर, मेडिसिनल वैल्यूज ये सब हैं, इस सब का केंद्र भी बनाना चाह रहे हैं?
केंद्र बनाना नहीं चाहते हैं, केंद्र वही था, उस केंद्र को पुनः वहीं पर स्थापित करना है। योग और आयुष सबसे पहले हमारी ही भूमि से निकला, हमारी ही प्रज्ञा भूमि है, हमारे यहाँ की वनस्पति है, जिससे जो है आज आयुर्वेद की जड़ी बूटियां बन रही हैं। आप आइए देखिए, मैंने पहले ही कहा आपसे कि जो है आप आएंगी तो आपको अध्यात्म भी मिलेगा, योग भी मिलेगा, आपको बिना दवाई खाए जो है सब दवाइयां मिलेंगी हवा में।
बिल्कुल, पत्रकारिता खत्म करके वहीं आऊंगी खेती बाड़ी करने के लिए। लेकिन अंत में एक सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ आपसे, आपकी अपनी पॉलिटिकल महत्वाकांक्षा क्या है? क्या आप अपनी अचीवमेंट्स को ये इस तरह देखते हैं कि आप 2 टाइम चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं? क्या आगे करना चाहते हैं? क्या रास्ता है आगे का?
देखिए नाविका जी, आप तो हमेशा हम लोगों को प्रोत्साहित करती हैं, लेकिन मैं आपको एक बात मैंने जो कभी नहीं बताई, वो बात मैं बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैं एक बहुत सामान्य परिवार में पैदा हुआ। मेरी कभी महत्वाकांक्षा नहीं थी कि मैं कभी कुछ बनूं। हमेशा मेरे मन में हमेशा एक ही महत्वाकांक्षा थी कि मैं कुछ करूं। मैं कुछ बनने के लिए नहीं हूं, मैं कुछ करने के लिए हूं।
बहुत सही आपने कहा, दिल को छूने वाला वाक्य है। कुछ बनना नहीं था, कुछ करना था। जब कुछ कोई करता है तो कुछ बन ही जाता है। पुष्कर सिंह धामी इसी का प्रतीक है। हमारे साथ आज आप आए, जुड़े और इंडिया इकोनॉमिक कॉन्क्लेव के प्लेटफॉर्म पर आपने जो ऊर्जा दिखाई और बताया कि देवभूमि उत्तराखंड के लोग सरल भी हैं और किस तरह से अपनी पूरी कल्चर की रक्षा करते हैं। ये देश के सामने एक प्रतीक रखा आपने, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Navika. Navika, may we please request you to present, sir, with a token of our appreciation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Navika, may I please request you to stay on the stage?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, India's growth story is incomplete without the vital contributions of its states. Today we focus on how states are adding to India's broader narrative of progress and development.
And to shed light on this, we are honored to have the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Shri Vishnu Deo Sai, sharing his insights on the state's journey. He will be joining us virtually in conversation with Navika Kumar. Over to you.
Thank you, Shreya, and thank you, Hina. विष्णु देव साय छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। प्रणाम, नमस्कार और स्वागत है आपका इंडिया इकोनॉमिक कॉन्क्लेव में। और सबसे पहले मैं पूछना चाहती हूं आपसे कि छत्तीसगढ़ ने हाल ही में अपनी नई औद्योगिक नीति लॉन्च की है, क्योंकि ये इंडिया इकोनॉमिक कॉन्क्लेव का बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। इस औद्योगिक नीति की क्या विशेषताएं हैं, देश आपसे जानना चाहता है।
छत्तीसगढ़ उद्योग नीति 2024-30 लॉन्च किए हैं और इस उद्योग नीति को बनाने में हमारे जो वाणिज्य उद्योग मंत्री हैं श्री लखनलाल देवांगन जी और उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत मेहनत की है। सभी वर्गों से राय मशविरा किए हैं और तब इस उद्योग नीति को तैयार किए हैं। और इस उद्योग नीति में महिला उद्यमी, ST/SC उद्यमी, अग्निवीर के जो सेवानिवृत्त हैं, आर्मी के जो सेवानिवृत्त हैं, ऐसे लोगों को प्राथमिकता दी गई है और रोजगार पर विशेष जोर दिया गया है। 1000 और जो 1000 से ऊपर रोजगार देंगे उनको सरकार विशेष सहयोग उपलब्ध कराएगी और उद्यमियों को किसी भी तरह से परेशानी न हो, इसलिए सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम 2.0 ये भी लागू किए हैं ताकि एक जगह उनका आवेदन आ जाने पर उनको आवश्यक सारे दस्तावेज समय पर मिल जाएं, उनको ज्यादा दफ्तरों का भी चक्कर लगाना नहीं पड़े और समय की भी बचत हो। तो इस तरह से नई उद्योग नीति में काफी चीजों का ध्यान दिया गया है।
विष्णुदेव साई जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की पिछली सरकार ने नया रायपुर का एक महत्वाकांक्षी प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में विस्तार किया। छत्तीसगढ़ के इस शहर ने दुनिया भर में अपनी आधुनिक रचना दिखाई और इससे पहचान भी बनाई। अब राज्य में एक बार फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है। आपकी सरकार नया रायपुर परियोजना को किस तरह से आगे बढ़ाने वाली है? लोगों की रुचि है इसमें।
देखिए, अभी छत्तीसगढ़ उद्योग नीति 2024-30 लॉन्च किए हैं और इस उद्योग नीति को बनाने में हमारे जो वाणिज्य उद्योग मंत्री हैं श्री लखनलाल देवांगन जी और उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत मेहनत की है। सभी वर्गों से राय मशविरा किए हैं और तब इस उद्योग नीति को तैयार किए हैं। और इस उद्योग नीति में महिला उद्यमी, ST/SC उद्यमी, अग्निवीर के जो सेवानिवृत्त हैं, आर्मी के जो सेवानिवृत्त हैं, ऐसे लोगों को प्राथमिकता।
राज्य में सड़क, रेल, हवाई यातायात आदि सारी इस तरह की चीजें जो हैं वो विकास की दिशा में अपने पिछले 12 महीनों में क्या उपलब्धियां हासिल कर चुका है और आगे का आप क्या रास्ता देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, एक तो डबल इंजन की सरकार है और विधानसभा चुनाव कैंपेनिंग के दौरान भी मोदी की गारंटी लॉन्च किए थे और आदरणीय हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री स्वयं भी आकर कई कैंपेनिंग में छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता से वादा किए थे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी तो यहाँ सबका विकास होगा, जैसा उनका मूल मंत्र है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास। और सरकार में जब आए तो मोदी की गारंटी का अधिकांश काम हम लोग 1 साल के भीतर में ही पूरा करने का प्रयास किए हैं, जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री आवास है, किसानों का धान 21 क्विंटल प्रति एकड़ खरीद रहे हैं, 3100 रुपया प्रति क्विंटल धान का कीमत दे रहे हैं, 2 साल का बकाया बोनस दिए, 70 लाख से ज्यादा माता बहनों को उनके खाता में महतारी बंधन में 1000 रुपया प्रति महीना भेजने का काम कर रहे हैं। तेंदू पत्ता का कीमत 4000 से 5500 प्रति मानक बोरा कर दिए हैं। रामलला दर्शन योजना शुरू किए हैं। इस तरह से अधिकांश मोदी की गारंटी में जो वादा किए थे उसको पूरा करने का प्रयास किए हैं। और जैसे मैंने कहा कि डबल इंजन की सरकार है, तो हम लोग प्रदेश की समस्या को लेकर भारत सरकार के पास जा रहे हैं, तो उनका भी भरपूर आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है। हमारे देश के जो सड़क परिवहन मंत्री हैं आदरणीय नितिन गडकरी जी, वो 20,000 करोड़ से ज्यादा की राशि नए हाईवेज और रायपुर शहर में फ्लाईओवर और सड़कों के निर्माण के लिए दिए हैं। उसी तरह से सिविल एविएशन मिनिस्टर से मुलाकात किए थे और उनसे आग्रह किए हैं कि हमारा जो रायपुर का एयरपोर्ट है उसको इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट का दर्जा दिया जाए, इंटरनेशनल कार्गो वहां पर बनाया जाए और जो बिलासपुर हमारे प्रदेश की राजधानी है वहां के एयरपोर्ट में नाइट लैंडिंग की व्यवस्था हो और रायपुर से अंबिकापुर, अभी जो पिछले समय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अंबिकापुर एयरपोर्ट का भी इनॉग्रेशन किए तो वहां भी फ्लाइट चालू हो, ये सब आग्रह किए थे और उन्होंने आश्वस्त किया है कि ये सब काम जल्दी हो जाएंगे। और रेलवे के क्षेत्र में भी रेल मंत्री जी से मुलाकात किए थे तो कई नई रेल परियोजनाओं के लिए और दोहरीकरण के लिए, सबके लिए, और जो स्टेशन हैं हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर रायपुर, दुर्ग, भिलाई, ये सब का अपग्रेडेशन के लिए और 48 और छोटे जो स्टेशन हैं इनके लिए भी भारत सरकार रेल मंत्रालय ने राशि उपलब्ध कराया है और इनका इनॉग्रेशन मतलब इनका अपग्रेडेशन का काम भी चालू हो रहा है। इस तरह से जिस भी विभाग में जा रहे हैं वहां से हम लोग को भरपूर आशीर्वाद मिल रहा है।
मैं एक सवाल और भी पूछना चाहती हूँ। आपने संकल्प लिया है कि 2 साल में छत्तीसगढ़ से नक्सलवाद पूरी तरह से सफाया हो जाएगा। आपकी रणनीति क्या है? आपको इस दिशा में कितनी सफलता अब तक हासिल हुई है?
देखिए, जब से हम लोग सरकार में आए हैं नक्सलवाद के साथ बड़ी मजबूती के साथ हमारे सुरक्षा बल के जवान लड़ रहे हैं और जो 1 वर्षों में सफलता हासिल हुई है, बस्तर के क्षेत्र में शांति बहाल करने में जो कामयाबी मिली है उसकी सभी तरफ प्रशंसा भी हो रही है और लगातार नए सुरक्षा कैंप खुल रहे हैं। करीब 37 सुरक्षा कैंप खुल चुके हैं और एक सुरक्षा कैंप खुलने का मतलब 5 किलोमीटर रेडियस में जितने भी गांव आते हैं वहां सरकार की सारी सुविधाओं को पहुंचा पा रहे हैं। वहां सड़क बन रही है, बिजली पहुंच रहा है, नल के द्वारा लोगों के घरों में पानी पहुंचा रहे हैं, वहां राशन कार्ड, आयुष्मान कार्ड, ये सब चीज की व्यवस्था हो रही है। वहां पर दूरसंचार के साधन, मोबाइल के टावर खड़े हो रहे हैं, तो ये सब काम हो रहा है। और एक नियत नीलानार योजना शुरू किए हैं। नियत नीलानार का हिंदी में अनुवाद है आपका अच्छा गांव, और इसके माध्यम से भी सरकार की योजनाओं को करीब 96 से ज्यादा गांवों में सरकार की योजनाओं को पहुंचाने में सरकार सफल हुई है और वहां के लोग नक्सलवाद से मुक्ति चाहते हैं और विकास की मुख्यधारा से जुड़ना चाहते हैं। और इसलिए हम लोगों ने आह्वान भी किया है नक्सलियों से भी कि आप सब लोग गोलीबारी की भाषा छोड़कर विकास की मुख्यधारा से जुड़िए, सरकार आप लोगों के साथ न्याय करेगी और उसका भी परिणाम अच्छा मिल रहा है। करीब 1,500 से ज्यादा या तो आत्मसमर्पण किए हैं या उनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई है और उनके साथ भी पूरा न्याय सरकार कर रही है। तो बड़ी मजबूती के साथ हम लोग नक्सलवाद के साथ लड़ रहे हैं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और हमारे गृह मंत्री जी का इस संकल्प भी है कि मार्च 2026 तक इस देश से नक्सलवाद को खत्म करना है और उस दिशा में हमारी सरकार केंद्र सरकार के सहयोग से काम कर रही है।
एक बड़ा मुद्दा रहा है कुछ पिछले चुनावों में, वो मुद्दा है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का, बेरोजगारी का। आपकी उद्योग नीति राज्य की अर्थव्यवस्था को कैसे मजबूत करेगी और रोजगार कैसे पैदा करेगी, ये इसका क्या रोड मैप है?
बहुत संभावनाएं हैं, यहाँ पर बहुत मिनरल्स हैं, आयरन ओर है, कोयला है, यहाँ गोल्ड है, डायमंड है, टीना है। इस तरह से मिनरल्स का भंडार हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में है। यहाँ बिजली, पानी सब है, उद्योग के लिए अनुकूल वातावरण है और यहाँ पर वनोपज भी खूब है। छत्तीसगढ़ में सैकड़ों तरह के वनोपज हैं। आज 24% भूभाग यहाँ मतलब वनों से आच्छादित है। यहाँ मिट्टी भी उर्वरा शक्ति से भरपूर है, मेहनतकश किसान है। तो सब मिलकर, और हम लोग यहाँ पर पर्यटन की भी अपार संभावना है छत्तीसगढ़ में, तो पर्यटन को भी उद्योग का दर्जा दिए हैं। अभी पिछले कैबिनेट में ये पास हुआ है। तो सब मिलाकर, और अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही एक इंडस्ट्रियल मीट यहाँ पर हुआ था, जिसमें 27 समूह के लोग, कुल 35,000 करोड़ का उनके साथ MOU साइन हुआ है। और भी लगातार सूचना मिल रही है कि यहाँ इन्वेस्टर इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं। तो हमको पूरा विश्वास है कि यहाँ उद्योग धंधे भी स्थापित होंगे और उसके माध्यम से हम लोग यहाँ के हमारे बेरोजगारों को रोजगार दे पाने में भी सक्षम होंगे।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, आदिवासी मुख्यमंत्री होने के नाते आपने छत्तीसगढ़ के जनजातीय समुदाय के कल्याण के लिए क्या विशेष प्रयास किए हैं, देश ये भी जानना चाहता है।
देखिए, हमारा छत्तीसगढ़ का 2 संभाग, बस्तर संभाग और सरगुजा संभाग, ये ट्राइबल बाहुल्य है और पूरे प्रदेश में कुल 32% आबादी अनुसूचित जनजातियों की है। और हम लोगों ने अपने बजट में भी दोनों संभाग को विशेष फोकस किया है। और जो भी योजनाएं हैं भारत सरकार का, वो सब उनके लिए है, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री आवास हो या फिर धान का कीमत देने की बात हो, तेंदुपत्ता का कीमत हो, या जो महतारी बंधन योजना का लाभ हो, सब इन्हीं वर्ग के लिए है। और 2 विकास प्राधिकरण का गठन भी यहाँ पर किए हैं, सरगुजा विकास प्राधिकरण और बस्तर विकास प्राधिकरण, कि ऐसे ट्राइबल क्षेत्रों में किसी भी तरह से विकास में संसाधन बाधक नहीं बने, इसके लिए 2 विकास प्राधिकरण का गठन भी यहाँ पर किए हैं। और अभी भारत सरकार के द्वारा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो PVTG के लोग हैं, विशेष पिछड़ी अनुसूचित जनजाति के लोग हैं, हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में 5 जाति के लोग रहते हैं, कोरवा, बिरहोर, बैगा, पंडो और अबुझमाड़िया। तो ये PM जनमन योजना 24,000 करोड़ बजट का है, जिसमें हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के ऐसे PVTG के जो गांव हैं, बसाहट हैं, इन योजनाओं का लाभ मिल रहा है। आज उनके गांव में सड़क बन रहा है, बिजली पहुंच रही है, वहां पर घरों में पानी पहुंच रहा है। तो सरकार की सब योजनाओं को वहां पर पहुंचा पा रहे हैं। और उसी तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक धरती आबा ग्राम उत्कर्ष योजना अभियान भी शुरू किया है। अभी पिछले 2 अक्टूबर को उन्होंने लॉन्च किया है। तो इसमें 6,500 गांव हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के जो ट्राइबल बाहुल हैं वो लाभ इसका ले पाएंगे। और वहां भी सरकार की जो योजना तो है ही है, लेकिन और भी वहां पर समुचित विकास हो, इसका लाभ इस ग्राम उत्कर्ष योजना से मिलेगा। और वनाधिकार पट्टा भी हम लोग लगातार हमारे आदिवासी भाइयों को दे रहे हैं। और अब उसमें फोती काटने पहले दिक्कत होता था, मृत्यु हो जाने पर उनके उत्तराधिकारियों का नाम नहीं चढ़ता था, लेकिन वो भी व्यवस्था किए हैं। तो ये सब सारा हमारे अनुसूचित जनजाति के लोगों के विकास के लिए यहाँ पर प्रयास छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदर में हो रहे हैं।
विष्णुदेव साय जी, आप प्रेरणा स्रोत हैं। आप आदिवासी जनजाति से आते हैं, लेकिन जिस तरह से आपने एक संकल्प लिया है अपने राज्य को आगे बढ़ाने का, और आम आदमी जो पिछड़ा है, जो आगे बढ़ना चाहता है, उसे राह दिखाने का, उसके लिए आपको नमन। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आप इंडिया इकोनॉमिक कॉन्क्लेव की 10वें एडिशन पर हमारे साथ जुड़े। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार, प्रणाम।
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you very much to the Honorable Minister. Dhanyavad, Shri Deo. हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के ऊपर बात करने के लिए थैंक यू नविका. Ladies and gentlemen, the IRDAI has the vision of insurance for all by 2047 that aims to bring millions of uninsured or underinsured Indians into the fold. Our next session aims to expand on ways of empowering the unorganized sector with innovative insurance. Let us introduce the experts aiming to increase financial inclusion in India. Please put your hands together and welcome the founder of Zangam, Gurumurthy Ramachandran, and founder Mera BizNet and chairperson CGEIL XLRI Pritha Dutt. We would also like to invite Hina Gambhir to moderate the session. Could we first please cue the AV?
From bustling cityscapes to the beating heart of tech hubs, innovation thrives.
Welcome to Zangam, architects of digital transformation, where innovation meets excellence. We're a team of deep tech innovators working across various industries.
With almost 30 years of experience in tech engineering, I have seen firsthand how innovation transforms businesses.
Hi, I'm Bala Subramaniam, an MBA from the Asian Institute of Management with professional experience of more than 25 years in finance, consulting, risk management, and fraud investigations. We understand that business is about multiple moving parts. So at Zangam, the strategy is very simple. Cut the clutter.
As a medical professional and an insurance expert for last 20 years, I know the insurance business deep and wide. At Zangam Group, innovation to transform the business is the core of the offerings. Innovation in technology and innovation in operations too.
Hi, I am Vinay Iyer, chartered accountant with more than 20 years of experience in the technology industry. We are Microsoft Gold Certified Partners and LS Central Diamond Certified Partners.
We differentiate ourselves by heavily investing in R&D in two key areas: adapting latest cutting and bleeding edge technologies like AI, blockchain, IoT. And the second area is investing in understanding the domain problems of the industry. Then we create a Zangam to culminate in industry-ready, co-created solutions.
At Zangam Group, our technological philosophy is built on 3 pillars: integration, innovation, and impact.
At Zangam Labs, we bring in the learning from multiple clients and technologies to create new enterprises. Labs is about actually developing new entrepreneurs so that innovation keeps continuing inside the business and also for our clients. Our strategy to handle disruption is simple: be the disruptor.
Through Zangam Labs, we've created a technological symphony of AI, analytics, and automation, thereby delivering scalable business transformation.
We work with Zangam Labs to augment Microsoft D365 solution to provide a cutting-edge advantage to our customers.
Our AI-driven solutions have been reshaping every aspect of the insurance value chain, including redefining distribution, intelligent underwriting, and automated claims processing. The value we offer to our clients goes way beyond traditional insurance boundaries. We proudly tell our clients, your vision is our mission, your success is our destination.
We mainly cater to customers in the retail, hospitality, and duty-free segment. Our customers are present in more than 20 countries.
Welcome to Zangam, and this is my team.
All right, Hina, take it away from here.
Thank you, Shreya. Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, you get a sense of what Zangam is into, the kind of innovation it is using, it is bringing for its customers using technology, tailor-made solutions. And we are here today to talk about how this can really benefit the insurance sector. The topic of discussion is empowering the unorganized sector with innovative insurance. And I'd like to begin this discussion with you, Ms. Pritha Dutt, because IRDAI has got a vision that it needs everybody every individual in this country to be covered by insurance, to have some kind of an insurance by 2047, because India has an aim to become a developed nation, Viksit Bharat, by 2047. And if we want to, fast track to the top 3 economies in the world, this needs to be done. Now, to be able to achieve this, we also need to keep in mind the unorganized sector. There is a large chunk of population that is unorganized, but it's a very important wheel when it comes to economic progress that our country, is experiencing. So can you tell us firstly a little bit about the challenges that exist to fill this gap, unorganized versus the organized space?
Thank you, Hina. Moment that we talk of Viksit Bharat, and you rightly said, there is a huge number that needs to be filled, and that's the unorganized. To give you a sense, India is largely an unorganized sector economy.
Then it's an even bigger problem.
Even bigger problem. 83 to 88% is unorganized. Yeah, and that's includes farm sector, non-farm sector, gig workers, domestic workers, unincorporated enterprises. And that is really the bulk. The formal sector is only 13 to 17, 20% maximum. 38% of the GDP comes from the unorganized informal sector. What does that mean? That means there is no employer-employee relationship. That means there is no contract. That means there is no, benefits and, terms and conditions of service. That's like a little, casual nature of employment. They are free, there is no safety net, and that's completely left to open, to decide how do they, go about their life and career and, income and livelihood. There are a number of insurance schemes that Honorable Prime Minister has started and the country does have. Still suffer from 3 challenges. One is how many people are even aware that they exist, how to even access those, what are the mechanisms. If you don't have an employer, you don't have anybody, there is nobody doing that for you. So you are left exposed. So awareness is one key factor. Second is the low level of trust for all of them, because you aren't seeing many examples of where the claims are, even getting actualized. So this is the whole set of challenges. It's a large number. There is no terms and conditions of contract, so it's very loose. And then even when there are insurance schemes, both affordability, access, awareness, and trust is missing. I would say those are the challenges.
Well, you have the problem here, Mr. Ramachandran, and you provide tailor-made solutions. So we want to understand from you, how can we solve this problem of bringing the unorganized sector under the insurance net?
Yeah, Hina, first of all, many thanks for elucidating this fact and acknowledging that insurance penetration is one of the key factors for taking India to top 3. We at Zangam have created a lot of technologies, and as I had mentioned previously, invested very heavily in 2 tracks. One is creating technologies and getting them to address these solutions. And second is also we have invested in domain sort of expertise in this particular area to create multiple solutions, not one, but multiple solutions. Actually, to answer your question, I would like to take, let's say, 2 examples and give a broad base and give a very specific answer. Let's take an example of one of the fastest growing segments in India, quick commerce. So quick commerce basically means you do deliveries within 10 minutes or so, 10, 12 minutes, 8 minutes, 15 minutes or so. Today, the Honorable Transport Minister in the morning actually mentioned and highlighted a fact of road accidents happening because of this factor, not wearing helmets and so on and so forth, because they have to really deliver within time. Now, quick commerce is really boosting the economy, but there are these impediments. Now, how do you take care of it? I sincerely believe that insurance can take care of it, but how do you do that? So we have to have a new paradigm in insurance called microinsurance. It's already there, but really only for that particular ride, which makes it safe for these delivery partners to reach us on time. And that will remove the roadblocks to quick commerce. Okay, as an example. So these highly unorganized delivery partners are then served by insurance. There are many factors, and I will not go into the detail, and that's where Zangam and its technology comes into picture of getting to a micro insurance and facilitating the same. Let's take another example of the unorganized segment. Maids, basically. I mean, we cannot do without maids, and this was very apparent, especially during COVID, when, this was a problem. I mean, we get holidays, and even if we are in any other field, couple of days or one day, maids don't get holidays. They have to work. That has an effect on their health. But what can be done about it? Nothing. So for this also, we can have a solution from my perspective, and we can have an insurance. We can have the lady of the house, who usually is, let's say, the contractor of those maids, because it's highly unorganized once again. And apart from the salary which they pay, they can contribute 100 rupees, 50 rupees, depending on how much they want. And we can actually get for a month a health insurance with a sum assured of 1 lakh. Actually, it's so simple. But the challenge is, how do you get every lady of the house to contribute 50 rupees, and how do you get to the insurance companies? That requires technology. And that's what is Zangam all about. Creating these very deep-rooted technologies which will make life simple, but yet secure, for the unorganized segment. So I think this is how, as an example, I wanted to mention that technology and the digital transformation will help this unorganized segment in those two areas. I just want to mention one more thing, which I saw Preeta mentioning about, let's say, trust, topic. I think that's very true. The proof of pudding, any pudding, is in the eating. I mean, if you take insurance, and we give insurance, but if the claims are not getting done, then once again, you go back to a stage where you don't trust insurance, and that's very important. For that, I'm very proud to say Zangam has many offerings, but claims assessment and very fast claims assessment is one of the fastest growing segment of our solutions, which is penetrating insurance. We have more than half the insurance companies using our solutions. IRDA has come about a very, very important, almost, I want to use the word epochal mission of 3 hours cashless. Now, how can this be done? Because you have TPAs who will take 1 day or 2 hours to reach, and it's very difficult. So we have technologies which are actually being adopted at this point in time, which does within an hour. It assesses the claim and then gives the information to TPAs and or to the insurance companies so that they can actually give the claims on time. So this is how I think Zangam can help. And we are, like I told, investing more in R&D to reach these areas of problems so that insurance can get penetrated. Hina.
So after understanding the root cause of the issue, you are coming up with innovative solutions, doing R&D as well. But Ms. Dutt, the question is, we're talking about people at the bottom of the pyramid, for whom it is roti, kapda, makan that comes first. And if at all some money that they manage to save after spending on these 3 priorities, I don't think insurance for them has ever been a priority. Maybe that's another thing that we need to really deal with. How does it benefit them? Because that is the reason why they will then, perhaps consider or even think of buying insurance, which is also the case that's not happening. There are government policy measures that are in place to get people who do not have insurance into the space, but then people also need to be made aware of why this is an important thing. What are we doing about it?
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's exactly the kinds of solution that Zangam is talking about. One of the things that, and you mentioned roti, kapda, makan. What does the youth of the country want? You want a job, and you hear these words often, pakki naukri. Pakki naukri means a naukri that has some finite, terms and conditions. I know where I'm working, I have a contract, I have some terms and conditions, benefit. He mentioned domestic workers. 7-8 states in the country have the Minimum Wages Act for domestic workers. How many domestic workers are even aware about this? How many domestic workers are even aware that POSH applies to domestic workers? Yeah, so the the job has to be using technology, even awareness, even communication using technology that I can even access on my mobile, phone. So the benefit of getting insurance to this unorganized, informal sector, woman, gig worker, health sector, retail, farmer, is enormous. Suddenly you will find that this sector jobs are not, as bad. It is aspirational. You've created a new, paradigm. And that's wonderful, because you can then access all these benefits without feeling less of a citizen, like, okay, my garib hoon, so I need to access this. I can do it with pride. I do it with conviction, and I'm aspiring to be there.
Do you think if it's in some way incentivized, maybe then we can have more, in a way, pull coming in from the people themselves?
I think what Guru mentioned, how do I get all the employers? There are fractional employers. My domestic worker is probably working with 7, 8 fractional employers. How do I get them also into the scheme? Again, technology helps. Similarly, gig work. Similarly, farm work. Similarly, in unincorporated enterprises, where your entrepreneur, is the owner, is the helper, is the staff. So when he or she hires somebody, how do I get that person also part of it? So how do I also create this network? That person is an important stakeholder. So the domestic worker employer is a stakeholder, and that has to be brought into the fold. So I am not searching alone for answers. I have to go and get enrolled into the scheme. And there are lovely schemes. But alone, Roti Kapda Makan is the first. I don't understand how this is so integral to Roti Kapda Makan. My Kapda might not be available. My Makan might not be available because I don't have this safety net. And
Absolutely.
That's critical.
It needs to be made, part of the things that we need and not something that we should have. It should be made a necessity. How can we do that? The benefits clearly are very, very important that need to be told. So that's my last question to you. Can you tell us, because everybody today has smartphones, so do you think this perhaps can be another way of reaching out to the unorganized sector faster?
Absolutely. In our research, like I told, we looked into smartphones by which the benefits reach out, as well as, assessments and so on and so forth came. We actually did research. We found that most of the, how will I put it, the unorganized segment don't even have smartphones. What do you do in that case? So our technologies actually ride and work on even 2G. So yes, you're right. The phone, which is personal and the medium of interaction, helps, but it's not necessarily only smartphones. It's dumb phones, which are actually at this point in time the most, let's say, prevalent tool of interaction for the unorganized segment. So all our solutions, we make sure, work on dumb phones as well, just as a link which comes as an SMS, which is ubiquitous, and then the link then opens up to all the services, the window of the portal of the services and interaction and so on and so forth. So that's how we do that, Hina. Just one point, I'm sorry, I would like to mention is, and it's a very important point which Preeta mentioned, it's about awareness. So we also realized that to get to be aware, we need to actually reach out to the masses. So we have come across something called, we created a format called Play Safe, as in play the game of your life safely, especially for the unorganized segment, where we have divided into 2 segments. One is we try to find the problem areas with industry leaders, as respectable, my friend Preeta, and many others, for the farmers, maids we talked about, for construction workers, and which literally covers 2/3 of the population of India.
Right.
Yeah, and then we got these questions curated, and we are in the process of doing so, and curated, and then take it to the industry leaders. Maybe the insurance companies, the banking, the healthcare, they have solutions, but they are not aware. So we use a medium, maybe with ET itself, and we basically get the awareness quotient really high. So I think that is something also we are investing our CSR funds to take it forward.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, both of you. Those were like really important points that you made. And before we wrap up, we would like to play another AV for our audience present here to get more insight into what can really be done and the kind of solutions that currently exist.
Thank you, Hina.
Comes home is she's considered a self-employed person. So they are all gig workers. None of them are covered under any social security benefit. They don't get wages.
Human life comes very cheap in India. This needs to change.
Indian farmer is born in debt, lives in debt and dies in debt. And we are in 2024. Things have changed. Technology has changed. Governments have changed. But farmers' lives have not changed. The risk of farming is still continuing.
In a nation where farmers live and die in debt, where women work tirelessly without security, and where countless lives remain undervalued, the need for change is undeniable. But change begins with trust, affordability, and awareness. It starts with a vision, one born from the belief that every individual, no matter their circumstances, deserves protection and opportunity.
I was not quite happy and didn't find my calling just being a tech company and solving some tech solutions without making any benefit and or effect to society per se. The bottom of the pyramids almost always never got any benefits. Going deeper, I found is that they don't have a safety net. They are playing a very risky game of life, and I wanted them to play a safe game of life. So that is play safe. So what we are trying to do is get the technologies which will percolate down to these huge segments of the bottom of the pyramid and empower them with knowledge and or education and democratize opportunities, make them basically participate more with the whole society per se.
Zangam has partnered with ET Now and the Times Network to bring this vision to life through conversations with domain experts, solutions from industry leaders, and a mission to secure dreams one step at a time.
We are now in the process, in the midst of understanding the issues, putting it all together, curating it into problem statements, which the industry leaders can educate us of various solutions which already exist and or create new products and new solutions which can help the bottom of the pyramid.
Thank you very much.
To all three of you, thank you to the panel and Hina. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? And I'd request you to stay with us just for a few moments as we would like to present to you a token of appreciation graciously offered by our luxury partner, Da Milano. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in a world riddled with economic uncertainty and geopolitical challenges, India has emerged as a beacon of stability and growth. What makes India's growth most bankable amid global volatility? To explore this intriguing question, we have with us a renowned thought leader and branding expert. Please welcome founder and managing partner of Conclave India, Mr. Suhail Seth, as he shares his thoughts in a special address. Mr. Seth. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Suhail Seth.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the Times Network for having me speak at the India Economic Conclave, being held in this magnificent venue, which has been restored to wondrous quality and is an indication not just of India's nature to welcome, but also of India's arrival on the global stage. I'm going to restrict my talk to where I see India, why I see India where I see it, and what is the role that India, Indians, and Indianness is going to play at the global high table. Never in the history of India has India across the world been treated with greater respect, with greater reverence, and most importantly, with greater relevance. Brands are all about that. Brands are about respect, they're about reverence, and they're about relevance. And today, I'm proud to be an Indian because my country, the country which I belong to, the country which gave me birth, is today amongst the world's most relevant economies, the most relevant cultures. And I've always said that India is not a nation alone. It is not even a republic alone. It is a civilizational legacy. We taught the world Daan long before Warren Buffett and Bill Gates did. When in Manu Smriti, Manu talks about Daan. Somewhere down the line, we were embarrassed of our civilizational legacy, or we didn't understand the importance of that remarkable legacy that we've inherited. Look around you, ladies and gentlemen. We are living in the most exciting times in the world today. We are not only a functioning democracy, we are a throbbing democracy. For all the people who bemoan the demise of the EVM, you still have opposition parties winning state elections. No one throws away an election. Democracy is alive, democracy is kicking, and what's happened is the Indian today has never been more confident of him or herself, of his or her country, and his or her contribution to the world ever before. Today, India is the home to the world's largest number of unicorns. We have moved away from the matrimonial pages which wanted IAS and IPS and doctors and lawyers to people who are genuine entrepreneurs. Even Churchill will be turning in his grave because we are no longer a nation of shopkeepers. We are a nation which allows the world to breathe innovation. We're a nation which allows the world to experience the relevance of India's civilizational legacy. And we are a nation which is contributing to the global high table, be it in economics or in diplomacy. How have we arrived at this? We have arrived at this because of the dint of hard work. Indians have always been hardworking, and by and large, Indians have always been ethical because we have a moral compass that is not embedded in our souls, it is embedded in our parenting. The values that your parents instill in you are the values that are timeless, they are immeasurable. And that is what we are seeing today. The respect that the young have for the elders, that people have for people who are proficient, that people have for people who have achieved, continues to be the guiding force. And the world, ladies and gentlemen, is coming apart. The world is coming apart because people are seeking national identity. No one wants to buy a brand that is scary, fearful, or unwilling to impart benefits. The reason India is different is because in India there is nothing to fear except fear itself. In India, because of our Indianness, there is a moral compass that has outlived the annals of relevant time. Because of our Indianness, there is an ethicality. And we can sift the wheat from the chaff and still determine a path of great appreciation. I'm not a political person at all. I, by the way, hate all political parties, but I'm deeply proud of my Prime Minister. And I'm proud of my Prime Minister because he's making things happen. If the opposition leaders made things happen, I'd be proud of them too. I'm proud of every political leader who's making things happen. And we've got to get away from this constant belief that, oh, are we good enough? I'm not being arrogant when I say this on behalf of 140 million people, but I can tell you today that India has every right to be confident. India has every right to succeed. And brand India today is the most relevant, rewarding brand that exists in the comity of nations. And that's what we've got to appreciate. We've got to change the imprint of our education, which is why these conclaves are important. Which is why I'm delighted that the Times Network takes the time out to infuse not just confidence, but a sense of realism and a sense of context. So let's look at the context for a change. Who are we pitted against? Narendra Modi has said we'll be the world's third largest economy. And we will. Not because Modi has said it, but because every Indian believes that the Prime Minister will do his bit, political leadership will do their bit, the bureaucracy will do their bit, but the most important trudging of the coals will be done by every Indian. This country is not made by one Narendra Modi. This country is made by 140 million people who believe in the idea of India, who believe that India will make things happen, and who believe in the concept of Indianness overriding any sectarian, divisive issues that we may have. Let's take a look at the global economies in the world today. Look at America. America is a cauldron of hate. For good, bad, worse, it's not our business to get there. Look at what's happening in Europe. Europe is disintegrating. I came back from London yesterday. See what's happening to England. England is disintegrating. It is not disintegrating only economically. It's disintegrating from a confidence point of view. You know, earlier I used to joke and I used to use this phrase that India is like the bumblebee. Aerodynamically, the bumblebee is not supposed to fly, but the bumblebee doesn't know that. It flies happily. There have been many people who from the annals of time have always said, oh, India has so many problems. How will India succeed? We have succeeded. We have succeeded in a democracy with acute diversity. We have succeeded in a nation which has more languages than humankind knows. We have succeeded in becoming a country that respects democracy and that respects the rule of law. We have become a country where the young and the old, the infirm and the healthy coexist in a manner of great respect for each other and for what we are. And that, to my mind, is the important thing. So when you talk about, will India be a bankable brand? India will be the world's finest bankable brand. Because ultimately, bankable brands are not about what they bring to the party. It's about the value they add to the nation that they come from and to the world that they are part of. And in both respects, personally, I'm delighted. You know, I have a 5-year-old child, Gayatri, and when I look at her and I look back and I say to myself, what a brilliant time to be growing up in India. When you are surrounded by people who are finally confident, when they're not enslaved to one thought, to one ideology, but because of communication, because of media, because of the implosion of social sciences, they can actually choose. Today, my country has given me the choice to work, to live, and that is a choice that very few countries today offer, because of various reasons. Today, my India allows me to say what I can and do what I can within the purview of the law, because that's the essence of freedom. Freedom is not defined by terms like democracy and, socialism and all that stuff. The ultimate freedom is what Tagore talked about. It's the freedom of the mind. And today, whether it's the Prime Minister, whether it's chief ministers, whether it's teachers, whether it's media people, they have allowed the average Indian to think. They have made the Indian unfettered. We are no longer chained to some slavish mentality that we had inherited. And that, to my mind, is the biggest benefit of this brand. I'm 61. May have 10, 15 years to live. But let me tell you, in those 10, 15 years, this country will be unrecognizable. Will we be economically powerful? Yes. Will we be a great nation of talented people who are actually conquering the world? The answer is yes. But what we will also remain is a rooted nation. We will remain rooted to our values. We will remain rooted to our civilizational legacy. And above all, we will remain rooted to the idea of India. And the idea of India is timeless. Indianness is timeless. What we have inherited is timeless. And I believe that when you look around nations, many of them are recent. America's a recent country. So I'm not looking at India in the context of, oh, what will our GDP be? What will this be? What will that be? No. I want our happiness index to increase year after year. I want that person who is in Bulandshahr to know that he can compete with a person in Bombay because the opportunities have been made available. And let me tell you, every country has poverty. But the worst kind of impoverishment is when you deny opportunities. And my India has changed. Today we have the opportunities, we have the wherewithal, we have the courage, we have the confidence, and most importantly, we have the desire to succeed. And you cannot stop an idea when its time has come. And today, it's ironic, and there's no pun intended, we are in times of India where the idea of India is going to be unstoppable. And I'm grateful and I'm delighted that we have so many people here in this hall. We have millions outside who have the same belief, the same sense of purpose, and the same sense of giving back. Because that's what we will be proud of. That's what your children, your grandchildren will be proud of. And that's what my late parents would be proud of in heaven. That we are contributing to nation building. We are contributing to the idea of India. And we are contributing to continuing to make India the world's finest, most relevant, revered, and respected brand. And I've just been told my time's up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Seth. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, for those thought-provoking ideas that Mr. Sohail Seth shared with us. Now, before we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to share the exciting news making waves across India's BFSI sector, Max Life Insurance. One of India's leading insurance companies has transitioned to become Axis Max Life Insurance. And to commemorate this landmark moment, the company unveils its new campaign, Double Bharosa, featuring brand ambassador and Indian cricket team captain Rohit Sharma, along with his spouse, Ritika Sajde. Now remember, this campaign highlights the dual promise of trust and reliability, symbolizing the combined strengths of Max Life and Axis in delivering enhanced assurance and protection in life insurance and financial services. Let's take a look at this exciting new campaign.
भरोसा है भरोसा है डबल है खुशियां सभी और डबल है प्यार भी भरोसा है डबल भरोसा
अपनों का हर पल और भी खास होता है जब भरोसा डबल होता है तभी तो मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस बन गया है एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस
भरोसा है भरोसा है डबल है खुशियां सभी और डबल है प्यार भी भरोसा है डबल भरोसा
अपनों का हर पल और भी खास होता है जब भरोसा डबल होता है तभी तो मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस बन गया है एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस
भरोसा है
All right, so double bharosa, ladies and gentlemen, means we play twice for you. But moving on, ladies and gentlemen, now remember Chhattisgarh is rapidly evolving as a hub for industrial growth, with bold reforms driving innovation and investment. In the upcoming presentation, we will explore how the state is transforming its industry policies to foster a thriving business ecosystem. So please welcome on stage Director of Industries at the Department of Commerce and Industries, Government of Chhattisgarh, Mr. Prabhat Malik, IES, and CEO of Nav Raipur Atal Nagar Vikas Pradhikaran, Government of Chhattisgarh, Mr. Saurabh Kumar. They will share their insights on these key reforms in a very special presentation. Please welcome them with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
If I can have the PPT up here. Okay. So good evening, everyone. I'm Saurabh. This is Prabhat. We've come from Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is one of the youngest states in India. We just turned 25. We are the 9th largest state. We are very strategically located in the heart of India with access to more than 500 population. We border 7 states. We are a power surplus state with more than 3,000 megawatt of inherent capacity. In fact, we supply power to all the neighboring states also. A mining powerhouse. We have been constantly clocking more than 9% GDP over the last 25 years since we've been born. Our contribution to India's GDP started off from 1% when we were formed. Right now, we have come up to 1.7%. We are aggressively targeting to double this over the next 5 years again. Like the point I said, it's a well-connected state with a lot of airports, 5 airports, 2,500 rail network, 3,500 train network. Besides this, we have 2 very good port connectivity, one from Paradeep and one an express highway established connectivity to Visakhapatnam. When the state was formed, the state took a call of setting up a new greenfield capital city. This has not happened historically a lot in India. In 1920s, New Delhi was formed, NDMC area that is known as Lutyens Delhi, that is 40 square kilometer. In 1950s, Chandigarh was formed, that was roughly 70 square kilometer. It is right now 110 square kilometer. We took a call to set up a greenfield smart city of 237 square kilometer in the year 2005. We've already invested more than 1.6 billion onto the infrastructure. The city has its own airport, it has its own railway line, and we are one of the biggest land banks in central India as of now. In terms of infrastructure, we have an integrated command and control center that was inaugurated in the year 2018 by the Honorable Prime Minister. It predates the smart city scheme of Mahua. Everything, be it power, street light, water, sewerage, everything is controlled from this command and control center. It takes roughly 19 people to operate this command and control center to service all the public utility within the city. On social infrastructure, we have already constructed more than 10,000 dwelling units, 15,000 are under construction. The best institutes, be it IIM, IIIT, National Law University, Institute of Hotel Management, all are functioning. We have designed the city, we have conceptualized the city to be a recreational city with 27% of area dedicated for recreation. We have 5-star resorts, we have 18-hole golf course, we have the 3rd largest cricket stadium in India. We have also the Asia's largest man-made jungle safari. In terms of economy, within the city itself, we have more than 1,800 acres of dedicated land bank. Overall, the state has more than 10,000, but the city itself has more than 1,800 acres of land bank. We are constructing more than 10 lakh square foot of IT and commercial space. While doing all of this, the focus still is on sustainable values. We want this city to be stable over the long run. So it's a zero-discharge city with complete e-mobility integrated. The government is already functioning, Mantralaya, Secretariat, Vidhan Sabha, Chief Minister House, everything is already functioning. State government offices, central government offices are functioning in the new city. In terms of the future planning, we are planning to expand the city and get more than 7,500 crore of private investment more. We want to integrate Raipur, Naya Raipur, Durg, Bhilai into an industrial economic complex. We are in the process of setting up more than 500 megawatts of solar. We want to target a net zero city. In terms of tourism, we already have 5-star resorts functioning. We want to target within WED in India, we want to target more than 1,500 rooms within the city, the best in MICE infrastructure as well as Medi-City. For the industrial policy points, I would like to invite Prabhat.
Thank you, sir. So, as Sir before me mentioned, we are a young state. We have graduated from teen to adulthood, celebrating our 25th year. Giving a broad context for our industrial policy, in our 25 years, we have worked hard to develop the core infrastructure. We have mastered our core sectors. We are the largest steel producer in India. We produce more than 25% of cement in India. We are a mining powerhouse, controlling on minerals. And we have done all these industries without any industrial conflict. It's a peaceful state. These sectors inherently involve a lot of labor unrest, but our state, by virtue of its policies, by virtue of the nature of the people of the state, is a state with a very industry-friendly policy and non-industrial conflict. So now, after mastering these sectors, this industrial policy from the government is now focused on going for the next part. We have a policy which is focused on creating jobs. We have a policy which is focused on now creating a downstream value. And we have a policy which, unlike Indian growth story, our story is a manufacturing-driven story. And now we want to focus on service sector. So we are like Eklavya, which has hidden in the shadows, learned from everyone, and now we are ready to come out and show our skills. Broadly speaking, these are our two key subsidy for industries. We have tried to match the best subsidy in country. When it comes to fixed capital investment, while other states' policies in total end at 20-25%, we start at 30%. There are different categories. For the sectors we want to focus on, we go from 30 to as high as 50%. And if you go in the second part, the other mode of availing the subsidy is GST. And the best part about this is our entire policy rests on a broad pillar that for manufacturing sector, we are willing to give out 100% of the fixed capital investment driven by industry. And for us, fixed capital investment is not just plant and machinery, but your land cost also. So entire investment, we can give you back. And for service sector, we are willing to go 1.5 times. The other subsidies show the outlook we have taken. It was before mentioned by Honorable CM of Uttarakhand. We also went to industry, we understood their problems. We figured out the best training for any workforce happens at the shop floor. So we understand that government is not the final arbiter to decide how to skill. We are providing industry a 1 month wage as a subsidy to cover their training cost. We want industry not to cut corners. Social security is a government mandate. So we cover the EPF cost for the first 5 years for our lower skilled labor. And to make it a more equitable, inclusive, for these three categories, our Naxal affected population, our retired Agniveers, and for our disabled population, we cover 40% of the salary for the first 5 years. The special packages are broadly to define 3 types of industries. These sectors are the sectors where we are competitive. They are sectors where the maximum number of jobs will be created for our state people. And they are sectors which are the sectors of the future where the future industry would happen. So these sectors falling under one of the 3 categories are the sectors where state has given specific provisions. The specific provisions being, we have gone for say an AI data center or a robotics data center, we go up to 60% of your fixed capital investment upfront. For sectors like pharma, textile, we are trying to build a subsidy package which goes up to 50% of fixed capital, or in terms of job, in terms of wages, up to 1 year of wages per employee, state will essentially bear. Our logic being that the more jobs we create, the more we boost our economy. Finally speaking, we are the only state, every state does a bespoke policy custom tailored to the industry incentives. We have slightly tweaked it a bit, saying that while investment is important, we target investment in sectors which are important to us, but we are also that much more interested in industries which with a smaller investment also can bring huge jobs. So any industry which brings 1,000 jobs or more in our state, we offer to match the best incentive in the country. Last but not the least, industries do not come because of subsidies, they come because of the environment. These capture our broad guiding principles when we deal with industry. Our Honorable CM in the launch of industrial policy has committed that our focus would be on reducing the cost of business, and not just the regulatory cost, but also the state has committed to spend 1% of its annual GSDP, which is 5 lakh crore, towards building industrial infrastructure to reduce the cost of evacuation, to reduce the cost of power. Our state believes that we will deal with business in a trust-based framework. We start with the assumption that businesses are there to do the right thing. It is our job to provide them the framework to be able to do business in an honest and ethical manner. Our government believes that the job of that for a business to do his business, there should be least interaction with the government. So we believe in concepts and implementing concepts of third-party certification, self-certification to minimize this interaction. And last but not the least, we are a government which is focused on predictable policy, consultative policy, and while single window system is across the board, we also focus on providing a single window grievance redressal so that industry has a single point of contact to clear their grievances in a short manner. So this is a policy. There is a small video for you to see, giving a broad outlook. Thanks a lot.
Gentlemen, can we have you back on the stage? We'd like to give you a token of appreciation. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right, we would like to present a token of appreciation to both of you, graciously offered by our luxury partner, Da Milano. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on and get you a very interesting session, actually. Next up, remember, in today's rapidly evolving global landscape, India's vast natural resources hold immense potential to drive sustainable growth and innovation. Unlocking and harnessing these resources effectively can fuel economic development in various sectors. Now, to explore how India can tap into this potential, we are in fact going to be joined by the Minister of State for Science and Technology, Earth Sciences soon, later. But of course, with that, let me also welcome my co-host for the evening, Aisha Afridi.
Yeah, and what a spectacular 1.5 day, I should say, is what we've had. Of course, we'll have the minister joining in shortly, but we also have Dinesh Vijan from Maddock Films. You know, when you talk about India, you can't not talk Bollywood, right? When it comes to India, there are 3 things which work like magic. That's politics, that's cricket, and of course, that's Bollywood as well. So we've got a very special show closer lined up for you. We're going to have Dinesh Vijan from Maddock Films join in, and we'll have, of course, actor Shraddha Kapoor as well. Yes. But now we're here to talk about economics and equity markets.
Absolutely, Aisha. And ladies and gentlemen, as global power dynamics evolve, India, remember, is emerging as a pivotal force in shaping a new world order. During its G20 presidency, India successfully facilitated consensus on key issues like debt restructuring and climate financing, showcasing its ability to lead on critical challenges such as trade imbalances and sustainable development.
So the big question then is, how will India continue to navigate these shifts and define the future of international relations? To find out, please join us in welcoming former chief economist and creator of the BRICS acronym, that's Jim O'Neill. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for him, please. Jim's in the house. Jim, welcome. And in conversation with him is going to be Nikunj Dalmia. Nikunj, over to you.
Well, guys, let's put a louder clap for Jim O'Neill. Jim O'Neill has come from London, even louder. Jim O'Neill has come directly from the airport. Yes. Is it true that you coined the acronym BRIC, or is that fiction?
It's true.
Do you feel proud about it? Because BRIC is now breaking?
It means I get invited to wonderful things like this, so 23 years later. So yeah, of course, very proud. I'm very lucky. I never had the slightest idea it would become the huge thing that it did. So I feel very fortunate.
So BRICS, if I may just repeat for the audience here, B was Brazil.
Brazil, B for Brazil, R for Russia, I for somewhere, and C for China.
Okay.
And the S was always small for plural. And obviously, capital S is South Africa's part of the political group of the BRICS, but I never included South Africa.
When you coined BRICS that time, it was all about China, and now it is becoming all about India. Which BRIC nation has surprised you? Which BRIC nation has disappointed you? And which BRIC nation do you think will surprise you going forward?
So that's it's not a straightforward question to answer. So I would say until 2017, so for 16 years, China was almost a constant positive surprise. When China became so big, as many people around the world have talked about, probably the single biggest economic development anywhere. And if you look at the rate of change of China on the world economy compared with the US over that period, China's was bigger. Incredible. However, since 2017, as many people know, China's had a lot of challenges. And over that period, India is sort of coming into its own. I wouldn't say it surprised me. In fact, looking at my notes and going back, amazingly, India at the end of 24 is doing almost exactly what we thought over 20 years ago, in that it's in the process of becoming bigger than Japan and Germany, which is exactly around the time we thought. A bit quicker with Japan, a bit slower with Germany. And if you look over the next decade, and I think this is very important for people here in India to grasp the opportunity, and it's really important with this title you've chose. This is India's sweet spot. So if India is really going to develop a lot of momentum to be the third largest economy in the world, it has to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. Because after that, the so-called demographic dividend for India starts to fade. In terms of disappointments, no two ways about it. Russia followed by Brazil. And they suffer from the classic, and I wrote about it at the time, they suffer from the classic so-called commodities curse. And one of the very interesting things about the world developing during my lifetime, many countries that have a lot of commodities struggle because they end up being wasteful with those commodities. And you see that in each of those two countries, and sadly, even more so in some ways with South Africa. So the two best are the two biggest, China and India.
The necessary conditions which have made United States the largest economy of the world was they constantly innovated, and there was constant innovation which led to productivity.
Yeah.
China went on the other side. They constantly ensured that they remained the manufacturing hub of the world, and they were able to gain more in terms of prominence in the world. What makes India unique, and what would be the USP of India if you compare that with the history of some other countries who've crossed the $5 trillion hurdle?
Yeah, well, we will find out. But it goes back to what I deliberately said a few minutes ago. This is India's chance to really demonstrate its uniquity with some of the natural things that in India's favor. What are they? So the first of which, it is the only one of the BRIC countries that has a relatively young, dynamic population. So it still has, for the next 10 to 15 years, the likelihood of a significant further rise in the labor force. Definitely don't have that in China. You've not had that in Russia for 20 years. And Brazil has already started to turn. So that's unique. The only other big so-called emerging country that's closed, or there's two. Indonesia, similar, but less people, of course. And actually the beautiful but complicated country, Nigeria. So in that sense, India, I mean, the BRICS is really unique. The second thing, which actually might be a tactical advantage as we go back into what I call a Trump influence world, a lot of India's growth has been based on domestic demand. Most economists like myself would often say one of India's weaknesses is that it's not as big a share of global trade as other great success stories in Asia. But maybe for the next few years, that's not a negative. Because as we know, or we think we know, Donald Trump is going to probably use tariffs or the threat of tariffs to try and make these countries less important in trade. And I don't think India has that problem. The third thing, which is really a special thing of the moment, and I can never figure out whether it's fortune, it's just luck or deliberate. India is wanted to be a friend by everyone in the G7 and by everybody in the BRICS. No one else is in that position. And I think some credit has to go to Modi for that. But whether that's true or not, it is an incredible, fortunate thing in this very, very complicated stage of how the world is at the moment. So I would say all of those things are good. A strange thing is the English language. Obviously, one of India's biggest successes the past 20 years is its role in global services support and export of them. I think the ease in which the English language is used here is definitely a major factor of that. And you don't have that in the other BRICS. And so I think if you combine all of those things together, they're the things that India needs to really exploit more and probably for more Indian people, because there's obviously a lot of things that India has challenges with as well still.
We are going through extraordinary times when the global monetary policy or the central bank monetary policy has been extremely loose. Interest rates have been in a record low, and the government deficits are at a record high.
Yeah.
So given that we are in for a volatile global environment, how can India grow if the world is contracting or if world is in a messy place?
Well, one of the answers to that is I've already touched on, because India's growth has frequently been driven by domestic demand. That means India is in control of a lot of what happens to India. To some degree, and we saw this in 2008, when there was a global shock, China had to dramatically change parts of its policies. Otherwise, the Chinese economy would have become a lot weaker a lot sooner. And look at Japan in that sense, far too dependent on things that are going on outside the country. Another example close to me in Europe is Germany. Germany, amazingly, has grown even weaker than the UK since COVID. And it's primarily because of Germany's vulnerability to things it can't control, like China, like the emergence of electric cars. So suddenly Germany has lost its global edge. India doesn't have that issue unless we have a collapse. If we had a collapse in the internet and global outsourcing and global services, who knows what happens out there, but that would be a risk. But I don't think India is as exposed to some of these other issues as many other parts of the world. It is obviously vulnerable to a very large rise in oil prices and commodity prices. It's probably vulnerable to, if we had an unexpected big rise in US interest rates. The markets right now are expecting them to come down. But in that sense, I think India is relatively protected about some of these really big risks out there, which I agree are sources of great uncertainty for many countries.
So, Jim, if I just put all the ingredients in the melting pot, which is India's macro stability,
yeah,
political stability,
yeah,
fiscal deficit is coming under control.
Yeah.
More importantly, we have a population which understands English, which is the business language of the world, and the first one which you alluded to, which is the young population, where the entrepreneurship seems to be coming back. Do you think 6 to 7% growth for India could be there for next couple of decades?
So, as I think you know, and again, on the journey coming here and preparing for it in the past 2 weeks, I was reading some of my old research. This is something from 2007. The 10 things that India needs to do to reach its potential. And again, as a challenge to you and for any advisors to policymakers, India should be trying to grow by close to 10%. The demographics are so strong that if India could boost some key parts of productivity, it wouldn't be difficult for India to do still the next decade something closer to 10 than 6. And of course, I gather you panels discussed this morning. The flip side of that, if India only grows at 6, the GDP per capita, because you have so many people, won't rise that much. I think today it's about $3,000 a head. So I think India should aspire to actually grow by 8-9%, which it could do based on the kind of things that I've looked at for 30, 40 years. And in that sense, I'd like to see more ambition. one of the encouraging things that I noticed that links to the 10, back in 2007, I think I'm right in saying, India only had one university or tertiary sector institution recognized in the world's top 100. Today it has 7, which is a very positive thing to have happened because you need more of that. And doing that and trying to allow more young people to get more and more diverse skills are the kind of things that are needed to deliver this additional growth, in my opinion.
What are your thoughts on the way digital India is now moving?
Yeah.
The fact that we have UPI,
yeah,
we have the backbone which is now backed by Geo broadband. We have programs like Aadhaar which are centered around identification. So for any country to grow now, productivity gains are coming via AI or digital. Do you think India is right up there in terms of global averages, global standard and global rate of change?
I think it's probably certainly in the mix of being the best of the large emerging countries in this field. Hearing you mention UPI, I remember when it was first mooted, of course, if my mind remembers correctly, it was a good 3 years before Modi became the leader. And when I heard about it, I thought, this could be an incredible thing for India. And I think it's proved to become so. And so that's exactly what many other countries around the world struggle to do. And you know, hats off to the people that pushed that initiative for India. And I think, as you say in your question, that strength is an enormous, I'd call it a tactical, certainly a tactical strength, and maybe a structural strength for the world in which we are emerging in, where, especially with AI, there's going to be more and more of these kind of things going on.
So before I change gears and talk about your view on the world, if I summarize your view on India, your view is that we have potential and ability to grow at 6 to 7%, it could be 8 to 9%. We have all the ingredients like you mentioned, and we are digital ready with the dynamism of a young population, why we should really fast track to the top 3 economies in the world.
I mean, to be really candid with you, if India's not significantly bigger than Germany and Japan by 2030, I personally would be really worried for India. The next bit should be easy. I'm going to say, I was thinking whether I should say this or not. India should set itself the challenge of being 3 times as big as Japan within another 15 years. Because that's how big the natural advantages are at this point in life. You know, Japan has dreadful demographics, and it still has poor productivity, and it's very vulnerable to a world that does less trade in goods. So it should be really easy for India to become quite a bit bigger. But if India really wants to get to be really big and more wealthy for more Indian people, it should want to become a lot bigger. And, I don't know, become half the size of the US by 2035 or something.
Fantastic, fantastic. So nice to hear that endorsement coming from you, the man who actually saw the potential when he coined the word BRIC. I'm going to change gears and talk about the view of the world now.
Yeah.
There is a change in regime in the United States. Everyone is saying it's like someone has pressed the reset button again. Do you think Donald Trump will press the reset button again?
Is he going to what?
Press the reset button again.
Does Donald Trump himself know what he's going to do? You know, like everybody else, I sit and watch and read these things about everybody who thinks they know what Donald Trump's going to do. I'm not sure Donald Trump knows what he's going to do. I think he enjoys the game of dealing with people. You know, a silly example, when I look back on his famous attempts to become a friend of the North Korean leader, he seemed to have no idea what it was he was going to do when he managed to meet him. I noticed with great interest, yesterday I read that he has invited President Xi to his inauguration. I mean, that's quite an imaginative thing to do. We have a world of finance and business that is convinced that relations between the US and China is going to get worse. Maybe it won't. I don't know. And intellectually, it makes it fascinating, but I would not want to be overly confident in predicting that Trump's going to do X, Y, and Z, because I don't think he knows yet. What I would quickly add, I think he's chosen a very, very experienced person in macroeconomics to be his Treasury Secretary. And a very important thing that, again, I don't know how it will evolve, is how much Trump is going to trust Scott Bessent or delegate economic issues to Scott. I was asked by a Washington magazine yesterday, interestingly, to write a piece about what did I think of the possibility of a modern version of the so-called Plaza Accord, which is just the very fact I was asked that is interesting. And you can see the conditions for some sort of grand global deal where China agrees to stimulate its consumer, Europe agrees to boost its defense spending, Germany agrees to put more auto plants in the US, and the US then decides we don't need these tariffs because they're all going to buy more US things. And that would be an incredibly constructive thing for the world economy. But one other thing to say, it would probably also be very good for equity markets outside the US.
Well, Jim, the way you've really summarized the India growth story for us, thank you very much, and thank you for endorsing it with such easy concept and ideas. I've always interacted with you online, but such a pleasure to meet you in person and really talk about the India growth story. Thank you for being part of IC, and such a pleasure to meet you in person. Let's put our hands together for Jim O'Neill, the man who coined BRICS. He feels that India has a long, long way to go. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Jim, for that fascinating discussion, and thank you for making it to the India Economic Conclave. Hope you have a great stay. Well, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, India has truly set a target to achieve net zero emissions by 2070, making its energy transition a very critical priority. The country is already the third largest producer of renewable energy globally, with ambitious plans to generate 500 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030.
Well, that's right. And key initiatives include scaling up solar and wind energy, increasing electrification, and advancing green hydrogen projects, all aligned with its vision for 2047, the centenary year of independence.
And to share with us, ladies and gentlemen, his vision and to talk to us about India's energy transition at 2047, please welcome Honourable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, who is going to be in conversation with none other than Navika Kumar. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, on this platform of the 10th edition of the India Economic Conclave. And it's always been a pleasure to have you. The energy sector needs energy from you. And these days, after election results, there's a spring in everybody's step in the government, and there's a lot of energy going in there. Question, is this green energy? Is this no emission energy? Does energy really come in from the political performance of a party? And has there been an upswing after a moderate performance in the Lok Sabha elections?
On my way here from Parliament, I was reflecting on what possibly you would start with. And I came to the conclusion in my mind that now that the Lok Sabha results have been overtaken by the performance in Maharashtra and us getting 7 out of 9 of the seats in the by-polls in Uttar Pradesh, perhaps you might not. But since you asked the question, let me tell you. Energy is the lifeline of any system. Now there's Bharat Mandapam, with which my ministry was associated when I was Urban Affairs Minister. It's a world-class building, along with the Yasho Bhumi. I think these constitute world-class facilities for events like this. But you brought some energy by putting all this on the walls. Look, if an economy is performing well, you will see that energy consumption will be on the rise. Is the political system any different? I would say no. But that is a different kind of energy, but it's all adding up to the same challenge. No matter what we are dealing with, the economy, the political system, you need availability, affordability, and sustainability. So it's all there. I have had the good fortune of seeing many systems in transition. Today, I think where India stands and the narrative that is out there, you and I don't notice it because we are part of this continuity and the change which is taking place. But if you want to come back to the political system for a minute, let me say, I see the following happening. One, the India alliance, which we were saying for a long time, it has fault lines, it has trains, it is collapsing. Today I would say it has collapsed. The Congress party, which is very keen on providing leadership to the India alliance, finds itself a junior partner in most of the states. And as we go forward, there are not only other claimants for leadership of the India alliance, but I think more than that, the alliance will be put to test in terms of its internal cohesiveness. But more than that, Navika ji, I think wherever a kind of electoral situation that develops like in Haryana or Maharashtra, they will find it very difficult to move forward. Why? Because the Bharatiya Janata Party, even if you look at the original Lok Sabha results, I remember clearly that the vote percentage had just marginally declined. But they lost a lot of seats because of the peculiar ground dynamics. Today, I find that the core vote of the Bharatiya Janata Party is not only steady but growing. And whenever you have contests of this kind developing, you will see clean sweeps by the BJP.
Well, clearly, the recent performance, a third-time victory at the center, a third-time victory in Haryana, a third-time victory in Maharashtra, clearly put you in a situation where nobody can contradict or question the positions you take.
No, the contradiction they will try. You see, if you fail at something, if you fail in an examination, you will blame the examiner for sending you questions which are out of the syllabus. If you fail in an election, then in the seats that you win, you will say, okay, that was my good performance, but the seats you lose, you blame something called an EVM. So they will go on. But you know, I was sitting through Parliament today listening to the discussion. I shouldn't say what I'm going to say there. But they were the demanders. What is it that they're trying to say? Today, all over the country, you know, there was an old Hegelian saying, genius lies in identifying yourself with a principle. What is it that the Congress party wants to identify? What do they stand for? If it is, at the end of the day, caste census or something like that, let them spell it out.
Mr. Hardeep Puri, I also I'm speaking to you at a time when geopolitics across the world is in a state of tumult. Look at the Middle East, look at Central Asia. After, Ukraine, Russia, and we spoke at that time, Ukraine, Russia, and we spoke at that time how India navigated through those waters. Now we have Syria going that road again. How is this going to impact our dependence that exists on fossil fuels and our strategy on how to handle this?
First, in terms of our dependence on fossil fuel, I'm very happy with the words you use, dependence on. We are today 85% dependent on crude oil imports and roughly about 50% dependent on our imports. We also import LPG, but that's separate. The good news is that there is no shortage of energy in the world. That in spite of all the turbulence, etc., more and more energy is coming onto the market. There is a lot of energy, Navikaji, which is coming from the Western Hemisphere. I mean, Brazil, Guyana, Canada, United States. United States produces 13 million barrels a day. And even before the celebration of democracy there, I had anticipated they'll put another 1 million barrels a day there, and it's coming. Suriname. Middle East, many of the OPEC Plus are cutting back on production. They say temporarily. But in spite of all those actions, there's more than enough crude oil available in the world. For a consumer like India, which today I think we're 5.4 million barrels a day, which will go on by 2030 to 6 and then 7 million barrels a day is what we will be consuming. There's enough oil. And the good news is our domestic E&P is for the first time, after a long time, beginning to grow up. So I don't anticipate issues of availability. That's the first part of the trilemma. When it comes to affordability, yes, if there is really an outbreak of hostilities, like if some major trade routes and shipping routes get blocked, then the seaborne commerce would have to come by a more circuitous route. Freight rates would go up. Insurance rates would go up. I don't see that happening. I think everyone involved has a stake in peace, and I think it's in everybody's interest to ensure that whatever leveraging you can do, you do it. I'm not in the business of making forecasts, but if you were in that business, there are a lot of people saying that the conflict in Ukraine and Russia, give it another 2-3 months, and maybe you'll find solutions. Even in the Middle East, I see welcome signs of people willing to talk, etc. But as I said, we will be able to navigate. The government of the Prime Minister, led by Prime Minister Modi, has demonstrated its ability to navigate through crisis, not once, but on several occasions. And I'm more than confident that we can do so going forward. But I think the situation will get better, not worse.
Let me also ask you, green energy solutions. How much progress have we made in that direction? And are we looking at any substantial reduction in our dependence on fossil fuels at this stage, given the fact that every other day we see some electric vehicles coming in, some technology changing in various parts? Is there a time frame to when this will impact significantly our dependence?
No, that's a absolutely brilliant question, but I think in order to ease our understanding, we'd have to put a timeline on it. The transition is not a switch which you can put on and off. You have to establish fairly expensive infrastructure also to make the transition. Going forward, let's say by the time we are a 100-year-old country, as an independent country, we're a 7,000-year-old civilization, but I see our dependence on traditional fossil fuel coming down considerably. It would be around 30% or so. So I think the test lies in what we are achieving on the green front. And there my submission to you is ethanol. We have gone from 1.4% blending in 2014. We wanted a target of 10% by 2022 November. We did it 5 months in advance. We have a target of 20% by 2030. We're going to do it by next year, by 2025. We brought that forward. Compressed biogas, we are moving forward. There are, I think, 80 plants under commissioning. There are 70 there already. Again, we have a long distance to go. CNG, we're doing very well. The idea is to take the importance of gas, natural gas, in our energy mix from 6% to 15%. We are beginning to move, but we still need to get there. And I think that is work in progress. We need to do more on that. But I think green hydrogen is where the real success will come. If you talk to people, I saw a statement by a very major entrepreneur, He says that electric vehicles are the answer, not fuel cell green hydrogen vehicles. Possibly true, that's a point of view. But if my grid is not green, then electric vehicles are much better because they are much less toxic. They're at a transition point. But at the end of the day, to achieve sustainability, we will need to have green hydrogen. And we're doing very well on that. I don't go by the estimates which industry puts out, because what you require for green hydrogen are, one, the capacity to produce clean solar energy at a reasonable price. We've demonstrated. We brought it down from 25 cents a unit to 3 cents, and you need electrolyzer. And we're doing well on both fronts. Both the PLI scheme had a provisioning for 19,700 crores for electrolyzers, fully utilized. And as we go along, the private sector has done very well. Pump storage facilities are coming up. I see in the next 2 or 3 years, India being right up front on the global stage on green hydrogen. And that will what is going to make a mistake. Let me conclude this by saying we spend something like $150 billion a year on the import of energy. Now, if you were to bring down the price of green hydrogen from the current 5.5, and you bring it down to say 2.5 or so, there'll be a public clamor to move that money from import of fossil fuels to the production of green hydrogen. And because what does a hydrogen bus produce? Water vapor on the air, as against the toxicity which comes from the other
emissions.
vehicles. Yeah.
Let me also ask you, exploration activities in India, whether it is for petroleum or natural gas, hasn't quite lived up to the expectations that existed maybe a decade ago.
You're putting it mildly. It hasn't lived up. I'm much more strident in my comments. I say that there is neglect, criminal neglect has taken place. Look, let me simplify it. If you were to drill one well onshore, on land, it would cost you about $4 or $5 million. If you were to drill offshore, it would cost you $100 million. Now, typically, if you have a big discovery, you drill 16 wells, you get nothing. Suddenly on the 17th, you strike oil. That's the story of Guyana. But the good news is that we did not have earlier an ecosystem. Now we have an ecosystem which is conducive for E&P. Let me give you 3 things. In 2016, we went from a production sharing arrangement to a revenue sharing arrangement. What does that mean? You come, help us prospect. You don't need to make any investment also. We will compensate you in case you didn't get anything for seismic surveys offshore, as we have spoken to, let's say, giving you an example, Petrobras of Brazil. If we strike oil, you'll have the right of first refusal. Secondly, there were areas, we have a sedimentary basin of about 3.5 million square kilometers. Navika ji, 1 million square kilometers was no-go area. You couldn't go there because either the Navy or the Coast Guard or the DRDO had a difficulty with it. Today, that's been opened up. Now, in the open acreage licensing policy, OALP round 9, which we did some time ago, 38% of the bids have come in this 1 million square kilometer. And if I am successful, and I'm sure I will be, if we get the new draft bill through the Lok Sabha next week, then we will do OALP 10th round with the new legislation in place. So today, the outreach to the 4 or 5 in the world whom you have to talk to is come. It's not the old India. Here, we will partner with you. We will jointly explore. And today, our oil majors are also partnering with the private sector here, with the global private sector. So, if you started by saying that the ENP has not fared as well, not taken off, you're absolutely right. But today, I would go much further and say that was the situation prior to 2014. You know, the period between 2006 and 16 or 14, 15 was called the dull decade. They didn't do anything. Because what happened is that the private sector did some gold plating on issues then, and then there was hue and cry and scandal. So as a result, all activity came to a stop. That's not the case now. Now, ONGC has a discovery off the coast of Kakinada, and they are going to be producing 45,000 barrels a day there pretty soon. I think it's already reached about 25, 30,000 barrels a day. Also gas. So both on the oil and gas front, it's a very different situation now.
So let me ask you, how much strides have you made over the last 10 years? Because whenever a question is asked of a minister in the BJP government, it always blames the decade of 2004 to 14. I want to ask you, in quantitative terms, where were we in 2014 in terms of new exploration activities that were happening, and where are we now? What is the additional investment that you've got?
No, it's a very simple thing. It's not just for ENP, for everything. As I said, nothing happened between 2006 for about 10 years or so. When Modi ji formed the government and the reforms really started in all the sectors by June 2015, they came in there. In 2016, we went from production sharing to revenue sharing, okay? And all the other actions which have taken place. Earlier, there were people here, they pulled out. Now we have to not only revise our situation, like 1 million square kilometers opened up, new law coming into it, and all that. What does an investor require? An investor requires reasonable degree of stability and predictability. That's not that you call him here, they make an investment, they find oil and they'll say, this is my sovereign right, I take it over. I have a lot of difficulty with some states just now. ONGC struck oil in Ashoknagar in West Bengal. And I think when they struck this oil in 2018 or so, it was one well and the area was about 4 square kilometers. What's called a petroleum mining lease has still not been forthcoming from the state government. After that, they made 2 or 3 other discoveries. That area now has become 99 square kilometers from 4 or 5. But for some strange reason, the state government is not moving. Now the oil is there, the gas is there, it's there. My calculation, and I looked at this in the context of a parliament question because I was answering a start question. We've written 15 letters. The ministry, the Director General of Hydrocarbon, they won't move. Now, whom are they depriving of revenue? Under the system that we have, the federal system, they stand to make something like 25,000 crores, 8,000 crores on this field itself. And that would be the money coming to the state. But they don't move. Now, we have to face a lot of problems. I think overall in the country, the realization that this is a resource which you will be dependent on and from which you can get revenue is there. Some states are notably slow.
So let me ask you, who's really responsible for this collapse of the federal system as it existed? The question is, if you look at Parliament, you're saying you're extremely hopeful that next week you'll pass legislation in the Lok Sabha. The way people of India are looking at it very cynically is, यहाँ काम तो होता नहीं है, यहाँ तो एक दूसरे की खिंचाई होती है.
No, legislation pass karwana is something which is different from parliament function. We know how to get the legislation passed. That's not the issue. I mean, you can try and disrupt.
You can chuck the opposition out and pass.
No, we don't keep them out. You see, I mean, this is a sovereign choice whether you want to wear a mask or an armband or a jacket emblem outside the house and disrupt. You know, I think protest also reflects, the nature of the protest reflects the maturity level of the politics. All right. You have a problem with something that the government has done. I think the right thing to do is come inside the house and debate it. They were demanders for this discussion on the Constitution. As I said, I sat there for 2.5 hours. I didn't see anything. If this is what it was about, let them come and discuss it. Now,
are you saying the opposition, read Rahul Gandhi, Congress party, what you will, is not mature?
No, I'm not saying they're not mature. I would say that, let me phrase it carefully, that maturity has been in the works for a while, and I haven't seen it yet. Now, if you need to protest against...
You're talking about Mr. Kharge or Mr. Rahul Gandhi, please specify.
I don't take names individually. If I make a statement and they think the size of the cap fits them, they're happy to wear it, whoever wants to wear it. I am basically of the opinion that when you go back to your electorate, today I heard somebody make a comment, ye ho gaya, wo ho gaya. And I think one of my colleagues, I was sitting in the Lok Sabha, said, bhai, kuch to hua hai na, third time we have come back. We may be a little disappointed in the sense that we didn't get the clinching number, but we are still, in pre-poll alliance, we are at 290. Which is way beyond what is required for a working majority, for a clear majority. I think that some of the goalposts that they have are getting mixed up. And unless they sit down and rework their sums, as I said, people will ask, what does the Congress party stand for? I have yet to come across an issue on which they are very serious. It's a shoot and scoot policy. One day they will take up one issue, the other day they will take up another issue. You know, when it came to a discussion on resources from the center to the state, there is a way about going about it. There are funds that the central government places at your disposal for use. But by doing halla in parliament, come and talk about it.
But everything they do can't be wrong, and everything that you do can't be right. There has to be a midway somewhere.
That was never my case, that everything we do is right. I think we are a political party which over a period of time has grown because it has the ability to introspect. We look at our own performances, and UP and Maharashtra is a case in point, or Haryana. I mean, I remember interacting with you and saying what happened. I always saw these elections differently, Haryana in particular. I said wherever we have development to show, and the central government, whether it's a Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, it has a big impact even in a place like Maharashtra. Big impact all these schemes have even in the smaller states. So we will project good governance as good politics, delivery of goods and services, and they will project what I call the mantra of freebies. I'm not saying that freebies up to a point. After all, during the pandemic, we also handed out 3 meals of dry ration in a day, which is continuing. But that cannot be the sum total of the political message you're taking to people.
Batenge to katenge, is that really development politics that you are doing? Vote jihad, dharm yudh, are these points of development politics?
You're picking up one slogan here and there, and therefore I have a long list of slogans. I think you're better served by...
Tell me one slogan that you remember, as everybody remembers, batenge to katenge.
No, batenge to katenge.
Development wala slogan bata dijiye.
No, the issue is you take the slogan in a particular way. Where did this negative narrative come from? I remember even in 2014, later, etc. What kind of language was being used against a democratically elected prime minister? What is it that they're trying to do today? They're trying to take around and take somebody's image and add it to that. Is that mature politics? You're looking for a piece of evidence somewhere in some court in some foreign country, makes a statement, come into the house, let's have a discussion. And today, as I said, this discussion is going to be on tomorrow also. It's probably not appropriate for me to give you my comments on what is said in Parliament. That's not. I'm talking about the overall direction and maturity. There are going to be elections in other states. There are fundamental changes taking place in the country. I mean, Article 370, reservation for, women. We're going from women-centered development to women-led development. One nation, one poll. There's some fundamental changes taking place. The opposition, instead of participating in the debate, it's a no this, no that.
So the one nation, one poll decision taken in the cabinet yesterday, will it be a bill brought into Parliament?
That's not for me. That's if you had Kiran here, maybe you could rightfully ask that question. I will not speculate on that. But the fact that the cabinet took the decision yesterday means that the next stage would be prepared, timing, etc. They will decide.
Let me also ask you. We are a nation right now. Before one nation, one election becomes a reality, we are a country where we are always in a state of campaigning for elections. Delhi elections around the corner now. What do you envisage? This is an area where you've been on the defensive. The BJP has not won an election in Delhi for the last, 30 years? What do you expect?
We'll win this time. And we'll win decisively.
Many people are saying this will end your winning streak.
I don't want to ask you whom will you vote for. I mean, with this kind of neglect of basic amenities, you look at the level of pollution in the river, the air pollution, etc., etc. And each one of them, the Aam Aadmi metamorphed from wearing a muffler, sitting in what is it called, a wagon R car, and he's moved into Sheesh Mahal. That's a transformation on the man. Secondly, each one of them has been involved in some, I don't want to get into sharab ka घोटाला.
So आप भी imports तो बहुत करते हो, fossil fuels के भी, candidates के भी.
नहीं, देखिए democracy में आप पटपरगंज में रहना चाहेंगे या जीके में रहना चाहेंगे, you can move your residence to wherever you want, and why should you be?
पर दूसरों के imports पे फिर आपको कहना भी नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि आप भी बहुत import करते हो.
मेरे को कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. They must import. खास करके अपने candidates नहीं हो, but it just shows that they are trying to beat the anti-incumbency by changing the face of the candidate. It's a limited point I'm making. Limited. It's not our situation.
बहुत से insiders कहते हैं कि आधी इस पार्टी की है, आधी उस पार्टी की है. ये पार्टी with the difference, different पार्टी से बनी है.
देखिए, कौन क्या कहता है, etc. ये anecdotal. इससे we will not be able to get very far. मैं आपको दो चीजें कहना चाहता हूं, which I say with a degree of conviction. One is, this is the only party in the country where parivarvad is not a criteria. Number one. I was sitting in Parliament today, looking across the political spectrum, and believe me, that is parivarvad. Okay. I'm not saying you have three members of a family, each can be in the Parliament because they are brilliant in their own right. I have no issue with that. You have another member, एक चाचा का बेटा है, खुद हो, अपनी पत्नी जी हैं. I don't mind all that. But where is it ultimately? Have you ever come across a BJP unit where whose son you are or etc. You take our top leadership. Take the top leadership. With one exception, the person's father happened to be in the party. All the others are completely on merit, who made their way up. They were part of the parivar. They had beliefs in a particular ideology. This is a fundamental. This is one. The second, it is still a party. I know a lot of people say, nahi, aapne ye theek nahi kiya. I would be the last to contest that. But it's based on a value system. Whereas it is completely devoid of value system in most other cases. Again, I don't want to get into individual cases. So to be a member of the BJP or the BJP larger family, there is a certain premium on that. Yes, we may have made a mistake taking some people in because of exigencies of circumstances. And they
Ajit Pawar?
No, I'm not. he's done very well in the elections, etc. I'm not getting into individuals at all. I would say that sometimes your perception of who is good or bad, maybe किसी को आप अगर हमारे पार्टी के साथ, परिवार के साथ 30 साल से जुड़े हुए हैं, आप समझते हैं कि मेरा हक है इस समय to get a ticket. Somebody else comes in for a variety of reasons, but it's done very clinically. So I think you are seeing the beginnings of when you are in office for 10 years and you're looking at the next 5 years with confidence, whereas on the other side, the fault lines means that those parties are actually, that alliance is collapsing. That's the difference.
But why would you bring into Parliament the issue of calling Rahul Gandhi a traitor, connections with Soros? You're the party in government. If you have any material on them, you can proceed on legal basis against them.
I think that's a separate process. When you're in the business of hurling invectives at each other, both sides it come. If you see
so it's just hurling invectives.
What do you say that? I mean, I'm not going to get into a discussion whether a certain amount of resource, a large amount, has brought it on itself to encourage democracy in the rest of the world. I was in the UN, I've got a book on this, where at one stage during the Obama administration, and they said that the Arab street is yearning for democracy. And you brought in, what happened in Libya, country collapsed. What happened in Syria, country collapsed. Matter went to the Security Council. You got an authorization from the Security Council for use of all means necessary, use of force in Libya. Syria, when Security Council got divided. But there are a lot of people in the world who want to bring in democracy. आप ये देखिए एक तरफ compendium drop करिए. कौन contributor है, उसका recipient कौन है? अगर आपके पार्टी के साथ, आपके परिवार के साथ जो foundations है, they are receiving resources from these people, you should yourself introspect. बाकी लोग तो यही कहेंगे और क्या कहेंगे? क्या इसके वो हो, उसके वो हो, वो क्या, वो तो कहेंगे. अगर आप किसी को कुछ कहोगे तो they will retort by saying.
So it's rhetoric at the end of the day.
I didn't say it's rhetoric. This is what happens. If you hurl something at someone and वो क्या कहते हैं? People living in glass houses should not
throw stones.
ये अपना stone अपने glass house में लग गया इनको.
So, do you see an end to the confrontation in Parliament? Because policy debates, I think, have become a thing of the past. Maybe अब dream sequence Bollywood style में आया करेंगे क्योंकि present में तो दिखते नहीं हैं. There is, don't you find, a dearth of quality debate on issues of, for example, the theme of this conclave, India fast track to the top 3. Is there a debate on this? Is there a consensus? Is there room for a consensus? Is there a conversation? Is there any communication? Or do you want to walk this road alone, your way or the highway?
No, it's the very thing. You can have a theme in the India economic conclave on how we've become the 5th largest economy. We are going to be the 3rd largest economy very soon. You can have that. But that is what is creating a sense of unease in our friends. Because this is the real India. This is an India with all the global turbulence. You are still growing at 6.5%. All right. If one quarter the results are slightly less, they start rejoicing. Arey, kam ho gaya. Arey, bhai, kam hua. Agli bari, agle quarter mein badhega bhi. So this is those people. I am very happy to have this. When you see the debate taking place in Parliament, this is what the Treasury benches will actually talk about. They are the ones who are feeling uncomfortable with it. So I don't think there's any agreement. I'm glad you timed this India Economic Conclave at a time when they are wanting to have the discussion on the Constitution. Because I think the Constitution is something sacred. The Constitution is not only, remember this Constitution was drafted by visionaries after 190 years of colonial domination. And they produced the blueprint for India's economic, political and social growth. And the guys who are talking about the Constitution are the only ones who in June 1975 tried to kill democracy by imposing the emergency and curtailing civil liberty. So इनकी बातों को सुन के थोड़ा मन बहला लेना चाहिए. But I think India is moving ahead and moving ahead from what, a $4 trillion economy to a $8 trillion and $10 trillion economy. That's the real India. These guys are misfits there.
Well, the opposition is a misfit in India. It is a traitor in India. Well, those are strong words. But Mr. Hardeep Puri, let me also ask you, again another election. Are we going to see prices of petroleum products stable for a bit, और उसके बाद जोर का धक्का धीरे से लगेगा?
I have answered this question many times, but
we're always, whenever we speak, there is an election around the corner.
Your emotional attachment, I keep telling you, prices of petrol and diesel at the bunk, India is the only country where over the last 3 years they've come down, number one. Number two, the price level has nothing to do with an election in India. The price of petrol at the bunk is determined by the international price of a barrel of crude, the cost of insurance, freight, the exchange rate, the refining cost, margin, dealer's commission. तो आपको तो स्वागत करना चाहिए इस बात का कि ग्लोबल प्राइसेस ऊपर गई हैं. मोदी जी ने 2 बार, he cut the excise duty in November 21, May 2022, and once later. It has nothing to do with the election. We did it because you have a prime minister who's genuinely committed to the welfare of the consumer. That's a moral thing with him. So we brought the cost of energy down. हाँ, इसमें हमारे OMCs ने थोड़ी इनकी ठुगाई हुई है. In the case of gas, I think they lost 28,000 crores earlier. We were able to compensate them only 22,000 crores. Then when it came to petrol, they lost money. We got some provisioning done. फिर वो बातों में रह गया. This time gas में, yes, I think there's under recovery. Navika ji, the very fact that I have been through this session of Parliament, none of my questions, you see, when there is a lot of, excitement, you get starred questions in every session, you get calling attention motion. The energy story is one of the better stories. And I think the Modi government deserves full praise for maintaining availability, bringing the prices down, and doing a very good job in sustainability also.
The other charge that is made against you is that the Ujjwala scheme, which started with a lot of fanfare, somewhere lost steam in the middle. Log वापस भरवा नहीं रहे हैं. All kinds of political charge.
Navika ji, since you are a world-famous anchor, I don't expect you to be going into your kitchen and using Ujjwala. But I can tell you, an average household, plus where you live, there must be piped gas.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, but you must be having Ujjwala. Our average per family, first let me give you the number of connections. In 2014, total number of gas connections in the country was 14 crore. Today it is 33 crores. Ujjwala started in 2016. Today Ujjwala has 10 crores 33 lakh connections. Now, if you think that one connection serves one household, and on an average, a household has 4 or 5 people, which means the entire population has been covered. In fact, our Ujjwala saturation is 110-115%. Now I come to the most important thing. The average is 4 point some cylinders per connection. उससे ज़्यादा तो यूज नहीं होते. हम उज्ज्वला में एक फैमिली को 12 सिलेंडर तक देते हैं. But 4 is the average. उसमें कुछ लोग हैं जिन्होंने सिलेंडर नहीं लिया या एक लिया. उसके कई कारण है. You take a cylinder in Dhanbad, next day you move and migrate to Asansol, or you go to Mumbai, and you may not. But there also we have closed about 4 crores. So the Ujjwala picture in terms of number of connections and in terms of average cylinders is a very good story. I've answered this in Parliament a few days ago. Starts question number 5. I'll send you the answer.
Well, Hardeep Puri, what would you like to say to Mamata Banerjee today on this forum? Clearances for exploration. Would you make a request to her? Have you done so?
Madam, मैं तो उससे बहुत आगे निकल गया हूँ. Clearances for exploration छोड़ दो. वो 8,000 करोड़ की रिसोर्स आपके पास बैठा है. उसको निकाल के वो 8,000 करोड़ आप वेस्ट बंगाल के डेवलपमेंट पे यूज कीजिए. मैं तो वो कह रहा हूँ. But I think she's trying to work out in her mind कि वो राहुल गांधी जी से leadership India Alliance की लेनी है या नहीं लेनी. I think that must be holding it back.
And what would be your message to Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who's debuted in Lok Sabha today with her maiden speech?
No, I always congratulate newly elected members, and especially when they made, and this was a debut in a discourse on the Constitution. So, I mean, she has a long way ahead, whether there will be realignment in terms of leadership within the Congress party. I don't know, and frankly, that's not for me to comment on. But I wish her the best.
And any message to Mr. Rahul Gandhi?
I think that leadership potential has been a while in developing, and I think maybe the time has come for that leadership potential to be developed fully.
Well, on that note, we hope the message is taken. And Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, always a pleasure speaking with you. You take it on the chin, answer all the googlies that come your way. You're always a great sport, and that's what Punjabis are all about, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining me here at the India Economic Conclave.
Navika, before you leave, a token of appreciation for Sir, please, right behind you.
Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Minister Hardeep Puri?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in today's rapidly evolving global landscape, India's vast natural resources hold immense potential to drive sustainable growth as well as innovation. And unlocking and harnessing these resources effectively can fuel economic development in various sectors.
To explore how India can tap into this potential, we're honored to have with us Minister of State for Science and Technology, Earth Sciences, PMO, Atomic Energy and Space, Mr. Jitendra Singh. We invite you on stage, the Honourable Minister, as well as Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan for the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please.
Welcome, sir. Madhav, over to you.
Thank you so much, Shreya, as well as Aisha. Dr. Jitendra Singh, thank you so much for joining us this evening. The subject of this discussion is a very broad-based one. How can India unlock her natural resources to the future in terms of creating growth? It's a very broad-based question, and the ministry that you handle, Earth Sciences, will play a very key role in coming days in that area. Would you like to elaborate?
No, thank you, Madhav. At the outset, I have to thank you for making me a part of this. And I'm glad you asked that, because we are these days quite often heard talking about 2047 India, Viksit Bharat 2047. And yes, we feel proud doing so. It also sounds very romantic talking about it. But if you see from the scientific point of view, I think the question that we should be asking ourselves is that where are we going to add the value from to reach that pedestal? It has been there's been a quantum leap in the last 10 years, of course, because when this government came in and Prime Minister Narendra Modi took over, we were among fragile 5. Now we are among top 5. Soon we will be 4 and then number 3 with 5 trillion economy and so on. And by 2047, we envisage reaching that pedestal. But if you trying to scientifically analyze it, I think the most important, that is absolutely related to the question that you put across, that we will need to explore the unexplored resources or underexplored resources of India. And when we talk of that, I think the most underexplored resources which have been exclusive to India is our marine resources. We have a 7,500 long kilometer coastal area, possibly the longest, one of the longest in the world. We have at least 12 states situated along the coast, beginning from Odisha, Bengal, up to the western Ghats, Maharashtra, Gujarat. And that has remained unexplored. The huge wealth of metals, minerals, fisheries, biodiversities, The other day I was telling some of the visitors from Australia, I said, your country is known as Australia, your island known as Australia, your continent known as Australia, but your ocean not known as Australian Ocean, my ocean known as Indian Ocean, because my ancestors could foresee the huge wealth lying inside. But it was only after this government came in, and I must again give credit to Prime Minister Modi, that not once but twice consecutively in his Independence Day addresses in 2023 and 2022, he mentioned deep sea mission. And all of us know that Independence Day is a declaration of intent of the government in place. So normally such scientifically loaded themes are not picked up, but that shows the kind of prioritization and the conviction with which the Prime Minister is pushing forward this. The other resources are Himalayan resources, because we have at least 4 or 5 states lying in the lap of Himalayas, beginning from Jammu Kashmir, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Arunachal. And I think, again, it is during this last 1 decade, we have tried to explore those areas of aroma wealth, the Purple Revolution, which was showcased during the Republic Day parade this year as a tableau, which began from a small town in Jammu and Kashmir, and now it's been replicated in Uttarakhand, Himachal. Again, that is related to science and technology, where the earlier one is, of course, the earth sciences, deep sea, where we have now come up with about 3,000 startups with dealing with lavender. So these lavender startups, and now agriculture is one of our exclusive domains. What happened, incidentally, was that the concept of startups came from the West, landed in Bengaluru, which was an IT city, and we thought it's only IT. And somehow the myth was also, somehow the myth got generated that you have to be a very big scientific brain to be a good startup, which is not so. Now this Aroma mission, which I am talking about, more than 3,000 startups, many of them are not even graduates. But they have the aptitude, they have the passion, the government is giving them all the technology support, all the knowledge support, financial support, market linkage. So that is the other. The third is, of course, space. Now we had all the acumen, all the potential, we had commitment, we had a lot of passion. Just remember those pictures in the archives, Sarabhai carrying some of his material on the carriage of a bicycle. So what we were lacking actually was the kind of enabling milieu which is expected from the policy makers, from the political dispensation, and that has happened after 2014. I think Prime Minister Modi did a marvelous job by allowing us to open up space to private sector, which the media very fondly described as unlocking of media.
Right.
And that is also going to contribute. When we talk of 2047
but there's a
economy,
very ambitious roadmap there. We're talking about a manned mission. We're talking about another manned moon mission.
Yes.
Take us through the space station.
Yes.
Can you take us through what really is the roadmap ahead? Because earlier in the day, we had the in-space chief, Mr. Goenka, here.
Absolutely.
How much of a role will the private sector play in realizing these goals?
Absolutely. So I'm glad that you asked it, because it gives me an opportunity to make the audience recall that till about 3 or 4 years back, our Sriharikota was a forbidden premises. If you peeped inside, you were likely to be prosecuted. Now, for each launching, we have thousands and thousands of spectators and not less than 1,000, 2,000 media persons. And that has been possible because last, I think, 3 or 4 years back, Prime Minister allowed us to open it to public-private participation. Look, if we have to move beyond this, where we are, and we have to compete and we have to seek that goal of 2047, then we have to follow the global strategies. We have to live up to the global parameters and to meet the global benchmarks. And when we compare ourselves to, for example, NASA, and we say, usne itna rocket launch ho gaya, humne kya kiya, we don't realize, because we have that gupshup mode, we don't realize that NASA doesn't depend wholly on government, mostly on the non-government sources. And therefore, in the last 3-4 years, there has been a quantum jump in space projects, space initiatives, also space economy. We are today just about 8 to 9% of the world's space economy. But the way we are moving, I think we will increase 3 times in the next 10 years. We might go up to 23, 24%. And not only that, there was a time, we started off very late. Our ISRO was born in 1969, the year which is remembered as the year when the first human being landed on the surface of the moon. That was Neil Armstrong by the American Apollo 8 mission. And we were just born. But today we are reaching the southern pole of moon before anybody else and offering inputs to the and the findings to NASA as well. Which means that now we are in the same pace and not lagging behind.
Right.
And that is also the reason that the other countries now look forward to us for cues from us. It's no longer the time that we are being led by others. We are there also capable of leading. And I think sitting among the media persons, one of the most beautiful examples is that television happened in America in 1950s. And that famous election of 1960, when this young, handsome John Kennedy turned the tables on the veteran Richard Nixon, was the result of a TV debate. True. And we in India didn't know what is TV, what is debate. We got to see our first Chitrahar in Delhi somewhere in 1970s. But it's no longer so. We are among 4 or 5 today in the world who have launched quantum mission. We are among the first who have, I think among the first who have launched bioeconomy policy just recently, about 2 months back, which is called BioE3, which means biotechnology for environment, biotechnology for employment, biotechnology for economy. Because worldwide, the opinion now is that the next industrial revolution is going to be bioeconomy driven, just as the last one was IT driven in 1990s. So it's entirely going to be circular economy, biodegradable things, fuels from the other sources, and we are already into it. So we are no longer behind. So when we talk of space, you will be amused to understand that so far we have launched as many as 432 foreign satellites, European and American satellites from Sriharikota. Out of which, I don't wish to be modest, saying that out of 432, 397 have been launched after Modi came in the last 10 years. So that means more than 90.
That's a very, very interesting.
So we have been
very,
so
very interesting statistic.
And if you see in the terms of economy, we have earned 292 million European euros from launching of the European
ESA satellites
launches, out of which as much as 260 were earned after 2014.
Right.
In the last 10 years of Prime Minister Modi. So again 90%. And if you see the Americans, because as I said, we started off our journey when America was already on moon in 1960. But today we have earned as much as $172 million from launching of American satellites, out of which again $157 million were earned after Modi came. So you can see the manner in which our space economy is going up. So A, space, B, are marine resources, C, are Himalayan resources, which of course also include the agriculture. So these were the resources which were very exclusively India's, but they remain unexplored or underexplored.
But sir, with the private sector coming in, the big question on people's minds is how soon is it before we have an Indian SpaceX or an Indian reusable rocket?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that because that creates a lot of interest. See, we will have a space station which will be named Bharat Antariksh Station, and as per the schedule, we hope to have one by 2035, and an Indian on the surface of Moon by 2040, and a first Indian human mission, an Indian in space. Of course, we had one called Rakesh Sharma in the early 80s, but that was a Soviet mission. So first Indian mission, totally developed in India, first indigenous with first Indian carrying. We already have 3 or 4 officers of the Air Force who've been trained in this. They are in Bengaluru right now. So they would be the first, and we would try to launch that by the end of 25 or maybe in the beginning of 2026, because the trial flights are still going on. Because you see, we have a crew module there, we have the lab module, and what is very important is, just as it's important and very fascinating sending up a human being into space, it is equally critical getting him back safe. So he has to land into the waters, and you have to have the assistance of the naval guards, the coastal guards. So all that exercise is to be completed in series. Once we are satisfied about the safety of that, and we are satisfied that now, look, we can now accomplish as we have designed, then of course we'll send up. So that will be on. So if I give you the chronology, see, Gaganyaan, the human mission by 2026 beginning, if not 25 end, our Chandrayaan 4 in 27, our Venus mission in 28, our Bharat Antariksh Station in 2035, and Indian on the surface of Moon in 2040.
But will we be a bit late, because Elon Musk is already talking about colonizing Mars and perhaps lunar colonies also?
No, see, what makes difference as far as India is concerned, I think twofold. A, our missions are much more economical. and much, much more cost effective. Like, for example, many people ask, what is the fun of spending so much? But they don't realize we spent only 600 crore on Chandrayaan, which is hardly an amount if you see the amount of the cost of the foreign missions. The simultaneous Soviet mission, which missed this destination, costed them over more than 2,000 crore. And I was just talking to you, the other department which I look after, the administrative reforms, where we carried out this Swachhata Abhiyan, and we disposed of the electronic scrap and other scrap, and we earned 2,362 crore. 2,362 crore just by disposing of scrap. So I was
2,000 crores just by disposing scrap.
Yeah. So I was telling my officers, I said, we have earned 4 times the Chandrayaan's cost by just selling off it. So we have to take it from that way. So our missions are cost effective for the reason which I was spelling out a few moments ago, that we have a lot of human resource. We may be lacking financial, but we make up for human resource. Like we have the kind of Sarabhai, and that legacy continues. Now, why our mission takes so long? We took about a month or so to reach moon when we sent this Chandrayaan, because we go like this in circles. We start from a smaller orbit, then go to a longer orbit, then go to finally we go to the outermost orbit, and then when we are out of the influence, the gravitational influence of the orbit, then we take a jump, get into the next orbit of the moon. So it's just like driving your car on a slope, switching off your petrol to save the petrol. So we are very good at doing that. Right. So we have actually done there also. So if you have to shoot across, piercing through the orbits against their gravitational forces, then you would need many times the more fuel. So I think our scientific experts and the scientific talent and our cerebral attributes are much, much more higher, richer compared to them. So that's what makes up and secondly, our space technology is not only confined to the launching of rockets. We are using it extensively in the construction of smart cities, in unmanned railway tracks, in roads, buildings, agriculture sector. We have produced as many as about 70 mutagenic crops through atomic energy. See, we are using atomic energy and space, both for just as space being used for railway tracks, etc., we are using atomic energy for producing mutagenesis of crops. So both these sectors, which are considered to be little distant, are being under this regime used more for bringing in ease for the living of a citizen. When you talk of atomic energy, that also reminds me that we have come out with a series of isotopes which are now being used for the management of cancers. So in defense, we have come out with cost-effective bulletproof jackets, lightweight, just by treating it. So, and that is precisely when Homi Bhabha launched this. I mean, incidentally, that strikes me. When Homi Bhabha launched his nuclear program, there was some amount of controversy because Hiroshima had just happened less than a decade back. So everybody thought that India is now being mischief, looking up to that kind of a... So Homi Bhabha made a public declaration that our nuclear program will be dedicated to peaceful purposes. I think now under Prime Minister Modi, we have indicated his vision. And so also space. Our space technology is now become a household, it's entered every Indian household. Yes. Not for reasons of launching rockets, but for other reasons. Hugely in communication sector, in navigation sector, disaster management.
I was going to ask you that. Are we planning, we've not yet approved Starlink. Are we planning to launch some kind of a satellite internet service such as that? An indigenous one perhaps? Is that on the cards?
No, we are into a communication in a big way, and we are with each next mission improving upon that. So, and in fact, we had the record of launching 144 satellites in a single go, which is a world record. Many of them were meant for this purpose. So, when we have a communication satellite, a navigation satellite is used for a wide spectrum of purposes, including the television network, disaster management, or disaster forecasts, or other things. I mean, it has multiple purposes, even for mapping of the farms, the lands. When we say that we are trying to have, we are seeking a governance which will be citizen-centric, and citizen would be the master of his own governance. It's again the space sector which is going. This beautiful program called Swamitva program, launched again by this government, where you can do the mapping of your farms, your land, without seeking the support or assistance of a revenue officer, by the use of space technology and by the use of drones. So even drones have been deregulated. Similarly, if you go by the crime detection, those illegal mining, many of the places now again space technology is coming handy. So I think in more ways than one. It's no longer only the launching of rockets.
Right.
Launching of rockets is important because you can't leave the space to others. So you have to occupy the space as you can't leave any other space. And also for geopolitical reasons. So, and also to realize, to make the world realize that, look here, you can also do it. But India has also created a beautiful role model of using both space technology as well as nuclear power, nuclear energy for purposes other than what it appears to be alone.
Right.
For utilization in bringing in ease of living for a common citizen.
Right. So I must ask you a few questions about your home state of Jammu and Kashmir in the recent assembly elections, which were the first elections after the abrogation of Article 370. The BJP and its allies did not do too well. What would you attribute as the causes to that?
No, I would not say it didn't do well. In fact, the BJP performance has been better than ever before in Jammu and Kashmir. Our vote percentage has also increased. In fact, we received the highest vote percentage, higher than the ruling party. And that's been possible because some of the seats we lost by just very small margins. And we improved our vote share tremendously in the Kashmir Valley, where it was a taboo. You could not even utter the name of Bharatiya Janata Party, leave alone carry its flag. Now the campaign there presented almost a similar scene as elsewhere in the country. So we have come a long way in Jammu and Kashmir, and our presence is felt. Our vote share has increased, and people are now across these sections looking up to BJP as a party, because not much of misgiving was being created about Bharatiya Janata Party, not only in Jammu Kashmir, also in Northeast. Because when I went to Northeast, I was made charge of that somewhere in December 2014, and I was there for 5, 6, 7 years. The report in the newspapers would be, a minister from India has come, a leader from Delhi. And the boys and girls from there would be hesitant to come to Delhi because all kind of, the reports that you would see in media that somebody not being treated well or not being conducted well by peers here. But now you see entire tourism sector, entire hotel sector is full of the Northeast boys and girls. So there also, because they had created a lot of, I think much of that doing is from the Congress party. कि जब बीजेपी आएगी आपका खान पान बंद हो जाएगा, आपका मीट अंडा बंद हो जाएगा, आपका पूजा पाठ बंद हो जाएगा, आपको धर्म परिवर्तन होगा, I know what not. But then the people of Northeast realize, and so also the people of Jammu and Kashmir now, they look at this is a government which believes in the basic mantra of justice to all, appeasement to none. So when appeasement to none does not mean that you are actually trying to interfere with their personal way of life. And that's how the entire Northeast now virtually is being ruled by BJP-run states or the BJP-allied governments. So I think that is that, and thankfully that has happened mostly after 2014, because Prime Minister Modi has a great connecting power. I mean, he's one name who connects east, west, north, south, northeast. We have seen in the early days when he became Prime Minister, we had invited him to Meghalaya. That was being ruled by a different party, and the population composition was also not very supportive towards this part, BJP, and we sought one public rally, and many of my companions there said, would you be able to manage it? Where will you get the crowd from? Do you have to arrange transport from the neighboring states? Because somebody as big a person as Modi is arriving, so it's an issue of prestige. But you would be surprised when Prime Minister Modi landed there with small school children dressed in their beautiful uniforms, holding hands, making a human chain. All those Christian schools there. So that is the connect. And I think that has really helped transform and also mainstreaming of all sections of society, different regions of the country.
Right. So one demand in your state of Jammu and Kashmir that the ruling National Conference and of course Congress have is that they're pressing for the restoration of full statehood. Is there a possibility of a quick decision in this regard? What is the timeline that you are looking at?
I think I don't need to answer that because it's been already stated by Prime Minister none less than Prime Minister more than once, that at the appropriate time the statehood would be restored. He spoke that in the public rallies also. Home Minister has spoken about it at the floor of the House. I don't think there's any propriety or any need to add to what has been said by the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Home Minister. So I think we have every reason to trust them and to believe in what they say.
Right. So when you look at BJP's representation within the Kashmir Valley itself, one of the reasons cited is that there's lack of adequate representatives there. But one of the paradoxes is that you have a member of parliament today who is actually somebody who has been jailed under UAPA, that is Engineer Rashid. How do you justify this kind of paradox that exists?
I think there's so many dynamics operating during an election time, and I would not like to get into that, because all said and done, he's been elected by the people, so he's there. But of course, sometimes it's a vote of sentiment, and which is also sometimes followed by regret. So I can't spell out how will this phenomena last or how will it shape up.
Right. So last several months, both before and after the election, we have been seeing a surge in terrorist attack. Security personnel and civilians have lost their lives. What really is the strategy to counter this? Because particularly we've seen a lot of activity in the Jammu region, where was traditionally not as active in terms of the militants as we had seen in the Kashmir region previously.
Yeah, I think if you go into the genesis of that, what happened in the least recent months was with the tremendous pressure on the terrorists. So, faced by that heat, they try to shift focus to the Jammu region. Now, the difference topographically between Kashmir Valley and Jammu is that Kashmir is more of a plain area. It's more of plains. Whereas in the Jammu region, you have hills, you have rivers, you have rivulets, you have nalas. So, there are a lot of potential hiding places also. And when they shifted over initially, maybe our security forces had to then revise the strategy and then also deal with them. But I think now it's been taken care of. But by and large, these incidents happening occasionally, I do not think follow the pattern of militancy or terrorism which has happened in the last 30 years. Because by and large, it's quite a compatible atmosphere, and I think that is evident from the fact that we have as many as 2.5 crore tourists. Now, I always say that a tourist visiting the Kashmir Valley is the biggest testimony, because he would not believe what the media is saying. He would not believe what a minister is saying. He would not believe what a political government is saying. If he has to carry his family for a holiday, he'll try to verify from his own sources. He'll call up one of his colleagues, one of his friends there, one of his relatives there, one of his acquaintances there, and ask him, bhai sahab, bachon ko lekar aana hai, halat hi hai ki nahi? Only then he would move out. He would not risk the life of his kith and kin. So if 2.5 crore tourists, and it was amazing last year, even the home tourism got exhausted because there was no place in the houses. Now Kashmir was not very well known for, not much known for home tourism. Home tourism was prevalent in Northeast, but not in, because there the tourists prefer staying in houseboats, in huts, in the suburbs. But so such a heavy rush that the home tourism also came into play, and the houses also got exhausted. So I think things are fast moving out, and the kind of development that has happened in the last 10 years is actually making the people realize, even the common man walking in the streets and lanes of Srinagar city wants to have peace, because he's seen 3 generations being lost at the altar of all those myths created by these vested interests, the so-called Azadi, etc., which he now realizes was something meant to benefit a handful of those who wanted to continue their supremacy either in the seat of power or relevance, whereas the common man lost out. And mind you, a common youth of Kashmir is very, very aspirational. You see the civil services exams, you see the industry, you see the young boys and girls are always very, forward-looking and very aspirational. So they can see how many opportunities, avenues have been
unfolded across the country after Prime Minister Modi came, and they don't wish to miss the bus. So I think that also has made a change and sought to bring a change of heart.
Well, aspirational youth, certainly, of course, youth carry with them a lot of hope, and certainly hope that's the case with Jammu and Kashmir as well, sir. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Madhav. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, Prime Minister Singh and Madhav, thank you, sir. Madhav, I request you to give away our token of appreciation for the Honorable Minister. Thank you, sir, for that insightful discussion at IEC 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding to our next session, we're delighted to share the exciting news making waves across India's BFSI sector. Max Life Insurance, one of India's leading life insurance companies, has transitioned to become Axis Max Life Insurance. And to commemorate this landmark moment, the company has unveiled a new campaign titled Double Bharosa, featuring brand ambassador and Indian cricket team captain Rohit Sharma, along with his spouse, Ritika Sajdev. The campaign highlights the dual promise of trust and reliability, symbolizing the combined strengths of Max Life and Axis in delivering enhanced assurance and protection in life insurance and financial services. Take a look at this exciting new campaign.
भरोसा है डबल भरोसा है डबल है खुशियां सभी और डबल है प्यार भी भरोसा है डबल भरोसा
अपनों का हर पल और भी खास होता है जब भरोसा डबल होता है तभी तो मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस बन गया है एक्सिस मैक्स लाइफ इंश्योरेंस।
All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about movies. Let's talk about Bollywood. Indian movies are more than just a source of entertainment. They are an economic and cultural powerhouse collectively. And beyond the financial success, the Indian film industry plays a crucial role in showcasing our nation's rich, diverse, colorful and creative heritage on the global stage, influencing perceptions and boosting tourism and trade. To explore this unique intersection of cinema, culture and economics, we're thrilled to have two renowned names from the industry itself today with us. He is a visionary producer and founder of Maddock, the content-driven studio celebrated for delivering innovative and ambitious films across platforms. Please welcome on stage Mr. Dinesh Vijan. She, ladies and gentlemen, is the multifaceted actor with incredible talent, who's already become one of the most bankable stars in India and is also an entrepreneur in fashion, donning many hats. Please welcome among us Shraddha Kapoor. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this grand final session of the India Economic Conclave 2024. And the session will be moderated by my co-host, Aisha Faridi. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Can we have a big welcome for Shraddha Kapoor and Dinesh Vijan.
Yes, we got our mics. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Dinesh Vijan and Shraddha Kapoor, who finally made it, waded through all the flight delays, braved the Delhi AQI, and finally here with us at the India Economic Conclave. Welcome to New Delhi. You can take your mic.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here.
So how does it feel? 600 crore rupee grosser, 900 worldwide. I don't know. Are people already counting the zeros? Did you know how many zeros there are in 900 crores, Shraddha?
Dinesh, Dinu knows.
He's the money man, yeah.
Lots of them.
Which is equivalent to a lot of love.
a lot of love. But how does it feel, you know, getting so much recognition and so much love for a sequel of a movie?
It feels, you know, this experience with Stree 2 has been insanely personal for me, if I may say so. Even with the first part, it's been so close to me. It's been a very important part of my filmography, one of my most special films. It was a film which has paved the way for the horror comedy genre in India. And for the sequel to do so brilliantly the way that it did is very, very heartwarming. It's brilliant for the industry. And it's a very proud moment for me to be a part of a film like this.
Absolutely. Dinesh, did you imagine when you were making Stree 1 rather, that this is going to be such a blockbuster and the second part is going to create such a, raving and huge response and get in all those crores?
You know, I lost my father very early, and my mother has played a very important role in my life, and I have two sisters. So Strees have been very essential in my life. And, this film, the first one, though the second one's bigger, the first one was tougher to make. Because it was a title called Stree. At that point of time, people felt, the overall consensus was that you cannot have a title like Stree that would do well in Hindi cinema. So it was a little difficult to secure funding, so we had to do it on our own. But I think Stree paved the way for Maddock. Where Maddock is today, I would say two films that have defined it are Hindi Medium and Stree, which are essentially Indian films with Indian characters. And I think today where we are, and India is the growth story, but the fact that we're very proud of who we are, and I think Stree demonstrates that. It's completely original. There's no horror comedy in the world. You'll get horror, you'll get comedy, but you won't get them together. You'll get a spoof, but you won't get a true horror comedy. So it's kind of paved the way for horror comedies. We also had a film that came 2 months before that called Munja, where we had a CGI character. So clearly people in theaters enjoy watching horror comedies, but hopefully good horror comedies. But what has happened is when it came, it was very important for the business. Post-pandemic, there was a lot of uncertainty. We didn't know what kind of films will do well. So I think Stree doing well has just been very, very good. Like they say sometimes the business is competitive. Everybody in the business was rooting for Stree to do well. And the fact that the #1 Hindi film ever is Stree really shows the potential of the box office. So I think, my mother always says you must be grateful. So I think Shraddha, me, Raj, Apar, Amar Kaushik, our director, Pankaj ji, I don't think there's Stree is possible without the whole team, but we are just feeling very, very grateful.
Yeah. But Shraddha, was it difficult for you to be a mainline Hindi film actor to actually accept such a role, which had a kind of supernatural tinge? I wouldn't call you being the ghost in the movie, you were definitely not, but you did have a supernatural wing to it, if I can call it that.
I feel like more than this particular character trait, it was the story, out and out the story. Even with Stree 1,
and what a beautiful message it had.
Exactly. And the best part about Stree and Stree 2 is you're subliminally expressing relevant, you're addressing relevant issues or relevant conversations that are going on in society in the most entertaining manner. And I don't think that there's any better way to do that, right? So for me, more than a particular trait of a character, it was the story. It was out and out the story. It was out and out the fact that it was so well written. The first part I'm talking about because the journey began there. It was so well written. At that point, I heard it and I was on my couch and I fell off my couch because I was laughing and I was like, okay, you know what? This is a film that I would want to go and watch. And this is a kind of film that I've not seen in theaters as yet. It is a story which is very relatable, but the world is so unique. The way that it's being told is so unique. So I thought that that was the most fascinating thing. And along with that, the fact that Stree 2 also, the fact that Dino and the rest of the Maddock team very, very consciously decided that we only have to make a sequel if we crack it right. And that's exactly what they did, which is why I feel that that responsibility as a producer is something that he took up very seriously, and he didn't just make a sequel for the sake of, banking on a successful film. He decided on it very responsibly. So it was out and out the story with both part 1 and part 2. And then, of course, I got to beat the bad guy with my choti, which was a lot of fun as well.
What did you do with the chutiya, though?
What did I do?
With the choti?
Oh, it had a lot of magical powers in it. And I think that it's so empowering, right, for young girls and women to watch a character like that coming and kind of saving the day, at that moment in the film. And it really excited me for that as well, to play that and that moment in the film.
But Dinesh, why the sort of fascination with sci-fi and ghosts? And such pretty-looking sci-fi characters and ghosts, if I may call it that. I mean, you had Teri Baaton Mein, wherein Kriti Sanon played the robot, and then you have gorgeous Shraddha here. Because all of us traditionally have thought of ghosts to not look so pretty.
My dadi called me up and she said, "Tujhe kya ho gaya hai? Tu sab heroinon ko chudail kyun bana raha hai?"
I was just being very diplomatic and polite.
No, I think on a slightly serious note, if you're not unique, films are not going to fire. I think we're a very young country, and if you want to go to the theater, it is an expensive proposition. And if you don't give them something they haven't seen before, they're not going to come. If you look at the last 2 years, pandemic was uncertain. Post that, we've had 500 crore films. That's never happened in history. But they all 5 are unique. There have not been a film like that. You might agree, not like, disagree, but they brought people to the theater. So I feel that you need to be unique. And obviously, I think you can't make a horror comedy without a beautiful ghost. And I'm fortunate to begin that with Shraddha, because she did really, the first one, you did want to believe she's the ghost taking them away. You didn't want to believe what she's doing with them when she takes them away. So I feel that if you're unique, and I think it's easier to find subjects, and I think the women in the film business were more easily took risks. So Shraddha heard it the next day she was doing the film. She really has a contagious laugh, so I've never seen her laugh that much. I didn't know if she meant it or it was the first time I was meeting her. Was she just being polite?
That's the Chudail trait, no? The laughter
so
has to be there.
You are saying it, not me. So,
I didn't say that for you.
So I feel that we want to be unique, and women were a little more risk-taking in the film business. And I think the fact that a horror comedy cannot be made without a ghost.
I also want to add actually to what Dinu said, because what he said is so interesting. He spoke about people wanting to come to the theaters for something unique, right? When Stree 1 happened, we broke a stereotype. Yeah. And now it paved the way for other horror comedy films to also, come through. Even films like Shaitan or Drishyam 2, they are breaking stereotypes. And I think that is exciting as an industry. And it's very exciting to be a part of that. And I feel like the fact that, these characters, whether it's my character that I'm playing, they are strong characters for women to play. And it's such an exciting time that you get to play such a strong character who is active in the narrative of the film, in the storytelling, right? So it's an exciting time even for that, even for women in cinema
I think
today.
You should talk about how you felt when you walked into the theater with your choti sequence, because she was right next to you.
What's that?
No, it was,
and it was in Delhi.
Exactly. So again, such a unique moment, right? Where do you see a woman with a superpower in her choti? It's brilliant. It's unique. It's a new way of bringing a new facet to a character on the big screen.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing that you touched upon, that women-centric roles. And I mean, why are we going any further? Lapata Ladies. I mean, who would have thought such a simple movie about, rural India can touch so many hearts and now perhaps reach the global stage as well? Shraddha, do you feel that now for women, it's no more the dancing around trees in fancy clothes, and the roles and opportunities and the scripts have evolved from where they were even 5 years back?
I am so happy that you've worded this question in this manner, because oftentimes people ask this question in a very different manner. Do you think, that women get their due, or do you think that, in that sense, which is a fair question, but I completely agree with you. I think this is the best time in cinema for everybody, filmmakers, directors, actors. This is the time where you have, especially after the pandemic, also with the rise of the OTT, where there are so many more opportunities, new talent coming up. You have new talent who are willing to make those choices where they are saying that, okay, we want to spearhead this film where I am the protagonist. Yeah. So you don't necessarily have to be an established female actor as well now, because people are having that faith in younger actors as well to spearhead films. So even, for example, even though my film Hasina didn't do well, for me, I wanted to do strong characters. Just the way Dinu also offered me Stree, I was like, you're offering me a film called Stree, you're offering me a character who's so strong. So, yeah, absolutely. I think it's a fabulous time. I think that, whoever's watching this, they should also, young girls who want to get into the industry, I would say just go for it. Anybody who's a newbie, go for it. There's ample opportunity and it's the best time right now.
But Dinesh, tell me, is there a formula on how you crack the code? Because, your movies have now sort of delved into the supernatural realm. You've cracked the code there. You're coming up with sequels. There's Bhedia, Munja, there's, of course, Stree. It's almost like a franchise Marvel kind of, franchise model that you've sort of cracked the code with. Do you think it's more about scripts? Do you think it's about innovation, offering something new? And by the end of it, do you think it always revolves around the actors that you cast?
So I think it always starts with the script. And I think, it sounds simple, but when I came in the business, no one really wanted to write the 100 pages. They wanted to, get the setup done, get a top star or top actor to make the project viable, which I understand, and then probably write. I'm first generation, so we were not first in line for that opportunity. So we had to write. Fortunately, what happened was, when I came in, we were doing love stories. We were a little aspirational to the West 15 years ago. So we did the Love Aajkals, the cocktails. But I think Hindi medium, Badlapur and Stree changed a lot of things. I realized, whatever's happening in a nation reflects in films, ideally, and whatever happens in a film also has the ability to influence people. So we need to be a little responsible. So we got the opportunity when Hindi medium fired, we understood that we are very proud of who we are. And when we started looking, we realized that we have a khazana. We have so much folklore. We are such a old, diverse, rich culture with so many stories. And honestly, all our stories are coming from there. So the story of Stree is a legend in South India. Munja is a legend in Maharashtra.
You shot it in Rajasthan.
Yeah, we shot in MP.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we've done now, we have 5 horror comedies. All 5 are from different regions. Bhedia is in Arunachal. There's Central, there's South, Vampire set down South. We've got 2 other entrants into the franchise, which is Chamunda and Shakti Shalini. More on that later, but that will cover all of India. So I realized that people wanted characters that they could relate to. Our middle class and lower were very excited to go to the theatre. I don't think Bombay, Delhi, the really upmarket centers were going for every film. So they wanted characters that they saw aspiration in. So a Zara Hatke has done well. Therefore a Munja has done well. Therefore a Stree has done well. So I think you need to be unique. you need to be Indian and you need to make it at a world standard. I don't think people are willing to accept from each other something that's just about half good. So if you do these three things, I think you're set up for success. And then obviously you need a little element of a little power from there. But if you get these three right, you're okay.
But you understand the numbers as well. From what I understand, you were an investment banker, and
Very
then you,
shortly.
Okay, and then you made the jump to producing movies. What a fascinating story! How did this happen?
Since then, I've never given investment bankers my money.
Don't say that. You're at India Economic Conclave.
No, I
But
mean,
yeah.
so I mean because I had to put it in movies. I think right now is the most interesting time in films. Like I said, post-pandemic, the Indian box office has never given such big hits. But I feel with the digital revolution, I think just imagine if you were given a QR code instead of a ticket. And you could choose to watch that film at home, on a phone, with some VR glasses, or go to the theater. And the option was yours. Right now, the biggest films only 4 to 5 crore people watch. Imagine if that number became 10 times. Imagine the kind of films we could get made. Imagine where would we be on a world level. So I think I used to always believe content is king, and now I've understood. A very wise gentleman told me that distribution is God. So I think numbers will grow exponentially because the technology is coming in to do it, and it's going to be there in a couple of years. And with the advent of AI, filmmaking is going to become cheaper. Like she said, every girl out there who wants to be an entertainer, also any director, writer, producer can sit at home and make photoreal images in a couple of years. So you're going to see, we have the consumption. We're a young country. We're going to get a lot of new voices from across India that are going to be able to sit at home and make content. And I think that cannot be calculated. It's going to be so huge that it's going to put us in a different orbit.
Shraddha, does it scare you, this fast-changing world? I mean, he's already talking about everything being virtual. You know, we're used to grabbing a bag of popcorn and watching movies and, you know, hoping one day that we'll meet stars in person like you and get a picture clicked. From there to now to what the world is going to be, as an actor, how do you feel about it?
I have to say, the fact that we've had really terrific VFX in our film, thanks to Dinu's vision, Dinesh's vision. It's very promising. I think that people enjoyed that progressive move in our cinema. It's been accepted really, really well. It elevated our narrative to a whole other level, the film to a whole other level. I feel that, and he's a huge risk taker. Which is, I feel, very important if you also want to push your cinema forward. So he is essentially playing a part in pushing cinema forward, which is incredible. So when we were talking about Stree 2, and he sat down and he seriously told me, you know, I have really big plans for the VFX of this film. I got so excited. I got really, really excited. And he also said he has a really big budget for the VFX of the film. I got even more excited because
Was it as big a paycheck?
Sorry?
Was it as big a paycheck?
Oh, the VFX had the biggest paycheck in our film. And that is also actually to address so many other conversations, right? When you talk about how a film gets made, actor, pay parity, etc. I feel a responsible producer who has a vision will know exactly what he needs to, be putting his funds into and in what manner. So I feel like he absolutely has the genius for that. So I was very excited about being a part of a film which is going to be on such a scale and such a visual treat. So I am fully embracing VFX. I'm embracing our lovely Sarkata coming on the big screen and terrorizing everybody and being a part of this. Absolutely.
But tell me, Shraddha, we're here to talk about as to how India can fast track to the top 3 economies in the world, and Bollywood can, or I should say the Hindi film industry can play a very big role in that. I mean, we're already talking single movie, thousands of crores of rupees. What a big contribution it will be to the GDP. As an actor, though, where does it put you? Because a lot of responsibility lies on the people in front of the camera to promote, to be the brand ambassadors, the faces that are recognized. I mean, you had an Alia Bhatt who's now a brand ambassador for Gucci. You had Ranveer Singh playing an all-star NBA game. We had a recent spate of wedding festivities where they got Rihanna literally out of her retirement and come and perform. So, all of this put together really puts India on the global map where people like turn around and see. And then, of course, there was Deepika Padukone as well, who unveiled the FIFA trophy.
I didn't understand your question.
No,
I'm so
what
sorry.
I mean to say is, the pressure on actors to be out there in the limelight, to be seen at the right places, does that bog you down? Or is it part of the drill now? It's a must do and you've got to do it.
I don't see it like wanting to be seen at the right places. I see it very, very simply just the way I see approaching doing a film. I am very picky with the kind of films that I do. Dinesh knows this very, very well. I had so much confidence in Stree that I decided I'm not going to sign any other film. I don't need to have a lineup. I am so confident about being a part of this film. And that is a fundamental way that I approach pretty much everything that I do, be it, being a co-founder on my jewelry brand as well. So it is something that it needs to feel 100% right. It needs to be a collaboration where you're working with people who really are passionate about what they do as well. So for me, I approach it in that way. I feel also that the phase that we are in as a country, not just for Indian films, for entrepreneurs, for startups, we're in the best phase that we could ever be in. So who knows, my jewelry brand could probably be the next global
Tiffany's.
Global brand. Who knows? I'm striving for that. We're all striving for, bigger dreams.
Dinesh, is it important as a producer to cast actors who have that big fan base, who are sort of semi-global ambassadors, appeal to the global diaspora as well, and have a huge following?
And I'm sure it is, but in our case, we've cast actors that suit the character. And I think there's a slight difference between being really popular and being an actor. The films of ours that are
popular because they're good actors.
Not necessarily. In the sense, I don't mean it in a negative connotation. What I mean is that if that actor, I can't see anyone but Rajkumar Rao to play Vicky. I can't see anyone but Shraddha to play Stree. Like that, I can't see anyone but late Irfan Khan to play Hindi medium. So I feel that once you get your script, that should decide how relevant it is in the demographic of your country. Once you know how relevant it is, that should decide the budget. Then, of course, if an A actor comes who brings something more to the table, you add to it. But I think the time is gone where you say, this actor does this box office. I think it's the other way around, how the relevance to India should come from the story. And I think actors have accepted that. That's why directors have got empowered. I think the true stars of my company are the writers and directors, and they've built Maddox from ground up.
Absolutely. And what a responsibility the Hindi film industry and the kind of domino effect that it has, not just because of the employment that it generates, the kind of technological advancements that you guys put money in because you have the capital to do that, but also, influence in simple things like tourism, right? Back in the day, everyone wanted to go to Kashmir because Yash Chopra made it beautiful, and then Switzerland and the tulips in Holland, the influence that the Hindi film industry has in various sectors.
I think, for example, Chanderi, we knew, but Chanderi sarees have become a little more popular after Stree. After Zara Hatke, Indore, where my mother and my grandmama are from, is better known. So I feel Indian, because we're trying to make films across India, it has the potential of putting our culture on the global map. And that is actually the biggest soft power that we have. If you look at the West, you know, there are so many times America's always saving the day. So I want to do films, hopefully this year, in which Indians save the world. You know, it would be a lot more fun for us. So I think tourism is the biggest advantage that we can bring to the table. Yeah. So more than, you know, there are industries that really contribute a lot. I think the ability to influence people, this business has, this industry has. So that's a responsibility that the films have and she has. Yeah. And the tourism can definitely benefit. And I think even the government is making, they're connecting all the embassies if we want to showcase our content. We had a recent meeting, and I think that's amazing because imagine, remember Devdas's premiere was in Cannes. Yeah. So I feel that it's now that our quality is world quality, we should be taking our films, and I think all the possibility is there.
Shraddha, though, the other part of it, you know, we had Vikrant Massey as well join in, and he was talking about the struggles and how the burnout ratio and, you know, how sometimes it takes a toll on you. You don't have time for simple things in life. Do you think today's actors, because of the kind of glare on them, can't say wrong, can't be seen doing wrong, the kind of high pressure that you guys go through sometimes also takes a toll? There is a downside also to it.
I actually say whatever I want to say. And I feel like I feel like that, this is also a little bit of a misconception, if I may say. So I feel like there isn't that much pressure, very honestly. I don't know why there is that notion. It is, I think we also live in different times now, you know. I think the audiences are also very happy to see actors just be regular people. Yeah. And they also enjoy an actor probably sharing a piece of their day on social media or just, you know, doing something that everybody else does. So I feel like there isn't really so much pressure, to be very honest. I think that I am truly very blessed to just be doing what I'm doing. I don't take the pressure of anything except for the fact that I want to do a good job in front of the camera. That's literally the healthy pressure that I take.
But does it help to already have trained people at home guide you? Not just your father, but your prolific aunt as well?
Oh, absolutely. It's, I mean, whenever I get an opportunity to speak to them, my father did 700 plus films. I mean, who gets to do that in one lifetime? It's phenomenal. And he has come from no film background. He comes from a textile background. My aunt started when she was 8 years old. She got the opportunity to work with Raj Kapoor. So the kind of stories that I have heard at home just keep blowing my mind, you know. And I take every single opportunity to sit and be like, you know, chalo chai pee ke baatein karte thoda sa aur batana please. And it's very inspiring, very inspiring. I feel very grateful to be able to do what they have done as actors. I mean, acting. Not what they have done. I mean, it would be something if I even do 0.2% of what they've done.
So tell me, what's a day like with Shakti Kapoor? At home, when you're not working, when you're just chilling with your dad at home?
Extremely entertaining. If all of you are aware.
So he's the same on screen and at home?
He's actually funnier in real life.
Give us an anecdote.
He is, I mean, that's exactly where he gets it from. His spontaneity on the big screen is because he is like that in real life. He's extremely intelligent. And he expresses his intelligence in a very casual, very easy manner, like he's just like a t-shirt, you know. And that is something that is so inspiring because I also believe humor comes from high intelligence. And so he's constantly, even in his normal conversation.
Prime Master Gogo Avatar.
And
has that ever come at home?
At home, he's just very funny. He's making everybody laugh at home. Everybody. We're always in splits.
So what's next for Shraddha Kapoor then? Other than a happy home, balanced life, not going to take pressure, what next?
I'm hoping Dinu starts three very soon because I'm very excited about that. And I mean, I hope to do as many films as I can with Maddock and with Dinesh, because I think that he is one of the finest producers that we have today, making just terrific films. Aside from that, very soon I would officially announce what I'm doing next. Not yet.
Okay. When anyone says officially announce, okay.
Ajni.
Okay. Still eligible bachelorette.
We're talking about what I'm doing next,
yes,
right?
Exactly. That's what I'm clarifying.
Okay.
So Shraddha, before we wind up, just one request. This is the closing panel for the Conclave, and you have a beautiful voice, and we only hope that you can make her sing next in your movies. One line for our audiences. And I'll tell you my favorite song of yours from your first movie, Ashiki.
I will only sing if the audience starts singing first. अगर आप सब नहीं गाओगे फिर next time गा लेंगे.
Okay, so cue them and then they will pick up. Yeah, there you go.
आप गाओगे?
She will. हम तेरे बिन, right? Girl power. Come on, let's have one.
आइए ना आगे. आपका नाम? सिंपल बेदी is with me. सिंपल जी, आपको हमारी फिल्म का गाना पता है? आई नहीं काटी रात मैंने.
Shraddha, you've got to do the moves also with it. If you're singing that one, then it can't be just singing.
Okay, I think Simple Ji should sing and I will accompany her.
सुन रहा है ना तू रो रही हूँ मैं सुन रहा है ना तू क्यों रो रही हूँ.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now your turn.
I think that she did a great job. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
One line. She did her bit. She did her bit. Now it's your turn.
Which one should I sing?
Hum Tere Bin.
Hum Tere Bin. I think we should sing. We've moved on from that now. I feel that we can sing. What do you think? Dino, we can sing one of our songs. Why don't you sing with me?
No, then it won't be a song.
Come on.
Go for it.
Thinking. So see, I Nahi has a very different vibe, okay? So I will sing a different version of it. Kaati raat maine. Oh my God. This is completely making it like a romantic song. काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं काटी रात मैंने खेतों में तू आई नहीं नहीं आई तू तो आई नहीं.
Okay, I'm sure the success will definitely come. Aa jayegi and aati rahegi. Right? Thank you so much, Shraddha. It was fabulous talking to you. And Dinesh, kudos to you. I know you made the switch from investment banking to Bollywood, but bigger zeros and many more zeros to you. Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Shraddha and Dinesh. Thank you, Shraddha. Thank you, Dinesh, for that wonderful take on Indian cinema. Yeah.
All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the milestone 10th edition of IDFC FIRST Bank presents Times Network India Economic Conclave, co-presented by Adani. We're delighted to have had the pleasure of your company. But before we leave, Do join us for dinner. The dinner is being served in the pre-function area towards your right-hand side. Thank you very much for being with us here this evening. Good evening.
Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us today indeed. Thank you so much.
Times Network India Economic Conclave. Presenting partner IDFC FIRST Bank. Co-presenting partner Adani. Associate partner Dream Sports. Knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Gold investment partner World Gold Council. Associate partner True Alt Bioenergy. Digital transformation partner Zangam. Jewelry partner PNG Jewelers. Special partner Tech Cloud ERP Solutions Unlimited. Defense partner Samtel Avionics. Associate partner Pro Zeal Green Energy. Luxury partner Da Milano. Infrastructure partner